The ailing Chen Luo, suffering from a terminal illness, after enduring the final 3 months of his life, discovers that he has been reborn on the day he was diagnosed with cancer. Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Luo soon realizes that 3 months later, he still succumbs to the malignancy. However, to his utter astonishment, he finds himself reborn once more on New Year's Day in 2019, the very day he received his cancer diagnosis. As of now, Chen Luo has already experienced his rebirth for the 10,000th time. Throughout this infinite loop spanning over 2 millennia, Chen Luo has mastered every skill and language known to humanity, garnered an abundance of Nobel Prizes, explored every profession imaginable, and transcended into a being of omniscience and omnipotence. Just as Chen Luo desperately seeks to escape this relentless fate, time suddenly resumes its flow. Chapter 1. The Madman. This place is undoubtedly surrounded by the police now. Even if you acquire the ransom, there is no escaping. In a renowned rooftop restaurant in Peng City, Xia Luyan coolly observes the man before her, clad in a pristine white suit. A playful smile graces Chen Luo's face, betraying no hint of panic. Instead, he surveys Xia Luyan with keen interest. In my lifetime, I have encountered countless women, yet Miss Xia stands out as one of the most beautiful and enchanting, as well as one of the most challenging to pursue. Xia Luyan furrows her brow and suddenly inquires, "Are you about to die?" Chen Luo bursts into hearty laughter. "What makes you think that? Though you effortlessly incapacitated my bodyguards, your stamina has swiftly diminished thereafter, and your pallor suggests a lack of vitality. I have seen numerous chemotherapy patients, and their symptoms mirror your own. Furthermore, upon realizing the police have surrounded this place, rather than displaying alarm, your eyes glimmer with mockery, indicating that you harbor no fear of the authorities. If I am not mistaken, you are in the advanced stages of cancer." Just half an hour prior, Chen Luo had appeared at Xia Luyan's table, clutching a black leather suitcase, from which he produced 2 firearms and discharged them into the air, causing the entire restaurant to descend into chaos as all patrons and staff fled in terror. Only Xia Luyan's 4 personal bodyguards remained, intent on resisting. However, after Chen Luo swiftly subdued 2 of them with his bare hands and aimed his gun at the remaining 2, they promptly surrendered. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards, clad in black suits, were handcuffed together, while a beautiful girl in her 20s cowered behind Xia Luyan. She was Xia Luyan's personal secretary, Xia Fan. Chen Luo erupted into laughter, but seemed he laughed too hard, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Miss Xia, renowned for her beauty and intelligence, truly lives up to her reputation. Now, the question arises, since I am on the brink of death, I care not for escaping. What shall you do, Miss Xia? Upon Chen Luo affirming his terminal condition, Xia Luyan could not help but frown, for a dying man possesses little that could threaten her. What do you intend to do with the ransom? For your family? You must understand, even if you acquire the ransom, it cannot aid them. Xia Luyan's demeanor swiftly regained its composure as she continued in a calm tone. Since you are aware of my identity, you should recognize that if I wish to harm your family, it would be an effortless task. A subtle smile curved Chen Luo's lips as he sighed. Indeed, Miss Xia, it is my first time witnessing a hostage threaten their captor. Are you not afraid I might resort to heinous actions first? Xia Luyan scoffed, retorting coldly. Can you even manage that? Chen Luo could no longer contain his laughter, doubled over in mirth until tears streamed down his face. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Miss Xia is undoubtedly one of the most intriguing women I have ever encountered. Here's a proposition. If Miss Xia kisses me willingly, I shall let you go. How's that sound? Xia Luyan paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding coldly. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I possess many flaws, but one thing is certain. I always follow through on my words, Chen Luo replied with a grin. You have nothing to lose, are you too afraid? Xia Luyan let out a cold huff, seemingly unconvinced by Chen Luo's words, and turned her gaze toward the window. Chen Luo feigned sudden realization, cheerfully continuing. I almost forgot, Miss Xia suffers from phallophobia, unable to be within a meter of men, let alone tolerate their touch. Xia Luyan's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly turned her head, icy tones escaping her lips. How do you know this? Chen Luo smiled. Naturally, you told me. Xia Luyan was rendered speechless. The fact of her phobia was known solely to herself, never disclosed even to her family. As for Chen Luo's assertion, Xia Luyan found it utterly implausible. She had never encountered a man, much less shared such intimate details. How could this kidnapper possibly know? Xia Luyan scrutinized Chen Luo anew, her doubts lingering. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with an unremarkable face that was neither handsome nor ugly. Yet, it was his aura that left an indelible impression, especially those eyes, which seemed to harbor the weight of countless stories and experiences far beyond what a young man should possess, and certainly not the demeanor of a ruthless criminal. Impossible. Chen Luo chuckled, nonchalantly declaring, What is impossible? I also know you have a crimson mole on your back and 2 welts around your ankle, remnants from your first kidnapping. Who are you really? Xiaoyun's composure finally faltered. Such intimate physical details could only be known to her parents and herself. The memory of her first kidnapping remained a taboo in her life, and her parents would never disclose the scars it left behind, let alone the mole on her back. Has my bathroom been equipped with surveillance? Chen Luo smiled faintly and remarked, "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Miss Xie is one of the most challenging women I have ever encountered, primarily due to her troublesome fear of men. However, I happen to possess an abundance of time, which I have chosen to regard as one of my sources of amusement. Ultimately, it took me several years to create countless opportunities before I finally succeeded in winning you over. And let me think, that was likely over 100 years ago, wasn't it?" Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. Then, a cold laugh escaped her lips as she perceived the man before her to be quite mad. At merely 29 years of age, how could this man claim to have won her over a century ago? It was utterly preposterous. Xiaoyun was not alone in her thoughts. Even her secretary, Xia Fan, and the bodyguard behind her wore expressions of disbelief, regarding the man before them as potentially deranged. Yet, if he were not truly insane, how could he dare to kidnap the eldest daughter of the CF family? "Do you believe I am mad?" Chen Luo seemed to discern Xiaoyun's thoughts, and with a smile, he continued, "In truth, I am on the brink of madness. How about this? Since we have time to spare, let me share a story with you." Xiaoyun wore a cold smile, yet her eyes betrayed a deepening intrigue, for her questions were indeed multiplying within her mind. "On New Year's Day in 2019, I was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, and the doctors informed me that I had merely 3 months left to live. I am the same age as you, just 29 years old, and to receive such a grim notification at such a tender age, do you comprehend the feelings I experienced at that moment?" Chapter 2. The 10,000th Rebirth. Chen Luo suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly, then continued, "At that time, I felt as though the sky was collapsing around me, dazed and confused, not even recalling how I managed to leave the hospital. Though I was unmarried and had just parted ways with my girlfriend, my parents were still alive. I dared not reveal this news to them, nor could I return home, fearing they might discern something amiss. In the final 3 months of my life, I poured all my savings into chemotherapy, only to see my money vanish into the abyss of the hospital while my health deteriorated, perpetually gripped by the terror of imminent death. As time drew near, I was left with no strength even to walk, and I had no choice but to inform my parents, inviting them to care for me, simply to bid them farewell one last time. I vividly remember the moment my father and mother saw me. Their expressions shattered, and I knew they would have gladly exchanged their lives for mine. Yet they could only watch helplessly as I faded away. Then, on a fateful day 3 months later, April 1st, 2019, the heavens played a cruel joke on me. Just as my parents were about to exhaust their life savings on this insatiable pit, I thought to myself that since I was already on a path to death, I could not allow them to bear the burden of my demise. Thus, on that day, I leapt from the rooftop of the hospital. When Chen Luo reached this point in his tale, a hint of irony flickered in Xiaoyun's eyes, for today was indeed April 1st, 2019. "Huh, so you should be dead by now. Why are you here? Has the chemotherapy driven you to madness?" Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Ah, but therein lies the most extraordinary twist. After plummeting from over 20 stories, I was without doubt dead. Yet, to my utter astonishment, I regained consciousness and found myself back on January 1st, 2019, the very day I was diagnosed. To be precise, I was reborn. After a brief period of shock and disbelief, I ultimately accepted this reality. However, the universe bestowed upon me a grand jest. My rebirth occurred precisely on the day I received my death sentence, meaning I was still on a one-way path to demise, albeit with an additional 3 months of life to squander." Xiaoyun paused momentarily, unable to suppress a scoff. "Rebirth? I expected an enthralling story, yet it appears to be nothing more than a figment of your imagination." Xia Fan and the bodyguards shared expressions of disbelief. Suspecting Chen Luo might have escaped from a mental institution, their gazes laden with concern and peculiarity, for no one could predict the actions of a madman. Unfazed by Xiaoyun's scornful remarks, Chen Luo seemed lost in his memories, continuing, "In my first rebirth, I was exhilarated, truly ecstatic, grateful that the universe granted me a second chance. This time, I refrained from spending a single cent on treatment and instead took my parents on a journey across the country, reveling in life for 2 whole months until my illness could no longer be concealed. Not wishing to burden them, I bid them farewell and chose to end my life once more. However, to my utter disbelief, I returned yet again to January 1st. The second time, I was still filled with excitement, believing it to be fate's design, a means to extend my life. This time, I whisked my parents abroad, exhausting all my savings. Yet I could not evade the relentless grasp of cancer. My condition continued to deteriorate, growing weaker as time passed, and once again, I chose to take my own life, as if a force beyond comprehension compelled me to return to January 1st. Thus, I continued this cycle of rebirth, initially thrilled. Yet by the time I reached my 100th reincarnation, I began to ponder why. In a span of 3 short months, I barely had the opportunity to become acquainted with anyone, unable to forge lasting connections, knowing that I would soon depart from this world, leaving only confusion in my wake. The most agonizing aspect was my inability to confide in anyone about my peculiar predicament, for upon my death, the entire world would revert to January 1st, and they would forget me, starting anew. During this time, I felt as though I had been forcibly extricated from the world, becoming a castaway. By the time I reached my 200th rebirth, I was consumed by rage, shouting at this world, I was wrong. Release me from this damned prison. Let me die. As Chen Luo recounted this, Xia Luyun and Xia Fan displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. The desolation and weariness conveyed in Chen Luo's tone and demeanor were profoundly contagious. Merely listening to him stirred emotions within them, leading them to a strange conviction that perhaps Chen Luo's tale held a grain of truth. Yet, the absurdity of his words was hard to accept. Any rational person would find them ludicrous. At that time, I resorted to every conceivable method to seek death, jumping from heights, hanging, lying on train tracks, ingesting poison, drowning, crashing vehicles, even seeking bullets in war-torn regions of the Middle East, or becoming a human bomb. Upon reflection, I must have experienced hundreds of ways to die. Yet, to my dismay, no matter how I met my end, or even if I perished before the 3 months were up, I would invariably return to January 1st. Moreover, regardless of the means I employed, whether seeking the finest liver disease hospitals or attempting cryogenic preservation, I could never survive beyond April 1st. I was as if cursed, eternally trapped within those 90 days. By the 300th rebirth, I finally resigned myself to my fate. As Chen Luo reached this juncture, he suddenly chuckled at himself. Since the universe delights in tormenting me, I shall find joy in it instead. Within these fleeting 3 months, though people may forget me, the knowledge I have acquired will remain etched in my mind. In this infinite loop of time, I possess ample opportunity and energy to learn everything I desire. Today marks my 10,000th rebirth, a span exceeding 2 millennia. I have mastered every language and script in the world, even the languages and writings of the 4 ancient civilizations. I have become proficient in all musical instruments, honed skills in treasure appraisal, martial arts, driving, dance, acting, and culinary arts, among others. To this day, I can scarcely fathom the extent of my abilities. Utilizing these skills, I have traversed every conceivable profession, from a homeless wanderer, assassin, biologist, doctor, lawyer, worker, star hacker, to seeking thrills as a mercenary in the chaotic Middle East, a pirate in the Caribbean, and even serving as the CEO of the world's most valuable company. Eventually, after exhausting every career I could conceive, I dedicated hundreds of rebirths to the study of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and medicine, winning the Nobel Prize over 100 times. Once I had maximized every conceivable profession, I found myself devoid of aspiration, only yearning for greater thrills to stave off insanity. Chapter 3. Role-playing Xia Luyun gazed intently at Chen Luo, analyzing his expressions and tone to ascertain whether he was indeed a madman. Yet, the more she scrutinized, the more perplexed she became, for she could draw no conclusions. Whether in his tone, demeanor, gaze, or aura, Xia Luyun sensed the veracity of Chen Luo's words. Yet the content seemed as fantastical as a fairy tale. Xia Luyun swiftly reached a conclusion in her mind. The man before her was either engaging in self-hypnosis, utterly convinced of this absurdity, or he was a master thespian, cloaking himself in a guise so seamless it was indistinguishable from reality. Yet at this moment, Xia Luyun was less concerned with this peculiarity. Her primary interest lay in uncovering Chen Luo's true intentions. The Xia family was no ordinary lineage. As a prominent family that had risen in Guangdong province, their influence extended far beyond the Yangtze River. Their real estate company, Yaoshe Properties, boasted a staggering market value nearing 50 billion, ranking among the top 4 publicly listed real estate enterprises nationwide. Xia Luyun herself held shares in Yaoshe Properties worth over 100 billion, positioning her among the wealthiest women in the country. Even globally, such immense wealth at her age was a rarity. However, Xia Luyun did not amass this fortune merely due to her family background. In the Xia family, all must earn their place through diligence and merit. One must demonstrate their worth to receive corresponding wealth and status. Xia Luyun possessed dual degrees, a PhD in law from Oxford and an MBA from Harvard. Upon joining Yaoshe Properties, she commenced at the grassroots level, ultimately ascending to the position of executive director, all through her own abilities. Moreover, the direct descendants of the CF family underwent specialized training, not in corporate management, but in countermeasures against kidnapping, precisely to guard against situations like the current one, particularly for someone like Xia Luyun, who had already endured a kidnapping at the tender age of 18. Among the first lessons she learned was to ascertain the kidnapper's demands, agreeing to any conditions proposed to ensure her safety while gleaning as much information as possible about her captors. So, your motive for abducting me is merely for thrills? Xia Luyun's gaze shifted slightly as she inquired. Chen Luo shook his head with a smile. No. Kidnapping you is hardly thrilling. In my countless rebirths, I had to set objectives for myself to stave off insanity. To be precise, it should be termed role-playing. For instance, from my 1000th rebirth onward, I assumed the persona of a playboy, relying solely on my charm to seduce 1,000 exceptional women. Oh, allow me to clarify. By exceptional women, I refer to someone like Miss Xia, a paragon of beauty, character, physique, temperament, and lineage. Chen Luo regarded Xia Luyun with an appreciative glimmer in his eyes. Xia Luyun remained impassive. Chen Luo's expression was devoid of any lust, reminiscent of an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. Xia Luyun was acutely aware of her own allure, as evidenced by the gazes of men that spoke volumes. Though she had long mastered the art of ignoring such attention, for reasons unknown, Chen Luo's gaze inexplicably unsettled her. I am curious. Given your knowledge of my fear of men, how did you manage to pursue me? Xia Luyun scoffed, her face a mask of disdain and provocation. Chen Luo erupted into laughter. This is precisely why I assert that Miss Xia is the most challenging and fascinating woman to conquer. Truth be told, it is quite simple. I have obtained several PhDs in psychology from renowned international universities, and I possess a degree of understanding regarding fear of men. Overcoming this barrier is straightforward. By continually creating opportunities for you to interact with men, allowing you to gradually accept my proximity. Xia Luyun's lips curled into a cold smile. For instance? Chen Luo continued with a grin. For instance, I first kidnapped your parents and your close friend Tang Xinran, as well as your secretary Xia Fan, employing various hypnosis and interrogation techniques to extract information about your preferences. After all, the reset will occur shortly, and they won't retain any memories. Both Xia Luyun and Xia Fan's expressions shifted simultaneously. Chen Luo had casually mentioned the names of Xia Luyun's friend and Xia Fan, indicating that he had indeed invested considerable effort. Once I acquired the desired information, I sought a position in the presidential office of Yaoshe Group. Though you specified a female candidate, my experience and capabilities led me to be recommended to your office, becoming the sole male in the presidential office. The subsequent events unfolded rather simply. When you worked late into the night, I accompanied you, creating opportunities for solitude. For instance, I hacked the building's elevator, causing it to malfunction, leaving us alone in the elevator for an entire night. I recall it was winter, cold and dim within the elevator. I removed my jacket to drape over you, while I succumbed to the cold and ended up hospitalized, inadvertently touching your heart for the first time. You have an affinity for the arts, and you appreciate music and painting. I occasionally showcase my extraordinary talents in these areas to capture your attention. Coupled with my exceptional work capabilities, I repeatedly presented you with proposals that enhanced Yaoshe Properties' profits, which were substantiated by evidence. Thus, in less than a month, you promoted me to the position of assistant to the president, making me your first male assistant. By the second month, I became the first man permitted to freely enter your home. Within your residence, I orchestrated various mishaps, ensuring that things would occasionally break or malfunction. After several months, you had grown accustomed to me handling everything. So, whenever something went awry, your immediate reaction was to call me. As I frequently appeared at your home late at night, I would intentionally brush against you, and you gradually transitioned from resistance to acceptance. By the third month, when I finally kissed you, you no longer harbored any objections, instead relaxing completely. As Chen Luo recounted this, the restaurant fell into a profound silence. His detailed account felt too elaborate, almost as if it were not a mere fabrication. Xia Fan and several bodyguards stared at Chen Luo, rendered speechless, unsure how to articulate their emotions. Especially Xia Luyun, who remained stunned, contemplating whether a man who meticulously orchestrated such efforts to approach her could indeed elicit her admiration, perhaps even overcoming her fear of men. Chapter 4. A Promise. After a lengthy pause, Xia Luyun arrived at a conclusion. If a man were so meticulously intent on getting close to her, employing layers of cunning, she might indeed be susceptible. Yet, she soon sensed that her emotions were somewhat askew, as if she were inexplicably inclined to believe Chen Luo's words. It must be noted that his claims hinged on the premise of his having truly experienced 1,000 rebirths. Could a person genuinely be reborn 1,000 times? Xia Luyun had never encountered such an individual before, and she found it difficult to accept now. It sounds almost believable. Chen Luo chuckled. In your senior year of high school at 18, you were pursued by your classmate Li Zixuan. After enduring repeated humiliating rejections from you, he, in a fit of rage, orchestrated your abduction. Even during the kidnapping, you boldly threatened Li Zixuan, declaring that the CF family would destroy the Leaf family, which further enraged him. He proceeded to strip you, intending to assault you. Fortunately, your bodyguard noticed the anomaly and arrived just in time to rescue you. It was precisely due to that time that you developed an extreme aversion towards men, to the extent that even your father could not touch you. As soon as Chen Luo uttered these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room, drawing the attention of everyone present towards Xia Luyun. Impossible. How do you know about this? Xia Luyun's complexion paled momentarily, for the only individuals aware of this matter were herself, Li Zixuan, and the few ruffians who had kidnapped her. In the aftermath, the elder of the CF family, Xie Yuan, was furious and took brutal revenge on the Li family. The Li family was not only left in ruins, but Li Zixuan, although alive, was physically castrated by members of the CF family and was forced to flee abroad, unable to remain in the country. At that time, the Li family still held a degree of influence in Peng City, yet they met such a tragic fate. As for those ruffians, they were not spared either, meeting untimely deaths within a month due to various unfortunate accidents. The outside world only knew that Li Zixuan had kidnapped Xia Luyun, which led to the CF family's retaliation, with no one privy to the intricate details. Apart from the elder of the CF family and Xia Luyun's parents, as well as the bodyguard who rescued her, no one else was aware. Xia Fan and the other bodyguards, having observed Xia Luyun's expression and the words spoken, could no longer doubt the truth of the matter. However, each of them silently lamented, realizing that knowing this secret was, in fact, a misfortune rather than a blessing. As I mentioned earlier, during one of my countless reincarnations, I captured your parents and, through hypnosis, extracted this information. I possess an overwhelming amount of knowledge, so much so that I wish to forget it. Chen Luo smiled faintly and continued. For instance, your favorite piece of music is a piano composition titled Upspoken, and your preferred dish is the caviar tofu currently before you. Enough. Xia Luyun abruptly interrupted Chen Luo, her eyes filled with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. The revelations made by Chen Luo left her feeling as if she were stripped bare, exposed to the scrutiny of the crowd. What exactly do you intend to do? Xia Luyun coldly regarded Chen Luo, asserting that your desires certainly extend beyond monetary gain. Chen Luo clapped his hands and laughed heartily, commending her astuteness in grasping the crux of the matter. Indeed, I am not financially challenged, disregarding everything else. The lottery winnings stored in my mind can yield me boundless wealth. Furthermore, I have indulged in all the pleasures life has to offer. Money is merely a meaningless figure to me. The reason I kidnapped you was to fulfill a promise. What promise? Xia Luyun furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on Chen Luo. She could not deny the unique allure radiating from this man, rendering him inscrutable. Chen Luo sighed softly, indicating that it was another tale altogether. However, please allow me to address one more matter before recounting that story. Chen Luo glanced at his watch, noting there was approximately 1 minute remaining. Xia Luyun and the others wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of Chen Luo's meaning. I am Zhuang Liming, a police negotiation expert. Here to hear your terms. Chen Luo suddenly spoke these words without any preamble. Xia Luyun and the others were momentarily taken aback, left even more bewildered. Just then, the elevator doors to the upper dining area opened with a chime, revealing a middle-aged man in a gray suit and glasses, who raised his hand as he entered. I am Zhuang Liming, a police negotiation expert, here to hear your terms. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyun and her companions were struck with terror, as though they had seen a ghost, turning their gazes towards Chen Luo. If Chen Luo had predicted that the negotiation expert would arrive in a minute and even knew the individual's name and dialogue, it sent chills down their spines. Upon seeing Xia Luyun unharmed, Zhuang Liming could not help but exhale in relief. Hello, may I approach a bit closer? It is quite distant here, and I must raise my voice to speak. Before Zhuang Liming could utter a word, Chen Luo smiled and addressed Xia Luyun and the others again. Then, inexplicably, they turned their attention towards Zhuang Liming at the elevator entrance. In the next moment, Zhuang Liming cautiously raised his hand and walked toward them, saying hello. May I come closer? Xia Luyun's expression shifted dramatically. The first statement could be interpreted as the negotiation expert's words, making it easy to deduce what he might say. The identity of the negotiation expert could even be investigated beforehand. However, the second sentence was clearly beyond the realm of inference. As Xia Luyun recalled Chen Luo's earlier revelations, a profoundly absurd notion emerged in her mind, Could this man truly have reincarnated 10,000 times? Stay right there. I cannot guarantee what might happen otherwise. Without even glancing at Zhuang Liming, Chen Luo bent down to lift a black long box from the floor, placing it on the dining table before opening it in front of Xia Luyun and the others. Upon seeing the contents of the box, Xia Luyun's expression shifted once more. Inside the black box lay a laptop, beneath which was a sniper rifle. Chen Luo set the laptop aside and proceeded to extract the sniper rifle, assembling it nonchalantly. His hands moved with remarkable speed, completing the assembly in less than a minute, setting the rifle upon the dining table. Chapter 5, Night God. Although Xia Luyun could not identify the specific model of the sniper rifle, the dexterity with which Chen Luo operated was clearly not the result of mere practice. It was evident he had long been immersed in this field. While she remained perplexed, Zhuang Liming's expression changed abruptly. As a police negotiation expert, he recognized firearms. The weapon Chen Luo had assembled was unmistakably an L-115A3 sniper rifle, a premier product of the Eagle Nation's military, with a market price of approximately 50,000. However, such military-grade arms are unattainable for the average person, only available through the black market at exorbitant prices, often doubling or more, meaning this rifle would cost at least 100,000, nearly 700,000 RMB. This rifle, though costly, was worth every penny for its exceptional performance. Having excelled on the battlefield in Afghanistan and setting a world record for long-range kills at 500 meters, earning the title of the farthest and most accurate sniper rifle in the world. Given your sharp intellect, Miss Xia, perhaps you can guess why, despite my apparent frailty, I remain standing here without taking a seat. As Chen Luo spoke, he chuckled softly and bent down to calibrate the scope towards the window. Xia Luyun's expression momentarily faltered. She glanced at Chen Luo and then surveyed her surroundings, seemingly grasping the implication. There's a sniper outside? Unable to contain himself, Chen Luo erupted into laughter, only to be interrupted by a fit of violent coughing, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Miss Xia's insight is remarkably sharp. Chen Luo casually wiped the blood from his lips, laughing heartily once more, his face radiating vitality. This location, with walls shielding three sides, renders the sniper unable to take aim. Although the view ahead remains unobstructed, Miss Xiaofan and you serve as human shields, deterring them from firing. When this negotiation expert ascended, the sniper began to zero in on me. The moment I move more than a meter from this position, my demise is assured. Xia Luyun gazed at Chen Luo and suddenly inquired, "Is this not your first time kidnapping me?" Chen Luo was not surprised by Xia Luyun's deduction. With a smile, he shrugged and replied, "You see, this is the advantage of being able to respawn infinitely. I can continuously learn from my mistakes, discerning where I faltered, thus ensuring I do not err a second time." As Chen Luo spoke, he suddenly leaned over the sniper rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. His movements were astonishingly swift, the entire act unfolding in mere seconds. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed through the air. Chen Luo's body jolted slightly, the recoil of the sniper rifle propelling him several steps backward before he regained his balance. Almost immediately, a second sharp crack resonated, leaving a distinct bullet hole in the tempered glass of the restaurant. Xia Luyun and the others remained unfazed, as their ignorance of firearms rendered them oblivious. But Zhuang Liming's eyes widened in disbelief. This super sniper rifle, due to its large caliber, produced a formidable recoil, typically necessitating a brace and screws to anchor it to the ground for stable firing. Otherwise, the force could fracture a shoulder. At that moment, an urgent voice crackled through Zhuang Liming's earpiece. "Liming, be cautious. Our sniper's rifle has been destroyed by the opposing side. The sniper can no longer expose themselves and has retreated." Zhuang Liming inhaled sharply, realizing it was night, and Chen Luo, still in the brightly lit restaurant, had struck the sniper's rifle concealed in the darkness. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed such a feat possible. Moreover, Chen Luo's actions suggested he had anticipated the presence of a sniper, preparing a rifle in advance. Chen Luo swayed slightly before leisurely taking a seat across from Xia Luyun, smiling as he remarked, "At last, I can catch my breath." Unhurriedly, he poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle on the table, savoring a sip before continuing. "Now, let me share the second story. As I mentioned earlier, in order to prevent myself from descending into madness, I had to set various goals, adopting different identities. In this instance, I chose the persona of an urban vigilante, essentially a modern-day Robin Hood, striving to safeguard those oppressed by societal and authoritarian injustices who were denied equitable treatment. As Chen Luo articulated this, he noticed Xia Luyun's expression of disbelief, prompting him to erupt into laughter. Do you find it rather absurd? Truth be told, I did not wish to fabricate such a grandiloquent justification. However, after living for over 2 millennia, I have concocted numerous rationalizations. Ultimately, I discovered that only by bestowing myself with such an elevated rationale do I find solace. As for the means to achieve my objectives, that is of little consequence. While Chen Luo continued his discourse, Zhuang Liming stood awkwardly at the back, feeling increasingly out of place as Chen Luo had entirely disregarded him, leaving him in a dilemma. Liming, we have identified the identity of the kidnapper. Zhuang Liming momentarily froze, but refrained from speaking, as he sensed more information awaited him through the earpiece. He is Yeshin, a wanted criminal pursued by over 70 nations. Zhuang Liming's mind reeled as he gazed incredulously at Chen Luo. Yeshin was no ordinary individual. He was a globally notorious fugitive. Just 3 months prior, Yeshin had stealthily infiltrated the Louvre, effortlessly stealing the world-renowned Mona Lisa. Even more astonishingly, after pilfering the original painting, he replicated it with such precision that it went unnoticed for an entire week. When the Louvre staff finally removed the replica, they were astounded to discover it was nearly indistinguishable from the original. It was at that moment they uncovered the inscription of Yeshin's name in Chinese on the back of the artwork. Subsequently, the priceless masterpiece was sold on the black market for a staggering $10 million, with the French government and Interpol failing to apprehend Yeshin despite their extensive efforts. Following that, a well-known charitable organization received a colossal donation, with the accompanying note bearing the characters of Yeshin's name, amounting precisely to $1 billion. Even more shocking events unfolded in the subsequent 2 months, as wealthy individuals from the world's elite faced successive heists. Bill Gates' original Da Vinci manuscript, valued at over $100 million, mysteriously vanished from his home, leaving behind the mark of Yeshin. After these incidents, the name Yeshin reverberated globally, prompting the aggrieved millionaires to unite and offer a staggering $500 million as a bounty for his capture. Yet, none of this could deter him. Yeshin's exploits grew increasingly unfathomable. Just 10 days ago, he infiltrated the U.S. presidential residence, absconding with a portrait of Lincoln. Even inscribing Yeshin was here on the president's forehead, all without detection. Chapter 6, Global Live Broadcast. Zhuang Liming, realizing that the Chen Luo before him was Yeshin, remained stunned, unable to comprehend. He could not fathom why Chen Luo had taken Xie Luyan hostage. Given Chen Luo's history, he typically targeted globally renowned treasures, executing his heists with the stealth of a gazelle, leaving no trace for the outside world to decipher how he accomplished such feats. This was the first instance of Chen Luo taking a hostage, leaving Zhuang Liming perplexed, for the adversary was not in need of money. And although the CF family held considerable sway in Guangdong province, they paled in comparison to the world's most illustrious families and tycoons. With Chen Luo's extraordinary thieving prowess, any treasures the CF family possessed should pose little challenge for him. What, then, was the underlying motive? As Zhuang Liming grappled with his confusion, Chen Luo took the initiative to elucidate the reason, not only to him but to countless others. Chen Luo, at a leisurely pace, retrieved the earlier notebook, his fingers moving swiftly across its pages. The onlookers, including Xie Luyan, witnessed Chen Luo's fingers dance over the keyboard with astonishing speed, almost blinding in their rapidity. Simultaneously, screens across major global video and live streaming platforms abruptly shifted, revealing Chen Luo's visage. Whether on computers or phones, anyone currently watching video or live broadcast was taken aback to see a man in a white suit appear on their screens. With a smile, Chen Luo waved at the camera, welcoming everyone to his first and final live broadcast, assuring them that the show would be spectacular and that they would surely enjoy it. At that moment, over 100 million viewers worldwide tuned in to the video and live broadcasts, bewildered by the scene, many presuming their devices had malfunctioned. Particularly among foreign viewers, who found themselves at a loss as they could not comprehend the Chinese language, confusion reigned, with most instinctively attempting to power down their devices and reconnect. However, to everyone's astonishment, regardless of whether they exited the platform or rebooted their devices upon logging back in, they were once again greeted by Chen Luo's distinctly Asian visage. It wasn't long before most people realized that it seemed as though major video and live streaming platforms worldwide had been simultaneously hijacked. At this moment, the jaws of both domestic and international spectators nearly dropped in disbelief. This indicated that hackers had, in unison, compromised all video and live streaming platforms, forcibly redirecting the broadcasts. Oh, my God, what on earth has transpired? To simultaneously breach all video and live streaming sites must surely be the work of a formidable hacking collective. Good heavens, how could they have accomplished such a feat? This individual appears somewhat familiar. Could it be? I recall now. This man resembles the internationally wanted criminal, Yeshin. Indeed, the very same individual with a bounty of $500 million on his head, while the audience was still grappling with the terrifying prowess of the hacker. Someone shockingly identified Chen Luo, and soon, all eyes widened in rapt attention to the screen. The prior videos and streams lost their appeal in an instant, as curiosity about Chen Luo's intentions took precedence. If he so desired, he could even incapacitate global television stations. However, such an endeavor would be exceedingly challenging. With merely the laptop at hand, it would be a daunting task that would consume a considerable amount of time. Yet, for the audience, Chen Luo's presence was already sufficient. After exchanging pleasantries, his gaze shifted towards Mr. Zhuang Liming. Mr. Zhuang, should the network here go down, it could very well result in fatalities. Zhuang Liming's expression suddenly altered, for he had just received notification from the command center regarding the platforms being compromised, although they were unaware of Chen Luo's intentions. It was clear to them that the situation had escalated into an international incident. A misstep could spell disaster not only for those orchestrating the rescue, but also for the city's elite. The command center had just informed him of the plan to deploy a jamming device to sever the signal and cut off internet access. Yet, barely had Zhuang Liming received this notification when Chen Luo threatened him directly, and during a live broadcast, no less, if they truly severed the network. And Chen Luo resorted to violence, who would bear the consequences afterward. A chill coursed through Zhuang Liming. As it seemed, Chen Luo anticipated their every move and had prepared countermeasures, rendering him acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. This was the first time in his career as a negotiation expert that he felt utterly powerless, akin to a fool, completely at a loss for what to do. After issuing his warning, Chen Luo's gaze returned to Xie Luyun, smiling as he remarked, "The second story has yet to be concluded. Let us proceed." At that moment, Xie Luyun's expression was one of bewilderment, for she felt a flicker of doubt and began to believe in Chen Luo's assertions. Simultaneously, she remained perplexed about his true intentions. She had heard every word he uttered and was astonished that he would choose to live stream during such a tumultuous time. What could he possibly be thinking? Unfazed by the audience's perplexed expressions, Chen Luo continued with a serene smile. 10 days ago, I returned from America. Due to being wanted by numerous countries, I was unable to enter through conventional means and had to engage a smuggler to assist me. Unfortunately, the smuggling vessel was discovered just as it was nearing the shore, forcing me to leap into the sea and swim back to Pengcheng. Upon reaching the shore, not only had I lost all my belongings, but I also possessed not a single cent. Moreover, after being cooped up in the cargo hold for an extended period, I emerged resembling a beggar. However, for me, this was hardly a significant matter. It merely required additional time. The first thing I did upon landing was seek a loan from a stranger on the road. My exact words were, "Lend me 1,000 yuan in cash, and I shall grant you a wish." The expressions of shock from Xie Luyun and others were mirrored by viewers who understood Mandarin, nearly bursting into laughter at such an absurd approach to soliciting money from passersby. If anyone were to successfully lend me money under such circumstances, it would truly be a miracle. Noticing their reactions, Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Do not regard me with such incredulous eyes. Having lived for so many years, one must occasionally engage in peculiar endeavors. However, it aligns with your expectations. Everyone regarded me as a mad beggar. Some even displayed disdain before I could utter a word and retreated far away. Yet, there was one exception." Chapter 7. A shop opened for one person. As Chen Luo spoke, Xie Luyun and the others wore expressions of astonishment, as it was evident that he was implying someone had indeed lent him money. Chen Luo continued with a smile. It was a man in his 60s. Upon hearing my nonsensical request, he neither mocked nor exhibited disgust, but simply remarked that I didn't appear to be a beggar and inquired if I was facing difficulties. At this point, a peculiar smile graced Chen Luo's face as he recounted. I was equally astonished, for I knew I did not resemble a beggar. Yet my behavior was akin to that of a madman, rendering the chances of success minuscule. Nevertheless, I was unfazed, for I was exceedingly bored and possessed boundless time, indifferent to squandering time and energy on seemingly meaningless pursuits. The elderly gentleman was named Han Jiwei, and he operated a small noodle shop called Jiwei Xian. At this mention, Xie Luyun's expression shifted dramatically, clearly recognizing the name. Chen Luo smiled indifferently, stating that Mr. Han did not immediately decline my request for a loan, but rather asked if I was hungry. Exhausted and famished, I readily admitted my hunger. Mr. Han proceeded to prepare a bowl of noodles for me. As I savored that bowl of noodles, I was utterly astounded. Throughout 2 millennia, I had sampled the world's culinary delights and considered myself a master chef with discerning taste. Yet, the noodles prepared by Mr. Han struck me as one of the most exquisite dishes I had ever encountered. I was bewildered. If these noodles were so delectable, how could Jiwei Xian lack customers? After sampling the noodles meticulously, I promptly identified the primary ingredients and seasonings used, though there were certain key elements that eluded my understanding. Mr. Han was equally astonished, immediately inquiring if my surname was Xie. Upon learning that I had no connection to the Xie family, Mr. Han appeared relieved. As I dined, we engaged in light conversation, and both of us were taken aback by our mutual knowledge. Our discussions ranged from astronomy and geography to commercial technology, covering an astonishing array of topics. And I was surprised that Mr. Han, a mere noodle shop owner, possessed such extensive insights. When I pressed him about his previous occupation, he merely instructed his son, who assisted in the shop, to withdraw 1,000 yuan from a nearby ATM, urging me to leave promptly. Noticing Mr. Han's reluctance to elaborate, I refrained from pressing further. Upon receiving the sum of 1,000 yuan, I inquired of Mr. Han whether he harbored any unfulfilled wishes that I might endeavor to fulfill. Mr. Han smiled faintly and remarked that, nearing his final resting place, he had little left in the way of desires. Aware that he considered my inquiry a jest, I persisted in my questioning. Perhaps eager to dismiss me, Mr. Han casually stated that his sole wish was for the Han family to escape their fate. At this juncture, Chen Luo paused, casting a glance at Xie Luyuan, and with a smile, queried, "Miss Xie, can you now fathom the reason behind my abduction of you?" Xie Luyuan's expression soured. As Chen Luo had indicated, she indeed grasped the underlying rationale. Yet, she could scarcely conceive that Chen Luo had gone to such lengths merely to honor a casual promise. Momentarily at a loss for words, she fell silent, contemplating. "If I were to resolve that matter, would you release us?" Sheng Luo Chidi. Oh no. If it were merely about resolving that issue, I possess countless methods to achieve it without expending such considerable effort. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that my world is to be reset after today. Thus, I must select the most sensational approach. Now, our audience remains in the dark regarding our conversation. Permit me to continue the narrative. At this very moment, the night god held Xie Luyuan captive in Peng City, broadcasting the event live, akin to a nuclear explosion that rapidly reverberated around the globe. This caused the number of viewers tuning in to swell exponentially, with many international spectators unable to comprehend the dialogue. Yet television stations commenced their own broadcasts, equipped with translators and even simultaneous interpretation. As these stations relayed the event, it became evident that at least 1 billion individuals were watching the live stream simultaneously. Indeed, as Chen Luo had stated, the audience was shrouded in confusion, uncertain of the motives behind his abduction of Xie Luyuan, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming revelations. After departing from Jiwei Xian, I lingered briefly outside, only to witness a Bentley adorned with the license plate 88888 come to a halt at the establishment's entrance. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be around 60 years of age and clad in a modest Zhongshan suit, entered Jiwei Xian. I instantly recognized him. For over the course of 2 millennia, I had become acquainted with nearly every notable figure in Peng City. The man was none other than Xie Yuan, the patriarch of the Xie family and the grandfather of Miss Xie. Mr. Han and his son greeted Xie Yuan at the door, their demeanor respectful, akin to that of servants. Chen Luo sighed softly. Xie Yuan had not lingered in the noodle shop for long before Mr. Han presented him with a bowl of noodles. He then began to eat with deliberate slowness and focus, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, his attention solely on that bowl of noodles. Upon finishing, he offered no farewells, merely exiting Jiwei Xian and departing in his vehicle. Subsequently, Mr. Han closed the door and returned home with his son. Witnessing this scene, I initially felt a sense of astonishment, but within a brief moment, I deduced that Jiwei Xian appeared to operate solely for the benefit of Xie Yuan. It opened for but a short time each day, exclusively to prepare that one bowl of noodles before closing its doors. The establishment occupied a prime location within the commercial center, and had it been leased out, the monthly rent would not fall below 50,000 yuan. Of course, this sum was trivial for the Xie family, and thus it was not a matter of great significance. If Xie Yuan was willing to invest such a considerable amount to ensure Mr. Han's services as his personal chef, it was hardly surprising, as it was a mutually agreeable arrangement. However, after spending several days investigating the origins of this situation, I could not help but admire the Xie family's audacity and their unabashed dominance. Chapter 8. Generations Without End, an Endless Abundance. Jiwei Xian was established when Peng City became an economic special zone, boasting nearly 40 years of history. The original proprietor was Mr. Han's father, who aptly named the establishment after himself. Not long after its inception, Jiwei Xian garnered acclaim for its unparalleled flavors. drawing long queues of patrons eager for a taste of its renowned noodles. It was during this time that the 30-year-old Xie Yuan took notice of the noodle shop. Upon tasting his first bowl of noodles, he proposed an offer to Mr. Han's father that was difficult to refuse, even acquiring the shop's ownership from the landlord to present to the Han family. Henceforth, Zhiwei Xian would prepare noodles solely for him, and only he would savor that exquisite delicacy. Mr. Han's father dedicated 2 decades to this craft, but as he entered his 60s, his health declined due to pancreatic cancer, resulting in a deterioration of his skills and the quality of the noodles. Consequently, Mr. Han sought an apprentice to inherit this culinary legacy. However, the secret recipe was a treasured family heirloom, and with Mr. Han being the sole son, he was reluctant to pass it on to an outsider. At the age of 20, Mr. Han gained admission to Yale University, where he toiled for 2 decades before successfully immigrating to the United States and becoming the CFO of a publicly traded company in Silicon Valley. Given Mr. Han's stature at that time, he had no intention of inheriting his father's modest business. Nonetheless, Xie Yuan employed certain tactics, ultimately compelling him to return and master the craft. As Chen Luo recounted this tale, silence enveloped the restaurant, and even the audience watching the live stream gasped in astonishment. The CFO, or Chief Financial Officer, ranks among the top executives of a public company, second only to the CEO. Han Jiwei, as the CFO of a Silicon Valley public company, represented a rarity among Chinese individuals achieving such heights in America, particularly over 2 decades ago. Although Chen Luo did not disclose the means by which Xie Yuan persuaded Han Jiwei to relinquish his CFO position, it was evident to any discerning mind that those means were unlikely to be benign. This revelation underscored the formidable nature of Xie Yuan, willing to sacrifice another's future for personal gain, thereby compelling them to serve as his exclusive chef. Simultaneously, viewers in the domestic audience began feverishly searching for any and all information regarding the Xie family, leading to a rapid ascent to the top of trending topics. Who is Xie Yuan? The Xie family of Guangdong province. Zhiwei Xian. In a matter of moments, these keywords surged to dominate the trending charts. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Xie family remained exceptionally discreet. Despite the presence of the prominent real estate firm Yaoshi, details about family members and their holdings remained obscure. Members of the Xie family, whether direct or collateral, seldom appeared in media reports. Even Xie Luyun, a nationally renowned beauty and CEO, had only her age, educational background, and experience at Yaoshi documented, with all else shrouded in silence. In this age of abundant information, such obscurity seemed implausible. Yet the Xie family had managed to achieve just that. The more elusive they appeared, the more intimidating they became, embodying a silent yet formidable force whose threat far surpassed that of more visible clans. At this point, Chen Luo suddenly chuckled softly. Do you believe this is the conclusion? Do you recall my earlier mention of Mr. Han and his son being inside the noodle shop? Mr. Han's son was born in the United States and was raised with a Western education, making him even less able to accept the current circumstances of the Han family. He once attempted to rebel and sought to leave Huagua, yet ultimately he returned to the Zhihui Xian noodle shop and began apprenticing under Mr. Han to learn the ancestral craft. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that Mr. Han's grandson will inherit this noodle shop and continue its legacy, solely for the sake of Xie Yuan, or perhaps to serve as a chef for the next leader of the Xie family. There exists a line in The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains that aptly encapsulates the plight of Mr. Han's family. From generation to generation, the lineage is inexhaustible. As long as the Xie family possesses an extraordinary power that ordinary people can scarcely aspire to, the Han family will forever remain ensnared in the fate of being the dedicated chefs for the Xie family. When Chen Luo reached this point in his narrative, the air in the restaurant felt as though it had been frozen, plunging into an extreme silence. Apart from Xie Luyun, Zhuang Liming, and Xia Fan, those who worked for the Xie family, this was the first time they had heard of such matters. A chill crept up from their feet, instilling an unsettling dread within them. Not only had Xie Yuan brought 3 generations of the Han family to serve him as cooks, he had even set his sights on the descendants of the family. Xia Fan and the others had spent considerable time with the Xie family, having heard countless tales of Xie Yuan's notoriety and the terror of the Xie family's leadership. Yet upon hearing this, their hearts sank. The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded. It was already 2019, yet such brazen tyranny persisted. The hubris and tyranny of the Xie family had reached a level that was utterly reprehensible, igniting the fury of countless individuals. The current situation was unmistakable. As long as Xie Yuan remained alive and the Xie family endured, the Han family would likely be unable to escape this fate. In an instant, All enterprises associated with the CF family were unearthed, with the official website of Yaoshe Real Estate Group being subjected to a barrage of malicious attacks from numerous netizens, resulting in a complete shutdown of the site. Furthermore, those who had intended to purchase properties developed by Yaoshe Real Estate, or those who had signed contracts but had yet to make payments, were reaching out to their customer managers to cancel their agreements. Even outraged netizens organized campaigns to leave messages on the police's official Weibo, demanding a thorough investigation into the CF family. At that moment, it became evident to all that the CF family was on the brink of ruin. Such matters could typically be suppressed if disclosed online by leveraging certain connections. However, Chen Luo was broadcasting live to the entire world, holding Xia Luyun and others as hostages, making it impossible to sever the stream. At this juncture, whether Xia Yuan had indeed committed the act was rendered inconsequential. Xia Luyun's complexion had turned pale. She could foresee the grim reality awaiting them the following day. As soon as trading commenced, the stock price of Yaoshe Real Estate would plummet, with no one able to intervene. Xia Luyun had never envisioned that the once formidable CF family could be so vulnerable. She understood that her grandfather, Xia Yuan, was powerless to remedy the situation. The man before her was risking everything, while the CF family was unwilling to gamble their lives, placing both parties in an inherently unequal position. Chapter 9. The Assassin. In a manor within Pengcheng, a luxurious seaside estate composed of over a dozen opulent villas sprawled across several hectares, complete with a helicopter landing pad and even a golf course, epitomizing extravagance. Yet within one particular villa of the main residence, furious shouts and the sounds of objects being smashed echoed through the air. The bodyguards and servants within the villa fell silent, instinctively distancing themselves from the premises. At this moment, Xie Yuan was in the living room, frantically destroying everything in sight. No matter whether it was porcelain or jade ornaments adorning the table, all were reduced to rubble. Although he was 70 years old, his life of luxury had preserved him well, and he appeared to be no more than in his 50s. However, in his current state of rage, he was a tempest of fury, shouting Han Ji Wei, "You ungrateful wretch! I shall make you understand what it means to suffer worse than death." In the living room, apart from Xie Yuan, stood his 4 sons and other core members of the CF family, including Xie Liyun's father, Xie Yixian. Although their expressions varied, they all shared a common sentiment of profound anxiety and alarm. With events unfolding in such a manner, everyone present understood that the CF family was likely facing a grave misfortune, possibly leading to their downfall. Witnessing Xie Yuan's unprecedented loss of composure only amplified their foreboding feelings. This was the first time any of them had witnessed Xie Yuan in such a state of wrath. As the leader of the CF family, Xie Yuan had long been their steadfast anchor. No matter what turbulent storms arose, he had always managed to address them with an air of calm, as if no problem was beyond his capacity to resolve. Now that Xie Yuan had lost control, panic rippled through the hearts of all present. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Luo's face on the screen, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure, muttering darkly, "Has someone from our CF family offended this night god? Dad, we've investigated. This night god, named Chen Luo, has been residing in Pengcheng, but he has no ties to our CF family," Xia Yixian cautiously remarked, casting a wary glance at Xie Yuan. "Could it be your precious daughter?" Xie Yuan's gaze turned icy. Xia Yixian's heart skipped a beat. The CF family had arranged numerous suitors of suitable standing for Xia Luyun, all of whom she had rejected coldly, incurring the ire of many. Not only Xie Yuan, but the entire CF family had voiced their discontent regarding Xia Luyun. "Dad, this truly has nothing to do with Luyun. You saw the live stream." Xia Yixian abruptly fell silent, refraining from continuing. What Chen Luo stated during the broadcast revolved around Xie Yuan, mentioning it would be tantamount to slapping Xie Yuan's face. As anticipated, Xie Yuan's anger flared at his words, and he seized a piece of blue and white porcelain from the table, hurling it at Xia Yixian. "You imbecile! You truly believe this is about Han Ji Wei?" Seeing the porcelain hurtling toward him, Xia Yixian hastily ducked. "Dad, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way. Let me explain." As Xie Yuan missed his target, he erupted again, lashing out with more objects, shouting in a frenzy. This night god would plunge himself into such dire straits over a mere promise, all to target our CF family. What could he possibly gain from this? This is clearly a premeditated act. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes, either the Fong family or the Zhang family. In Xie Yuan's perspective, there was no hatred or love without reason. Every action was driven by specific motive, whether it was for monetary gain or emotional and social standing. Chen Luo's actions could not simply stem from a promise. Who would risk their life to fulfill a mere commitment? As he contemplated this, Xie Yuan ceased his onslaught on Xia Yixian, coldly declaring, The bloodthirsty assassin should still be in Pengcheng. Have them dispatched immediately to eliminate this night god. Xia Yixian opened his mouth, appearing hesitant to speak. Dad, if we kill him now, everyone will know it was us. Xie Yuan regarded Xia Yixian with an expression of utter disbelief, as if he were gazing at a fool. Firstly, the night god carries a bounty of $500 million. It is the assassins who are driven by greed for this reward. And what concern is it of the Xie family? Secondly, there are police snipers on the scene, and even if he were to be eliminated, everyone would simply assume it was the police acting to rescue the hostages. Xia Yixian, momentarily stunned, hastily responded, I will contact them right away. Xie Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yixian, before shifting his gaze to a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, who bore a striking resemblance to him. With an indifferent tone, he commanded, Boss, liquidate all assets and shares linked to our Xie family with utmost urgency. Contact Uncle in America, initiate the scuttling plan, and commence asset relocation. Xia Yixian, Xie Yuan's eldest son, was taken aback by these words. Father, if we proceed this way, we will conservatively lose over 50% of our assets. Have we truly reached this point? Xie Yuan coldly retorted, What do you think? Xia Yixian was at a loss for words, too intimidated to inquire further, and promptly left to make the call. Father, Lu Yun is calling. Xia Yixian, having just concluded his communication with the assassin, noticed his phone ringing and was startled to see it was his daughter's call. The entire living room fell silent. Everyone was acutely aware that Xia Lu Yun was currently being held hostage, and her phone ringing at this moment could only mean she was calling from the live broadcast scene. All eyes turned to the television screen, where the live footage from the Rose restaurant was being broadcast. In the frame, Chen Luo, clad in a white suit, held up a phone with a smile, waving at the camera and gesturing towards the phone, clearly indicating for someone to answer. Xie Yuan's expression shifted slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that Chen Luo was gesturing towards him, despite not explicitly saying he wished to converse with anyone. Hand me the phone, he said, his gaze flickering as he extended his hand towards Xia Yixian. Father, the entire world is watching this live broadcast. Answering the call at this moment might, not answering, simply an admission of our guilt? Xie Yuan scoffed. I am curious to see what this young man intends to do. Xia Yixian dared not argue further and dutifully handed over his phone. Hello, Mr. Xia. Chen Luo's calm voice emanated from the phone. You know who I am? Of course, Mr. Xia, the esteemed elder. After a moment of silence, Xie Yuan slowly replied. How'd you know it would be me answering? Chen Luo chuckled heartily, his gaze shifting to Xia Lu Yun before he remarked. They say dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes, yet this adage seems inapplicable to the Xie family. Mr. Xie has a total of 4 sons and 3 daughters, yet most possess mediocre talents, and they delight in internal strife, each refusing to yield to the other. Hence, even as Mr. Xie approaches 70, he has yet to appoint a successor for the Xie family. In this current situation, only 2 individuals in the Xie family dare to answer my call. One is you, Mr. Xie, and the other, of course, is the illustrious Miss Xie before me. It is unfortunate, however, that had Miss Xie been a man, I fear Mr. Xie would have bypassed the second generation and directly appointed her as heir. As Chen Luo spoke these words, Xie Yuan's expression darkened considerably, and the faces of his 4 sons and numerous core members of the Xie family in the living room turned pale. Chen Luo's few words laid bare the number of core members within the Xie family and their current predicament. Moreover, the implications of Chen Luo's statements revealed his profound understanding of the Xie family. Yet, despite this, many harbored resentment, as Chen Luo's tone evidently conveyed disdain towards the Xie family, implying that only 2 individuals within it were worthy of his regard. Xie Yuan fell silent once more, for he recognized the truth in Chen Luo's words. Nearing 70, his vitality and vigor were undeniably waning, and he had long desired retirement. It was not that he was unwilling to relinquish control, but rather that none of his 4 sons brought him any comfort. Xie Yuan sought a suitable successor among the 3rd generation, yet among his grandchildren, besides Xia Lu Yun, none seemed worthy. To encapsulate it succinctly, they were all disappointments. Xie Yuan, a product of the older generation, harbored a strong preference for male heirs. In their eyes, daughters ultimately belonged to other families, thus making Xia Lu Yun ineligible as an heir. He had lamented more than once that Xia Lu Yun was a woman, yet in the end, he was left with the lesser of many evils. He had even been compelled to scout for candidates among the 4th generation, although the eldest was merely in their early teens. He did not call merely to engage in idle chatter, Xie Yuan remarked coldly. If I'm not mistaken, it is our competitors who have orchestrated Lu Yun's abduction, intending to slander me live on air. Chen Luo could not help but burst into laughter. As expected of old Master Xie, you quickly devised a counterargument within such a short span of time. Chen Luo was fully aware of Xie Yuan's intentions. The mere fact that he dared to answer the call indicated he wished to convey to the viewers of the live broadcast that Chen Luo might be an agent of hire, acting under someone else's orders. Xie Yuan sneered, "Am I mistaken? People in this world act for various interests. You, the night god, have pilfered treasures from around the globe in the mere span of 3 months, selling them for exorbitant prices on the black market. Even if you donate all the proceeds to charity, theft is theft. It does not alter the fact that you are a thief. Perhaps what you seek is not financial gain, but rather fame. I cannot fathom why so many would believe the words of someone like you." His righteous voice echoed through the restaurant via the phone-as speaker, reaching countless viewers of the live broadcast. Upon hearing his words, many in the live chat were taken aback, as they had initially taken Chen Luo's statements at face value without a second thought. Now, prompted by Xie Yuan's remarks, many viewers began to harbor doubts, considering that Chen Luo was, after all, an international thief, and his credibility was questionable. Yet, Chen Luo only laughed heartily, growing increasingly amused. "Old Master Xie, you are indeed correct in one regard. I did not call to listen to your idle prattle. I called to propose a condition." Upon hearing that Chen Luo had not responded directly, Xie Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Based on his understanding of human nature, the more Chen Luo refrained from explanation, the more the viewers in the live chat would question. "I'm all ears." "Not much, really. I simply request that old Master Xie offer a few bows of apology to Mr. Han's family." Xie Yuan's heart ignited with fury at these words, his face flushing crimson. Yet he knew he must not lose his temper at this moment. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Although I have visited the eatery you mentioned, Zhihui Xian, I categorically did not commit the acts you allege. Do not think to threaten me with this." Chen Luo appeared unfazed by this response, laughing heartily as he replied, "If you refuse to comply, I shall take the life of Miss Xie." At this declaration, the restaurant fell into a profound silence once more. Even Xie Lu Yun bit her lip, seemingly awaiting Xie Yuan's response. Meanwhile, the live audience erupted in an uproar, astonished that Chen Luo would resort to threatening Xie Yuan with Xie Lu Yun's life. Xie Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Since you threatened to take Lu Yun's life, even if I have not committed the deeds you accuse me of, I would willingly sacrifice my dignity to fulfill your demands. However, after I bow an apology, I implore you to release Lu Yun. If you still harbor doubts, I am prepared to become your hostage. I have lived for 70 years and have little time left, while Lu Yun has a long life ahead of her." As Xie Yuan spoke, his voice grew increasingly somber, culminating in a tone laced with tears and desperation. His words instantly evoked sympathy from the multitude of viewers watching the live broadcast, as they perceived the image of a benevolent elder, forced to capitulate to a ruthless criminal in a desperate attempt to safeguard his granddaughter. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, could not contain his laughter, which, due to its intensity, triggered a coughing fit. Old Master Xie, you truly should consider a career in acting." Amidst his violent coughing, he shifted his gaze back to Xie Lu Yun, gasping between chuckles. "Miss Xie, do you genuinely believe your grandfather's words?" Xie Lu Yun's expression shifted. She was acutely aware of the true nature of Xie Yuan. Were it not for the billions watching this live stream, Xie Yuan would never bow an apology, even if it meant watching her perish. His acquiescence was merely a facade. Should he refuse to kneel to save his granddaughter, the noble rhetoric he had previously espoused would amount to nothing but empty words, and it would inevitably tarnish his reputation. "I certainly believe my grandfather's words," Xie Lu Yun replied. Even though she had her doubts about Xie Yuan, she understood that she must not waver at this critical moment. Chen Luo erupted into laughter once more. "Excellent. In that case, I shall present old Master Xie with an alternative choice." With that, he swiftly retrieved a computer and began typing furiously, ultimately pressing the send key. "Old Master Xie, I have sent a document to Miss Xie's father's email. Perhaps you might want to peruse it before hearing the other option I have for you." A subtle smile graced Chen Luo's lips. Clearly unaffected by the gravity of the situation, Xie Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Chen Luo appeared far too relaxed, even as he steered the audience to question Chen Luo, transforming his own image into that of a victim. Chen Luo remained unfazed, casually sending a document to Xie Yixian, indicating he had a contingency. At that moment, Xie Yixian hurriedly brought over a computer, fumbling to open his email. As expected, he found a new message awaiting him, and the sheer volume of its contents, including attachments totaling several dozen gigabytes, caused his hands to tremble, nearly dropping the laptop. "Dad!" Xie Yuan and the others had been watching Xie Yixian intently. Upon witnessing his startled exclamation and the ashen expression that followed, A sense of dread gripped them, knowing that the contents must be extraordinary. Xie Yuan's face darkened as he rushed over to snatch the laptop from Xie Yixian, intent on examining the contents. The others, equally anxious, crowded around, eager to discern what secrets lay within the notebook. As Xie Yuan read the email and opened the attachments containing videos and photographs, his face turned pale, his expression mirroring that of Xie Yixian. The members of the Xie family wore looks of horror, their faces instantly filled with panic, unease, and fear. The email detailed numerous illicit activities the Xie family had engaged in over the years, including bribery, stock manipulation, insider trading, contract killings, money laundering, and illegal possession of firearms. While they might have been untroubled by mere allegations of these crimes, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Chen Luo's email contained a comprehensive chain of evidence, from the planning of these crimes to their execution. There were photographs, audio recordings, video evidence, and even confessions from the perpetrators. The individuals present knew that should this evidence be made public, they would all face imprisonment, perhaps even the death penalty. How had Chen Luo accomplished this? A wave of paralyzing fear swept through them. The evidence now in the hands of the hostile Chen Luo felt akin to an apocalyptic event. Certainly, Chen Luo could orchestrate such a plan. For although he had only met Han Jue 10 days prior, gathering evidence against the Xie family had been a long-term endeavor. During his previous rebirth, when he had entangled himself with Xie Luyun, he had dedicated time to collecting incriminating evidence against the Xie family to assist her in gaining control over them. With Chen Luo's seemingly boundless capabilities, acquiring such information was hardly a challenge. For instance, certain events had transpired during the 90 days of his confinement, during which he had hacked into their computers, phones, and surveillance systems, even capturing the entire criminal process on film. Moreover, the Xie family was not his first target. He had once taken on the persona of a super revealer, unearthing the secrets and scandals of prominent figures rather than trivial celebrity gossip. He had meticulously investigated the influential individuals of Pengcheng and delved into the hidden affairs of super families both domestically and abroad. Evidence showed that few could withstand such scrutiny. The sordid secrets of countless high-profile figures lay at Chen Luo's fingertips, and due to the nature of his work, he had taken care to document them meticulously. Some evidence, like that of bribery, was preserved for future leverage against those involved, making it easy for Chen Luo to locate them. To put it bluntly, the secrets Chen Luo possessed could fill dozens of volumes, and releasing them would undoubtedly upend the world as they knew it. Now, old Master Xie, I believe you are ready to consider my alternative proposition, Chen Luo stated with a slight smile, addressing the screen. Please choose between this document and Miss Xie. There are only 2 copies of the document. One I have sent to you, and the other is the original backup. Should you choose the document, Miss Xie will perish, and I will erase the backup. Should you choose Miss Xie's life, I will release the document to the public. You have 1 minute to deliberate, so choose wisely. As Chen Luo's words echoed, a profound silence fell over the room. Everyone, save for Xie Luyun, could not help but swallow audibly. At that moment, even though Chen Luo was not directly threatening them, a palpable pressure and tension enveloped the atmosphere. The billions watching the live broadcast were similarly stunned, never having anticipated such a condition from Chen Luo. On the other end of the phone, Xie Yuan fell into silence once more. Chen Luo did not rush him, and the stillness became eerie. Even the audience held their breath, anxiously awaiting Xie Yuan's response. Xie Yuan muted his phone and urgently instructed Xie Yinian and the others. Transfer the assets immediately, at any cost. Everyone first proceeded to Hong Kong before transferring to Europe and the United States. At this moment, Xie Yinian and the others were all in a state of anxious uncertainty, having lost their composure, waiting for Xie Yuan's command. Upon hearing his instructions, they all seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily rising to prepare for their escape. The time has come. Chen Luo's calm voice drifted through the phone. As Xie Yuan took the call, he walked toward the exit, thinking, I cannot place my trust in your words, no matter how I choose. You will release this information to the public. The choice you present is merely a means to humiliate me before the world. However, Chen Luo chuckled softly, Old Master Xie. I am a man of my word. I always act upon my promises. I understand your current tactic. You are stalling for time in preparation for your escape. Are you not? Xie Yuan's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing this, perplexed as to how Chen Luo had deduced their plan to retreat. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that he needed to stabilize Chen Luo. Otherwise, should the call end or he concede, the other party would undoubtedly hand over the evidence to the police. Our Xie family stands upright, and just, why will we flee? Xie Yuan retorted with a cold snort, deliberately slowing his pace and regulating his breathing before disdainfully responding. Chen Luo silently laughed, Oh, then let us return to the matter at hand, Old Master Xie. Please make your selection. Xie Yuan sneered. As I stated earlier, why should I trust that your words hold any truth? You are merely attempting to sow discord. Chen Luo laughed heartily. Old Master Xie, you have no choice now. You must take a gamble. Should you decline to choose, I will send that information directly to the police and publish it across the internet, thus rendering your escape plan futile. On the other end of the line, Xie Yuan fell into silence, recognizing the truth in Chen Luo's words. Although the Xie family had connections with the police, if Chen Luo were to disseminate that information online, who would dare to come to their aid? Moreover, Chen Luo's tone was imbued with unwavering certainty, indicating that he was aware of the Xie family's imminent relocation. Should that information be exposed, the police would be compelled to act, or else face public outcry. Once the police issued an exit restriction order against the Xie family members, none would be able to escape. Chen Luo's words ignited intense curiosity among the viewers of the live stream. They were eager to uncover what information Chen Luo had sent to Xie Yuan that prompted the Xie family to prepare for flight. Judging from Xie Yuan's words and reactions, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that the content Chen Luo had shared was undoubtedly life-threatening. While the escape may not be entirely genuine, Xie Yuan's panic was palpable, evidenced by his sudden shift in tone as he questioned whether Chen Luo would honor his promise. After a moment of awkward silence, Xie Yuan finally spoke. I choose, wait. A clear female voice is suddenly interrupted, cutting off whatever Xie Yuan intended to say. Not only did the people present in the live stream audience falter in surprise, but even Chen Luo turned in astonishment towards Xie Luyun, who was seated. Miss Xie, do you have something to say? Xie Luyun regarded Chen Luo with a composed demeanor, declaring, since you claim to be a man of your word, I now request you to fulfill the promise you made at the beginning. Chen Luo momentarily paused, then quickly realized that Xie Luyun referred to his earlier statement. If Miss Xie kisses me, I will allow you to leave. Unable to suppress his laughter, Chen Luo replied. Excellent. Truly admirable, Miss Xie. No, I should say, I am rather fond of you. After all, you are the woman I have set my sights on. Xie Luyun had undoubtedly anticipated that Xie Yuan would express his intent, and given her understanding of her grandfather, she was almost certain he would choose the information over her. If Xie Yuan were to utter that phrase, even if Chen Luo honored his promise not to disclose the information, the Xie family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Xie Luyun perceived clearly that Chen Luo was intent on systematically dismantling the Xie family. Though it seemed implausible, she began to believe that Chen Luo had indeed experienced countless reincarnations, as the extraordinary events surrounding this mysterious man were too miraculous to dismiss otherwise. If Chen Luo had truly lived 1,000 lives, then everything unfolding today was likely within his calculations and control. Even if Xie Yuan did choose to sacrifice Xie Luyun, Chen Luo would undoubtedly have a backup plan to ensure the Xie family's downfall. Thus, Xie Luyun boldly interjected, compelling Chen Luo to honor his promise. Regardless of whether he did, he would find himself in a quandary. Should he release Xie Luyun, his most valuable bargaining chip would be lost. Should he retain her, he would publicly acknowledge himself as a man of broken promises. As I mentioned, I possess many flaws, but keeping my word is one of my few virtues. Should Miss Xie kiss me, I will allow you to leave. I shall not go back on my word, Chen Luo stated, stepping forward to stand before Xie Luyun. Gazing at her with a smile, Xie Luyun's face betrayed her discomfort as she instinctively retreated a few steps. Yet, recalling her previous words, she suppressed her unease and approached him once more. Chen Luo leisurely positioned himself before Xie Luyun, pointed to his lips, and leaned in, initiating the kiss. The livestream audience was left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, as they remained unaware of the promise Chen Luo had made to Xie Luyun. When they realized that Chen Luo was indeed moving to kiss her, they were astounded, unable to comprehend the abrupt change in dynamics. You didn't specify it was the lips? Xie Luyun bit her red lip, glaring at Chen Luo with evident fury. The final interpretation lies with me. When I say kiss, I am referring to a kiss on the lips. Is there a problem, Miss Xie? Chen Luo replied with a grin, unhurried in his demeanor. Xie Luyun's expression shifted, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. However, after a brief moment, she clenched her teeth and nodded in agreement. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward to Chen Luo, her expression resolute as she closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss him. As Chen Luo observed the mix of panic and shyness on Xie Luyun's face, he suddenly placed his phone on the table, wrapped one arm around her waist and the other behind her head, kissing her fervently. The moment their lips met, Xie Luyun shuddered, instinctively feeling a wave of revulsion and attempting to push Chen Luo away. Just then, Chen Luo tightened his embrace, skillfully prying her mouth open with his tongue, plunging into a deep kiss. Xia Luyun's eyes widened in shock. She felt a blend of anger and urgency, her body struggling fiercely to escape Chen Luo's grasp. At that moment, Chen Luo also abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly reached out, firmly grasping the knife that Xia Luyun had aimed at him. Xia Luyun's countenance hardened, and she retaliated by driving her elbow fiercely into Chen Luo's abdomen. Chen Luo merely smiled, pivoting on his right foot to evade the blow and swiftly maneuvering behind her, successfully avoiding the attack while embracing Xia Luyun from behind. Xia Luyun remained unfazed, and with determination, she thrust the knife in her right hand backward. Chen Luo laughed heartily, slightly retracting his body to dodge the strike, then swiftly lifted his thigh, colliding with the acupoint on her right arm. A wave of debilitating numbness washed over her, causing the knife in her hand to slip from her grasp and clatter to the floor with a sharp, resonant sound. Chapter 13. The Master of Combat. Xia Luyun's expression remained icy, undeterred by her predicament. She fiercely thrust her left elbow backward once more, while simultaneously bringing her stiletto heel down hard upon Chen Luo's instep. A broader smile spread across Chen Luo's face as he unhurriedly extended his left hand, transforming his palm into a pointed finger that deftly struck the acupoint on Xia Luyun's left elbow. An overwhelming wave of numbness surged through her arms, rendering her hands powerless as they drooped limply to her sides. Miss Xia, I've already expressed my intention to win you over. I know full well that after your abduction, you diligently practiced martial arts and even earned a black belt in Taekwondo. Chen Luo deftly sidestepped Xia Luyun's heel strike and encircled her waist with both arms, leaning in a whisper into her ear with a playful chuckle. Xia Luyun instantly felt an intense discomfort. Having a man's physical proximity was something she vehemently resisted, and now, with Chen Luo holding her tightly while whispering in her ear, the sensation was far more unbearable than death itself. Let go of me, she insisted, struggling fiercely several times, yet discovering herself utterly unable to break free. Despite appearing weak and feeble, Chen Luo seemed to possess a unique technique that rendered her completely ensnared, akin to being constricted by a massive python, leaving her with no room for resistance. The audience in the live stream watched in astonishment. One moment, the two were locked in a kiss, and the next, they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Even more shocking was the realization that, while the actions seemed mundane to those involved, they were executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, the entire encounter lasting no more than a minute. Although they had not experienced it firsthand, the viewers could discern from Xia Luyun's swift and skillful strikes that being on the receiving end would be far from pleasant. This indicated that Xia Luyun was indeed a trained fighter, and seemingly an expert at that. When Chen Luo mentioned her black belt in Taekwondo, the audience erupted in disbelief. But what astonished them further was the revelation that a black belt like Xia Luyun was still no match for Chen Luo. With a smile, Chen Luo released her, having anticipated that Xia Luyun's request for him to fulfill his promise was a ploy to seize him at his weakest, thereby resolving the crisis facing the Xia family. This was precisely why Chen Luo held a deep admiration for her. There were few individuals in this world who captured his interest, and Xia Luyun was certainly one of them. In such a perilous situation, her thoughts were not on how to escape safely, but rather on how to decisively eliminate the troubles plaguing the Xia family. Xia Luyun understood well that she and the Xia family were inextricably linked. Should the Xia family fall, her fate would not be much better. It was relatively easy for Chen Luo to subdue her, although physically weakened. He had long mastered every martial art known to man. The technique he employed against Xia Luyun was the renowned Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, famed for its principle of the weak overcoming the strong and the soft conquering the hard, which is fundamentally based on grappling and throwing, with progressive submission as its core strategy. Miss Xia may leave, along with your entourage, Chen Luo said, gesturing invitingly. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the Rose Garden restaurant, as well as the millions watching the live stream, were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Chen Luo would genuinely allow Xia Luyun to depart, even permitting her companions to leave, which equated to discarding all his cards. At that moment, the police ceased to hold back. Was Chen Luo not essentially courting his own demise? You would truly let me go? Xia Luyun's eyes reflected a mix of disdain and surprise. She had just attacked him, and it would be entirely understandable if he chose to use that as justification for not letting her leave. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I have always maintained that my word is my bond. Since you have overcome your psychological barriers, I shall naturally uphold my promise. Please do proceed. After saying this, he tossed the key to the handcuffs to Xia Fan and instructed her to release them. Xia Fan paused momentarily, casting a cautious glance at Chen Luo and then at Xia Luyun. Upon receiving a confirming look from Xia Luyan, she hurriedly approached and unlocked the 4 bodyguards who had been cuffed on the floor. You all may leave this place first. At this proclamation, everyone was once again taken aback. Even Chen Luo gazed at Xia Luyan in astonishment. Miss, are you all right? Aren't you leaving? Xiao Fan was bewildered to see Xia Luyan calmly retake her seat as if nothing were amiss, nearly on the verge of a breakdown. The robber had stated that they could leave, yet Xia Luyan chose to remain. Had she lost her mind? This sentiment was shared not only by Xiao Fan and the bodyguards, but also by the viewers in the live stream, who were equally flabbergasted. Chen Luo glanced at the composed Xia Luyan and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, but the intensity of his laughter triggered another fit of violent coughing. Miss Xia, if you don't vacate this premises immediately, I shall kill you all, Chen Luo declared, pulling a pistol from behind him and slamming it onto the table. Xiao Fan and the bodyguards jumped in shock, no longer daring to linger, and hurriedly made their way toward the elevator. Miss Xia, please do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this further downstairs, shall we? Zhuang Liming exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he failed to comprehend why Xia Luyan, who had the opportunity to leave, chose to stay. Bang! Chen Luo seized the gun from the table, firing a shot at Zhuang Liming without even looking. Zhuang Liming's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated that Chen Luo would fire without warning. In that instant, he attempted to dodge, but his body failed to react in time. A surge of fear gripped him, and he closed his eyes, bracing for death. Yet, after a moment, he felt a sudden chill in his lower half, devoid of any other sensation. When Zhuang Liming looked down in bewilderment, his face flushed crimson. The bullet had grazed his trousers, causing that chilling sensation. Simultaneously, feelings of humiliation, anger, and terror surged within him. It was clear that Chen Luo had no intention of killing him, had he truly wished for Zhuang Liming's demise. That shot would have undoubtedly struck home. Instead, Chen Luo's bullet had merely skimmed past him, serving as a warning. Zhuang Liming, recalling how Chen Luo had previously taken out a sniper hidden in the darkness, could now comprehend the terrifying caliber of Chen Luo's marksmanship. Mr. Zhuang, should you utter another word, the next shot will be aimed an inch higher. Chen Luo turned to Zhuang Liming with a faint smile now. Please follow them as you exit. Zhuang Liming's expression shifted, and he dared not speak further, promptly following Xiao Fan and the others into the elevator. Soon, the restaurant was left with only Chen Luo and Xia Luyan. Chapter 14. The terrifying man Chen Luo regarded Xia Luyan with keen interest, smiling as he inquired, Miss Xia truly believes I lack the courage to kill? Xia Luyan replied coolly, It is not that you lack the courage. Rather, you simply do not possess the skill. Chen Luo chuckled in surprise. Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? Xia Luyan maintained her calm demeanor as she stated, Because your initial aim was never me. The abduction was merely a means to create this situation. Your ultimate goal is the destruction of the Xia family. Moreover, I can discern that your demeanor is not merely ostentatious. It is imbued with an intrinsic pride that runs deep to the marrow. Such a person, naturally, would disdain the act of breaking a promise. Chen Luo sighed, expressing, Thus, one should not be overly clever. Those who are excessively intelligent often fall prey to narcissism and meet an untimely demise. Nevertheless, there are abundant fools in this world, and I still prefer to engage with the astute. After speaking, Chen Luo continued, So, Miss Xia, your decision to stay is aimed at preventing me from wreaking havoc upon the Xia family? Xia Luyan shook her head, replying, No. Since you claim to have been reborn 10,000 times, you must have encountered numerous errors along the way and made thorough preparations. Even if I were to depart, you would likely have contingencies in place. Regardless, I have left this place and can do nothing. So, I might as well stay and see whether you will meet your demise today. Chen Luo was taken aback. You believe what I say? Xia Luyan replied with an air of indifference. I cannot fathom how you have managed to reach this point, so the only plausible explanation is indeed what you have articulated. Chen Luo scrutinized Xia Luyan for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, How amusing! How amusing! Do you realize I have recounted this tale to many, yet you, Miss Xia, are the first who genuinely believes it. With his profound insight, garnered from over 2 millennia of existence, and an astute understanding of psychology, Chen Luo could discern at a glance whether an individual was lying. Xia Luyan genuinely believed his claim of having been reborn and possessed the audacity to remain and witness whether he would perish today. Even Chen Luo had to concede that she was an exceptionally intriguing woman. Were it not for his continuous rebirth, he might have developed a mindset of indulging in the mortal realm and perhaps pursued her in his next life. Since Miss Xia is interested in witnessing my performance until the end, I shall certainly oblige you. Chen Luo smiled faintly and picked up the mobile phone from the table once more. Old Master Xia, you must have been informed of what transpired earlier. Miss Xie is now a free agent, and the premise for her choice no longer exists. Thus, let us propose an alternative. I request that old Master Xie bow an apology to Mr. Han on behalf of your family, and I shall eliminate the backups. Xie Yuan's expression shifted as he found Chen Luo increasingly inscrutable. Since you are so intent on destroying the Xie family, whether I comply or not, you will release that information. Why should I heed your command? Chen Luo laughed heartily. It is quite simple, old Master Xie. You currently possess no alternatives. If I release the information, none of the Xie family will escape. You can only gamble on whether I will keep my word. At the very least, before you approach Mr. Han, I shall refrain from disseminating the information, thus granting you a modicum of time. Would you not agree? Xie Yuan's heart sank. Chen Luo had accurately discerned his intentions. Xie Yuan had indeed planned to delay Chen Luo for a while, as Pengcheng was adjacent to Hong Kong, and a helicopter ride would take less than half an hour. If he could stall for that duration, the Xie family could reach Hong Kong and then charter a flight to Europe and the United States. Years prior, Xie Yuan had devised a contingency plan to preemptively guard against such crises. After a moment of silence, he conceded, "Very well, I accept your terms. Now, old Master Xie, please make your move and do not hang up the phone during this process." Xie Yuan ceased speaking, pressed mute, and urgently instructed his eldest son, Xie Enian, immediately transfer all liquid assets through Hong Kong's underground banks and send the blood of blood's assassins over at once. Xie Enian hastily complied, grabbing the phone to make the necessary calls. Chen Luo chuckled as he placed the phone back on the table, then leisurely turned his attention to the seated Xie Luyan. However, as the clock approached midnight, Chen Luo's body grew increasingly frail, his complexion pale as if made of parchment. Even while seated, he struggled to breathe, appearing to find the act of inhalation laborious. Chen Luo laboriously retrieved a small box from his pocket, extracting several pills which he swallowed with a tilt of his head. Once ingested, an unusual flush appeared on his face, and he seemed to regain a semblance of vitality, even his breathing becoming noticeably easier. "Are you using stimulants?" Xie Luyun observed silently, captivated by the enigmatic charm of the man before her. Despite being abducted and facing ruin, she found little animosity towards him, save for the recent kiss. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. "Indeed, these are some contrivances I devised myself. Their function resembles that of adrenaline, completely invigorating one's physical capacity. Though the side effects are considerable, nevertheless, the timing should suffice." At that moment, a notification chimed from Chen Luo's person. He smiled as he retrieved another phone from his pocket, opening a message written entirely in English. "Your account 6265XXXX has received a transfer of $5 billion. Chen Luo flipped the phone to display the message to Xie Luyan. "Are you familiar with this figure, Miss Xie?" Xie Luyan, well versed in English, initially felt no particular reaction upon seeing the number. However, upon noticing Chen Luo's suggestive smile, a chill ran through her. She was acutely aware of the Xie family's financial status. Their liquid assets totaled approximately 30 billion renminbi, which roughly equated to $5 billion. "Is this the Xie family's money?" Chen Luo erupted into laughter. "It seems old Master Xie's efficiency is remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, he has converted such a substantial sum into dollars and successfully transferred it." Xie Luyun shivered, her understanding crystallizing in an instant. She gazed at Chen Luo with wide eyes, momentarily rendered speechless. The man before her was terrifyingly formidable, instilling within her an uncontrollable sense of dread. On the other end of the line, Xie Yuan had been listening to the exchange at the Yueme restaurant and, upon hearing Xie Luyan mention the Xie family's money, was overtaken by a wave of goosebumps. For he too had sensed something amiss. Chapter 15, One Step Away. Xie Yuan hastily pressed the mute button and dialed his eldest son, Xie Enian. "Where did the money go?" Xie Enian, caught off guard by his father's frantic tone, was left bewildered for a moment before responding. "It's in our account at the Swiss bank." "Check. Is the money in the account?" Xie Enian, now panicked, rushed to procure a computer to log into the Swiss bank account for verification. Upon doing so, he was met with a pale face, for not a single cent of the previously transferred funds had arrived. "Dad, the money, it's not there." His voice trembled, overwhelmed by profound fear. Hearing this, Xie Yuan felt darkness cloud his vision, his body weakening as he began to collapse. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the bodyguards behind him, he would have fallen to the ground. It was over. The situation had escalated beyond control. Xie Yuan's anger and anxiety triggered a spike in his blood pressure. He had already been on edge after learning that the Xie family's affairs were being broadcast live, and he had consumed numerous medications to quell his fury. Yet now, faced with this devastating blow, no remedy would suffice. At this moment, he was not only devoid of strength, but also found it challenging to walk. Xie Yuan's heart was bleeding. $5 billion represented the entirety of the Xie family's liquid assets. The remainder consisted of immovable properties, such as real estate, which cannot be converted into cash within a mere day or two. Furthermore, the urgent need to exchange all funds into US dollars could only be facilitated through underground banks. However, for such a substantial sum, the fees charged by these institutions were exorbitantly high, demanding nearly 30% for transferring $50 billion, an exorbitant $15 billion in fees. Even if they managed to flee abroad, the loss of this money would leave them akin to a stray dog. Was everything you did previously merely a prelude to this moment? In a Rose restaurant, Xie Luoyun glared at Chen Luo, her teeth clenched in fury. Xie Luoyun was no fool. Upon learning that Chen Luo had intercepted the Xie family's funds, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. As she had anticipated, Chen Luo's ultimate goal had been the destruction of the Xie family. Simply imprisoning them did not suffice. He intended to sever the very roots of their existence. Even if the core members of the Xie family were incarcerated, there remained individuals untainted by crime, like Xie Luoyun, who could inherit everything. With her capabilities, even if she could no longer remain in the country, she could liquidate the family's assets at a loss and emigrate, starting anew. Now, Chen Luo had orchestrated a scenario that suggested the imminent downfall of the Xie family, leaving Xie Yuan and the others in a state of panic, desperate to transfer their funds and escape abroad. In fact, had Xie Luoyun been in Xie Yuan's position, her choices would likely have mirrored his. This was the terrifying aspect of Chen Luo. He had anticipated this very juncture from the outset, leaving Xie Yuan with only one path to choose. As the Xie family attempted to transfer funds through underground banks, unknown means had allowed Chen Luo to intercept that money. In other words, Chen Luo had calculated which underground bank Xie Yuan would use for the transaction. Chen Luo smiled faintly. No, we're still a step away. As he spoke, he donated $30 billion from his account and transferred another $20 billion to Han Jiwei's bank account in the United States. After completing these transactions, he tapped his phone a few times, then played a recording. The blood assassin should still be in Pengcheng. Have him dispatch someone to eliminate this night god. First, the night god has a $500 million bounty. Boss, gather all assets and shares related to our Xie family. Upon hearing that voice, Xie Luoyun instantly recognized it as Xie Yuan's. The content of the recording caused her heart to plummet. She could easily surmise that this was Xie Yuan's method of dealing with the situation after encountering this crisis. The millions of viewers in the live stream, unlike Xie Luoyun, were unfamiliar with Xie Yuan's voice and were initially bewildered. However, given that Xie Yuan had just spoken with Chen Luo, they quickly realized that the voice belonged to him. The recording unequivocally confirmed that Xie Yuan had been performing a charade during his conversation with Chen Luo. Hiring assassins and transferring funds for an escape only served to validate the Xie family's wrongdoings. If they were capable of hiring a hitman, what was it to compel the Han family to serve them as cooks for generations? In the next moment, all viewers felt deceived and insulted, their anger erupting as countless people began to curse the Xie family in the comments and on social media. Chen Luo smiled faintly and addressed the camera. I will now release all evidence of the Xie family's crimes online and submit a copy to the police. As for whether the Xie family will face the punishment they deserve, I leave that to the audience to supervise. Chapter 16. Let the carnival of this game commence. Chen Luo casually opened his email and sent the complete dossier to the Pengcheng police's reporting email, simultaneously publishing the information across various platforms. Xie Yuan, who had just boarded a helicopter, was momentarily recovering when he heard Chen Luo's words. He suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and fainted. Dad, what is wrong with you? Xie Yuan's other sons, terrified, rushed to check on their father. Upon inspection, their faces turned pale. For Xie Yuan was exhaling but not inhaling. It appeared he was on the brink of death. The Xie family was thrown into chaos, with their pillar of support gone. They felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them, sensing the apocalypse had arrived. When Chen Luo had completed these actions, he noticed Xie Luoyun gazing at him with a profound expression. Does all of this hold any significance? Xie Luoyun's demeanor had returned to a calm, tranquil state. As you said, after today, you will be reborn, and everything will revert to what it was on New Year's Day. Are you prepared to do it all over again? Chen Luo laughed heartily and countered, Miss Xie, have you ever played a game? Xie Luoyun paused, quickly grasping the implication of his words. Chen Luo viewed each rebirth as a game. Those who play games understand that the pleasures derived are fleeting, ultimately yielding nothing in reality. Chen Luo shrugged, so what? One can only continue to unlock achievements within the game to maximize one's enjoyment. As I mentioned earlier, my actions are not driven by lofty ideals. They are merely to prevent myself from descending into madness. I now embody the persona of an urban thief, and naturally, I must fully embrace this identity, letting the carnival of this game unfold to its fullest. Xia Luyuan fell silent. Though Chen Luo laughed, a profound sense of solitude emanated from his voice, inexplicably evoking a measure of sympathy within her. Chen Luo chuckled, picked up his phone, and tapped a few more times, bringing forth images from the helicopter carrying the Xie family. Xie Yuan had already succumbed to death, and his sons were gathered around his body, wailing mournfully as though the world had come to an end. This scene had, in fact, been part of Chen Luo's calculations. With Xie Yuan's advanced age and long-standing hypertension, he had deliberately orchestrated such a grand spectacle, not only to force the Xie family into a corner, but also to send Xie Yuan spiraling into despair through layers of escalating stimuli. Observing this, Chen Luo remained unfazed, lightly tapping the camera to switch the view. The new perspective revealed a rooftop atop a skyscraper, where a casually dressed, blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual paused while carrying a black case. He placed the case on the ground and swiftly began assembling a sniper rifle from within. Chen Luo beamed at this sight and directed his phone's camera towards the computer's lens. Allow me to introduce you to this individual, the ace assassin of the international crime organization, Blood of Blood, codename Lucifer. The viewers in the live stream were not the only ones taken aback. Even Xia Luyuan bore a look of astonishment, bewildered by how Chen Luo had seemingly transitioned to this scene. However, they quickly recalled that the international crime organization Blood of Blood was the very group Xie Yuan had hired to eliminate Chen Luo. As soon as they caught sight of the assassin named Lucifer assembling a sniper rifle on the ground, everyone immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that a killer dispatched by the Blood of Blood organization was poised to eliminate Chen Luo. All eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Chen Luo's mentality. How could he remain so nonchalant, engaging in jovial conversation, fully aware that his adversary intended to assassinate him? What astonished them further was that Chen Luo had the ability to monitor his assailant's every move through his mobile phone, suggesting he had strategically placed cameras at the sniper's vantage point, allowing him to anticipate his enemy's actions. How had he accomplished this? The viewers in the live stream were utterly baffled. While it was somewhat understandable to know an attempt on one's life was imminent, to be aware of the precise location chosen for the act was rather unfathomable. Many were unaware of the true nature of the Blood of Blood organization. Even someone as seasoned as Old Master Xie only understood their operations as assassins, but in reality, their activities extended far beyond that. Chen Luo retrieved his phone, a smile illuminating his face as he continued. The Blood of Blood originated in Europe, yet the exact timeline of its establishment remains shrouded in mystery, even to its own members. I have spent over a decade in pursuit of this information, scouring countless historical records and subjecting many of its members to intense interrogation. Ultimately, I discovered that the earliest mentions of the Blood of Blood can be traced back to the Middle Ages in Europe, with their activities gaining momentum during the Crusades. Thus, this is a clandestine organization that has existed for over a millennium, hidden in the shadows of the world. In Chapter 17, I Blossom Amidst Death, it was revealed that the Blood of Blood initially thrived on their assassination business, yet they have long since diversified their means of profit. The so-called usurpers. The Blood of Blood wield significant influence across various nations in the Western world. Their profits are derived from surreptitiously manipulating a country's situation, thus reaping exorbitant gains. For instance, during the Dubai debt crisis, which precipitated a catastrophic plunge in European stock markets, they have foreseen the outcome well in advance. By short-selling Dubai as currency, they netted over $1 billion in profit. The subsequent Greek debt crisis was a direct result of their machinations, leveraging the Dubai crisis to short-sell the Greek currency once more, effortlessly accruing hundreds of billions in profit. At this juncture, not only were the livestream viewers left speechless, but even Xia Luyuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. If ordinary viewers were taken aback, Xia Luyuan had never contemplated that such international financial events were orchestrated by unseen hands. She had believed her own understanding to be sufficiently profound. But upon learning of the Blood of Blood's terrifying reach, she realized how naive she had been. The influence of the Blood of Blood extended far beyond Europe. Their power had likely spread throughout the globe. With a knowing smile, Chen Luo continued, the Blood of Blood is jointly led by 7 formidable figures. Their true identities obscured from all, known only by their code names, which are derived from the names of renowned emperors in European history: Alexander the Great, Caesar, Augustus, Charlemagne, Peter the Great, and so forth. Upon the death of a leader, the remaining heads convened to select a successor to inherit the title. At this moment, Chen Luo glanced at his phone to check the time. Ah, It seems the time is nearly upon us. The educational segment is coming to a close. The audience, initially riveted to their screens, eager for more revelations about the blood of blood, found themselves abruptly cut off, leaving them in a state of palpable discomfort. Xie Luyun quickly glanced at the clock and instantly understood the implication of Chen Luo's words. With only a minute remaining until midnight, if what Chen Luo had said was indeed true, he had but a fleeting moment left to live. Rising from his seat, Chen Luo approached the window, retrieving a remote-like device from within his suit. Let this fireworks display serve as the grand finale of my 10,000th rebirth. With a smile, he pressed the button on the device. Boom, boom, boom. The air was rent with the sound of explosive detonations. Xie Luyun, in astonishment, witnessed a violent conflagration erupt atop a skyscraper a kilometer away, shooting skyward. The explosions reverberated above the Rose restaurant, shattering all the tempered glass walls. Shards of glass rained down from the heights, and a fierce gust of wind rushed in, nearly blinding Xie Luyun. After a moment of shock, realization dawned upon her. No wonder Chen Luo had been so unconcerned about the assassin named Lucifer preparing to take his life. Not only had he set up surveillance, but he had also planted remote-controlled explosives. At the very moment Lucifer was poised to fire his sniper rifle, Chen Luo detonated the explosives, sending the assassin to his demise. The explosives at the Rose restaurant were evidently not intended to harm anyone, but were merely designed to shatter the glass. As for his true intentions, Xie Luyun could surmise. Standing at the edge of the glass wall, Chen Luo's white suit billowed in the wind. A mere step forward would plunge him into the abyss. Yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, he wore a spirited smile. Turning to Xie Luyun, he waved and declared, "When I awaken, perhaps I shall seek you out. Let us not miss our rendezvous." With that, he spread his arms and laughed toward the heavens. "I bloom amidst death, much like a brilliant meteor, leaving the most resplendent mark upon this world." A premonition gripped Xie Luyun's heart, and she sprang from her seat, desperate to seize Chen Luo and pull him back, despite the fact that this man had abducted her and destroyed her family. She could not bear the thought of watching this enigmatic figure perish before her eyes. However, her movements were ultimately too slow. Chen Luo had already begun to fall backward. As she reached the edge, she saw him with arms outstretched, seemingly yearning to soar into the sky. In his final moments, as he vanished from her sight, he waved cheerfully, unperturbed by the specter of death. Xie Luyun stood transfixed, biting her lip, lost in the moment until Chen Luo finally disappeared from view. In Chapter 18, Rebirth at 18, time passed, and gradually, Chen Luo regained consciousness, opening his eyes. Instead of the familiar figure of Dr. Li Hao in a white coat, he was met with an utterly unfamiliar face. Chen Luo froze, for every rebirth had previously begun in a hospital consultation room, facing his liver disease physician, Li Hao, who would typically deliver the disheartening news. "I regret to inform you that you have liver cancer, with only 3 months left. Are your family members aware? I recommend hospitalization for aggressive treatment." Having undergone this cycle 10,000 times, Chen Luo was intimately acquainted with the routine. Yet this time, he found himself not in the consultation room, nor in the presence of that doctor. "Who gave you the audacity to sleep in class?" The unfamiliar face glared at Chen Luo, brandishing a textbook as it swung toward him. "Was it the bottom of the class that instilled in you such courage?" Chen Luo furrowed his brow, calmly evading the assault of the unfamiliar man. As he surveyed his surroundings with a mixture of uncertainty and astonishment, he was struck by the realization that he found himself within a classroom. Inside, dozens of students clad in uniforms were fixated on him, their expressions a blend of amusement, derision, and schadenfreude. A strange sense of familiarity enveloped him, but he could not quite place where he had encountered the scene before. Increasingly perplexed, Chen Luo pondered whether he had been reborn into another realm. In the next moment, upon catching sight of his own attire, he was rendered momentarily speechless. He was clad in a uniform emblazoned with the words Longcheng High School. What on earth? Longcheng High was his alma mater, where he had spent 2 years and endured some of the most humiliating experiences of his life, contemplating suicide on several occasions. Thus, it was impossible for him to forget this institution. What was happening? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Chen Luo glanced down at his physique and noticed that, while still frail, he felt markedly different from when he had just received a diagnosis of liver cancer. In simple terms, he felt more vibrant and spirited than before. As Chen Luo grappled with his bewilderment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a line written at the front of the classroom. Countdown to the college entrance examination, 179 days. His heart jolted violently as he observed the unfamiliar man, now infuriated, swinging a textbook down upon him again. Grabbing the man's hand, he urgently inquired, "What year is this?" The stranger, enraged by Chen Luo's audacity to seize him, bellowed, "Let go of me. Have you lost your mind?" Frowning, Chen Luo scrutinized the man, increasingly convinced of his familiarity. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, and he exclaimed, "You are Wang Aihua?" The students in the classroom widened their eyes in astonishment, clearly intrigued. By past experiences, Chen Luo should have been subjected to a severe beating from the homeroom teacher, Wang Aihua, who would likely summon his parents to reprimand him. Yet here was Chen Luo, boldly grasping the teacher's hand without an ounce of trepidation, his demeanor exuding a sense of superiority. "How dare you?" Wang Aihua, feeling his right hand held captive, retaliated with a slap from his left. Chen Luo, growing impatient, pushed Wang Aihua backward with a forceful shove, avoiding the strike. After shoving the teacher aside, Chen Luo hastily rummaged through his desk, desperate to ascertain the current timeline. Oblivious to Wang Aihua's presence, before long, he unearthed an old Nokia 3100 phone. Grasping the device, he quickly checked the date. When the screen revealed September 22nd, 2008, a seismic shock coursed through him, causing his hand to tremble slightly. This day marked his 18th birthday. Unbelievable, could it be? Had he truly been reborn to the age of 18? Chen Luo murmured in disbelief. His voice was barely audible, yet in the hushed classroom, every student caught his words. A chuckle erupted from somewhere, and soon the classroom was filled with raucous laughter, tinged with mockery and derision. They all seemed to believe that Chen Luo had lost his senses, spouting such madness. Wang Aihua, however, was livid, his face turning pale with fury as he advanced towards Chen Luo, intent on delivering further punishment. But at that moment, Chen Luo unexpectedly erupted into laughter. As he stared at the phone screen, he suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face, his mirth so exuberant it appeared almost deranged. "Ha ha 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 ha! Have I finally escaped that wretched 90 days?" Chen Luo laughed wildly, pounding his desk with glee, nearly losing his mind from sheer excitement. Time had finally resumed its flow. For over 2 millennia, he had been trapped in those 90 days, nearly breaking down on multiple occasions, wishing for death that never came, an experience akin to the most brutal of punishments. Now, discovering himself reborn at 18, Chen Luo felt as if he had broken free from a cage, regaining his freedom. Chapter 19, You Are Still Alive. The students in the classroom and Wang Aihua were taken aback by Chen Luo's manic laughter, as he appeared truly mad, evoking an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Chen Luo laughed for an extended period, and suddenly, as if recalling something, his body stiffened, and he gradually turned his head to gaze at his deskmate. There sat a girl with a perfectly oval face, her exquisite beauty radiating an extraordinary charm, captivating to the utmost degree. She exuded a natural grace that was far beyond the reach of an ordinary girl, especially one at the tender age of 18. Gu Qinghuan, Chen Luo's heart trembled, overwhelmed by a joy more profound than breaking the cycle of time itself. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Chen Luo leaned down and embraced the beautiful girl. "You are still alive. You are still alive." Tears of exhilaration streamed down his face, as he was consumed by a profound fear that this might all be a dream. Throughout countless cycles of time, Chen Luo had done everything he could. Yet, Gu Qinghuan remained the everlasting regret in his heart. During his final year of high school, a new girl had transferred to their class, this very girl he now held in his arms. Gu Qinghuan was stunningly beautiful, radiating an aura so powerful that it made every girl in school feel inferior. Most boys would become inexplicably nervous in her presence, and she rarely showed kindness to anyone, leaving many suitors disheartened. From the first moment Chen Luo laid eyes on her, he knew he had fallen for her, and she had become his deskmate. Yet he was also ensnared by deep-seated insecurities. Despite spending over half a month sitting beside her, they had scarcely exchanged a few words. At that time, Chen Luo was not the reckless, carefree individual he was now, unburdened by the world. His insecurities did not stem from Gu Qinghuan's brilliance, but rather from his own circumstances. Chen Luo was not a local of Pengcheng. He hailed from a rural family in the province of Hubei. When he was in the 5th grade, his parents moved to Pengcheng for work, leaving him in the care of his grandparents. His parents, both having only completed middle school, had limited job prospects, managing only a vegetable stall in the bustling market of Hualong district, toiling from dawn until dusk for meager earnings. In the eyes of his grandparents, he was always an outsider, treated more like a guest than a grandchild. Chen Luo spent 5 years living with them from 5th grade until his 3rd year of junior high, never receiving a single penny as pocket money. It wasn't he that his parents were stingy, It was simply that after giving their earnings to his grandparents, they never thought to provide him with any. If his grandparents bought fruits or treats, they would only bring them out when Chen Luo was not around, reserving them solely for their biological grandson. At the tender age of 10, Chen Luo found himself abandoned by his parents, compounded by the indifference of his maternal grandparents and uncle in his grandfather's home. This unfortunate circumstance plunged the once cheerful boy into a deep abyss of insecurity, leading him to believe that he was unworthy of his parents' love. This emotional turmoil persisted for several years until, during high school, his parents, having accumulated some savings, brought him to Pengcheng for his education. However, upon his arrival, Chen Luo's self-esteem plummeted even further, and he became increasingly withdrawn. His inability to speak Cantonese, coupled with his thick regional accent, rendered him the subject of ridicule among his classmates, who often mocked his speech. Despite his arduous efforts to master Mandarin and eliminate his accent, he remained ostracized within the class. Chen Luo soon became a target for bullying. Running errands, enduring beatings, and having his pocket money pilfered were commonplace occurrences, often accompanied by humiliating taunts. For instance, during a chemistry experiment in the lab, a minor flame in a beaker led to one student deliberately spraying him with a fire extinguisher, falsely claiming that Chen Luo had set the table ablaze. As such incidents became a regular part of his life for 2 long years, Chen Luo succumbed to depression until the arrival of a girl named Gu Qinghuan changed everything. He vividly recalls the day he stood on the edge of the rooftop. Jumping from the 7th floor might not guarantee death. If he survived, he would likely be left paralyzed, burdening his parents for life. Suddenly, he was startled when the exquisite girl, Gu Qinghuan, approached him and uttered a few words that left him in a daze. He had not intended to jump. Her unexpected comment elicited a mix of bewilderment and irony within him. This encounter marked the first time she spoke to him, just a month after transferring to his school. From that moment onward, Chen Luo found his greatest joy in surreptitiously glancing at Gu Qinghuan during classes, and after evening study sessions, he would stealthily follow her home. The evening classes in their senior year typically lasted until 9 o'clock, and despite the considerable distance between their homes, he relished the extra hour spent on the road, content simply to catch a glimpse of her. To outsiders, this behavior might appear akin to that of an obsessive stalker, inciting displeasure among those who sought Gu Qinghuan's affection, particularly from a boy named Nia Wei, who was among the most vicious in bullying Chen Luo. On one occasion, while Chen Luo trailed Gu Qinghuan, Nia Wei confronted him, subjecting him to mockery and slaps, even coercing him to kneel and beg for mercy. In that moment of fear and helplessness, Chen Luo was astonished to see Gu Qinghuan rushing towards him, carrying a pot of hot water from a nearby restaurant, which she hurled at Nia Wei and his gang. Seizing the opportunity amid their confusion, she grasped Chen Luo's hand, and they fled the scene together. That night, the moon hung bright and full, casting a romantic glow over everything. Chen Luo gazed, entranced, as Gu Qinghuan led him away, wishing time could freeze at that moment. After escaping Nia Wei, she coldly instructed him not to follow her again before turning away without another word. Chen Luo realized then that he had fallen deeply in love with her. However, shortly thereafter, he received devastating news. Gu Qinghuan had taken her own life. In that moment, it felt as though the world had crumbled around him. Since his parents' departure, his life had been steeped in despair, and Gu Qinghuan had shone like the sun, illuminating his existence. Just as he resolved to strive for a life worthy of her, he was met with this cruel blow. The impact was nothing short of catastrophic. After Gu Qinghuan's death, Chen Luo fell into a state of despondency, feeling as if life had lost all significance. Subsequently, due to his out-of-town residency, he was unable to take the college entrance examination in Pengcheng and, facing daily bullying at school, returned to his hometown. His academic performance, already dismal, deteriorated further as he lost interest in studying, ultimately failing to meet even the minimum requirements for college in his first attempt. It took an additional year of effort for him to barely gain admission to a third-tier university. He drifted through the following years, experiencing love and heartbreak in college, eventually graduating and seeking employment until he reached the age of 29 when he was diagnosed with cancer. It can be said that the most significant influences in Chen Luo's life, apart from his parents, were Gu Qinghuan. Over the course of more than 2,000 years, he had once sought to uncover the reasons behind her suicide. Yet, with 11 years having passed, many leads had vanished. Conversations with Gu Qinghuan's family and friends yielded a striking consensus. She did not seem like someone who would take her own life, nor did she have any apparent reason to do so. Nevertheless, she left behind a suicide note, and surveillance footage captured her final moments as she leaped from the rooftop. Chen Luo had read the note, which contained but a few poignant words. The world is filled with too much malice. I only hope to be free from humanity in my next life. The weight of those words struck Chen Luo profoundly, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. He could not fathom what Gu Qinghuan had endured, as her words revealed a deep disdain for the world, even as they expressed a yearning for life. Otherwise, why wish for another existence? In that moment, a memory struck him. On the day he had contemplated suicide, Gu Qinghuan had also stood on the rooftop's edge. It was not mere coincidence. She had likely been contemplating the same fate. Yet, he had never entertained such thoughts, as he could not bear the idea that such a radiant girl would choose to end her life. Now, as he discovered that Gu Qinghuan was alive, the joy in his heart was indescribable. However, Gu Qinghuan's expression was one of shock and anger, for she had only recently transferred to this school and had not exchanged a single word with Chen Luo, rendering him a complete stranger. To be embraced by an unfamiliar face in front of their classmates and teacher was intolerable, regardless of her upbringing. "Are you happy?" Gu Qinghuan asked nonchalantly. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, tightening his embrace around her. "Happy? Of course, I'm happy. Whether this is a cursed cycle or time has truly turned back, this is the happiest moment of my life." Yet, Gu Qinghuan abruptly stood up, forcefully pushing him away and then viciously kicking at him. Taken by surprise, Chen Luo stumbled back, feeling a sharp pain in his calf from her strike. But rather than anger, he found himself laughing even more joyfully. The intense pain confirmed that he was not dreaming. He had genuinely returned to 2008. After kicking him away, Gu Qinghuan did not stop there, but grabbed a book from the desk and began to rain blows upon him. Chen Luo, of course, would not retaliate. He simply shielded himself while watching the furious Gu Qinghuan, laughing heartily. The classmates in the classroom were utterly astonished, initially taken aback by Chen Luo's audacious embrace of Gu Qinghuan, and then by the unexpected eruption of violence from the usually composed Gu Qinghuan. A stark contrast to her typical demeanor. "Enough. Cease this at once." Wang Aihua's furious roar reverberated throughout the classroom. Gu Qinghuan abruptly halted her actions, as if she had suddenly realized her behavior had been somewhat unbecoming. Her expression swiftly reverted to its usual calm, and she returned to her seat with an air of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The expressions of the students in the classroom turned to one of hushed apprehension. Wang Aihua was notorious for his poor reputation, often resorting to corporal punishment, instilling fear among the students. In 2008, the environment was far less stringent than in later years, allowing Wang Aihua to brazenly accept gifts from students' parents, harboring a petty nature that led him to favor those who bestowed him with presents. Those fortunate enough to have gifted him would find themselves seated in prime locations and exempt from duties. Conversely, those who refrained from offering gifts would be subjected to various forms of harassment, accompanied by scornful jibes and even outright humiliation. For instance, just moments ago, Wang Aihua had openly berated Chen Luo, calling him a good-for-nothing, a behavior that was far from unprecedented. Although parents had lodged complaints, Wang Aihua's distant kinship with the vice principal ensured that such matters were quietly swept under the rug. "Have you truly lost all sense of decency?" Wang Aihua bellowed, closing the distance with hurried strides, disregarding Gu Qinghuan entirely as he reached for Chen Luo's ear. Chen Luo's gaze shifted from Gu Qinghuan back to Wang Aihua, nonchalantly glancing at him before swiftly seizing his wrist. With a sudden exertion of strength, he pulled Wang Aihua close. Leaning in, Chen Luo whispered something into Wang Aihua's ear, akin to sharing a secret. In an instant, Wang Aihua's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. As if he had encountered Spectre, he violently pushed Chen Luo away, stumbling back a few steps. His eyes reflected palpable dread as he stared at Chen Luo, his lips trembling. How do you know?" The students, anticipating a familiar scene, were instead taken aback by the swift transformation of Wang Aihua's demeanor following Chen Luo's whispered words. Just moments ago, he had been seething with rage, ready to devour Chen Luo whole. Now he appeared to be grappling with an overwhelming fear, his face a canvas of panic and trepidation. The rapidity of the shift was reminiscent of the dramatic face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Curiosity surged among the students, each eager to uncover what Chen Luo had divulged to Wang Aihua to incite such terror. Even Gu Qinghuan cast a surprised glance in Chen Luo's direction, her mind swirling with intrigue and bewilderment. Yet, Chen Luo's words had been so softly spoken that even Gu Qinghuan, sitting nearby, could not discern their content. Chen Luo casually regarded Wang Aihua. "Mr. Wang, may we resume the lesson now?" Wang Aihua's expression oscillated between shades of green and white, reaching a peak of intensity as he repeatedly opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, deterred by the inquisitive gazes of the surrounding students. With a smile, Chen Luo returned to his seat as if unperturbed by the chaos. Wang Aihua stood frozen for a moment, watching Chen Luo take a seat, his resolve to confront him evaporating. His mind was now consumed with thoughts about how Chen Luo had uncovered that secret, leaving little room for the lesson at hand. You all study on your own. To clarify, this was not a mere transition to another cycle. Time had genuinely shifted. Chapter 21. I will make you fall in love with me. After Wang Aihua exited the classroom, he frantically retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Have you mentioned our affair to anyone else? A woman's voice emerged from the other end, her tone hushed yet laced with disbelief. Wang Aihua, are you out of your mind? Our matters are not to be shared with others. Wang Aihua recognized that his panic had compromised his reason, and the woman on the line was far from foolish. To disclose their secret to a third party would mean relinquishing control over their situation. But one of my students knows about it. He just told me during class. What? The woman exclaimed, her shock evident, but she quickly regained her composure, lowering her voice once more. Wait a moment. She abruptly ended the call. Within minutes, she redialed Wang Aihua's number. What on earth is happening? What did he say to you? At this moment, Wang Aihua was still in a state of disarray. He had no idea how Chen Luo had so effortlessly uncovered a secret known only to the two of them. He knows about Bai Fong Yuan and the matter of the 1 million. The woman's breath quickened upon hearing this, her voice tremulous. Wang Aihua, what is going on? You must clarify how he found out. I truly don't know. He stammered. Have you crossed paths with that student in a negative way? The woman queried, her tone shifting as she appeared to connect the dots. Wang Aihua was momentarily speechless. He had not merely offended Chen Luo, he had antagonized him. Chen Luo's family had never bestowed any gifts upon him, and with his abysmal academic performance dragging down the class average, Wang Aihua often sought to make his life miserable, indulging in corporal punishment. Their relationship had escalated beyond mere offense to outright enmity. I suppose you could say that, Wang Aihua replied hesitantly. The woman, clearly well acquainted with Wang Aihua, seethed with anger. Wang Aihua, you fool. I've told you to be more restrained. Now look where we are. That student must have been following you to uncover the Bai Fong Yuan incident. As she spoke, a realization struck her. Wait, if he merely followed you, it wouldn't be strange for him to learn about Bai Fong Yuan. But the 1 million? That is a secret only we share. How could he possibly know? Wang Aihua's heart raced at the implication. What if the school had begun an investigation? Are you out of your mind? If the school discovered anything? You, and I would already be in custody. The woman unleashed a torrent of expletives aimed at Wang Aihua, chastising him for what felt like an eternity. Wang Aihua stood there, subdued and silent, afraid to retort. Did he mention it publicly, or was it in private? The woman finally asked, seemingly exhausted from her tirade. It was in private. Wang Aihua admitted, omitting the fact that he had intended to chastise Chen Luo today when the latter revealed the secret. Under the circumstances, it could indeed be deemed a private matter. Then it stands to reason he seeks to leverage this information. Arrange to meet him tomorrow. We must probe deeper into his intentions and ascertain whether he possesses any evidence. We should quickly return the money. We've already profited enough. If something truly goes awry, we'll both end up in trouble. The woman scoffed bitterly. I suggested returning it last month. Who was it that insisted on greedily attempting to extract more profit? Wang Aihua fell silent, fully aware that she was referring to him. You need not worry about the finances. Your priority is to uncover the background of that student and how he learned of the incident. Oh, I understand. Wang Aihua hastily responded, then abruptly ended the call, intending to seek out Chen Luo for a discussion. However, upon his return, he discovered that the evening study session had long since concluded, and naturally, Chen Luo was no longer in the classroom. At that moment, Chen Luo was leisurely strolling beside Gu Qinghuan, striding confidently rather than stealthily trailing behind her as he had in a previous life. The two were now separated by less than a meter. Gu Qinghuan was seething with indignation. Ever since Wang Aihua had vacated the classroom, this scoundrel had been fixated on her, compelling her to shield her profile with her textbook to alleviate her discomfort. Yet even so, Gu Qinghuan could still feel Chen Luo's burning gaze, as though it pierced through the pages of her book, rendering her utterly intolerable of the situation, prompting her to leave class early. Little did she anticipate that this rogue would follow her out, persistently trailing in her wake, regardless of whether she quickened her pace, broke into a run, or issued threats. Chen Luo remained unyieldingly behind her, akin to an adhesive plaster that could not be shaken off. What do you want? Gu Qinghuan's face was a portrait of fury, mingled with an unmistakable aversion. I want you to like me, to fall in love with me, Chen Luo declared. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Qinghuan, his sincerity palpable. Gu Qinghuan reacted as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, merely offering a cold scoff before turning to walk away. Yet in that fleeting moment of turning, a flicker of emotion danced in her eyes. For Chen Luo's gaze radiated an intense fervor, a deep and focused admiration that stirred something rare within her heart. This tremor was not a response to his words, but rather astonishment at how her desk mate had seemingly transformed before her very eyes. Previously, Chen Luo exuded a timorous aura, his head perpetually bowed, never daring to meet her gaze or even speak to her. However, the moment he was roused from slumber in class by Wang Aihua, it was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. His earlier shyness and inferiority vanished without a trace, replaced by an innate pride and audacity, akin to a sword unsheathed, gleaming with intent. The events of this evening compelled Gu Qinghuan to reassess Chen Luo entirely. I warn you, if you continue to follow me, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Gu Qinghuan cast a frosty remark over her shoulder as she proceeded forward. Chen Luo chuckled softly, preparing to pursue her once more, when suddenly a mocking voice called out from behind, "Hey, little trash, didn't you hear what Gu classmates said? Are you deaf to human speech?" Chen Luo's steps faltered abruptly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned leisurely to face a group of students approaching him, led by Nie Wei, the one who relished bullying him the most. Despite the smile gracing his lips, a chilling glint flickered in Chen Luo's eyes, resembling the edge of a blade directed at Nie Wei and his entourage. Over the past 2 years, Nie Wei had tormented him countless times, even coining the derogatory nickname Little Trash. Chen Luo had often been driven to the brink of despair, contemplating suicide, all due to this individual. Nie Wei's father, Nie Schiming, owned a construction company in Hualong District. While not particularly influential in the entire Pengcheng, he wielded a degree of power within Hualong District. As a businessman, Nie Jiming was adept at navigating social dynamics. He maintained numerous connections with local officials and had generously bestowed favors upon the school's authorities, including Wang Aihua, who was of a lower standing. Consequently, when Nie Wei stirred up trouble at school, it was often overlooked, allowing him to become a small tyrant. Though Chen Luo seldom spoke of the bullying he endured, his bruised visage often revealed the truth to his parents. They suspected he was being mistreated and inquired about the incidents, but Chen Luo remained tight-lipped, knowing that voicing his plight would yield no resolution. Indeed, when his parents approached the teachers and principal for intervention, their concerns were met with indifference, and they were subjected to disdain instead. As a result, each time he was beaten, Chen Luo would shield his face, determined to conceal the truth from his parents. "Hey, little trash." As Nie Wei approached, his countenance brimming with arrogance, his taunt abruptly halted upon noticing Chen Luo's icy glare. From a distance, the darkness had obscured Chen Luo's expression and eyes. Yet, as he drew nearer, both Nie Wei and the 3 companions trailing him were caught off guard, frozen in place. At that moment, Chen Luo's gaze was terrifying, akin to that of a monstrous prehistoric beast fixated upon them, sending a chill racing up their spines and rendering them motionless. Over the course of 2,000 years, Chen Luo had taken countless lives. His murderous intent, far from fading with the passage of time, resurfaced with renewed ferocity. Now, as he unleashed that aura, it was beyond what Nie Wei and his companions could withstand. Gu Qinghuan had already distanced herself when she heard Nie Wei's words. Her pace faltered slightly, and she turned to observe. She had witnessed such scenes numerous times before, but Chen Luo had never before fought back, and she had been indifferent to it. However, her curiosity was piqued. The aura emanating from Chen Luo was strikingly different from before. Would he still be subjected to violence as he had been in the past? Yet, upon turning to glance back, she found Nie Wei and his companions frozen, their expressions resembling that of ghosts. Gu Qinghuan felt a surge of surprise, bewildered by what could have frightened them so. Her curiosity urged her to draw closer, eager to ascertain the source of this unexpected turn of events. Chen Luo sauntered up to Nie Wei, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially in his ear, "You think your unlicensed driving, resulting in a fatal accident, and your father's efforts to cover it up are flawless? Do you believe no one else is aware of it?" At this revelation, Nie Wei's body jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief, utterly confounded as to how Chen Luo had uncovered this information. Nie Wei stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "You wish to know how I found out?" Noticing the panic etched across Nie Wei's face, Chen Luo continued, his tone calm and unhurried. "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Now, if I begin, I shall not cease until I am instructed to do so." Although Chen Luo's physical constitution had waned somewhat, he was still far stronger than during his battle with cancer. Dispatching Nie Wei and his cronies would require little effort. Yet, Chen Luo was disinclined to engage, or perhaps he deemed such a character as Nye Wei beneath his notice. Having delivered his words, Chen Luo did not even spare Nye Wei a final glance, but instead turned on his heel, hands clasped behind him, and ambled back toward Gu Qinghuan. If I did not hear any sound within 3 seconds, I shall report this matter to the police tomorrow. Nye Wei's expression changed drastically. He was uncertain of how much Chen Luo truly knew. However, if he were to follow Chen Luo's words, he might find himself perpetually constrained by him in the future, especially given that this individual was once someone he scorned and oppressed. The sudden reversal of their circumstances left Nye Wei utterly bewildered. Go ahead. Do you think the police are fools? Do you truly believe they would take your word as gospel? Nye Wei shouted at Chen Luo, his voice laced with a mixture of bravado and trepidation. Chen Luo, without turning around, merely chuckled and continued. On July 29, 2008, at 11:35 p.m., at the intersection of Jiangning Road and Hanhang Road. Upon hearing this, Nye Wei's face froze, his gaze fixed on Chen Luo's receding figure as if he had seen a ghost. The time and place Chen Luo mentioned perfectly matched the moment of his hit-and-run incident. Nye Wei could only vaguely recall it being around 11 p.m., yet Chen Luo knew the exact minute. Was this person present at the scene? But it had been the dead of night on a deserted street. He distinctly remembered that there had been no third party around. How could he possibly know this? As confusion swirled in Nye Wei's mind, he felt a buzzing in his head, unable to comprehend the situation. It's almost 3 seconds. If I do not hear anything, you'll bear the consequences. Chen Luo's voice, tinged with mockery, reached him without turning back. A jolt of panic surged through Nye Wei. Caught in a web of psychological pressure, he instinctively reacted. With a decisive grit of his teeth, he raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Nye Wei's followers and Gu Qinghuan momentarily stunned. They had been engrossed in the exchange between Nye Wei and Chen Luo, unaware of the initial whisper that had sparked this bizarre turn of events. Yet they all recognized that Nye Wei, a habitual bully, would never slap himself just because of a few words from Chen Luo. What on earth was happening? Gu Qinghuan and the others wore expressions of utter bewilderment, as if Chen Luo possessed an uncanny ability to dominate others with mere words, just as it had transpired with Wang Aihua in the classroom. Now the same strange scenario unfolded with Nye Wei. However, judging by their reactions and dialogue, it was clear that both had become ensnared by Chen Luo's leverage, as these two notorious tormentors of his exhibited such a dramatic transformation. After a series of self-inflicted slaps, Nye Wei seemed to regain some clarity amid the pain. His actions faltered. Despite Chen Luo's knowledge of the specific time and place, months had elapsed since the incident, and the case had already been resolved. Even the police had found no other leads at the time. If Chen Luo were to report this now, lacking evidence, how could the authorities possibly believe him? Moreover, given their history of antagonism, the police would likely dismiss Chen Luo's claims as a vengeful fabrication, prioritizing his education over an investigation into the accident. Realizing this, Nye Wei felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. He recognized that he had been too slow-witted, intimidated by Chen Luo. To self-inflict humiliation in front of his followers and the goddess Gu Qinghuan was utterly disgraceful. You have no evidence, do you? Suddenly, Chen Luo halted, turning back to face Nye Wei with a hearty laugh. It seems you're not entirely foolish. After slapping yourself a few times, you finally gained some clarity. As Chen Luo regarded him, Nye Wei's eyes brimmed with hatred, anger, and pain, wishing he could annihilate him. Yet, despite his fury, he hesitated to act rashly. Even without evidence, Chen Luo's uncanny knowledge of the incident had thoroughly unsettled Nye Wei. All he wanted now was to contact his father, Nye Zhiming, to inform him of the situation. A sly smile crept across Chen Luo's face as he remarked, "I quite like that look in your eyes. Maintain it. Don't forget to seek me out for revenge." With that, Chen Luo disregarded Nye Wei and his companions, continuing towards Gu Qinghuan. All right, the trash has been dealt with. Let's depart. Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes. Chen Luo's words implied that he had been waiting for her, treating her as if she were not an outsider. With a huff of annoyance, she turned and walked away, seemingly indifferent to Chen Luo's presence. Chen Luo leisurely followed her, a smile gracing his face. "How can I make you fall in love with me?" he inquired. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily speechless. She had countless admirers, many of whom employed various romantic gestures to woo her, flower-strewn paths, banners, and the like. Yet, she had never encountered someone as peculiar as Chen Luo. Such a question would elicit disinterest from any girl, let alone her. Perhaps in the next life, Gu Qinghuan retorted. However, Chen Luo appeared undeterred, deep in contemplation. In the next life, I might not be reborn at 18, and I would lose you again. So that won't do. Gu Qinghuan turned to Chen Luo in astonishment, taken aback by his earnest demeanor. She was at a loss for words, recalling how he had previously claimed to have been reborn at 18. Was he a character from a time travel film or novel, or did he think others were foolish? Losing interest in Chen Luo, she quickened her pace. Yet, Chen Luo ambled along behind her, still wearing a cheerful expression. After a moment, however, his smile faded. Gu Qinghuan had unexpectedly stepped into a nearby police station. Realization struck Chen Luo. She was evidently seeking assistance from the authorities. Amused, he rubbed his nose, finding Gu Qinghuan to be endlessly entertaining. Considering that her home was not far from the station, he decided not to trouble the police and turned back towards his own home. Just as Gu Qinghuan was about to enter the station, she glanced back at Chen Luo, noting his discretion as he walked away. With a soft huff, she opted not to proceed inside. Chen Luo's interest in following Gu Qinghuan was not merely to pester her, but stemmed from a desire to understand her better. In his previous life, he had known her for less than 3 months, and he had been too timid to engage her in conversation, leaving him with scant knowledge about her. Aside from her name, age, and basic family details, he knew nothing of her interests, likes, or dislikes. During the harrowing 90 days trapped in that cycle, after failing to uncover the truth behind Gu Qinghuan's demise, he had refrained from delving into anything associated with her. As Chen Luo's life as a prisoner neared the brink of madness, the mere thought of reminiscing about Gu Qinghuan would undoubtedly amplify his suffering. Contemplating this, Chen Luo suddenly furrowed his brow. What had transpired to bring me back to the year 2008? Coincidentally, on the very day of my 18th birthday, a time I yearned to reclaim? Trapped within those 90 days, Chen Luo had pondered countless times the reasons behind such an occurrence. Why it had to be him. Deities, fate, curses. He had entertained various inexplicable hypotheses. Yet, none could be substantiated, leaving him with a profound sense of bewilderment. Upon meticulous reflection, Chen Luo recalled that during his first reincarnation, nothing particularly extraordinary had transpired, nor had he encountered anyone remarkable. So why had that relentless cycle been abruptly shattered? After a moment of deep contemplation, a chilling thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that the cycle was manipulated by someone? The very notion struck him as somewhat ludicrous, and he found himself shaking his head, as if attempting to convince himself. Impossible. If there truly were someone orchestrating events, that individual would be akin to a deity. Are there even gods in this world? Having lived for millennia, Chen Luo had never witnessed any divine being. Resolving to dismiss the matter, he recognized it as a conundrum that had eluded him for over 2 millennia, and he wouldn't unravel it in a fleeting moment. However, the sudden return to his 18th year had alleviated one vexing concern, the absence of liver cancer. Chen Luo was certain that during his 18th year, he was free from the affliction, as medical examinations were mandatory for the college entrance examination, and both his first and repeat attempts had revealed no health issues. In fact, when he had honed his medical skills to the pinnacle, he had discerned the origins of his cancer. During his time ensnared in that worldly prison, he had discovered the source of his liver cancer. By the time he attended university at 20, he realized he had contracted it between the ages of 20 and 29. The direct triggers for liver cancer were twofold: excessive alcohol consumption and viral hepatitis, typically acquired through infection. Unfortunately, he had succumbed to both. Chen Luo himself had no pre-existing liver ailments, but he had dated a girl during his university years who exhibited symptoms akin to those of a viral hepatitis carrier: fatigue, loss of appetite, abdominal swelling, and jaundice. Yet, at the time, he had been oblivious to the implications. The years spent between university and the workforce had been particularly dismal for Chen Luo. He had either been a sycophant or a mere backup. He faced ostracism and oppression at his workplace, rendering him a quintessential loser. In time, he sought solace in alcohol, losing all restraint. The convergence of these factors led to a swift deterioration from viral hepatitis to liver cancer. When he eventually unraveled the source, he had sought retribution against that ex-girlfriend, but it quickly lost its allure, for vengeance could not alter the reality of his entrapment within those 90 days. With the reset of everything, the significance faded. Now, reborn at 18, he was liberated from this torment. Nevertheless, this new body felt somewhat frail. Despite standing at 6 feet tall, it lacked muscle, resembling a mere slender reed. Thus, he resolved to begin exercising immediately. Chen Luo set off, running towards home. His residence was a 30-minute walk from school, but having accompanied Gu Qinghuan, his return took nearly an hour longer. Though referred to as home, it was merely a rental property his parents had occupied for over a decade. Since they sold vegetables at the nearby market, this location was exceedingly convenient, and they had never changed their address, ensuring Chen Luo would never forget where he lived. Upon arriving home, it was already past 11 at night. His parents, needing to rise at 2 in the morning to procure supplies, retired by around 9. Catching up on sleep during the day. Upon entering, Chen Luo discovered a birthday cake on the table, accompanied by a card containing 500 yuan. Son, happy birthday. Warmth filled his heart. Regardless of how many times he was reborn, his parents would always be the ones who cared for him most deeply. However, as he surveyed the rental unit, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Aside from the initial few reincarnations, he had never lacked for money. Even a simple lottery ticket could yield 3 months' worth of spending. Thus, he had always enjoyed the finest in food, clothing, and shelter. And the current state of the rental was dismal. Though it was a 2-bedroom apartment, the living room could barely accommodate a table and a refrigerator, rendering family meals cramped. His own room was only large enough for a bed and a desk, with no space for a chair, forcing him to sit on the bed. Moreover, the window was obstructed by another building, necessitating the use of lights even during the day. His parents' room was marginally larger, merely accommodating an additional wardrobe. The three of them were crammed into this space of less than 40 square meters, leaving Chen Luo momentarily disoriented. It seemed imperative to find a swift means of generating income. After a moment of contemplation, he tucked away the 500 yuan, took a bite of cake, placed the remainder in the refrigerator, and retreated to his room. Upon entering, he was struck by a sudden headache. The only term that could adequately describe the state of his room was disheveled. The floor beneath the bed was cluttered with shoes, thickly coated with dust-laden books, and various miscellaneous items overflowing from beneath the bed. The bed itself was equally chaotic, strewn with 5 or 6 books. And the pillowcase and duvet cover bore stains of neglect, while discarded clothes lay carelessly atop the bed. Sighing, Chen Luo recognized that in the past, he might have been indifferent to such disorder, but now he couldn't bear to remain in that room for even a moment longer. He understood the reason for this disarray. At 18, he had been utterly neglectful of his appearance and had long ceased to care about his living space. Even though his mother, Li Yun, would tidy up after him, it would soon revert to its current state. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to take responsibility for his own actions and began to swiftly tidy his room while contemplating ways to earn money. Having returned to a decade prior, he had countless opportunities to make money, yet he sought the quickest and safest method to improve his parents' living conditions without causing them undue worry. The first idea that sprang to mind was the lottery. Regrettably, he only recalled the winning numbers from New Year's Day, 2019 to April 1st, leaving him at a loss for those from 2008. Next, he considered sports betting. He was well-versed in the champion teams and scores from past World Cups and European Championships. However, with the recent European Championship concluded and the next World Cup not scheduled until 2010, he found himself stymied. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He thought of stocks. Although the global economic crisis of 2008 was triggered by the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, China managed to evade the severe repercussions of this financial turmoil due to several factors. The country's capital account had not yet been fully liberalized. The scale of asset securitization was still in its nascent stages, and substantial foreign exchange reserves provided a buffer. Remarkably, this period also marked the onset of the 8th bull market in the stock market, which persisted for over 9 months, concluding only in August 2009. During this bullish phase, driven by exuberant market sentiment, the potential for profit was extraordinarily high, leading to a collective optimism among investors who eagerly sought to purchase stocks, resulting in a general uptick across nearly all equities. A mischievous smile suddenly graced Chen Luo's lips, for he had discerned the source of his forthcoming funds for stock purchases. The statement he relayed to Wang Aihua that evening was, by Fanjuan 2303, misappropriating 1 million from the school's funds. This revelation was intrinsically linked to the current stock market surge. The origin of the matter was quite straightforward. Wang Aihua, an avid stock trader, upon recognizing the burgeoning bull market, encouraged her accomplice, the school's financial officer, Lu Li, to embezzle school funds to engage in stock trading. Their luck proved extraordinary, as the stock they acquired experienced a series of consecutive price surges over the course of a month, transforming their initial investment of 1 million into over 5 million. However, with such a windfall, the duo was reluctant to spend frivolously, acutely aware of the risks associated with their illicit gains. To safeguard their fortune, they invested 2 million in a lavish apartment at Baifanjuan in Hualong District, serving both as a rendezvous point and a secure location to conceal the remaining cash. Chen Luo learned of this escapade simply because their partnership soured, culminating in a fatal dispute over the division of their spoils, which ultimately led to their exposure and made headlines. At the time, Chen Luo was a university student who chanced upon the news, feeling a sense of vindication, and thus retained the memory. Chapter 25, A New Objective. As Chen Luo contemplated this, a plan began to crystallize in his mind. He recalled that Gu Qinghuan had taken her own life 2 months after his birthday, leaving him with a limited time frame to uncover the reasons behind her tragic decision and to save her. Chen Luo perceived his reincarnation on the day of his 18th birthday as no mere coincidence. Perhaps Gu Qinghuan was the key to it all. Furthermore, he remembered that Xie Luyun had been kidnapped by Li Zixuan approximately 1 month prior. Xie Luyun had confided in him that the incident occurred on October 23rd, inflicting an immeasurable emotional toll that haunted her for over a decade, an indelible mark on her life. The date was easily memorable for Chen Luo, as it fell just a month after his birthday. A peculiar thought surged within him. The significant events in the lives of these two young women seemed to coincide with the period following his 18th birthday. Both held a significant place in his heart. Was it merely a coincidence? As he pondered, Chen Luo could not help but shake his head, deciding against delving deeper into the matter, recognizing it as a futile loop devoid of answers. Having broken free from that temporal prison, he resolved to cherish the present. For now, he had a new goal. As these thoughts traversed his mind, he had already tidied his room, which spanned a mere 10 square meters, completing the task in less than half an hour. Observing his rejuvenated space, Chen Luo felt an inexplicable sense of lightness and joy. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, he rose from his bed, scavenging for some wire and a screwdriver before grabbing his backpack and heading out. The morning self-study session commenced at 7, and although he typically departed for school at this hour, today his destination was Baifanjuan. Unfamiliar with the location, Chen Luo hailed a taxi, which whisked him to Baifanjuan in 20 minutes. While the upscale community was still largely unoccupied due to ongoing renovations in many units, it was devoid of residents, and even the property management had yet to move in, leaving the area without surveillance. Chen Luo easily entered the premises. Upon finding Building E, he ascended to the 23rd floor via the elevator. His purpose for visiting was to retrieve the over 2 million in cash stored by Wang Aihua and Lu Li. He was confident in his audacity to enter, knowing the two would not be present, as they both had families and would be at home during the night. Even if they were there, Chen Luo felt no trepidation. He held leverage over them and had no reason to fear. While he could have threatened Wang Aihua for the money, he preferred to take matters into his own hands. After all, such a substantial sum would likely be met with reluctance, and he lacked the patience for their dithering. Moreover, given the stakes involved if cornered, they could potentially resort to drastic measures. Upon locating apartment 2303, Chen Luo retrieved the wires from his backpack and began to manipulate the lock. Even in 2019, the most fortified locations worldwide, such as the Louvre, would pose no barrier to him. This ordinary security door was as good as open. In less than 10 seconds, the lock emitted a satisfying click, and he pushed the door open, closing it behind him. The apartment was a duplex spanning over 300 square meters, valued at over 2 million even in 2008, given the price of approximately $100 per square meter. Chen Luo vividly recalled that in 11 years, the property prices in Pengsheng would soar, especially with the upcoming subway line, likely multiplying in value tenfold or more. A cursory glance revealed an opulently decorated space, surpassing even the grandeur of 5-star hotels. Given their aversion to ostentatious spending, it was evident that the two had channeled their funds into this lavish apartment. Without wasting time, Chen Luo commenced a thorough search for the hidden cash. However, after scouring every conceivable location capable of concealing a large sum, he found nothing. Amused, he chuckled at the cleverness of the two. They had likely anticipated their infrequent use of the apartment and secured the money safely. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed his search. For someone who had once played the role of an urban thief, finding the money within the apartment was merely a matter of time. Chapter 26. Heading to school with cash. The 200 million in cash, if stacked, would reach a height of 2 meters, indicating a considerable quantity. To conceal, such an amount necessitated ample space. With this notion in mind, Chen Luo's search became straightforward, and he quickly deduced what he needed to find: a hidden room. Given that the apartment had just been renovated, it was likely that Wang Aihua and Lu Li had commissioned the addition of a secret chamber during the construction. Chen Luo did not dwell overly on the matter and promptly made his way to the master bedroom. Those two individuals were exceedingly avaricious. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to such lethal measures. Based on Chen Luo's understanding of human nature, it was highly probable that they kept their money in their sleeping quarters, as the proximity to their wealth would bestow upon them a sense of security. Chen Luo meticulously scoured the approximately 50 to 60 square meters of the master bedroom and quickly unearthed a clue. The wall and floor near the head of the bed exhibited subtle angles that would be imperceptible without careful observation. This peculiar alignment was a consequence of the reinforced steel of the secret room creating an overload of weight, which led to a slight sinking of the surrounding floor. resulting in an inclination of 1 to 5 degrees. A smile graced Chen Luo's lips as he approached the wall, casting his gaze about until it settled upon the bedside table. He reached behind the table and felt a protrusion akin to a switch. Upon pressing it, a crisp sound echoed, and the walls slowly receded, revealing a hidden chamber before him. Chen Luo chuckled softly and stepped inside, where he was met with 2 towering safes, each standing at a height of 1.5 meters. He was unperturbed, strolling over to examine the safe with a calm demeanor. It was a combination safe that required both a dial code and a key to unlock, boasting a high level of security. However, to Chen Luo, it posed no challenge at all. He began to rotate the dial, attuning himself to the sounds emanating from within. After several attempts, he had a rough idea of the combination. Without hesitation, he turned the dial with purpose, and within a minute, he heard the satisfying sound of the safe unlocking. Next, he used a wire to manipulate the lock a few times before applying a screwdriver to force it open, and with a resounding click, the safe door swung wide. Before Chen Luo lay stacks upon stacks of vibrant red banknotes, filling the safe from top to bottom, and upon cursory inspection, it appeared to contain at least 1 million. Without hesitation, he placed his backpack beneath the safe and proceeded to shove the cash inside. After filling his backpack, he refrained from opening the second safe, knowing that his bag could not accommodate any more. Furthermore, if he absconded with all the money, those 2 individuals would undoubtedly erupt with fury, leading to unnecessary complications. With over 1 million at his disposal, Chen Luo could already accomplish a great deal. The additional funds were of little consequence. He departed from Bifong Garden without a second thought, opting not to deposit the money in a bank, but rather brazenly carrying over 1 million to school. Chen Luo did not wish to store it. He was simply aware that an outright deposit would invite significant trouble. As a student, appearing with such a sum at a bank would inevitably raise suspicions. Any discerning staff member would question the legitimacy of his actions, and the prospect of police involvement loomed ominously. Therefore, until he secured legitimate income, he would only deposit a fraction onto his card rather than risk an entire sum. Upon arriving at school, the morning study session was already underway, with Wang Aihua addressing the class, though he appeared rather distracted. The previous night, Wang Aihua had been unable to sleep well due to Chen Luo's words, and he had come early the next day, eager to discuss and gauge how much Chen Luo truly knew. However, Chen Luo's absence had left Wang Aihua feeling anxious, leading him to entertain unsettling thoughts. Had he been delayed? Surely, the boy hadn't he gone to the police? What if the authorities arrived? Wang Aihua was not particularly fearful of Chen Luo seeking favors. His greatest concern lay in the possibility of Chen Luo alerting the police. Just as he contemplated whether to contact Chen Luo's parents for insight, he noticed Chen Luo entering the room with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Wang Aihua froze momentarily, a surge of anger rising within him. Chen Luo. The ambient sounds of the classroom fell abruptly silent, with the students' gazes converging on the door. Chen Luo cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Aihua, casually inquiring, "Mr. Wang, is there something you need?" The once confrontational expression on Wang Aihua's face dissipated under Chen Luo's indifferent gaze, and the reprimands he had prepared faltered on his lips, replaced by a stammered, You need to come with me." The students were taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief, as they had expected an outburst from Wang Aihua, only to witness a nearly pleading tone instead. Even the most oblivious among them could discern that Wang Aihua was genuinely apprehensive about something compromising in Chen Luo's possession, as evidenced by his drastic shift in demeanor. Furthermore, they were equally astonished by the palpable transformation in Chen Luo. Though merely a night had passed, the change in him was unmistakable. Chapter 27. A Drastic Transformation. A smile graced Chen Luo's lips as he acquiesced and followed Wang Aihua outside. He recognized that evasion was futile. It was better to confront the matter head-on. Wang Aihua, wary of discussing sensitive issues within the confines of the classroom, led Chen Luo to the center of the playground, a secluded area devoid of onlookers. "How did you come to know about that incident?" Wang Aihua inquired, having deliberated extensively on the matter en route. Chen Luo replied with an air of nonchalance. "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing, Mr. Wang. There is no need to concern yourself with how I came by this information." Without awaiting Wang Aihua's reaction, he placed his backpack in front of him and unzipped it, revealing a trove of vibrant red banknotes. Wang Aihua's eyes widened in disbelief. It was evident that Chen Luo's backpack was brimming with cash. Where did he acquire such wealth? A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Aihua. This money couldn't possibly belong to him, could it? Anticipating Wang Aihua's thoughts, Chen Luo smiled and replied, "You are not mistaken. This money is what I retrieved from Bifong Garden." Upon hearing this, Wang Aihua felt a surge of anger, instinctively reaching out to reclaim the money. Yet, Chen Luo remained unfazed, gripping Wang Aihua's arm with a knowing smile. Mr. Wang, this sum serves as my hush money. Are you certain you wish to take it back? Wang Aihua felt a jolt of realization, his anger dissipating as he regarded Chen Luo with uncertainty. How did you manage to enter and obtain this money? Wang Aihua's heart ached at the thought of losing such a significant amount. He knew that the total earnings had exceeded 5 million, and now he was facing a loss of 1 million at Chen Luo's hands. However, given the circumstances, he found himself forced to acquiesce. Considering I'm aware of the dealings between you and the finance department, this should be a minor matter compared to Bifong Garden. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Luo had little interest in explaining further, fully aware that the less he elaborated, the more Wang Aihua would remain in the dark, and the less likely he would be to act rashly. Indeed, Wang Aihua's expression shifted as he grappled with how to respond. Before yesterday, he would not have deigned to acknowledge Chen Luo, yet now he found himself struggling to comprehend this new version of the young man before him. His entire demeanor and character underwent a profound transformation. The Chen Luo before them was no longer the timid and cowardly student he once was. Although he was indeed their student, he now exuded an air of superiority when facing his teacher, revealing an essence of disdain. The piercing gaze and aloof smile he wore left Wang Aihua feeling somewhat breathless. You may take this money, but I must know how you came to know about that incident, and whether you or anyone else might use it to extort us for more in the future. Although a sense of panic gripped Wang Aihua, he retained his composure and sought clarity in this critical moment. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I won't disclose the reason, but I can assure you that no one else knows about this matter, and I shall not use it as leverage against you again. From now on, you walk your path while I tread mine. May we coexist without interference. Doubt was clearly etched on Wang Aihua's face, as he evidently found it hard to believe that Chen Luo would simply let this matter rest. Chen Luo, with keen insight, discerned Wang Aihua as thoughts merely by observing his expression. First, if I were truly that greedy, I wouldn't have settled for just 1 million. I would have emptied the entire safe. Chen Luo gestured towards his backpack, then deftly zipped it up and slung it behind him. Wang Aihua momentarily froze. For Chen Luo's reasoning was sound. If he genuinely desired more money, he could have taken everything from Bifong Garden without informing Wang Aihua and the others. They would have merely suspected a thief, never attributing it to Chen Luo. Secondly, your distant cousin is involved in the underworld in Hualong district, is he not? If I were to threaten you for more money, you could easily enlist him a deal with me. As a mere student, I would stand no chance against those in the underworld. Mr. Wang, I presume you have contemplated this strategy last night? Upon articulating this second point, Wang Aihua was struck with astonishment, for Chen Luo had indeed guessed correctly. He had considered various strategies, one of which was to call upon his distant cousin, but he had not anticipated that Chen Luo would unveil it so effortlessly. A wave of trepidation washed over Wang Aihua. He felt as though Chen Luo had him firmly in his grasp, as if the latter could predict his every move. What shocked Wang Aihua even more was that the matter of his distant cousin's involvement in the underworld, which he had kept secret even from his wife and Lu Li due to embarrassment, was somehow known to Chen Luo. Chapter 28. Do you speak Latin? Chen Luo's knowledge stemmed from future news reports, wherein Wang Aihua and Lu Li became adversaries due to the actions of the very distant cousin he had hired for 300,000 to eliminate Lu Li. This was precisely why Chen Luo was cautious. If Wang Aihua were pushed to his limits, he could very well resort to hiring a hitman. Although Chen Luo was unafraid, he had too many pressing matters to attend to in the coming 2 months to waste energy concerning Wang Aihua. Thirdly, I lack evidence regarding that incident. At most, I could report it to the school or the police. If you return the money and find a way to eliminate the transaction records, you need not worry. Lu, the head of the school's finance department, possesses ample means to resolve this matter without my guidance. Wang Aihua was again left speechless. For Chen Luo's words aligned precisely with what Lu Li was currently preparing to do. A chill ran down Wang Aihua's spine. Not only did Chen Luo know of his plan to enlist his cousin, but he also seemed to have deduced Lu Li's actions. It was utterly uncanny. While Wang Aihua was simultaneously gripped by fear, he also felt a sense of relief. Chen Luo's systematic presentation of these 3 points indeed alleviated many of his concerns. Noticing the change in Wang Aihua's expression, Chen Luo continued, Mr. Wang, you should now feel assured. However, I have one more condition. Wang Aihua's recently lifted spirits plummeted once again. What do you want? Chen Luo laughed heartily, patting Wang Aihua on the shoulder. Do not fret. It is nothing of great significance. I have been quite occupied lately and may often be absent from school. Should other teachers or my parents inquire, I will rely on your assistance. Wang Aihua breathed a small sigh of relief. Compared to the previous matters, this was indeed a trivial issue. If other teachers were to ask, he could simply say that Chen Luo had health issues requiring frequent hospital visits. All right, I understand, Wang Ihua readily agreed, entirely overlooking the fact that Chen Luo had just patted his shoulder, as if he were instructing a subordinate. Chen Luo nodded and disregarded Wang Ihua's reaction, turning to head back towards the classroom. Upon returning, the classroom fell eerily silent, as if the sound had been muted. All the students, except for Gu Qinghuan, regarded Chen Luo with keen interest. Most gazes were filled with astonishment, while those of Niao Wei and his companions, who had been reprimanded by Chen Luo the previous night, were rife with animosity. Chen Luo paid no heed to these glances. He had never considered this group of youngsters significant. His focus remained solely on one individual as he approached his desk, carelessly dropping his backpack at his feet before noticing the book in Gu Qinghuan's hand. Chen Luo's expression shifted to one of surprise, for Gu Qinghuan was not holding a textbook, but rather a foreign language book, and not even an English one. Meditations. Chen Luo pronounced the title aloud. Gu Qinghuan had long been aware of Chen Luo's entrance, but she swiftly diverted her gaze, concentrating on the book she was reading. However, when Chen Luo articulated the title, she turned back in astonishment and asked, "Vos con latine?" The classroom was utterly silent, though their conversation was soft. It was exceptionally clear. Everyone heard them, yet none could comprehend the exchange. Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan conversed as if in English, but their pronunciation was entirely distinct, leaving their peers wide-eyed, as if they were hearing an arcane language. Kiaparam. Chen Luo chuckled, a hint of surprise mingling with his amusement. If Gu Qinghuan were reading English literature, he would not have found it odd. However, Latin was not typically the realm of interest for an average high school student. Latin, akin to the classical language of Europe, served as the lingua franca among diplomats and written texts during the Middle Ages, flourishing under the dominion of the Catholic Church. Many historic universities in Europe still offer Latin courses, but it is primarily pursued by students in history and literature. To this day, only the conservative religious state of the Vatican continues to utilize Latin, its former glory long faded. Yet, this very rarity has rendered Latin a language that must be mastered by those of noble lineage, as it serves as a distinguishing marker from the common populace, thus earning its reputation as the language of the elite. The Latin version of Meditations that Gu Qinghuan was reading is quite renowned, authored by Marcus Aurelius, the only philosopher-emperor in Western history and one of the greatest emperors of the Roman Empire. Chen Luo, however, remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Qinghuan's astonishment was far greater than his own. Despite having uttered only a couple of phrases in Latin, his pronunciation was so impeccable that it surpassed that of the individual who had taught her the language. "Have you read this book?" Gu Qinghuan asked again in Latin, her disbelief palpable. This tome encapsulated two fundamental tenets of Stoicism. First, the importance of perceiving the universe from a holistic perspective, and second, the pursuit of a life in accordance with nature and ideals. Chen Luo, still conversing in Latin, rendered his classmates, save for Gu Qinghuan, utterly bewildered. Chapter 29. What on earth is this guy? Gu Qinghuan had finally confirmed that Chen Luo truly possessed the ability to speak Latin, and judging by his pronunciation and fluency, he was at least as proficient as a native speaker. Gu Qinghuan found it puzzling, despite having transferred to the school only recently. She had heard classmates mention that Chen Luo had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class since the beginning of his high school journey. Furthermore, as an outsider from a modest background, this was evident from his demeanor and attire. It was unlikely that someone from such a household would pursue a language like Latin over English, as Latin instructors were far more elusive to find compared to English teachers, given its status as a minor language with a scant number of learners. Even if he managed to locate one, the cost would be prohibitive for someone from Chen Luo's socioeconomic standing. However, Gu Qinghuan soon noticed the peculiar atmosphere in the classroom. All her classmates were staring at them with expressions of astonishment. Disliking this attention, she refrained from continuing her conversation in Latin with Chen Luo, instead returning her gaze to the book Meditations with an impassive expression. Chen Luo smiled, but chose not to engage further, retrieving his chemistry textbooks from the desk and quickly flipping through them. Although he was not intimately acquainted with Gu Qinghuan, he understood that she preferred to avoid the spotlight, a fact corroborated by her academic performance. In his previous life, during their brief 3-month tenure as desk mates, Gu Qinghuan's exam results had always been oddly consistent, fluctuating around 120 points in all subjects, including Chinese, a subject involving subjective essay scoring, ensuring she remained in the upper middle tier of their class. Initially, Chen Luo had not pondered this deeply, but eventually, the truth dawned on him. Gu Qinghuan was deliberately controlling her scores, demonstrating proficiency in every topic without wishing to attract undue attention. Chen Luo resolved to dedicate time to improving his own academic performance, not for any other reason than to bring a smile to his parents' faces. In his past life, his parents had been deeply troubled by his academic struggles, often feeling ashamed in front of relatives and friends. Eventually, they had sunk into despair, hoping only for him to gain admission to any university, be it college or a vocational school. At this moment, Chen Luo pulled out his first-year chemistry textbook, his eyes scanning the pages as if with a photographic memory, swiftly completing the first page in mere seconds before moving on to the next. Speed reading and memorization were the first skills he had mastered, which laid the foundation for countless others. After thousands of years of practice, retaining information at a glance was a trivial task for him. If he wished, he could recite the content backward with flawless accuracy after a mere glance. Choosing the sciences in high school, Chen Luo found subjects like chemistry, biology, and physics to be as simple as kindergarten exercises for someone of his caliber, who had amassed a vast repository of knowledge. In less than 10 minutes, he had perused all 3 years' worth of chemistry textbooks. Not pausing for a moment, he then pulled out all the remaining subject books, diving into an intense reading session. His speed had escalated to a level that transcended mere reading. It was as if he were flipping through the pages in a frenzy. To onlookers, it appeared as though he were engaging in a flamboyant display rather than studying. This incredible pace rendered the text nearly indecipherable to the average person. After Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan had ceased their dialogue, the classmates had initially diverted their attention. However, Chen Luo's rapid page-turning soon reclaimed their focus, eliciting expressions of disbelief as they perceived his actions as mere posturing. Is this kid just showing off? What a ridiculous display! They murmured, their mockery thinly veiled. Yet, Gu Qinghuan observed with surprise. Seated beside Chen Luo, she could distinctly sense his intense concentration. His eyes moved with relentless speed, his focus unwavering, as he blocked out everything but the textbook in front of him. Unlike her peers, Gu Qinghuan recognized that Chen Luo was not merely performing but had entered a state of flow, a mental state where external perceptions fade and time seems to stand still. She knew this because she had experienced it herself and had studied her own performances during such moments through recordings. Thus, her astonishment deepened. Achieving such a state was not a trivial feat, and despite countless hours of practice, she could not easily access it. What on earth is this guy? Chapter 30. Selecting the Influential. Having swiftly completed his readings, the early study period was nearing its end. Chen Luo took out paper and pen, jotting down 2 crucial dates, contemplating which issue to prioritize. With 2 months remaining until Gu Qinghuan's tragic fate, the matter concerning Xia Luyun, while significant, paled in comparison. However, the trauma of being kidnapped and nearly assaulted had left an indelible mark on Xia Luyun, affecting her entire life. Rectifying this situation would be a mere trifle for Chen Luo. All he needed to do was rescue Xia Luyun from Li Zixuan on October 22nd. Yet, another concern loomed large in Chen Luo's mind: Xia Yuan. Although he had no direct connection with Xia Luyun, intervening at such a critical juncture would undoubtedly raise suspicions in the cunning and ruthless Xia Yuan, currently devoid of any foundation, power, or influence. Attracting Xia Yuan's attention could prove to be a daunting predicament. In 2019, Chen Luo would have been unconcerned, for he could act with impunity, knowing he would return to New Year's Day regardless of the outcome. However, now that he had returned to 2008, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Having recently escaped the confines of that temporal prison, the thought of dying and returning to 2019, or worse, ceasing to exist altogether, was untenable. Death had once been a release for the former Chen Luo, but with time now set in motion and a return to his most desired era, he was resolute in his refusal to succumb easily or be ensnared in those 90 days once more. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo deemed it essential to at least make Xia Luyun's acquaintance before her abduction, thus ensuring his intervention would not appear overly abrupt. Moreover, his desire to rescue Xia Luyun was not born solely from an admiration for the intriguing woman, but was also motivated by the strategic advantage of leveraging the Xia family's influence. Even a decade prior, the Xia family was a formidable entity, wielding an influence that surpassed even their standing in 2019. Due to the rapid advancement of the internet and the widespread adoption of smartphones in 2019, society has transformed into an era of ubiquitous information explosion. Everyone has become a disseminator of information, each person functioning as their own media outlet, inundated with vast quantities of data daily. Any inappropriate utterance is documented and immediately disseminated online, inciting considerable uproar. Thus, the brazen remarks akin to "my father is Li Gang" have gradually diminished. Prominent families like the Xia family have also begun to adopt a more subdued demeanor, striving to evade any potential media exposure. However, in 2008, the Xie family had not yet adopted such reticence. In a previous life, Xie Luyuan was kidnapped, and the misfortunes of the Li Zixuan family, along with the untimely demise of certain ruffians, serve as prime examples. Although Chen Luo harbored disdain for Xie Yuan's character, he, much like Xie Yuan, was a pragmatist. The Xie family currently possessed immense utilitarian value, and it was only natural to devise ways to leverage it. Setting aside other matters, the persistent bully Nie Wei, whose father Nie Jimin was quite influential in Hualong district, could easily be crushed by Xie Yuan with mere words. Indeed, those individuals might be of use. A sly smile crept across Chen Luo's lips as he murmured to himself. Pengsheng was the starting point of Chen Luo's rebirth, where his parents resided. Thus he spent a considerable amount of time there. He was acquainted with all the notable figures who ranked high in this city and was privy to many of their secrets and weaknesses. Now, having returned 11 years into the past, some of these individuals had yet to rise to prominence, while others, like Xie Yuan, had always been formidable. Those who had not yet ascended to power could be invested in now, while those already established could be utilized to achieve his objectives. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Luo swiftly inscribed several names on a piece of paper, tapping his pen atop them thoughtfully as he pondered rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinghuan's pupils contracted slightly as he wrote down that list of names, and her expression underwent a subtle change, as if she recognized those names. Yet in an instant, her demeanor returned to normal, and she averted her gaze from Chen Luo. With each tap of his pen, Chen Luo crossed out a name. In a short while, out of the dozen names listed, only 3 remained. The names that were crossed out were not devoid of value. On the contrary, they were individuals of considerable power and potential, yet at present, they were not applicable to Chen Luo's plans. The final 3 names were those Chen Luo felt confident he could control. Once he finalized the list, he hastily rendered it illegible and, feeling uneasy, tore it into shreds before discarding it into the trash bin. Just then, the bell signaling the end of the morning study period rang. As Chen Luo prepared to rise and head to the cafeteria for breakfast, a figure swiftly approached him, sneering, "Your revenge starts today. Get ready to enjoy it." Upon turning to see that it was Nie Wei, Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. The smug smile plastered across Nie Wei's face indicated he had some scheme to confront him. Chapter 31. I detest others being more arrogant than I am. Smack! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo retaliated with a resounding slap across Nie Wei's left cheek, leaving a vivid mark. Levi was momentarily stunned, and the students in the classroom, who had been ready to leave for breakfast, stood agape, questioning their own eyes. For the longest time, it was Nie Wei who had slapped Chen Luo, with Chen Luo enduring the humiliation without a hint of resistance. Yet, the situation had dramatically reversed. Chen Luo had actually slapped Nie Wei in front of the entire class. Had he lost his mind? "You bastard." Nie Wei's face flushed crimson. Young men are particularly sensitive about their pride, and being slapped in front of his classmates was akin to a death sentence. Smack! Before Nie Wei could retaliate, Chen Luo unexpectedly delivered another slap, this time to his right cheek, leaving yet another mark. "What are you going to say? I loathe it when others are even more arrogant than I am. Have you ever heard of a silent dog biting a person? You dare flaunt your bravado before me without even avenging yourself? Are you brainless?" With each accusation, Chen Luo delivered another slap, leaving Nie Wei dazed and eventually resorting to instinctively shielding his head from Chen Luo's strikes. The classmates watched in disbelief as Chen Luo disciplined Nie Wei with a series of slaps, akin to a parent reprimanding a child, leaving them utterly speechless. Their eyes involuntarily darted to Nie Wei's usual entourage, only to find them either avoiding eye contact or vacating the classroom altogether. These individuals had witnessed Chen Luo's prowess the previous night and were acutely aware that even if they banded together, they would still fall victim to Chen Luo, suffering the same humiliation as Nie Wei before their peers. At this moment, all the students realized something was amiss. If Chen Luo had managed to grasp some leverage over Wang Aihua, causing such trepidation, then the behavior of Nie Wei and his cohorts was utterly unfathomable. They had always been the most ruthless bullies toward Chen Luo. Just moments ago, Nie Wei had clearly intended to confront Chen Luo. How could the dynamics have shifted so drastically overnight? What on earth had transpired in Chen Luo's life? After delivering a dozen slaps, Chen Luo ceased his onslaught, finding it unamusing to bully a mere child, especially when he had other matters to attend to and was reluctant to waste time on this brat. Picking up his backpack from the floor, he slung it over his shoulder and waved at Gu Qinghuan, smiling, "I'll come pick you up tonight." Without waiting for a reaction from his classmates or Gu Qinghuan, he strode away. Upon leaving the school, Chen Luo first visited the bank to deposit 100,000 into his bank account, then proceeded to the residential complex where Gu Qinghuan lived. Her family was well off. Her mother, Yil Wanyu, was a professor at Pingqing University, while her father, Gu Yitao, owned a hardware manufacturing plant, affording them a comfortable lifestyle. Hence their residence in an upscale community. Chen Luo inquired with the property management about any available rental units in the building where Gu Qinghuan lived and was pleasantly surprised to find that a unit had just become vacant. The owner, a single mother, was relocating to Australia to accompany her son during his studies, and although she wished to rent out the property, she preferred not to deal with the affairs of the house while abroad. She stipulated a minimum 3-year lease with a deposit and payment in advance for 1 year's rent. Such stringent conditions had kept the property vacant for quite some time. Chen Luo, elated by this turn of events, agreed without hesitation and arranged for the property management to contact the owner's relatives still in the country to sign the contract. By the afternoon, Chen Luo had the keys to apartment 1502 in Building C. He casually tossed his bag of cash into a cupboard and began to explore the space. The apartment was a spacious 3-bedroom layout, exceeding 100 square meters, fully furnished with high-quality appliances, suitable for immediate occupancy. Naturally, the price was not insignificant. The annual rent was 50,000, totaling 100,000 with the deposit. Chen Luo had never been overly concerned about money, especially since it wasn't his own. Spending it was no burden to him. The most gratifying aspect of this house is that it is situated directly above Gu Qinghuan's residence. From his balcony, Chen Luo can gaze upon Gu Qinghuan's, which implies that he can effortlessly leap into her abode at any moment. This step Chen Luo takes is born out of desperation. For Gu Qinghuan will tragically take her own life 2 months hence by leaping from the very rooftop of this building. Chen Luo's intentions are straightforward. Even if he remains oblivious to the reasons behind her suicide, he is determined to intervene and prevent her from taking such a drastic step. After surveying the room, Chen Luo withdrew some cash and ventured to a nearby commercial center to procure clothing and cosmetics. In his youth, Chen Luo paid little heed to his appearance. His hairstyle and attire exuded an air of utter mediocrity, the kind that would only elicit a second glance from the most charitable of observers. He began by refreshing his hairstyle and subsequently purchased over 10 outfits. These garments range from casual, where suitable for his age, to sophisticated suits intended for adults, and even included apparel for the elderly, encompassing all age brackets. As for the makeup tools, Chen Luo ensured he acquired every item, including wigs and false eyelashes. The purpose behind these purchases was remarkably simple: disguise. Chapter 32. The Art of Disguise. Chen Luo possesses the remarkable ability to freely traverse renowned locales around the globe, including the fortified residence of the President of the United States. His proficiency stems from a myriad of skills, such as the ability to forge false identification necessary for entering the residence, hacking into its database to insert his own information, and bypassing security measures. However, the most pivotal skill among them is, in fact, the art of disguise. Chen Luo has honed this ability to its maximum potential. Transforming an unattractive individual into a beauty is child's play for him, as is altering a man's appearance to that of a woman and vice versa. On one occasion, he even disguised himself as a Caucasian while entering the residence, evading detection entirely. Thus, despite being wanted by over 70 nations, no one is privy to Chen Luo's true visage. His eventual discovery was a consequence of his own oversight, having underestimated the determination of the U.S. government to apprehend him. When he sold the portrait of Lincoln on the black market, he unwittingly discovered that the U.S. government had long been monitoring all illicit dealings. The moment the Lincoln portrait surfaced, the FBI traced the leads back to Chen Luo, ultimately revealing his identity. Although he managed to escape, he found himself unable to return to his homeland through legitimate channels, as the FBI, now aware of his expertise in disguise, instituted thorough inspections on anyone attempting to depart, verifying their identities and ensuring they bore no signs of disguise. The reason Chen Luo rented this apartment was to conveniently store his props and costumes. His mother, Li Yun, would occasionally tidy up the place, and should she stumble upon the cash and peculiar items he had acquired, her shock would be monumental. Chen Luo intended to adopt a disguise for his meeting with the selected influential figures. Appearing as a mere student would not only lack credibility, but might also prevent him from even gaining entry. Rather than rushing into this meeting, Chen Luo decided to first acquaint himself with the 18-year-old Xia Luyan. He was aware that she attended a prestigious private school, the epitome of elite education, where most attendees hailed from affluent families. At this juncture, Xia Luyan had secured a full scholarship to Harvard, exempting her from the college entrance examination, and she would commence her studies there the following year. Establishing a connection with Xia Luyan was straightforward. He could discuss events from their high school days and her current activities. At this time, her greatest passion was racing. Xiao Yun's primary hobby during high school was collecting sports cars, an interest not typically pursued by the average individual. However, this posed no obstacle for her. She began acquiring knowledge in stocks and futures during her middle school years. By the end of her middle school summer vacation, she was already working in her father's finance company, learning about management. Upon the conclusion of summer, she used her earnings to purchase her first supercar. Shortly thereafter, during her second year of high school, she received her Harvard acceptance letter, prompting her father and grandfather to reward her with supercars. By her 18th birthday, in addition to receiving a distribution of $30 million from her family's trust fund, several relatives gifted her with sports cars as well, including those she had purchased with her own investments over the past 2 years. Xiao Yun's collection exceeded 20 supercars, allowing her to drive a different one each day, ensuring no repetition within a month. When Chen Luo heard this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. This starkly illustrated the chasm between the affluent and the ordinary. While some are born at the finish line, the trajectory of their lives diverges vastly. For instance, in his past life, Chen Luo faced bullying in high school, contemplating suicide, and by the age of 30, he remained unremarkable. Conversely, Xiao Yun, at the age of 16, had already earned her own supercar, and by 29, she was the CEO of a publicly listed real estate company. This exemplifies the adage, it is not the background that is intimidating, but rather those who come from privilege yet strive even harder. With such a collection of supercars, Xiao Yun naturally did not let them gather dust at home. She relished taking them out for races. In Pengcheng, numerous mountains exist, among which is Nanyuan Mountain in the southernmost part. As it is not a tourist hotspot, few venture there. Yet, it has become a favored locale for racing enthusiasts, boasting a perilous, winding road rarely traversed by vehicles during the day. When night falls, it becomes an ideal venue for racing competitions. Xiao Yun, with her penchant for racing, would often frequent Nanyuan Mountain whenever she had free time, typically placing bets on the outcomes. It was here that Li Zixuan had once tracked her down and subsequently abducted her. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed a number. "Is this Fat Monkey? Who is this?" came the astonished voice from the other end, as the caller ID displayed a completely unfamiliar number. While Fat Monkey possessed numerous phone numbers, the one Chen Luo had dialed was a private one, known only to a select few, primarily significant clients or influential figures. Chapter 33. Who am I? You're not entitled to know. Who am I? You're not entitled to know. I require a Yamaha VMAX. If I do not see the product within a week, I shall dismantle your lair. Fat Monkey's heart raced at these words. Had Chen Luo used a different number and spoken so brazenly, he would likely have erupted in anger. Yet, he dare not do so now. For Chen Luo's tone carried an air of superiority, as if he were perched atop the clouds. Such a demeanor was only familiar to Fat Monkey from the mouths of his most esteemed clients. Despite the brevity of Chen Luo's words, they revealed an intimate understanding of the situation. The Yamaha VMAX is a custom heavy motorcycle produced by Yamaha, not slated for release until the following year. To secure one now is beyond the reach of the average individual. However, Fat Monkey happened to be the sole person in Pengcheng capable of acquiring it early. As his business revolved around smuggling, boasting networks across Hong Kong, Europe, and the United States, with his primary clientele being the scions of wealthy families. In 2008, exotic automobiles and novel gadgets typically took an extended period to hit the domestic market. The affluent scions typically exhibit little patience, often opting to pay exorbitant sums, sometimes several multiples of the original price, to individuals like Fat Monkey, ensuring the swift delivery of goods. Chen Luo was well aware of Fat Monkey's true identity, as he was one of the 3 prominent figures Chen had crafted in his narratives. This individual, whose real name was Ho Yaozong, hailed from Pengcheng and had been mingling with the streets since his youth, having been incarcerated multiple times. After his release, he ventured into smuggling under the aegis of his cousin, initially trafficking electronics from Hong Kong to Pengcheng. Discontent with the slow pace of earnings, Ho Yaozong began catering to the whims of the wealthy elite, realizing that a single transaction could suffice to sustain him for an entire year. It was during this period that he amassed his initial wealth, with his smuggling operations expanding significantly until he successfully laundered his assets and transformed into the CEO of several trading companies, his net worth soaring into the billions. In 2019, Chen Luo had developed a familiarity with Ho Yaozong, though their relationship was purely transactional, each extracting what they needed from the other. For instance, the sniper rifle he had procured was facilitated through Ho's network. While Ho Yaozong was uncertain of how to address Chen Luo, he spoke with utmost deference, stating, "Sir, I can certainly arrange to acquire the Yamaha VMAX. However, it requires customization, and the timeline is quite stringent." Chen Luo, interrupting him coldly, replied impatiently, I am aware that that rascal Xie Hongfei has commissioned another one from you, due to arrive before the National Day. That one is for me. Ho Yaozong's expression shifted, for he knew that Xie Hongfei was the cousin of Xie Luyun and had previously acquired a custom VMAX from him. It seemed that the young man was quite enamored with the motorcycle, prompting him to order another. Chen Luo's knowledge of this was not surprising. Yet his awareness of the delivery timeline was somewhat astonishing, as such information was typically kept under wraps, known only to him and a select few confidants. Did Ho Yaozong have a mole among his trusted associates? Nevertheless, he recognized that now was not the time for such musings. The young master on the line had yet to disconnect, and inciting Chen Luo's ire could lead to dire consequences for his establishment. At that moment, Ho Yaozong had tacitly regarded Chen Luo as a member of the affluent elite, for the disdain with which he mentioned Xie Hongfei indicated that his background was likely not inferior to that of Xie. However, as he mentally surveyed the prominent families in Pengcheng, he found himself unable to pinpoint Chen Luo's lineage. My lord, I truly cannot make decisions on this matter. You are well aware of Xie Hongfei's temperament. Without a reasonable explanation, he would undoubtedly break my legs. I cannot dictate to him. But if that VMAX does not arrive before the National Day, it will not merely be a matter of a broken limb. Chen Luo's tone was devoid of warmth, yet it brimmed with an unmistakable air of authority. Ho Yaozong inwardly lamented, fully grasping the implications of Chen Luo's veiled threat. Failure to deliver the VMAX could very well cost him not just his legs, but perhaps even his life. It felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. Of course, I will not let you suffer losses either. Prior to the National Day, Customs and law enforcement will be conducting a joint operation against smuggling in the Harbor District. You should know how to navigate this situation, Chen Luo concluded, promptly severing the connection. The Harbor District, being the coastal administrative area of Pengcheng, was a critical hub for smuggling operations, with Ho Yaozong's stronghold situated near Longkou Port. Chen Luo's foreknowledge of this operation stemmed from casual conversations with Ho Yaozong years prior. In 2008, during the National Day celebrations, Ho Yaozong had evaded a similar crackdown by discovering the presence of a police informant among his ranks just days before the customs operation. In a fit of rage, he eliminated the informant and swiftly relocated all goods and personnel from the Harbor District, thereby avoiding a catastrophic blow. Chen Luo's decision to end the call at that moment was strategic. He understood that verbosity could lead to missteps. By hanging up, he preserved an aura of mystery and strength, while granting Ho Yaozong ample time to process the implications. Chapter 34, Trouble at Home. On the other end, Ho Yaozong was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation even after the call had ended for some time. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, he would have dismissed it outright. After all, in his line of work, connections were a given. One could not navigate this world without proper facilitation. However, the specialized operation Chen Luo mentioned had not reached his ears, nor had he received any whispers of impending trouble. As the realization dawned upon him, Ho Yaozong's expression shifted multiple times, prompting him to urgently dial a number saved on his phone. Leader, have you heard any rumors of late? What rumors? Don't fret unnecessarily. If something were amiss, I would certainly notify you. Are you sure? Don't let hearsay lead you astray. Enough. I have matters to attend to. We shall discuss this later. Without waiting for Ho Yaozong to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Ho Yaozong's countenance darkened as he discerned something amiss. The leader's response had been too rehearsed, indicating premeditation. The reassurances were likely a ploy to placate him. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly dialed another number. Hot. Head to Kalei Garden immediately and ascertain whether that young lady is still there. Understood, boss. Within less than an hour, Ho Yaozong's phone rang again. Boss, that woman is no longer here. I checked the surveillance footage, and she left 3 days ago. Veins bulged in Ho Yaozong's hands, nearly crushing the phone. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, I see. Notify the brothers to relocate all goods immediately. What? Boss, is something wrong? Stop asking questions and execute my orders at once. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Ho Yaozong's furious roar, Rat dared not linger, hastily complying with the orders. Damn it. After hanging up, Ho Yaozong could no longer contain his fury and smashed his phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. His rage was not unfounded. He had generously lined the pockets of that leader, even funding the latter's mistress. Not only had he purchased a house for her, but the bribes were also funneled directly to her. Ho Yaozong was astute enough to realize that the leader was wary of directly accepting cash, fearing the trail of evidence, thus opting to receive funds through the mistress. Yet, he had been clever. During the purchase of that property, he had installed surveillance cameras. intending to capture video evidence of any clandestine meetings between the leader and his lover for future leverage. Now, it seemed that foresight had indeed proven beneficial. "You wretched scoundrel! If you wish for my demise, I shall ensure your descent into the depths of hell." The cargo at Lonco port alone was valued at nearly 50 million. And when considering the cumulative worth of his earlier smuggled goods, the total easily surpassed 100 million. In 2008, such a staggering sum could warrant the death penalty. It was not until the 2011 amendment to the criminal law that the death penalty for ordinary smuggling was abolished. At this moment, Ho Yaozong was acutely aware that the other party had likely realized that the authorities were taking genuine action against him, thus severing ties completely. After all, the bribes had never passed through his hands. As long as the mistress was dispatched, he was free of any entanglements. After the initial surge of anger subsided, Ho Yaozong suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his back, only then realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. In that moment, his awe and gratitude towards Chen Luo reached an unparalleled height. Even a leader of significant stature could not guarantee his own safety, nor dare to leak even a whisper of information. Yet, Chen Luo casually divulged this crucial news to him. For Chen Luo, it might have been a trivial matter, but for Ho Yaozong, it was akin to a lifeline. The fact that Chen Luo possessed knowledge of such strictly confidential information undoubtedly indicated his elevated status. Besides the scions of prominent families, Ho Yaozong could hardly conceive of anyone else wielding such considerable influence. With this realization, Ho Yaozong instinctively understood to whom that formidable vehicle had been allocated. Young Master Xie already possessed one and was not in a rush. He could simply press for another to be expedited from America, unperturbed by the prospect of multiplying the costs, in comparison to preserving his own life. That was a trifling matter, and it would serve to curry favor with the enigmatic young Master Chen Luo, a transaction that was undeniably worthwhile. Ho Yaozong reached for his phone to express his thanks to Chen Luo, but hesitated upon reflecting on the latter's stature. Such a personage would hardly require his gratitude. He could only await Chen Luo's initiative to contact him, or perhaps until the arrival of that vehicle, fulfilling Chen Luo's request. As Ho Yaozong indulged in his thoughts, Chen Luo was preparing to head to school when he received a call from his mother, Li Yun. "Xiao Luo, the water pipe at home has burst, and the place is flooded. It's uninhabitable now. You should stay at your aunt's house after your evening classes. I've already spoken to her." Chen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed something was amiss in his mother's tone. Li Yun's voice carried an undercurrent of exhaustion and panic, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. Something had gone awry at home. Chapter 35. The reverse scale. Chen Luo refrained from exposing Li Yun's distress, but smiled and replied, "Mom, I understand. I'll head to Annie's house tonight. If it gets too late, find a small inn near the school to stay for the night. We'll have the house cleaned up by tomorrow." "All right, Mom. I have class now. I'll hang up." "Okay, hurry along." After ending the call, Chen Luo's eyes glinted with cold determination, although he was unaware of the specifics. His mother's insistence on preventing him from returning home clearly indicated that the situation was dire. His parents were acutely aware that he was in the countdown to the college entrance examination and wished to shield him from worry or any distractions. Immediately, Chen Luo retrieved his makeup tools and began to transform his appearance at a swift pace. In less than half an hour, he had completely altered his visage, now resembling a man in his 30s. Upon donning a luxurious suit valued at 20,000, his demeanor shifted, exuding the aura of a successful professional. After ensuring that his reflection bore no trace of his true identity, he promptly exited the room, making his way toward the Hualong market. Upon arriving at Hualong market, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As mealtime approached, the market was bustling with patrons. However, when Chen Luo reached his family's vegetable stall, he discovered not only was it closed, but chaos reigned outside. A mere glance at the scene led him to deduce that it had been vandalized. With traces of blood visible on the ground, a weight settled in his heart, concern creeping in that it might belong to his parents. Nevertheless, Chen Luo took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. Judging by his mother's tone, it seemed that no grave harm had befallen them. His gaze flickered as he approached the neighboring stall, feigning curiosity. "Boss, I come here daily for my vegetables. Why is their stall closed today?" The stall owner, who knew Chen Luo from his frequent assistance during breaks, failed to recognize him in his altered form and did not suspect anything amiss. The stall owner sighed. "Don't mention it. They must have offended someone. A gang of helmeted bikers just stormed in, wreaking havoc with iron rods. The owner got hurt while trying to stop them and has been taken to the hospital." After calling the police, the owner's wife went along to give her statement. At this point, the stall owner's voice trailed off, his gaze suddenly shifting to Chen Luo with a hint of alarm. Just as he spoke, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, and he noticed Chen Luo's eyes glinting with a cold, piercing light, reminiscent of a predatory beast. The stall owner felt a jolt of fear, retreating instinctively. Was the owner's injury serious? The stall owner, startled, reflexively replied, I don't think it's severe. He just got hit on the arm while trying to fend them off. Chen Luo sighed in relief, turning to leave Hualong Market, his mind racing with thoughts. The timing of the incident, occurring on the very day after his rebirth, could hardly be dismissed as mere coincidence. In mere moments, he pinpointed Wang Aihua and Nie Wei as potential culprits. However, he swiftly ruled out Wang Aihua, despite the painful sum of 1 million. The leverage he held over Wang Aihua rendered such an action counterproductive, only serving to provoke Chen Luo's wrath. Wang Aihua, even if foolish, would not act so recklessly. The sole remaining suspect was Nie Wei. Chen Luo recalled Nie Wei's ominous words. The revenge you seek begins today. Prepare to enjoy it. Initially dismissing it as mere bravado, he now realized that the fool had indeed orchestrated an attack on his parents. Nie Wei possessed the means to execute such a plan, as Nie Jiming was acquainted with individuals from various backgrounds, making it a simple task to enlist a few thugs to vandalize a vegetable stall. They harbored no fear of arrest, donning helmets that obscured their identities. In this day and age, unlike the future where surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, they could wreak havoc and flee on motorcycles, leaving law enforcement powerless to apprehend them, resulting only in a lack of resolution. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Chen Luo's murderous intent surged. If Nie Wei had targeted him, Chen Luo would have been unfazed. However, daring to harm his parents crossed a line that evoked his deepest fury. Returning to his rented abode, he powered up his computer and began typing furiously. Within moments, a surveillance feed appeared on his screen. Having resided near Hualong Market for 2 years, he knew that while the market lacked internal cameras, there were external ones at the entrance. Chen Luo had successfully hacked into the management surveillance system, determined to identify the gang of bikers. He needed to ensure they faced appropriate retribution and to ascertain who was behind the orchestration. Chapter 36. The Blue Dragon Bikers. The system governing Hualong Market posed no challenge for someone like Chen Luo, who could breach any computer globally. Within minutes, he accessed the footage from the entrance and located the scene of the bikers departing. Pausing the video, he zoomed in, soon discerning the details of the incident. A total of 3 motorcycles, all Suzuki heavy bikes, had arrived, each carrying 2 individuals. In this day and age, surveillance systems are generally inadequate, lacking clarity. Coupled with the fact that these 2 individuals were wearing helmets and facing away from the camera, discerning their features was an impossibility. Nevertheless, Chen Luo did not relinquish hope. He continued to scrutinize the surveillance footage, observing other details. Although the appearances of the motorcycle gang members eluded clarity, their attires were distinctively varied. Yet they shared a common trait. Each bore tattoos on their arms. These tattoos, however, were not only exceedingly blurred but only partially captured by the surveillance, rendering them indecipherable. Chen Luo retrieved paper and a pen from his drawer and meticulously sketched the 6 tattoos he observed. His artistic prowess had long reached a masterful level, allowing him to replicate the tattoos with remarkable ease, akin to a seamless copy and paste from the screen to the paper. Although the tattoos were indistinct, Chen Luo focused intently on the fragments, took up his pen, and began to enhance these designs. The art of tattooing bears similarities to drawing, as the initial step involves a meticulous study of the images. This so-called analysis entails observing the structure, color tones, and spatial arrangement of the designs, akin to the observational and finalization stages in painting. Chen Luo, adept in the arts, found no difficulty in deducing the lines and textures of the tattoos. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain the direction of the lines within these fragmented tattoos. Furthermore, despite the uniqueness of each captured segment, the structural and tonal similarities indicated that all 6 individuals had evidently inked the same tattoo. With the 6 fragments and Chen Luo's deductions, it took him but a moment to render a complete tattoo design. Unsurprisingly, the motorcycle gang's uninspired tattoo depicted a dragon. Chen Luo compared the complete dragon tattoo with the 5 segments and found them to be entirely congruent. He let out a cold chuckle and promptly extracted his phone, dialing Ho Yaozong. Hello, this is Ho Yaozong. Having saved Chen Luo's number earlier, Ho Yaozong felt a jolt of urgency upon receiving the call. He hastily connected, his tone imbued with utmost respect. May I inquire how to address you, sir? My surname is Chun. Greetings, young Master Chun. Ho Yaozong's mind raced, realizing that there were no prominent families bearing the surname Chun in Pengcheng. However, this did not deter him from assuming that Chen Luo hailed from a distinguished lineage. Given the vastness of China, his social circle was limited to the elite of Pengcheng, making it impossible for him to recognize every affluent family across the nation. I am seeking a group of motorcycle gang members who ride Suzuki heavy motorcycles and bear Azure Dragon tattoos on their arms. Have you heard of them? As someone well-versed in the underworld, Ho Yaozong was cognizant of the hierarchy between himself and the motorcycle gang. Without delving into the specifics of his resources and manpower, he even possessed smuggled firearms. Ho Yaozong was taken aback. He initially assumed Chen Luo was inquiring about a Yamaha motorcycle, but was surprised to learn he was investigating a group of petty thugs. However, he quickly pieced together the implications. Chen Luo had recently asked him about a motorcycle and now seemed intent on settling a score with these motorcycle gang members, likely due to some offense they had committed against him, possibly related to the heavy motorcycles. Nevertheless, Ho Yaozong was unconcerned with the details. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly remarked, "There aren't too many motorcycle gangs in Pengcheng. Based on your description, they must be the Azure Dragon gang. Their leader has taken on the nickname Azure Dragon, thus his followers all bear a dragon tattoo. Is there territory in Hualong district? Indeed. Capture all of them and, once completed, inform me of the location." Understood, young Master Chen. Without a second thought, Ho Yaozong readily agreed. The Azure Dragon gang was merely a collection of inconsequential thugs, and dealing with them required no personal effort on his part. He could simply instruct his subordinates to handle it. After Chen Luo ended the call, Ho Yaozong, eager to demonstrate his efficacy, even redeployed some personnel engaged in cargo transfer to directly assault the Azure Dragon gang at Stronghold. With a substantial advantage in numbers, Ho Yaozong's men launched a surprise attack, overwhelming the gang before they could react, swiftly subduing them. All members of the gang, including Azure Dragon himself, were apprehended. When Chen Luo arrived at the location indicated by Ho Yaozong, he found himself at the seaside. All members of the Azure Dragon gang were kneeling in a neat row, their heads covered by black hoods and their hands bound behind their backs. Chapter 37, All Sunk. Upon catching sight of Chen Luo, Ho Yaozong immediately recognized him, despite having never met him before. A person's aura, gaze, and manner of walking can vividly convey their social standing. Chen Luo's attire, an expensive, high-end suit, spoke volumes. His leisurely stride exuded an air of control and confidence. What further solidified Ho Yaozong's conviction was Chen Luo's penetrating gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through one's soul. Such presence was not typical of ordinary individuals, nor even of typical scions of wealthy families. Experiencing such an overwhelming aura was a first for Ho Yaozong. A shiver ran down his spine, and he hurriedly approached Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Young master, greetings." Weighing over 200 pounds, Ho Yaozong appeared somewhat comical as he rushed toward Chen Luo, nodding and bowing in deference. The expressions of Ho Yaozong's subordinates subtly shifted, as they witnessed their leader behave like a sycophant, nearly prostrating himself before Chen Luo. They too did not dare to be remiss, hastily following suit to bow in respect. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Ho Yaozong, and coolly inquired, "How did you know it was me?" Initially, Ho Yaozong had not been entirely sure, but upon hearing Chen Luo's voice, which was identical to that from the phone call, he instantly recognized him. With a broad smile, Ho Yaozong replied, "Even if I were blind, I could recognize someone of your stature, young Master Chen." Chen Luo maintained an indifferent demeanor, unfazed by Ho Yaozong's flattery. He turned his attention to the kneeling gang members, striding directly toward them. Ho Yaozong hurried to follow, and as they reached the Azure Dragon gang members, he pointed to the individual at the forefront, saying, "Young master, this is their leader, Qing Chong." Chen Luo paid little heed to Ho Yaozong's jovial tone. He approached Qing Chong and removed the hood from his head. "This afternoon, who instructed you to vandalize the vegetable stall at Hualong Market?" At that moment, Qing Chong trembled with fear, realizing he had likely crossed paths with a significant figure. However, after ruminating, he found no recent encounters with anyone of consequence. Although a small-time thug, Qing Chong was not foolish. He understood well who he could provoke and who he could not. Upon hearing Chen Luo's question, both Qing Chong and Ho Yaozong were taken aback. All of this commotion stemmed from the vandalism of a vegetable stall. However, Ho Yaozong quickly regained his composure. Many young masters from affluent families possessed eccentric tempers. Perhaps it was when those individuals vandalized the vegetable stall that Chen Luo took notice, and out of sheer disdain, he felt compelled to deal with them. Ho Yaozong had witnessed numerous such incidents, and even stranger ones. For instance, he recalled a wealthy young heir who, during a particularly foul mood, ordered his men to beat a passerby half to death simply for casting a glance and smiling at him, despite the lack of any malice from the stranger. "I shall not ask a second time," Chen Luo's frigid tone sent a shiver through Qing Long, who hastily stammered, "Yes, yes. It was I who sent people. But, Chen Xiao, it was Nie Jiming from Hongwei Company who instructed us to do this. Had I known they were acquainted with you, I wouldn't have dared. Please spare my life." As he spoke, Qing Long prostrated himself before Chen Luo repeatedly. As someone entrenched in the underworld, Qing Long knew well of Ho Yaozong and the nature of this place. When Ho dealt with adversaries, he would drag them to the seaside, kill them, and encase their bodies in oil drums, which he would then ship out to the deep sea with his smuggling vessel. Upon being unmasked, Qing Long was horrified to see a neatly aligned row of oil drums by the shore, instantly understanding the grim implications. Very well, they have all been disposed of. Chen Luo confirmed his suspicions without hesitation and turned to leave. Ho Yaozong appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated Chen Luo's command all along. He was adept at such matters, promptly gesturing to his subordinates and hurriedly following Chen Luo. "Chen Xiao, spare me," Qing Long cried out in desperation. "I still have value. I possess incriminating evidence against Nie Jiming and knowledge of his unsavory dealings." In utter terror, Qing Long continued to bang his head against the ground. Suddenly, Chen Luo halted, turning back to face Qing Long, and spoke coolly, "Speak, and whether you live or die will depend on the worth of your revelations." Qing Long, with his head bloodied and mingled with sand, felt a surge of hope upon hearing Chen Luo's words and hastily began to recount Nie Jiming's misdeeds. Chapter 38. Capital crimes may be forgiven, but lesser offenses are hard to escape. Ho Yaozong's subordinates had drawn knives, poised to slit the throats of the gang members. The latter, understandably terrified by Chen Luo's orders, were paralyzed with fear. These petty thugs typically harassed ordinary citizens and had never encountered such a dire situation. Some were so frightened they could not move, while others attempted to flee, only to be kicked down and left struggling on the ground. A few even lost control of their bladders, the stench of urine permeating the air, presenting a comical yet pitiful sight. However, at that moment, Ho Yaozong raised his hand, and his men sheathed their knives, retreating. Nie Wei, Nie Jiming's son, caused a fatal accident while driving without a license. Yes, I sent a subordinate to take the blame for him. He paid me 500,000. Furthermore, Nie Jiming's mistress sought out a boy toy, and I was the one who had her lover's legs broken. His construction company owes substantial wages to migrant workers, and when they gathered to demand payment, I sent my men to drive them away. At this point, Chen Luo found the revelations intriguing. Qing Long, in his desperation to save his life, spilled all of Nie Jiming's wrongdoings, though it became somewhat tedious towards the end. For instance, Nie Jiming's wife, Lin Yun, also had several young lovers, which Qing Long had been tasked with monitoring. "Do you have evidence for these claims?" Qing Long hesitated, then quickly replied, Yes. When he had me find someone to take the fall, although it was cash, that brother has a bond with me. I could persuade him to recant. As for the man whose legs were broken, he only suspected Nie Jiming was behind it, but has no proof. I can have the man who did it confess." Chen Luo abruptly interrupted Qing Long. "Very well. You will go to the police station and confess all of Nie Jiming's crimes." Qing Long felt a surge of relief. While the offenses were significant, they were not capital, and with a confession, he might only face 10 years at most. The alternative was death, a choice not lost on anyone with sense. Yes. As long as Chen Xiao spares my life, I will go confess immediately." Chen Luo smirked. "You may escape death, but lesser crimes cannot be evaded. 1 finger for each offense." After speaking, Chen Luo looked at Ho Yaozong and said calmly, "You will follow me." Ho Yaozong nodded swiftly, then turned to his men, commanding, "Did you hear Chen Xiao? Hurry up and act." The subordinates at the back of the gang stepped forward, pairing up to restrain their fingers, and without hesitation, they severed them. The screams echoed across the beach. Chen Luo remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. "Chen Xiao, if we let that worm go, he might flee. Shall I send someone to keep watch?" Ho Yaozong cautiously suggested, stepping closer to Chen Luo. "No need. Whether he goes to confess or not, Nie Jiming will die." For Chen Luo, the moment he learned that Nie Jiming had instructed Qing Long to harm his father, Nie Jiming had become a dead man walking. Regardless of Qing Long's confession, Chen Luo had already resolved to personally eliminate Nie Jiming. He understood that the information Qing Long provided would only create minor inconveniences for Nie Jiming. It wouldn't even send him to prison. However, with Qing Long's revelations, a plan began to take shape in Chen Luo's mind, rendering Qing Long's role unnecessary. As Chen Luo articulated this, Ho Yaozong immediately grasped its implications and fell silent. "I will return to my vehicle first. Please escort me to the city." "Is my honor pleased this way?" Ho Yaozong responded with evident delight. promptly leading the way before stopping at a BMW, opening the door for Chen Luo. In 2008, the streets of Pengcheng were predominantly filled with Volkswagens and Toyotas, with sedans being the primary sellers. Luxury cars were far less common than in later years. To the Longquan Hotel in Hualong District. After getting into the car, Chen Luo instructed the driver, then turned to Ho Yaozong, his expression calm. Have you never considered going straight? Ho Yaozong paused, reflecting on his years of illicit dealings. While he had amassed considerable wealth, an underlying sense of insecurity gnawed at him. He feared waking up one day to find a horde of police officers bursting in to handcuff him. These individuals did not lack the desire to go straight. They merely lacked the means to cleanse their past. Chen Xiao, we are branded for life. Unless we leave Pengcheng and reinvent ourselves, it is exceedingly difficult to escape. But once we leave Pengcheng, we lose our foundation. I shall teach you a method. Ho Yaozong was momentarily taken aback, only to be soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of elation. Chen Luo was evidently imparting to him the means to cleanse his past transgressions and achieve redemption. Chapter 39. You are simply a genius. I am immensely grateful for your regard, young Master Chen. From now on, I shall follow your lead without question. Rather than inquiring whether Chen Luo could assist him in successfully attaining a clean slate, Ho Yaozong directly pledged his allegiance. This was where Ho Yaozong's astuteness shone through, as he surmised that Chen Luo was indicating his desire to recruit him. Otherwise, why would he be sharing such methods? A faint smile graced Chen Luo's lips. Yet he refrained from responding, fully aware of the nature of individuals like Ho Yaozong who navigated the murky waters of society. Such individuals could only be swayed by power and profit. Verbal expressions of loyalty were not to be taken at face value. At present, Ho Yaozong had deluded himself into the role of a young heir from a prestigious family, and given that the information provided had salvaged his life, he was naturally inclined to yield obediently. However, had he known that beneath this facade lay merely a high school student, he would likely have called for his demise. The method itself was not overly complicated. Since you and your cousin have connections in Hong Kong, obtaining residency there should pose little difficulty. Simply adopt a different name during the naturalization process. Establish a legitimate business in Hong Kong, operating it earnestly for a period, and then return to Pengcheng as an investor from Hong Kong. With your command of Cantonese, once you shed this excess weight and present yourself as a local tycoon, who would recognize you? In truth, the greatest challenge lay in the money at your disposal, as it was all ill-gotten gains. Unless you find a way to launder it, you risk it deteriorating in your hands. Ho Yaozong paused, for he was aware of the methods Chen Luo described. The execution of the plan was not particularly troublesome. However, as Chen Luo had pointed out, the money he possessed was dirty, and he had no means of transferring it through legitimate channels. Moreover, he was hesitant to deposit significant sums in a bank, as the sheer volume could trigger anti-money laundering alerts. Should the authorities investigate, his fate would be sealed. Currently, most of the cash Ho Yaozong dealt in was in physical currency, utilized either for real estate purchases or dispersed across various bank accounts under different identities in small amounts. This approach was exceedingly cumbersome. When substantial funds were required, considerable time would be necessary to consolidate them. Are you familiar with online gaming? Ho Yaozong's expression was one of bewilderment, as Chen Luo's leap in logic was difficult for him to follow. I know a little. I played Legend a while back. In 2008, the prevalence of computers was still relatively low, with a national average below 20. Even in economically advanced cities like Pengcheng, it was merely 30 to 40. Approaching 40, Ho Yaozong was not particularly adept with computers, having only played Legend for a spell and spent a considerable amount of money, becoming an RMB player. Online gaming presents an excellent avenue for money laundering, particularly through browser games. What Chen Luo described mirrored Ho Yaozong's own past experiences. His method of cleansing his funds involved a change in identity, and, upon the suggestion of an acquaintance, he opted for web games as a means of laundering money. Chen Luo was not surprised. He had witnessed the darker facets of the world and understood the rules of the underground economy. The cultural sector has long been a favored platform for money laundering by unscrupulous individuals. Auctions, for instance, carry significant risk and high costs, falling under the category of high-end violent money laundering, with film and television being frontline territories for such endeavors. However, the gaming industry, having only recently emerged, boasts a cutting-edge profit mechanism that is far more flexible and adaptable. A low-end browser game server can be maintained for a mere few dozen yuan per month, capable of hosting hundreds or thousands of independent zones. Furthermore, there is indeed a consumer base, making it inexpensive to track recharge transactions. A single deposit of 10 or 20,000 yuan into a browser game would hardly raise suspicion. However, those who truly employ such tactics for money laundering are generally not the most formidable figures. For instance, Individuals of the caliber of Blood earn their money without the need for laundering and would scoff at engaging in such low-tier methods. Yet for Hou Yaozong, this revelation felt like the opening of a new world. In this era, no one had even considered using such methods for laundering money. When Chen Luo elucidated the operational mechanisms of browser games and the laundering methods, Hou Yaozong was astounded. "Young Master Chen, I cannot believe you conceived of this method. You are quite simply a genius. I am in complete awe." Hou Yaozong was brimming with excitement, eager to embark on this endeavor immediately. Chen Luo regarded him with a measured gaze and calmly stated, "You will take the initiative on this matter. Additionally, I require you to procure paper and a pen." Hou Yaozong, not daring to delay, hastily rummaged through the car and soon presented the requested items. Chen Luo swiftly penned a line of text before handing it back. Hou Yaozong reverently accepted the note, only to be taken aback once more upon reading its contents. The paper bore the words, "St Yinha, St Hongfa, St Along. Purchase these 3 stocks from the Pengcheng Exchange. Remember, use your clean funds and buy as much as you can. Once the price of these stocks increases tenfold, sell them all at once." Hou Yaozong was rendered speechless. He was knowledgeable about stocks. Stocks beginning with the code ST indicate that the listed company is experiencing financial irregularities or other issues, serving as a warning to investors that the stock carries risks of loss. Chapter 40. I speak only half-truths. Young Master Chen, these stocks. Despite his immense admiration for Chen Luo at that moment, Hou Yaozong remained apprehensive. "They will rise." Chen Luo interrupted him decisively. While Chen Luo could not recall the precise stock price fluctuations from 2008 into 2019, he had fortuitously encountered a news article detailing the top 10 stocks with the greatest increases in that year. Notably, all 3 stocks in the top tier bore the ST prefix, each surging over tenfold before stabilizing towards the end of the year. Had there been only one stock with the ST prefix, Chen Luo might not have retained the information. But the pattern of the top 3 being ST stocks had lodged itself in his memory. Before arriving, Chen Luo had also researched all stocks beginning with ST, comparing them to awaken those memories, allowing him to recall the names of the 3 stocks. This foresight was due to Chen Luo's unique awareness. Yet for Hou Yaozong, this revelation sent shockwaves through him. He could not fathom that Chen Luo was a reborn individual. Rather, he immediately thought of the common practice of insider trading in the stock market. Certain individuals leverage their positions to gain early access to insider information, such as impending asset restructurings or major product launches, and there were numerous instances of people purchasing stocks in advance based on such knowledge. Those privy to such information were undoubtedly individuals of considerable influence. And Chen Luo's audacity in revealing 3 such stocks that were consecutively losing, implied a vast reservoir of power behind him. However, a lingering doubt nagged at Hou Yaozong. If Chen Luo possessed this insider information, why did he not utilize his own funds to purchase these stocks instead of entrusting the task to him? Seemingly sensing Hou Yaozong's internal conflict, Chen Luo continued with an air of indifference. "I am currently under scrutiny. Should my funds enter the market, there will undoubtedly be those who follow. Our resources are too substantial. Once we enter the stock market, it could trigger turmoil, and a single misstep could provoke an investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission, leading to endless troubles." Hou Yaozong was suddenly enlightened. It was no wonder that Chen Luo was devoid of any entourage, as it was evident he sought to elude his pursuers. The fact that Chen Luo attracted attention was hardly surprising, given that such occurrences had almost become customary among the affluent families, where heirs frequently engaged in brutal power struggles. Hou Yaozong, lost in thought, rationalized yet another doubt regarding Chen Luo's circumstances. So that was it. At this juncture, he had become utterly convinced of Chen Luo's words. "Furthermore, I desire half of the profits from your stock purchases," Chen Luo stated. Without a moment's hesitation, Hou Yaozong shook his head vehemently. "Young Master Chen, your regard for me is overwhelming. How could I dare accept your money after you have entrusted me with such vital information? All profits should naturally belong to you." Chen Luo replied coolly, "When I say half, I mean half." A shiver coursed through Hou Yaozong as Chen Luo's indifferent gaze swept over him. He quickly acquiesced, "Yes, I will adhere to your arrangements." The primary purpose of Chen Luo's visit, aside from addressing matters concerning the Qinglong motorcycle gang, was indeed the stock issue. With only 1 million remaining in his possession, he could hardly make significant waves in the stock market. Thus, from the outset, he had no intention of employing that sum for trading. Rather, it was to serve as operational funds for daily expenditures, such as renting accommodations and purchasing clothing and props. Chen Luo was not averse to claiming all the profits. However, individuals like Hou Yaozong would not willingly comply without sufficient incentives to ensure their loyalty. As their conversation unfolded, the vehicle came to a halt outside the Longquan Hotel. Contact me immediately upon the arrival of the Tyrannosaurus, Chen Luo instructed. Understood, young Master Chen. After alighting from the car, he proceeded towards the hotel. This five-star establishment was chosen to prevent any suspicion from Ho Yaozong and to conceal his residence. Once inside his hotel room, Chen Luo swiftly removed his makeup, restoring his true appearance, and changed into casual attire before leisurely heading in the direction of the school. At this hour, the students are concluding their evening study session. Despite having numerous tasks to attend to, Chen Luo was a man of his word. Having promised to fetch Gu Qinghuan, he set aside all other matters. Furthermore, the journey provided him ample opportunity to refine the plan swirling in his mind, identifying potential flaws therein. This meticulous habit had been honed over millennia. He relished in strategizing before acting, analyzing the myriad outcomes of each step and the possible reactions of others. He would only act once he was assured of success. For others, this process might take considerable time. Yet after thousands of years, Chen Luo had perfected his logical deduction abilities to a sublime degree. What might require days or even months of planning for others, he could devise in mere minutes or, at most, a few hours. Chapter 41. You have a burdened heart. As Chen Luo pondered while walking, he soon arrived at the school gates. He refrained from entering, aware that Nye Wei was likely in the classroom. Yet he harbored no vengeful thoughts towards him. Chen Luo was patient. For him, entering the school would only result in a physical confrontation with Nye Wei, which would not suffice to satiate his desire for retribution. The mere infliction of pain could not bring him satisfaction, as there existed far more profound agonies in this world. Gazing at the time, he leaned against the wall and waited. When the bell signaling the end of the study session rang, it was not long before he spotted Gu Qinghuan emerging from the school. Recently transferred, she had few friends and perpetually appeared solitary. Even now, her unique aura radiated like a lotus blooming from the mud, drawing attention amidst the throng of students. Whether male or female, all students cast glances toward Gu Qinghuan. Although merely 20 days had passed since the start of the term, she had already become a well-known figure among teachers and students alike, rightfully earning the title of school beauty. This notoriety was also the reason for her isolation. Boys hesitated to approach her, while girls felt daunted, fearing their own inadequacies. As Gu Qinghuan approached the entrance, she noticed Chen Luo. It was not that Chen Luo stood out, but rather, his gaze was markedly different from that of the other students. The students at the school, regardless of gender, exhibited restraint when observing her. The moment Gu Qinghuan felt discomfort, those gazes would shy away from her own. In stark contrast, Chen Luo's gaze was unwavering and fervent, unmasking his admiration without reservation. Should Gu Qinghuan cast a cold glare in his direction, Chen Luo would not falter but would instead engage in a profound exchange of glances. It was precisely this intensity that compelled Gu Qinghuan to shield herself with a book. For even she found it challenging to withstand the full force of Chen Luo's penetrating gaze. Since the previous evening, she had sensed an audacious and reckless energy emanating from him, as if he were wholly indifferent to the established norms of social interaction, intent only on pursuing his desires. As Gu Qinghuan passed Chen Luo, she endeavored to avert her gaze, choosing to ignore him completely. Are you troubled? Chen Luo, unperturbed by her demeanor, leisurely followed her, suddenly inquiring. Gu Qinghuan cast him a sidelong glance, but opted to ignore his question, continuing her forward march as if she had heard nothing. Undeterred, Chen Luo drew closer, his gaze appraising Gu Qinghuan with keen interest. After a moment, he asked, astonished, "Have you lost a family member?" In an instant, Gu Qinghuan's expression paled, and she abruptly turned to face Chen Luo, her eyes reflecting a mixture of panic, terror, and profound sorrow. Observing the sudden redness in her eyes, Chen Luo felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had unwittingly touched upon the raw wound she had concealed deep within her heart. Having noted the details during his earlier scrutiny, Chen Luo had drawn a conclusion that he could not restrain from voicing. Gu Qinghuan bit her lip, remaining silent, before abruptly turning and fleeing. For the first time, Chen Luo felt a flicker of panic, yet simultaneously he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The mere mention of that event had elicited such an emotional reaction from her. It could very well be the catalyst for her despair. Fearing for Gu Qinghuan's safety, he hastily pursued her. However, her direction was not toward home. She appeared to be running aimlessly, propelled only by sheer desperation. Chen Luo chased after her, but soon discovered an alarming truth. Gu Qinghuan possessed remarkable stamina. After 10 minutes of running, she had covered a considerable distance, maintaining an impressive speed. Estimating the distance, Chen Luo realized they must have run at least 3 kilometers, yet Gu Qinghuan showed no signs of slowing down. He found himself falling further behind, nearly losing sight of her, and he could feel his own strength waning. Running 3 kilometers in 10 minutes was nearly on par with professional athletes, considering that the world record barely surpassed 7 minutes. If Chen Luo were to dedicate some time to rigorous training, reaching or even surpassing that level would pose no challenge. However, he had only just returned yesterday, and his body had yet to acclimate to any form of exercise, rendering him inferior to seasoned athletes. What astonished Chen Luo even more was that Gu Qinghuan seemed to harbor numerous secrets herself. First, there was her proficiency in Latin, followed by her seemingly athletic physique. From any perspective, these attributes did not align with those of an 18-year-old high school student like Gu Qinghuan. Could it be that she too was a reincarnator? A sense of absurdity washed over Chen Luo at this thought. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. Despite the various incongruities surrounding Gu Qinghuan, the array of signs he had observed indicated that her circumstances could not possibly mirror his own. After pursuing her for a while longer, his stamina eventually waned, compelling him to pause for a moment of respite. Just as he was catching his breath, he was taken aback to see Gu Qinghuan also coming to a halt, turning to approach him. Chapter 42. Is this fellow even human? How did you come to know about that matter? Gu Qinghuan had been running for quite some time, yet she appeared only slightly out of breath. By the time she reached Chen Luo's side, her breathing had already steadied. Upon standing before him, she directly posed a question that had long eluded her understanding. Chen Luo took a deep breath, gestured toward the stone bench beside the street, and said, "Let us sit and talk. Allow me to recover my breath." Gu Qinghuan's expression remained cool, and without uttering a word, she walked over to the stone bench and took a seat, fixing her gaze upon Chen Luo. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Luo refrained from any playful banter, his expression growing serious as he pointed to a string wrapped around her wrist. "You have a linen thread wound around your wrist. It is a type of atonement bracelet from Thailand, typically worn by those who have visited Buddhist temples there. As the name suggests, this atonement bracelet is sought by those who feel guilt and seek redemption." He paused, assessing her reaction. "Thus, my initial conjecture is that perhaps you have committed some transgression that has instilled feelings of remorse and guilt within you, hence your persistent wearing of this bracelet." Gu Qinghuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Luo would possess knowledge of such a rare item, one that few in the country were aware of. Even those who searched online, only those who had traveled to Thailand and visited its temples would likely know of this. The atonement bracelet, intricately hand-woven from linen, boasted remarkable quality, capable of withstanding the test of time. Judging by the wear on your bracelet, and considering the usual wear from bathing and hand-washing, it appears you have worn it for approximately 3 months. This suggests that you traveled to Thailand during the summer of your sophomore year, likely accompanied by your parents who intended to help you alleviate your emotional burdens. However, your subsequent transfer to another school indicates that the trip and the bracelet did not bring you solace, but rather deepened your distress. This much can be inferred from the bloodshot veins in your eyes and your haggard appearance, indicating that whatever transpired continues to affect you profoundly. I am now intrigued to know what event could have such a lasting impact on you. Gu Qinghuan bit her lip, astonished, as Chen Luo's south deductions struck alarmingly close to the truth. She chose not to respond to his inquiry, but instead asked, "How do you know it was my family and not friends or classmates?" Chen Luo sighed, recognizing her reluctance to divulge further details. "Your atonement bracelet bears a faded heart-shaped tattoo beneath it. The discoloration is so severe that it would go unnoticed unless examined closely. From the extent of the fading, it appears to be nearly 10 years old, which would mean you were about 8 years old at the time. An 8-year-old child would not be permitted by their parents to get a tattoo, implying that an adult must have been with you. Otherwise, the tattoo artist would not have dared to tattoo 2 small children. This individual must have been someone your parents trusted implicitly, likely a close relative." Gu Qinghuan's expression shifted once more, clearly struck by the accuracy of Chen Luo's observations. Skeptical, she pressed, "Why do you say you all? Why not just me?" The heart was not shattered, but divided into 2 halves. Where was the other half? The relative who accompanied you would naturally not count, and an 8-year-old girl would not share a tattoo with a boy. Thus, it must be another girl of similar age or one not far apart in years, a girl with whom you share a deep bond. Possibly one who has grown up alongside you, closer than even sisters. I would surmise she is a cousin, perhaps. And the relative who took you both for the tattoo must be your father, your uncle, or aunt. As Chen Luo spoke, Gu Qinghuan's face drained of color. Every word he uttered was alarmingly accurate, and his tone was imbued with unwavering certainty, as if he were recounting events that had indeed transpired. Yet, Gu Qinghuan knew that Chen Luo could not possibly be aware of this matter. Only 3 individuals were privy to the tattoo incident. Even though her parents had found it somewhat amusing upon learning of it, they had not taken it seriously, allowing time to erase it from memory, and naturally, they had never mentioned it to outsiders. Yet, here was Chen Luo, deducing so much from the mere atonement bracelet and a tattoo. Was he even human? With a soft sigh, Chen Luo continued, "Before your transfer, you attended number 1 middle school, the best public school in Pengcheng, far superior to Longxiang High School, and even closer to your home. You had no reason whatsoever to transfer to a lesser institution, which indicates that there must have been something at that school you were unable to confront. Your cousin likely also attended number 1 middle school, which is why you were reminded of her upon entering. Thus, you could not continue your studies there. I would venture to guess that her misfortune occurred during your sophomore year." Chapter 43. I am a reincarnator. Gu Qinghuan gazed at Chen Luo in shock, rendered speechless. She simply could not comprehend how one's cognitive prowess could be so profoundly developed. Despite her silence, Chen Luo seemed to possess knowledge akin to first-hand experience, deducing so much from the scant information before him. "Who on earth are you?" Gu Qinghuan could not fathom how someone who had appeared timid and cowardly just the day before could transform overnight into a completely different person. "As I have mentioned, I am a reincarnator, someone who has returned from the future to save you," Chen Luo declared with a hearty laugh, stating this with remarkable candor. If there were anyone in this world he would not deceive, it would undoubtedly be Gu Qinghuan. Thus, he refrained from concocting a false narrative and instead spoke the unvarnished truth. Chen Luo understood that even if he spoke the truth, Gu Qinghuan would likely remain skeptical. True to form, Gu Qinghuan cast a cold glance in his direction before rising to leave. Chen Luo chuckled softly and promptly followed her. Gu Qinghuan made no effort to hasten him away, likely aware that even if she tried, she would not succeed. Moreover, her mood was exceedingly poor at the moment, allowing Chen Luo to accompany her without protest. "Can you tell me what happened?" "I cannot." Gu Qinghuan, without a moment's hesitation, coldly declined. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I can inquire at number 1 high school to ascertain what transpired. It shouldn't be too difficult." In truth, Chen Luo was initially uncertain whether that girl had truly passed away, but Gu Qinghuan's emotional turmoil was too pronounced. If she were still alive, her demeanor would undoubtedly be different. Should a fatal incident have occurred at the school, the students of number 1 high school would certainly be aware of it. A simple glance at the local news from the past year might even reveal the details of the event. "How dare you?" Gu Qinghuan shot a furious glare at Chen Luo, her expression one that could almost devour him whole. Observing the intensity of her gaze, Chen Luo realized she was serious. Provoking her further would indeed lead to a complete fallout. Suddenly, he spoke, "We are more fragile than we perceive, yet simultaneously, we possess strength beyond our imagination. I am unaware of what you have endured, but if you ever wish to discuss that matter, I shall always be here." Chen Luo understood well that Gu Qinghuan had few friends, and the issue that weighed heavily on her heart, of which he was still unaware, could lead to dire consequences if left unaddressed. However, he also recognized the necessity of not overstepping. For to Gu Qinghuan, he was still merely a stranger. Thus, he could say no more. Gu Qinghuan cast a complex glance at Chen Luo, but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word and continued on her way. Chen Luo chose not to intrude further. At this juncture, any additional words would be superfluous. They walked back in silence. The atmosphere somewhat peculiar, yet at least devoid of the awkwardness that had pervaded the previous night. Upon reaching the entrance of Gu Qinghuan's apartment complex, Chen Luo watched her ascend the stairs, waving goodbye before turning to leave. Had Gu Qinghuan known that Chen Luo had moved into the apartment above hers, it was certain she would have reacted with fury, having finally bridged a tiny gap with Gu Qinghuan. Chen Luo was not foolish enough to let this revelation jeopardize the rapport they had established today. He had other matters to attend to as well. Chen Luo needed to uncover the truth about what had transpired with Gu Qinghuan a year ago and devise a strategy to confront Nie Jiming. While on his way, he suddenly received a call from his mother, Li Yun. "Xiao Luo, aren't you going to your aunt's house?" Chen Luo understood that Li Yun had likely first inquired with his aunt and, upon discovering he had not gone, had grown concerned and immediately called him. With a smile, he replied, "Aunt's house is too far. I'm worried about being late for morning self-study tomorrow, so I booked a room at a nearby hotel." "Oh, that's good." Li Yun felt relieved and continued, "Your father and I need to return to our hometown to process our second-generation ID cards and handle some property matters. It may take about a week. I've left 1,000 yuan in your room, and if that's insufficient, just give us a call." Chen Luo sighed inwardly. It was clear his mother wished to avoid seeing his father in pain and had opted to return home instead. Her reasoning was not a mere excuse, as they had long intended to return for these matters. His parents had moved to Pengcheng when he was 10, and at that time, Their IDs were still first generation. Now, with IDs updated to the second generation, theirs had long since expired, causing numerous complications, such as the inability to use bank cards, which necessitated the update. As for the property issue, it stemmed from their reluctance to return to their rural hometown while also being unable to afford housing in Pengcheng, prompting them to purchase a house in the county town of their hometown. However, they had initially entrusted his uncle to pay the deposit using his father's first-generation ID. But signing a formal contract required a second-generation ID, which was why they had long planned this trip back home, albeit hesitating due to the financial losses incurred from not renting the apartment. They had not returned home for the new year in years, putting it off until now. This time, his parents had a valid reason to return and resolve these issues. Nonetheless, it subtly indicated that his father's injuries weren't severe and he would likely recover within a week. Chen Luo feigned nonchalance, saying, "Mom, I understand. You've both worked tirelessly during the holidays. This trip back home will be a good opportunity for you to rest. There's no need to worry about me." On the other end of the line, Li Yun paused, taken aback. Ever since they had left their hometown, her son had undergone significant changes. Especially during the past 2 years while attending high school in Pengcheng, his demeanor had become increasingly withdrawn. At home, he hardly spoke unless prompted. They could only surmise that his experience with bullying at school had contributed to this shift, particularly since his household registration was not in Pengcheng, preventing him from taking the college entrance exam there. They had hoped that transferring back to his hometown would improve his situation. Now, Chen Luo's tone was markedly different, imbued with concern for them, a sentiment Li Yun had never sensed before. "All right, I will inquire about the transfer when I return," Li Yun said, her voice trailing off, as she recalled Chen Luo's experiences at school, which had evidently affected his character. "It's our fault for not being capable enough, making you endure so much hardship." Chen Luo hurriedly reassured her, "Mom, I haven't suffered, and I won't in the future. I won't let you suffer either. Our lives will only get better from here." Li Yun could hardly believe her ears. Her typically reticent son was expressing such sentiments. With a choked voice, she replied, "Xiao Luo, as long as you're well and can get into a good university, your father and I will be content." Chen Luo sighed inwardly. If possible, he had no desire to attend university, as it seemed a mere waste of time to him. However, it was his parents' wish, and he bore no objection to fulfilling it. "Mom, rest assured, I will get into a good university. Yes, I believe in you." "All right, Xiao Luo, your father and I need to start packing." After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo felt that his parents' return was timely. Once he initiated his revenge against Nie Jiming, that scoundrel might, when cornered, lash out against his parents once more. With them back in their hometown, there would be fewer concerns. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Chen Luo's face. The following morning, Chen Luo first purchased a miniature camera, which he then installed in the hotel room at Longquan Hotel. Having completed the installation, he left the hotel, hailed a taxi on the street, and headed towards Pengcheng No. 1 High School. Although he had expressed a willingness to listen to Gu Qinghuan recount her experiences, he had not genuinely promised to refrain from investigating the matter. He was now convinced that the incident had led to Gu Qinghuan's suicide in his past life. Unless he uncovered the truth, he would find it impossible to sleep soundly. Pengcheng No. 1 High School was not only the best high school in the city, but also a provincial key institution, boasting top-tier facilities in both hardware and software. In terms of area, the high school division of Pengcheng No. 1 High School comprised 2 campuses, east and west, covering nearly 100,000 square meters, with a library housing over 150,000 volumes. The campus comprises a media center, a student affairs center, a faculty affairs center, an arts building, a technology museum, a gymnasium, student dormitories, and much more, boasting infrastructure that could rank among the finest in the nation. Standing at the towering entrance, Chen Luo beheld a wall constructed of reddish-brown marble, upon which the gilded characters of Pengcheng Middle School were elegantly inscribed. Upon entering the school, one is immediately greeted by a colossal stone bearing a famous quote by a great leader, proclaiming the need to study for the rise of China, rendered in bold crimson seal script. Even before stepping inside, an overwhelming sense of grandeur enveloped him. As Chen Luo made his way through the entrance during the noon recess, he noticed the bustling activity within the school, yet he refrained from recklessly inquiring about Gu Qinghuan. Approaching a stranger with such a question might lead to being perceived as deranged, and he doubted anyone would entertain his inquiry. While pondering whom to approach for information, a sharp whistle sliced through the air from behind him, accompanied by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Without turning around, it was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. He extended his left hand and effortlessly caught a basketball hurtling toward him. Holding the ball with a single hand, Chen Luo turned nonchalantly to discover a group of students over 20 meters away on the outdoor basketball court, all gazing at him with expressions of disbelief. They had clearly witnessed him facing away from the ball just moments before it reached him. It was as though he had foreseen the trajectory of the basketball, catching it with an uncanny reflex that seemed beyond the realm of ordinary human capability. Even more astonishing was the fact that he grasped the basketball with one hand. It is well known that catching a ball in such a manner is a formidable task, requiring not only a sufficiently large hand, but also considerable practice to master. The reason Chen Luo was able to catch the basketball stemmed not solely from his reflexes, but predominantly from the heightened awareness cultivated through years of training in his past life. Many of his abilities were pursued out of boredom, yet he actively sought to master throwing and shooting. Throughout countless reincarnations, situations arose where firearms were necessary, making this skill crucial for his survival, prompting him to dedicate decades to rigorous practice. From ordinary handguns to sniper rifles and even rocket launchers, he achieved a remarkable accuracy rate. Following this, he honed his skills with cold weapons such as archery, darts, and throwing knives, excelling in any scenario requiring precision. Once he had perfected both hot and cold weaponry, basketball became a trivial pursuit. With minimal practice and a grasp of the mechanics of force application, he could ensure every shot found its mark. Eventually, out of sheer boredom, he even experimented with using playing cards as throwing weapons, discovering that cards made from sufficiently sturdy paper could indeed be lethal projectiles. When these challenges ceased to intrigue him, Chen Luo began to practice the more arduous task of throwing while blindfolded. He started with stationary targets and subsequently progressed to moving targets. After years of diligent training, he developed the ability to discern sound and locate targets with the precision of a blind person. For instance, during clay pigeon shooting, he could determine the trajectory of a clay target the moment it was launched, hitting it with pinpoint accuracy. What set him apart from the blind was his ability to identify the type of object approaching him by its speed and the sound it generated. When the basketball soared toward him, he instantly recognized it by its velocity and the sound of air displacement, allowing him to effortlessly catch it. As for the single-handed catch, aside from his naturally larger hands, he relied on friction, using the ball's texture to grip it with ease, a skill perfected through innumerable repetitions during his cycles of rebirth. Tilting the basketball to one side, Chen Luo surveyed the court and quickly grasped the situation. A match was underway, with both teams donned in the uniforms of the first high school basketball team, likely engaged in a practice game. A crowd of students gathered along the sidelines, suggesting that the basketball team enjoyed significant popularity at their school, as evidenced by the large turnout for a mere practice. Evidently, a player had misjudged a pass, causing the basketball to fly out of bounds. Impressive. Wow, who is that? Such reflexes, murmured the students in awe, speculating whether he was a member of the basketball team. Excuse me, could you throw the ball back? One of the players approached, astonished yet aware that he was in the midst of a game, leaving little room for curiosity. With a glint in his eye, Chen Luo stepped forward, mimicking a baseball throw, and with a swift motion of his right arm, sent the basketball soaring through the air in a graceful arc, swishing cleanly through the hoop. A momentary hush fell over the court before an uproar erupted, filled with incredulous gasps. What on earth was that? I must be seeing things. That was at least 20 meters away. How is that even possible? The entire court was astounded by Chen Luo's feat, including the players and coach, who were momentarily left dumbfounded. Unlike the onlookers, the coach and players understood the intricacies of basketball. Scoring from such a distance with precision was a remarkable achievement, one even professional players would struggle to replicate. The distance he threw was akin to shooting from one baseline to the opposite hoop, a feat beyond the capabilities of an average student. Surely it was a fluke. Yes, it must have been a fluke, the coach thought, disregarding the ongoing game as he rushed over, seizing a basketball and parting the crowd. He approached Chen Luo, brimming with anticipation. Student, do you mind trying another shot? Chen Luo glanced at the eager coach and replied with a smile, I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to. With that, he leisurely turned away, exuding an air of disdain. The coach was momentarily taken aback, as were the students on the playground, astonished that someone who appeared to be just another student would so brazenly disregard the coach's request. Excuse me, what is your name and which class are you from? The coach called out, regaining his composure and pursuing Chen Luo. He was consumed with curiosity, eager to discern whether Chen Luo's skills were genuine or mere luck. If he truly possessed such talent, it could lead to a career in professional basketball, bringing immense honor to the coach should he nurture a potential athlete. Unperturbed, Chen Luo pressed forward, indifferent to the coach's relentless pursuit. The coach, unwilling to relent, ultimately positioned himself directly in front of Chen Luo. With an air of impatience, Chen Luo remarked, Excuse me, sir, I truly have no time. Would you kindly step aside? The coach fixed his gaze on Chen Luo and said, Very well, if you make one more shot, I shall allow you to leave. Appearing somewhat resigned, Chen Luo took the basketball back from the coach and stated, "So, if I make it, you'll stop bothering me?" Indeed, Chen Luo gripped the ball with one hand, sprinting a few steps to gather momentum before launching himself forward with a powerful stride. History seemed to repeat itself. The basketball soared high into the air, captivating the attention of all present, be they students or members of the basketball team, who were collectively entranced by its ascent. Under the collective gaze of eager spectators, the basketball traced a graceful parabolic arc, hurtling towards the hoop situated over 20 meters away. Swish! The ball landed flawlessly in the net. The court erupted in a cacophony of cheers, with both boys and girls expressing their astonishment and excitement. Incredible! Utterly remarkable! If the first shot had been a stroke of luck, the odds of replicating such success a second time were nearly non-existent. Chapter 46. An Overabundance of Confidence. The coach's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned closer to Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Have you practiced before?" Chen Luo, with a puzzled expression, replied, "Of course I practiced. Otherwise, how could I have made the shot?" The coach, brimming with anticipation, said, "Would you like to join our basketball team?" "No." Chen Luo responded decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. The coach paused momentarily before hastily continuing, "Our school's basketball team is exceptionally strong. We are poised to compete in the National High School League. With a stellar performance in the provincial tournament, you could earn a special admission qualification to Tsinghua or Peking University. Should you secure the MVP in the finals, you would not even need to take the college entrance examination. You would be guaranteed admission, though you may be a bit lean, with some training to enhance your fitness. Participating in Cuba or even CBA would be well within your reach." The coach, eager to entice, laid out all the benefits before Chen Luo. "But I could gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University with my eyes closed. Why would I want to play basketball?" The coach was left speechless, and the surrounding students widened their eyes in disbelief at Chen Luo's audacity. It should be noted that even at a premier provincial high school like Pengcheng, over 1,000 students took the college entrance examination last year, with only 13 gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, 5 of whom were admitted through direct recommendation. Yet, none had ever boasted, as Chen Luo did, that they could gain entry with their eyes closed. As Chen Luo turned to leave without hesitation, the coach found himself at a loss for how to persuade him further. "Wait, please." The coach hurriedly pursued Chen Luo, once again blocking his path. "With your talent, it would be a tremendous waste not to play basketball. Just think, if you entered CBA, with your abilities, you could truly shine and become a basketball star." It was no wonder the coach was so eager. The precision required to make a shot from over 20 meters was a rarity even among professional athletes in CBA. This indicated that, with some formal training, Chen Luo could undoubtedly excel in the National High School League. Chen Luo appeared somewhat exasperated, seemingly overwhelmed by the coach's persistence. Suddenly, he said, "Coach, I have a few questions. If you can answer them, I may consider it." The coach's heart leapt with joy at this prospect, and he nodded eagerly. "Of course, I am well versed in matters pertaining to basketball and special admissions." "Then let us find a quiet place to converse." Without a moment's hesitation, the coach called out to the players on the court. Practice match concluded. Everyone returned to rest. The students and basketball team members exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the coach would abandon the entire team for Chen Luo's sake. The basketball players felt particularly aggrieved. Yet in that moment, the coach was determinedly following Chen Luo, leaving them with no recourse. "What would you like to know? Feel free to ask." The coach led Chen Luo into the gym's office and inquired with a smile, "Do you know Gu Qinghuan?" The coach was taken aback. He had anticipated Chen Luo would inquire about basketball, not about Gu Qinghuan, leaving his mind momentarily muddled. Chen Luo's primary intention had always been to gather information about Gu Qinghuan, which is why he had deliberately made a spectacle on the basketball court, to attract attention. Whether from students or the coach, it mattered not, and the coach, clearly more animated than the students, became Chen Luo's chosen informant. "You're not from our school?" The coach's expression shifted to one of curiosity, as it was not uncommon for students at Pengcheng No. 1 High School to be unfamiliar with teachers and the principal. But it was rare for anyone not to recognize Gu Qinghuan. Even freshmen had heard of her name. Moreover, most students in the high school had transitioned from the middle school, where they would have been well acquainted with Gu Qinghuan. "Yes, I am from Longsheng High School and was in the same class as Gu Qinghuan. We were even desk mates." Chen Luo spoke candidly about his background. "Longsheng High School? She transferred there?" The coach was taken aback. With nearly 80 high schools in Pengcheng, Longsheng High School was hardly comparable to No. 1 High School. After a moment of contemplation, the coach suddenly realized, pointing at Chen Luo with a knowing smile, "I see, you have feelings for Gu Qinghuan, which is why you came here to inquire about her." Chen Luo smiled and nodded, his expression unguarded as he admitted she experienced great distress due to events at No. One high school. I am unaware of the specifics and cannot comfort her, so I sought to understand. The coach scrutinized Chen Luo for a moment in his earlier haste. He had not truly observed him, but now he recognized in Chen Luo's clear gaze a calmness and composure that belied his status as a mere student. He couldn't help but chuckle. What if I told you that you could join our basketball team? Chen Luo, astonished, responded, I have already told you. I am from Longcheng High School. What does that matter? I can apply for a special admission for you to join number 1 high school. You simply need to agree. Chen Luo shook his head, chuckling softly. Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary. I truly have no interest in basketball. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for students from other high schools to transfer to ours? What relevance does that have to me? The coach was momentarily at a loss for words, for Chen Luo had a point. For someone uninterested in attending number 1 high school, such an offer held no appeal. Then what if I choose not to tell you? Sir, there are so many students at number 1 high school. Finding someone to ask shouldn't be too challenging. As Chen Luo spoke, he stood to leave the office. Come back, come back. I will tell you. The coach, resigned, called Chen Luo back if you ask those students. They will only embellish the truth and provide you with processed information. It will be far better for me to inform you directly. Thank you, sir. The coach sighed and glanced at Chen Luo before slowly speaking. The events surrounding Gu Qinghuan are, in fact, not overly complicated. Gu Qinghuan and her cousin, Lu Yezi, grew up in the same residential compound, separated only by a single building, which fostered a close bond between them from a young age. Furthermore, as they were born merely a month apart, they remained classmates from kindergarten through high school. Both girls not only possessed striking beauty, but also consistently excelled academically. Although they spent every day together like conjoined twins, they secretly competed with one another, supporting each other in times of hardship, which left many envious of their relationship. During their time at the entire first high school, both teachers and students were well aware of their presence. However, during their second year of high school, an incident occurred that irrevocably altered the course of their lives. Chapter 47, an utterly absurd event. Chen Luo's attention sharpened, for he sensed that crucial information was about to be divulged. In that fateful year, they had made plans to hike Mount Peng, but disaster struck on their descent. They encountered a serial killer named Edmund, who was lurking nearby. Lu Yezi was captured, while Gu Qinghuan managed to escape. When Gu Qinghuan fled and alerted the authorities, by the time the police arrived, Lu Yezi had already met a tragic fate. The coach fell silent at this juncture, and Chen Luo felt a jolt of realization wash over him. Upon hearing the name Edmund, he understood the gravity of the situation. Chen Luo's expression darkened as a flood of memories surged within him, linking all the clues together until he finally grasped the unfolding events. This Edmund was not a national of Huagua, but rather a deranged American serial killer who, after committing over 30 murders in the United States, had fled to Huagua in desperation. Known as the Cross Killer, he specifically targeted underage girls still in school, violently raping, murdering, and dismembering them, leaving behind his signature, a reversed crucifix. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, he had committed 3 heinous acts, each time evading capture, which caused an uproar throughout the city. At that time in his previous life, Chen Luo was also in his second year of high school. Despite his indifference to the outside world, he had seen the wanted posters for this individual on television and in newspapers. However, at that time, he was embroiled in his own turmoil and paid little heed to the matter. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinghuan's cousin would turn out to be the third victim. Although the coach did not articulate the words that followed, Chen Luo could easily surmise the tragic outcome. The anguish that Gu Qinghuan felt upon learning of her cousin Lu Yezi's fate was undoubtedly profound. The source of her guilt was also apparent to Chen Luo. It was likely she had proposed the hiking trip to Mount Peng. Gu Qinghuan's reasoning was not difficult to comprehend. She must have thought that if she had not suggested the hike, Lu Yezi would not have encountered such peril. Gu Qinghuan attributed Lu Yezi's demise to herself and had been tormenting herself ever since. Chen Luo's expression shifted subtly as he noticed his hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the dawning realization of an utterly absurd possibility. The reason he knew Lu Yezi was the third and final victim was that Edmund had met his own gruesome end 2 months later, in November, when he was brutally dismembered and discarded in the wilderness. Under normal circumstances, Chen Luo might not have paid much attention, but now, with the knowledge of what had transpired with Lu Yezi, he sensed something was amiss. The date of Gu Qinghuan's suicide coincided with merely 3 days after Edmund's demise. Reflecting on Gu Qinghuan's extraordinary physical prowess, he felt a tremor course through him. Was this, perhaps, the catalyst for her suicide? It seemed plausible that she had enhanced her abilities to seek vengeance on her cousin's murderer, employing the same brutal methods. Only to be overwhelmed by the guilt of her cousin's death and her own actions, ultimately leading her to take her own life. Chen Luo abruptly rose from his seat and dashed out of the office, disregarding the coach's calls from behind. Impossible. He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion consuming him. Akin to the disbelief he felt regarding Gu Qinghuan's potential suicide, he could hardly fathom that she would resort to such cruel means to take a life. Upon exiting the school, Chen Luo inhaled deeply several times, quickly regaining his composure. Having lived through countless experiences over the millennia, he had long learned to face everything with equanimity. However, he realized he was now somewhat flustered, shattering his previously unwavering calm. Nevertheless, once Chen Luo regained his clarity, he understood that he had merely connected several seemingly related dots without any concrete evidence indicating that Gu Qinghuan had killed Edmund. Moreover, even if Gu Qinghuan had indeed taken Edmund's life, what difference would it make? Quickly shaking his head, Chen Luo concluded that should Gu Qinghuan be guilty, he would harbor no resentment. It would not alter his sentiments. The principle of repaying debts and exacting vengeance for murder is a natural law, particularly when the victim is a depraved killer like Edmund. However, Chen Luo recognized that his responsibilities had multiplied. He must preemptively eliminate this psychopath. Regardless of whether Gu Qinghuan had been involved, if there was even a sliver of possibility that her suicide was linked to this, he would not let it slide. By removing that monster, he would, in a way, avenge those innocent lives lost and Gu Qinghuan herself. For Chen Luo, dealing with a serial killer posed little challenge, and he recalled the locations reported in the news where this individual had been hiding. With this in mind, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Ho Yaozong. I have a few addresses for you. Have someone keep watch. If any foreign Caucasians appear, contact me immediately. Ho Yaozong, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly agreed. Lishan residents in Huihai District, Tiantong Garden in Tianfu District. Remember, someone must monitor those places 24/7. Understood, Chun Xiao. In the final 2 months before Edmund's capture, he had indeed taken refuge in one of those residences. However, the news reports never revealed the specific apartment numbers or which community he had initially occupied. The fact that Chen Luo could recall these 2 locations was remarkable. He could only request Ho Yaozong to station people outside, waiting to see if the man would resurface. At the time of the news coverage, there remained a mystery that had not been resolved even in 2019. The owners of the 2 residences where Edmund had hidden had both been abroad for an extended period, returning only to discover their homes had been occupied. It was only after reviewing surveillance footage that they realized it was the depraved Edmund. Subsequent police analysis suggested that someone had likely assisted Edmund from the shadows, enabling him to hide in those locations. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental for him to know precisely when the homeowners were away. However, the police had investigated each lead without uncovering any clues, and the case ultimately went cold. After hanging up, Chen Luo contemplated briefly before returning to the residential complex where Gu Qinghuan resided, Shuyuan Mingjia. Upon his return, the first thing he did was run 5 kilometers on the treadmill. His current physique was still somewhat frail. Chen Luo understood that he must begin to enhance his physical fitness from this moment onward. Otherwise, in the face of unforeseen circumstances, his physical shortcomings would undoubtedly become a source of frustration. He had developed a set of exercise methods through his own experimentation, and with consistent practice, they would yield significant results. He had even concocted a formula that could rapidly enhance muscle fibers, but at present, he lacked the medical equipment and pharmaceutical resources to pursue it. Well, it was time to acquaint himself with the second influential figure and address the issues of formulation and equipment. In Chapter 48, Aren't You Leaving Yet? The 3 names Chen Luo had selected were all meticulously chosen, each possessing a certain capability that could be of service to him. This task was relatively straightforward, as Chen Luo had spent decades in Peng City, becoming intimately familiar with every corner of it. Much like navigating a video game, he had an exhaustive understanding of the monster spawn locations and the timing of bosses within the landscape of Peng City. The individual Chen Luo sought to meet and ultimately control was Jiang Junyan, the chairman of Mingcheng Pharmaceutical, a company that would later rank among the top 3 in the biopharmaceutical field. However, at this moment, Jiang Junyan had yet to assume power. The company was still under the leadership of his father, Jiang Mingcheng. Jiang Junyan was currently balancing his work and studies in management within the family enterprise. In 2008, Mingcheng Pharmaceutical was not even notable on a national scale, barely scraping into the top 10 within Guangdong province. The eventual rise of Mingcheng Pharmaceutical to prominence, both nationally and internationally, could largely be attributed to Jiang Junyan, who would take the helm in 2008, albeit through a painful succession process. Nonetheless, Chen Luo was not in a hurry to seek out Jiang Junyan. He had another task at hand. After completing his workout, he indulged in a brief slumber, awakening to find it was already past 6 in the evening. After a simple transformation of his appearance, he leisurely stepped outside. He made only slight alterations, maturing his visage just enough to appear somewhat older. Although his demeanor did not resemble that of a high school student, his youthful features still rendered him distinctly boyish. With a touch of makeup, he appeared at least a decade older, resembling a young man in his late 20s. Chen Luo hailed a taxi and directed the driver to a venue known as the Night Encounter Bar. A throng of flamboyantly dressed barmaids congregated at the entrance. Unlike the bars of the future, this establishment employed more blatant tactics to attract patrons. The barmaids, all possessing commendable looks and diverse physiques, created a scene reminiscent of ancient brothels. As Chen Luo approached the entrance, he did not wait for the barmaid to greet him, but instead announced his intent to find someone and strode directly into the bar. Inside, the atmosphere mirrored that of bars in the future. Music blared, laughter echoed, and men and women engaged in frenzied revelry. Under the cover of night, amidst alcohol and dazzling lights, everyone sought to unleash their emotions and instincts. The barmaids entertained clients with games, while men seized the opportunity to make advances in the shadows. This unspoken understanding between patrons and barmaids, where customers purchased drinks while the latter indulged in flirtation, remained an accepted norm. Chen Luo, accustomed to such scenes, made his way to the bar with a leisurely pace. Upon arriving, he quickly spotted his target, a woman clad in a red dress, likely in her mid-30s. Seated at the bar, she exuded a captivating allure, her lips painted a fiery red, radiating a mature charm. Furthermore, she possessed an enchanting aura, her expression naturally imbued with a seductive quality, making her far more enticing than a mere young girl. At that moment, two men flanked her, each attempting to garner her attention. Their intentions were abundantly clear, yet the woman appeared disinterested, her gaze wandering absently towards the dance floor. A sly smile crept onto Chen Luo's lips as he approached her. This woman in the red dress was none other than Lin Yun, the wife of Nie Jiming and mother of Nie Wei. Qinglong had previously divulged numerous details about the Nie family, including Lin Yun's frequent visits to the Night Encounter Bar, where she engaged in fleeting romances with attractive younger men, often taking them under her wing. Despite knowing this, Nie Jiming could do little to restrain Lin Yun, as their marriage was a strategic alliance, with the Lin family's influence rivaling that of the Nie family. In fact, Nie Jiming had much to gain from the Lin family's resources. However, their relationship lacked emotional depth, and Lin Yun harbored a certain disdain for Nie Jiming. Following the birth of Nie Wei, she seemed to have completed a task and fully embraced her newfound freedom. The two reached an unspoken accord. Each would pursue their own pleasures outside their marriage, with Lin Yun neglecting even her son, Nie Wei. This absence of maternal love played a significant role in shaping Nie Wei's current state. Nie Jiming tasked Qinglong with monitoring Lin Yun, not out of jealousy, but to ensure her escapades did not lead to any scandal that would tarnish his reputation. Despite their lack of affection, Lin Yun remained his publicly recognized wife, and should one of her young suitors make a scene, it would reflect poorly on him. As Chen Luo approached Lin Yun, he seized the left-hand man by the collar and yanked him from his seat. "This spot is mine." The man, caught completely off guard, turned to glare at Chen Luo, his anger boiling over. "What the hell are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Chen Luo's icy gaze, which sent a chill coursing through him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. It was terrifying. A thought raced through the man's mind. He had never encountered such a cold, emotionless stare. The aura emanating from Chen Luo resembled that of a predator regarding its prey. "Do you have a problem?" Chen Luo inquired. And no, the man, thoroughly intimidated by Chen Luo's detached tone, abruptly turned and fled, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Lin Yun's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She had yet to comprehend what had transpired. The man had been furious just moments before, and yet now he was scurrying away in fear. Even the man seated to Lin Yun's left was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. In the dim light of the bar, with Chen Luo facing away from the two men, they were oblivious to the lethal intent he directed at the man. Chen Luo casually took a seat, not looking at Lin Yun, but rather addressing the man on her right. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback before she could not contain a soft laugh. Her interest in Chen Luo piqued. Chapter 49. How about we play a game? The man, upon hearing the unabashedly contemptuous remarks from Chen Luo, coupled with Lin Yun's delicate laughter, was immediately consumed by rage. He abruptly rose from his chair and, without uttering a single word, stormed towards Chen Luo, throwing a punch with ferocious intent. However, before his fist could reach its target, Chen Luo swiftly seized a bottle from a bar and, without hesitation, smashed it against the man's forehead. The bottle shattered with a resounding crash, sending the man staggering backward, clutching his head as blood began to trickle down his face. Though the music in the bar was blaring, the shattering of the bottle startled those nearby, causing them to look up in alarm. Yet Lin Yun's expression remained largely unchanged, her interest seemingly piqued. While many patrons were indeed taken aback by the commotion, their expressions soon morphed into one of familiarity upon realizing a brawl was unfolding. Such incidents were commonplace in bars, where excessive drinking often led to altercations fueled by jealousy and rivalry. The clientele had grown accustomed to it, as had the bartenders and servers, who had long become desensitized to the chaos. Dazed from the blow, the man blinked as double vision clouded his sight. Shaking his woozy head, he gradually regained some clarity. However, upon feeling the warm blood on his hands, a surge of anger ignited within him. "You bastard, I'll kill you today," he roared. With a swift motion, he pulled a dagger from behind him and lunged at Chen Luo with malevolent intent. At the sight of the weapon, many patrons instinctively recoiled, and even Lin Yun's demeanor shifted as she stepped back, clearly taken aback by the escalation. Yet, rather than fleeing, the onlookers leaned in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Their curiosity was tempered by an understanding that the bar's staff would intervene. In this day and age, operating a bar came with its own set of complexities, especially in a bustling district where the owners invariably had powerful connections. Though the identity of the night encounter bar's proprietor was unknown to the patrons, those who had previously caused trouble there had mysteriously vanished. In one particular instance, when a brawl had resulted in a fatality, operations had only ceased for a day before resuming as usual. Just as the man brandished the dagger, a bartender discreetly notified the security personnel, colloquially referred to as the enforcers. Yet before they could arrive, Chen Luo casually rose from his seat, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Just as the dagger was about to pierce him, he reached out with astonishing speed, somehow disarming the man and seizing the dagger for himself. In the next moment, Chen Luo delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground in a heap. "You're dead. Do you know who I am?" The man gasped, struggling to rise as he pointed a trembling finger at Chen Luo, his fury palpable. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, frantically scrolling through his contacts to make a call. At that moment, a robust figure stepped forward, seizing the phone from his grasp. "Friend, let's not escalate this any further, shall we?" A burly man approached, flanked by a cadre of security personnel. The onlookers had been captivated by Chen Luo's prowess, but when they saw the imposing man arrive with his entourage, their expressions shifted to one of disinterest. The involvement of the bar staff signaled the end of the spectacle. However, to their surprise, the drama was far from over. "Let go of me," the man shouted, his rage intensifying as the loss of his phone fanned the flames of his fury. "Do you believe I won call for reinforcements to smash this pathetic bar to pieces?" Such grandiose threats, the burly man retorted, stepping closer. Upon recognizing the man's face, his pupils dilated in shock, and an awkward expression surfaced. "Ah, Zhang Eryi, I had no idea it was you. If I had known you were here, I would have ensured you received the best VIP treatment." In the world of bars, certain individuals were not to be trifled with, such as the man before him, Zhang Xiao, who, while not a major player himself, had an older brother, Zhang Xiaohao, notorious as the local kingpin. Similarly, figures like Lin Yun, with formidable family backing from the Nia and Lin clans, commanded respect in the area. "Get lost." Zhang Xiao, who snatched his phone back, glaring at the burly man. "Is this scoundrel your responsibility, or should I summon my associates to deal with you and your shabby establishment as well?" Without hesitation, the burly man barked orders to his subordinates. "Grab him and let Zhang Eryi vent his frustrations." The cadre of thugs immediately surged toward Chen Luo, preparing for confrontation. The onlookers, now invigorated by the prospect of a brawl, widened their eyes in anticipation. Meanwhile, more patrons ceased their dancing, drawn to the escalating scene, with the music fading into the background. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Luo toyed with the dagger in his hand, seemingly eager to engage. Lin Yun had been keenly observing Chen Luo's demeanor, which radiated an air of nonchalance, as if the impending chaos held no weight. Unfazed by Zhang Xiao's hostility or the impending assault from the thugs, he maintained a casual demeanor, seemingly undaunted. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lin Yun's eyes as she stepped in front of Chen Luo, blocking the advancing thugs. "Hold on." Both Zhang Xiao and the burly head of security paused, bewildered by her sudden intervention. The spectators' excitement escalated, realizing the unfolding drama was becoming increasingly captivating. Fighting and causing a ruckus benefits no one, Lin Yun continued, her laughter ringing melodiously. "The details of who is right or wrong are irrelevant at this point. Since Zhang Er, ye cannot let this go, why not resolve this conflict in a more entertaining manner? Chapter 50. There must be some incentive. The head of security wore a conflicted expression. Lin Yun's intervention was clearly aimed at diffusing the situation on behalf of Chen Luo. He knew he could not afford to offend her, as even the boss would likely not dare to disregard her. After mulling it over, he leaned closer to Zhang Xiaohu and disclosed Lin Yun's identity. Zhang Xiaohu's expression shifted subtly. A storm of frustration brewed within him. Yet he was compelled to consider the implications of Lin Yun's status. Forcing the security chief to act against Chen Luo could lead to a disastrous encounter with Lin Yun, a prospect fraught with complications. What game? Zhang Xiaohu's tone darkened. Having recognized Lin Yun's identity, he had quelled his earlier desires. Yet he still sought to salvage his pride. Lin Yun, with a radiant smile, gently parted her crimson lips and uttered, "Let the knife pierce between the fingers." The moment these words escaped her mouth, the onlookers were taken aback. Those who frequented bars were mostly aware of this game and its inherent dangers. The so-called knife-piercing game entails spreading the 5 fingers wide and swiftly maneuvering a sharp knife between them, thrusting down until one of the players inadvertently pierces a finger. Suddenly, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Xiaohu's face. Naturally, those in his line of work were familiar with this game. They often engaged in it to showcase their bravado, competing to see who possessed the greater nerve. Zhang Xiaohu had played before and was quite adept at it, carrying a dagger not for the purpose of violence, but because he excelled at the game and enjoyed having it on hand. "I am in." Zhang Xiaohu's face contorted into a cold smirk as he turned his gaze towards Chen Luo, a challenge evident in his expression. "You want to play, huh?" Chen Luo chuckled silently, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Xiaohu, but gaining a renewed understanding of Lin Yun's malicious intent. Lin Yun's presence was not to shield him from misfortune, but to relish the spectacle of 2 men clashing for her favor. This game, originally stemming from the 18th century American West, was the domain of bounty hunters and cowboys. Those cowboys, aside from their gunfighting skills and an ability to spin tales of grandeur, needed to possess a certain level of knife-handling prowess. At times, to demonstrate their courage in front of women, drawing guns was inappropriate, as there were seldom any deep-seated grudges. Thus, they resorted to such games to showcase their knife skills. "Huh, since it is the request of this lovely lady, I have no objections," Chen Luo declared. Upon hearing his agreement, the bar erupted with excitement. The crowd surged forward, eager to witness this unfolding drama. However, Chen Luo suddenly interjected, "But since it is a game, there should be some stakes involved." Zhang Xiaohu chuckled ominously. "The stake is this. If you win, you walk away unscathed. If you lose, it isn't merely a finger you sacrifice, but all your fingers." His words sent a collective gasp through the spectators. Such stakes were ruthless indeed. Yet, Chen Luo paid no heed to Zhang Xiao. Instead, he turned a smiling countenance towards Lin Yun and proposed, "If I win, you shall accompany me tonight." "What do you say?" Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone as unabashedly forthright about their desires, especially in front of so many witnesses. Chen Luo seemed entirely unconcerned with the crowd's gaze, exuding a primal charm she had never encountered before, which sent a thrill coursing through her. With a sudden giggle, she cast a flirtatious glance towards him and replied, "Very well. If you win, I shall go with you tonight." The crowd's expressions turned suggestive, but their excitement was palpable. This contest for a woman's favor could serve as a tale to boast about for ages. Witnessing the flirtation unfold before him, Zhang Xiaohu's fury surged, and he bellowed, "Enough of this nonsense. Let us get on with it." The head of security, seeing both parties had consented, had no grounds to intervene and knew he could not stop them, so he begrudgingly arranged a space for the duel. Soon enough, a vacant table appeared in the center of the dance floor, accompanied by 2 chairs. Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu took their respective seats, each clutching a sharp dagger. As if by design, the bar's lights suddenly dimmed, casting a solitary beam upon their table, allowing everyone nearby to clearly observe the proceedings. Those unable to see had even climbed onto tables or sofas for a better view. In that moment, Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu spread their hand across the table, awaiting Lin Yun's cue to commence. Lin Yun glanced at the 2 men, her lips curling into a smile as she declared, "Let the game begin." Almost simultaneously, Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Luo drew their daggers, plunging them towards the gaps between their fingers. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic series of knife points striking the table echoed throughout the bar, the sound so pronounced that it was as if a pin could be heard dropping. In that instant, the noise captivated everyone's attention, drawing their focus entirely towards the 2 players. Zhang Xiaohu, maintaining his composure, lifted and struck down with his dagger. confident that it would not be long before he witnessed Chen Luo inadvertently severing his own finger. His confidence stemmed from the countless hours he had spent honing his skills. This game was a test of speed and precision. If one allowed their adrenaline to overtake their mind, they could easily become incapacitated. However, those who mastered the technique, memorizing the motions and sequence, could navigate the game without mishap until fatigue set in. But soon, Zhang Xiaohu sensed something amiss. Chen Luo's speed matched his own, and intriguingly, he wasn't even glancing at his own hand. Instead, he was watching Zhang Xiaohu with keen interest. A flicker of alarm danced in Zhang Xiaohu's mind. Even he, with his slow wit, recognized that his opponent was not only familiar with this game, but appeared to be a seasoned expert. With a clenched jaw, Zhang Xiaohu hastened his strikes, the sound of his dagger hitting the table quickening. Chen Luo merely smiled, unhurriedly matching his pace, and curiously, their movements synchronized perfectly. The rapid strikes blended into a singular rhythm, as if they were one entity. The onlookers were electrified, especially Lin Yun, who was closest and felt the palpable tension. The thrill of testing one's limits with a sharp blade, the fear of it plunging into one's own hand, created an exhilarating atmosphere for the spectators. Chapter 51. This guy is something else. Lin Yun gazed at Chen Luo, her eyes shimmering with admiration. She anticipated that he would excel at such a perilous game. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohu's expression grew increasingly grim. Even a fool could discern that Chen Luo was not merely skilled but a master of the craft. Filled with indignation, Zhang Xiaohu could hardly believe that he had encountered someone so adept at wielding a knife, even more so than himself. "Aren't you matching my speed? Keep up then," he roared, dramatically increasing the pace of his strikes to nearly double. If his initial speed resembled a leisurely walk, it now approached a brisk jog. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaohu, Chen Luo's dagger also accelerated in perfect harmony, the sounds of their strikes merging into a singular crescendo. The spectators were spellbound. Even at the original speed, they knew none could maintain such precision for this duration without injury. As the two individuals accelerated, an exhilarating sensation surged forth, captivating the attention of many who widened their eyes in fear of missing a single moment. Zhang Xiaohu's expression shifted dramatically, his anger flaring as he intensified his efforts once more. The sound of rapid, intense collisions erupted, instantly drawing everyone's focus. When they looked again, it appeared as though Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu's fingers were engaged in a lively dance upon the tabletop. The speed of the blade's movement transcended that of a mere jogger, resembling instead the fervent sprint of an athlete. Chen Luo retained a smile as he gazed at Zhang Xiaohu, not once glancing at his own palm, yet maintaining perfect synchronization with his opponent's pace. At this juncture, the onlookers began to sense something amiss. The expressions of the two men starkly contrasted, with Chen Luo's unwavering gaze never straying from Zhang Xiaohu's face, making the disparity unmistakable. If the situation continued as it was only a matter of time before Zhang Xiaohu severed his own fingers. However, at that moment, Chen Luo abruptly halted, retracting his dagger. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaohu's heart soared with elation. He too ceased his movements, puffing up with pride as he declared, "You lost. You bastard." At that moment, sweat trickled down Zhang Xiaohu's palms and back. His earlier intense focus had left him oblivious to his discomfort, but now, as he regained awareness, he felt uncomfortably sticky. Chen Luo chuckled heartily. "Do not be anxious. I merely believe that determining the victor in such a manner is rather tedious. Let's elevate the challenge." His words left the crowd momentarily bewildered, uncertain of his intent. "How about we cover our hands with paper and stab down to determine the winner?" Chen Luo swiftly clarified the confusion in everyone's minds. Zhang Xiaohu's expression shifted instantly. This new method escalated the game's difficulty significantly, for with the paper obscuring their palms, judging where to strike would require intuition alone, increasing the psychological pressure and thrill of the game. "Why should I? You stopped early. You've already lost. Why should I partake in this?" Zhang Xiaohu retorted, his bravado faltering. "Wait, what did we ever agree that stopping early counts as a loss? And are you truly certain that I would lose if we continued?" Chen Luo inquired with a smirk, his eyes glinting with mischief. The spectators erupted in derisive jeers directed at Zhang Xiao, the implication of the situation all too apparent. Should they press on, Zhang Xiaohu was surely doomed. His face flushed crimson. He could no longer tolerate the ridicule, barking defiantly, "Who the hell is afraid? I'll take you on." Chen Luo clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent. Let us commence." Shortly after the security chief initiated the game, his expression mirrored Zhang Xiaohu's. For should Chen Luo falter, he would face no repercussions, Zhang Xiaohu would handle the aftermath. Yet, if Zhang Xiaohu lost, he would inevitably share in the misfortune. Upon hearing Chen Luo's proposition, the security chief's demeanor shifted. He hastily declared, "I'll fetch some paper." He returned swiftly, but by then, the bar's lighting had dimmed slightly, lacking the earlier brightness. Upon reaching the table, he handed 2 sheets of paper to Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu respectively. Chen Luo's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he scrutinized the 2 sheets, casting a knowing glance at the security chief. The latter, seemingly guilty, avoided Chen Luo's gaze, feigning indifference. Chen Luo's smile stemmed from a keen observation. The thickness of the papers differed. The sheet given to him would obscure his hand entirely, while Zhang Xiaohu's was thin enough to reveal the outline of his hand beneath. However, the dim lighting, coupled with the distance of the spectators, rendered this disparity unnoticed, even by Lin Yun, who was seated nearby. The security chief had presumed Chen Luo would overlook such details, yet he discerned them the moment the papers were distributed. Feeling disheartened, he anticipated Chen Luo would demand a change for Zhang Xiaohu's paper. To his surprise, Chen Luo remained silent, suddenly rising and smiling as he approached Lin Yun. The crowd was taken aback, pondering his intentions, only to witness him wrap an arm around Lin Yun's waist, pulling her into an embrace. "My dear, may I borrow something from you?" Chen Luo said with a light laugh. Lin Yun, caught off guard, displayed no signs of panic or embarrassment. Instead, she nestled closer, her eyes sparkling as she coyly asked, "What do you wish to borrow?" "This," Chen Luo replied, and in an instant, Lin Yun felt a chill as something slipped away. The next moment, Chen Luo brandished a black lace panty before the crowd. Silence enveloped the room as everyone stared in disbelief, unable to utter a word. For he held aloft a woman's intimate garment. You. Lin Yun gasped, her eyes wide as she recognized the item. Her expression was one of incredulity. She could hardly fathom how Chen Luo had accomplished such a feat. Chen Luo wore a mischievous grin. "I shall use your panty as my paper." The assembly was left dumbfounded, then collectively grasped the implications. Chen Luo had, in that fleeting moment, stripped Lin Yun of her undergarment? What the hell? This guy must be insane. Chapter 52, Elevating the Challenge. Chen Luo paid no heed to Lin Yun's or the crowd's reactions, turning back to his seat with a wicked smile. He fully understood that Zhang Xiaohu was destined to lose. Yet his sudden alteration of the game rules was intended to humiliate Lin Yun. This woman, in her quest for excitement, had exhibited a cruel disposition by inciting 2 complete strangers to engage in such a perilous game. It was only fitting that she should face some consequence. Chen Luo bore no grudge against Zhang Xiaohu. His earlier provocation had merely been a means to capture Lin Yun's attention. At this point in the game, Lin Yun had certainly taken note of him, making it unnecessary for Zhang Xiaohu to suffer a severed finger. Moreover, should such an injury occur, Zhang Xiaohu would likely seek revenge. Although Chen Luo was unafraid, he had come with a purpose, not to engage in a battle of wills, hence the temporary halt. The method behind his audacious act was simple. While embracing Lin Yun, he stealthily maneuvered his dagger to sever her undergarment in an instant. A seasoned thief, Chen Luo could pilfer unnoticed with ease. Yet, as the onlookers remained astonished by his audacity, Lin Yun unexpectedly burst into laughter, leaving the crowd further bewildered. Was this woman truly unhinged? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Chen Luo, as if illuminated from within. Although Lin Yun initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, a wave of exhilaration soon surged within her. Chen Luo looked over in astonishment, noticing that Lin Yun's cheeks had flushed a deep crimson, her legs instinctively pressing together, betraying a look of burgeoning desire. Goodness, this woman Wu Ti. Chen Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. He had underestimated her perverse nature. He surmised that had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, Lin Yun would likely have pounced on him without hesitation. Truly, it was a case of like attracts, like from Nie Jiming and Nie Wei to Lin Yun, each one more eccentric than the last. With a faint smile, Chen Luo quickly averted his gaze, placing Lin Yun's black lace underwear into his palm, then turning his attention to Zhang Xiaohu across the way. "Let us resolve this swiftly. I can see this enchanting lady is on the verge of losing her composure." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Yun. The men were momentarily dumbfounded, while the women muttered scornfully under their breath. Zhang Xiaohu felt a stir in his heart at the sight of Lin Yun's alluring demeanor. But as he observed her unwavering gaze fixed on Chen Luo, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. Come what may, who is afraid of whom? Zhang Xiaohu had also noticed the peculiar significance of the paper handed to him by the head of security, which bolstered his confidence. Particularly, when he saw that Chen Luo's hand was entirely concealed by the lace underwear, rendering it impossible to discern his palm. his assurance grew. With a hearty laugh, Chen Luo suddenly thrust the dagger toward his palm. Amidst gasps from the crowd, the dagger pierced through the underwear with a resounding clang and embedded itself into the table. Unfazed, Chen Luo swiftly withdrew the dagger, smiling as he remarked that the challenge was still too simple and suggested amplifying the difficulty. Initially, the audience was taken aback by Chen Luo's sudden action, but before they could fully process the surprise, he had already retrieved the dagger and scathed. As they absorbed this spectacle, Chen Luo's proposal to increase the difficulty left them wide-eyed. At this juncture, how could the difficulty possibly be raised? Who has a handkerchief or a towel? Anything that can cover the eyes will suffice. Chen Luo scanned the spectators, casually inquiring. His words ignited a stir among the crowd, as everyone comprehended the implications of his challenge. He intended to blindfold himself while attempting to stab his hand. Zhang Xiaohu's expression darkened. Chen Luo was essentially cornering himself into a precarious situation. Merely covering his hand was already risky. Even with the paper, he could barely see his fingers. But if he were to blindfold himself, what difference would it make? He would have to rely solely on instinct, significantly increasing the odds of injuring himself. The head of security was equally taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless as he grasped Chen Luo's intentions. It became clear to him why Chen Luo was unfazed by whether the paper was effective. He had already planned to play blindfolded, rendering the paper irrelevant. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, her eyes glistening with excitement, leaned closer to Chen Luo, presenting her bosom enticingly before him. She whispered seductively in his ear, offering, "I have another piece of lingerie you can borrow." Chen Luo chuckled softly, fully aware that she referred to the garment above. He had encountered many flirtatious women, yet this one rivaled the liberated females of more permissive societies in the West. Naturally, Chen Luo had no interest in her proposition. He leaned slightly closer to her ear, replying, "Leave that last piece for me to remove." Lin Yun appeared, stirred by his words, leaning in to kiss him. Yet, Chen Luo swiftly raised his hand to block her luscious lips, smiling gently. "Not so fast. We have all the time in the world." Chapter 53, A Masterful Display. Rather than disappointment, Lin Yun's face radiated excitement, her expression brimming with anticipation. "I have a silk scarf." A voice rang out from among the spectators, as someone pushed forward, waving a long silk scarf. Chen Luo turned to see a heavily made-up girl approaching, her face alight with admiration as she offered her scarf. "Big brother, I have a handkerchief. Use mine. I have a mask. Bro, I have a towel." It was astonishing how these nightclub goers carried such an array of odd items. The onlookers were electrified, their hearts racing at the prospect of witnessing such a thrilling event, something they had only seen on screen. The chance to let Chen Luo use their belongings felt like an honor, and they eagerly presented their items. Chen Luo smiled, glancing at the first girl who had rushed forward and accepted the silk scarf from her. She leapt in excitement, letting out a delighted squeal, rather than tying it himself. Chen Luo handed the scarf to the head of security, indicating, "I'll let you tie it. I imagine you wouldn't trust me to do it myself." The head of security, taken aback, regarded Chen Luo with newfound respect. Initially, he had been concerned with pacifying Zhang Xiaohu's fury, but as the game progressed, it became evident that Chen Luo was anything but ordinary. His ability to handle such a perilous game with ease showcased a psychological fortitude rare among men. After hesitating briefly, the head of security accepted the scarf, folding it until it was opaque before placing it over his eyes. Confirming that he could not see, he then handed the scarf to Zhang Xiaohu for inspection. Zhang Xiaohu, feeling a sense of dread, found himself bewildered by the sudden turn of events, as if he had unwittingly been drawn into a high-stakes game orchestrated by Chen Luo. With so many eyes upon him and his penchant for maintaining appearances, backing down now would be utterly humiliating. What if Chen Luo were to stab his own hand first? A flicker of hope surged within Zhang Xiaohu as he cautiously accepted the scarf, inspecting it before returning it to the head of security. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu had no objections, the head of security approached Chen Luo and secured the scarf around his eyes, tying it at the back of his head. At that moment, Chen Luo laid his palm flat upon the table and raised the dagger. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed on the dagger in Chen Luo's hand and his outstretched palm, all of them riveted, terrified to miss a single moment. With a swift motion, Chen Luo plunged the dagger toward the table. Thud! The dagger landed perfectly between his fingers, missing both his fingers and palm entirely. The onlookers erupted into a chorus of shrieks and thunderous applause. Yet at that very moment, Chen Luo raised the dagger once more, plunging it down with fervor. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased. The crowd had anticipated Chen Luo would remove the silk scarf and allow Zhang Xiaohu his turn, but to their astonishment, Chen Luo lifted the blade again and thrust it downwards. His speed was astonishing. In the very instant he drove the dagger down, he raised it again, only to strike once more. Thud, thud, thud. The dagger danced swiftly between his fingers, increasing in velocity with each passing moment. If one were to encapsulate this phenomenon in a single word, it would be akin to a sewing machine needle racing across fabric. The audience stood agape, rendered speechless. In that moment, they comprehended. Chen Luo was evidently playing a game of stabbing between his fingers while blindfolded. How could this be? It was nothing short of miraculous. Ordinary individuals, let alone those with closed eyes, would find it nearly impossible to achieve such speed, even when attempting to stab an empty wooden board. Few could match Chen Luo's remarkable swiftness. After a continuous flurry of movement lasting at least 3 minutes, he had yet to graze his own skin. Not only were the onlookers astounded, but Lin Yun, Zhang Xiaohu, and the security captain also had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground, hardly believing their own eyes. The way they gazed at Chen Luo was akin to staring at a monster. How could a normal person accomplish such a feat? When Chen Luo finally halted and retracted the dagger, the bar erupted into a frenzy of cheers, and every gaze directed at him was filled with admiration and disbelief. He removed the silk scarf from his head and casually threw the dagger, embedding it into the table. With a glance at the opposite Zhang Xiaohu, he smiled and said, "I believe there is no need to continue the competition." Zhang Xiaohu's face flushed a deep crimson. He longed to muster the courage to challenge him to continue. Yet he understood that such a course would not only be humiliating, but could also cost him a finger. He opened his mouth, intending to utter some harsh words, but ultimately could not bring himself to speak. Without sparing Zhang Xiaohu another glance, Chen Luo stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Lin Yun's waist, laughing heartily. "My dear, it is time we attend to business." Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with allure. Her body nearly pressed against his as she sweetly cooed, "Well, what are we waiting for?" As they exited the night encounter bar, the crowd parted like waves for a hero, creating a path for them. "My car is over there." Upon leaving the bar, Lin Yun seductively handed her car keys to Chen Luo. He smiled and accepted them, pressing the unlock button, which prompted an Audi in the parking lot to beep in response. Chen Luo led Lin Yun over, and just as he opened the door to sit in the driver's seat, she climbed onto his lap, eagerly pressing her lips against his. Chen Luo was momentarily speechless. Had this woman lost her mind? She couldn't even muster the patience for a moment, wanting to get down to business right there in the car. Laughing heartily, he scooped Lin Yun up and placed her in the passenger seat, saying, "My dear, there isn't enough space in the car for such activities. I've already booked a room at the hotel. There's no need to rush." However, Lin Yun was insistent, attempting to leap back into his arms. At that moment, Chen Luo inserted the key, started the vehicle, engaged the gear, and pressed the accelerator hard. In an instant, the Audi roared to life, executing a sharp 90-degree turn as it burst from the parking space. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the car swiftly aligned itself on the street. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo adjusted the gear again, flooring the accelerator. Within mere seconds, the Audi completed a reverse maneuver and sped onto the road. Lin Yun, not wearing a seatbelt, was tossed around inside the vehicle due to the abrupt acceleration and sharp turn, nearly losing her lunch until she grasped the armrest to steady herself. As the car finally surged onto the street, Lin Yun wore an expression of bewilderment. Everything had transpired far too swiftly, but after a brief moment of shock, she grasped what had just occurred. Chen Luo had executed a series of maneuvers, reversing and accelerating, in a matter of seconds. His reflexes and driving skills were extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of an average person. Lin Yun gazed at Chen Luo with wide, admiring eyes. "You are truly remarkable. This is merely the beginning. I possess many more impressive skills," Chen Luo replied, flashing a mischievous grin at her. "Well, I am now curious to see just how skilled you are," Lin Yun said, her eagerness palpable, as if she yearned to continue their interrupted activities. Chen Luo couldn't help but admire her audacity. He had engaged in such escapades before, yet he felt no attraction towards this woman. His standards were high, and only those of exceptional caliber, like Xia Luyun and Gu Qinghuan, could pique his interest. Such women were rare. Even in a metropolis with a population exceeding 15 million, fewer than 1,000 would meet his exacting criteria, making them a true rarity. Lin Yun, while not unattractive and with an enticing allure, barely scored a passing mark of 60 on Chen Luo's scale. However, his fastidious nature led him to question her promiscuity, given her history with multiple suitors. Chuckling, Chen Luo assured her, "No need to rush. I've already reserved a room at Longquan Hotel. I promise we'll arrive in under 5 minutes." With that, he pressed the gas pedal, and the car surged to 100, exceeding the 60-kilometer speed limit in the city center. Yet, Chen Luo paid no mind, and rather than being frightened, Lin Yun only grew more exhilarated. It was just past 8 in the evening, and the streets were still bustling with cars. Chen Luo accelerated suddenly, weaving through traffic, startling numerous drivers, some of whom yelled obscenities at the speeding Audi. As he sped recklessly, he ran several red lights, creating chaos on the roads. Fortunately, the traffic was relatively slow, averting any serious accidents. As the number of vehicles dwindled, Chen Luo increased his speed further, reaching Longquan Hotel in under 5 minutes. Upon entering their hotel room, Lin Yun immediately lunged at him, kissing him passionately while attempting to tear his shirt off. Yet in that moment, Chen Luo seized Lin Yun, pressing down on the back of her head with force. Caught in a whirlwind of passion, Lin Yun was unprepared for Chen Luo's sudden maneuver. Before she could react, darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body collapsing into Chen Luo's embrace. He gently laid her on the bed, retrieved some ropes from the drawer, and bound her hands and feet to the bed, then took out tape to seal her mouth. After completing his tasks, Chen Luo leisurely retrieved a set of cleaning tools and began to erase his fingerprints from Lin Yun's body. He then returned to the underground parking garage, meticulously cleaning every conceivable surface within the Audi that could bear his prints. As a master of criminality, Chen Luo possessed an intimate knowledge of all potential evidence. When he entered the room, apart from the time he brought Lin Yun in, he had always donned gloves and shoe covers, ensuring no trace was left behind. The hotel room was booked using a stolen identity card, and Chen Luo occupied the presidential suite, which the front desk staff had not dared to scrutinize closely. Moreover, during his comings and goings, he rarely revealed his true appearance. Even when he did, a hat obscured his features. Even if surveillance footage were reviewed later, no clues could be traced back to him. Furthermore, Chen Luo had no intention of allowing the hotel to retain any recordings. He accessed the hotel room's computer and, within a remarkably short span, hacked into the hotel surveillance center, erasing all records from the past few days without arousing suspicion. Once everything was thoroughly handled, Chen Luo picked up his phone and made several calls. After a brief wait, he pressed down firmly on Lin Yun's philtrum with a gloved hand. In an instant, Lin Yun jolted awake, her eyes wide. Upon realizing she was bound, her expression shifted slightly. Yet, when she saw Chen Luo smiling at her, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, and a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Chen Luo, understanding her thoughts in an instant, couldn't help but chuckle, peeling away the tape from her mouth. "You naughty girl, if you enjoy playing like this, you should have told me sooner. I have a whip in my car." Lin Yun appeared rather exhilarated. Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Ms. Lin, or rather, Mrs. Nya, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Allow me to remind you, this is not your typical game. This is a genuine kidnapping." The flirtatious smile on Lin Yun's face froze, replaced by shock as she stared at Chen Luo, her mind momentarily blank. The fact that he had called her by name and recognized her identity indicated he had long been aware of who she was. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through her. If this were true, then the events of the night were clearly premeditated, intended to draw her in willingly to follow the kidnapper. In an instant, Lin Yun comprehended the gravity of her predicament, her face paling and panic evident in her expression. "Why you? Don't do anything rash. Do you know who I am?" Chen Luo chuckled. "You're the daughter of Lin Haohai, the chairman of the Lin Group, and the wife of Nie Jiming, the owner of Hongwei Company. Am I mistaken?" Lin Yun's expression shifted again. The fact that he knew her identity and still chose to abduct her indicated he was unafraid of her background. It was even possible that he had targeted her precisely because of her wealthy lineage. "What do you want from me? Is it money? I have plenty. I can give you as much as you want. Just let me go." Lin Yun's voice quavered. Although she craved excitement, this level of thrill was unbearable. A faint smile graced Chen Luo's lips as he replied coolly, "Mrs. Nya, I'm afraid it's quite unfortunate. I'm not here for ransom or pleasure, as my employer simply desires your demise. What do you propose we do about that?" Lin Yun's heart raced with terror. His meaning was unmistakable. He was a hired assassin, sent specifically to kill her. "Who sent you?" Names flashed through Lin Yun's mind, but she quickly dismissed them, although she had made enemies. None seemed likely to escalate to murder. "Whoever hired you to kill me, I will pay 3 times the amount." Chen Luo interrupted her impatiently. "Mrs. Nya, let us refrain from wasting time with the usual platitudes. This is neither a movie nor a television drama. We, as assassins, place the utmost importance on reputation and credibility. If anyone could simply pay more, our profession would have ceased to exist long ago." As he spoke, he picked up a dagger from the table and positioned it against Lin Yun's neck, feigning a lethal intent. Lin Yun's face drained of color, terror rendering her nearly transparent. She trembled and cried out, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I can pay you. I truly have a lot of money." Chen Luo, growing impatient, sealed her mouth with tape and was preparing to resume his grim task when his phone suddenly rang. Retracting the dagger, he reached for the phone, inadvertently allowing Lin Yun to glimpse the screen displaying the contact name, Boss Nye. Lin Yun froze, her face morphing into a mask of disbelief, her eyes widening. Boss Nye? That bastard Nye Jiming. Boss, your task is nearly complete. Chen Luo answered the call nonchalantly. You want me to carve a few cuts on her face and remove her there? Wow, boss, you certainly have a taste for the macabre. Very well, as you say. I've recorded the video. I'll bring it back for your viewing pleasure. Upon hanging up, Chen Luo noticed Lin Yun's face contorted with rage, her eyes ablaze with fury as she muttered incoherently. This is the intriguing part, Chen Luo mused with a chuckle, removing the tape from Lin Yun's mouth, only to be met with a torrent of curses. Is it that bastard Nye Jiming who sent you to kill me? Mrs. Nye, let's not be overly clever. The one who wishes to harm you is not Boss Nye. Chen Luo's expression shifted slightly before he resumed an air of indifference. Lin Yun quickly caught the change in his demeanor, and the more he denied it, the more she became convinced that Nye Jiming was behind it all. Her anger flaring even higher. Nye Jiming, you scoundrel, I've kept my distance from you, even bore you a son, and now you wish to kill me? I curse your ancestors for generations. Initially uncertain of who sought her demise, Lin Yun now firmly believed it was Nye Jiming, and her fury boiled over. Struggling to comprehend his motives, she felt a peculiar rage, momentarily forgetting her fear. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Perhaps I should guide you on your final journey. Lin Yun's expression shifted as she realized her life hung precariously in Chen Luo's hands. Wait, even if you don't want money. There are many witnesses at the bar who saw us leave together. They know what you look like. If you kill me, the police will certainly catch you. Chen Luo laughed heartily. Ah, therein lies the intrigue. Everyone who knows you is aware of your penchant for nightlife and your fondness for bringing men to hotels. It's quite normal for you to disappear for 10 days or even half a month. You walked away with me tonight, and amidst the throngs at the bar, many bore witness to it. It was indeed you who took the initiative to depart with me, whether it be the police or members of the Lin family. They would undoubtedly assume that, as in the past, you have found a new lover and have disappeared to indulge in debauchery. Lin Yun's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as snow, for she realized that Chen Luo spoke the truth. Yet, simultaneously, her conviction grew stronger that it was Nye Jiming who orchestrated this. For how else could this assassin possess such intimate knowledge of her? If I were to kill you now and sink your body to the depths of the sea, it is likely that it would take a month for anyone to realize your absence, by which time I would have long since departed from Peng City. A plan that is simply flawless. Lin Yun's heart plummeted to the abyss, and her entire being began to tremble. Yet, since my demise seems inevitable, could you at least grant me the clarity of a ghost and reveal whether it was indeed Nye Jiming who sent you? Chen Luo chuckled softly. Very well. Let us allow Madame Nye to gain that clarity. Indeed, it was your nominal husband, Nye Jiming, who commissioned me to end your life. Upon receiving Chen Luo's unequivocal confirmation, Lin Yun's sense of grievance and rage surged once more, erupting like a tempest. Nye Jiming, you wretched dog. You son of a bitch born without an anus. You bastard deserving 1,000 cuts. Even in death, I shall not forgive you. After a lengthy tirade, Lin Yun seemed to tire, resigning herself to her fate, yet still unable to suppress her bitterness as she gazed at Chen Luo, demanding, why does he wish to kill me? With a slight smile, Chen Luo resolved to ensure that Madame Nye comprehended the situation fully. Because your little paramour recorded your intimate moments and threatened Nye with a demand for 10 million. Threatening to release the video online within a week if he failed to comply, thereby casting your entire family into infamy. They even intended to send the complete video set to your son, Nye. You must know that Nye values his reputation above all else. Should this matter come alight, how could he possibly maintain his standing in Peng City? Lin Yun was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her toy boy would dare to record their escapades and leverage it against Nye Jiming. How dare those scoundrels? Yet soon, Lin Yun comprehended that those little gigolos indeed possessed the audacity to do so. They were motivated solely by money, willing to undertake any risk for its sake. Realizing the catastrophic fallout that would ensue should the videos be exposed, she understood the implications all too well. Not long ago, the scandal involving Edison Chun had just erupted, and it continued to simmer with fervent interest. If a mainland version surfaced, it would not only disgrace the Nye family, but also bring shame upon the Lin family. It became clear why Nye Jiming was in such a furious frenzy to eliminate her, going so far as to have the assassin record video, intending to mar her visage and mutilate her body in an act of vengeance. Lin Yun recognized this and felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known this would transpire, she would have exercised more restraint from the outset. However, her animosity towards Nie Jiming only deepened. Even if the videos were recorded, he could have approached her to resolve the issue together. Instead, he disregarded any semblance of gratitude and sought her execution. After all, she had borne him a son. His cruelty seemed utterly excessive. Lin Yun had no doubt about Nie Jiming's potential for such ruthlessness. She understood that for him, such acts were mere trifles. When Chen Luo noticed the shift in Lin Yun's expression and demeanor, a subtle smile graced his lips, indicating that his objective had been achieved. Indeed, one of her little paramours had recorded the video, yet he was aware that neither the Nie nor Lin families were to be trifled with, and thus he refrained from threatening them with it at present. His intention was to leverage the recording should Lin Yun ever cast him aside. However, before he could enact this plan, Qing Long, who had been monitoring the situation, discovered the video. Qing Long seized the footage, but, with cunning foresight, refrained from informing Nie Jiming. He harbored similar intentions, considering that should he need money one day, the video could serve as a powerful bargaining chip against Nie Jiming. To prevent Lin Yun from sensing any irregularities, Qing Long issued a severe threat to the little gigolo, compelling him to remain close to Lin Yun, but forbidding any further recordings under penalty of losing his hands. That night, in a bid to save his own skin, he divulged the entire situation. When Chen Luo learned of this, a swift plan materialized in his mind, which he only finalized the previous day. The first step of this plan was straightforward, to ensure a complete severance between the Lin family and Nie Jiming. Without the Lin family support, it would be tantamount to severing both of Nie Jiming's arms, rendering many of his company's projects stalled and diminishing his standing in the Hualong district. Thus, Chen Luo needed to solidify Lin Yun's belief that Nie Jiming sought her death, then sent her back. Given this woman's vindictiveness, she would undoubtedly retaliate against Nie Jiming with the most vicious of means. Moreover, Chen Luo's scheme was meticulously crafted. Upon returning, Lin Yun would surely seek the sex tape, interrogating her little paramours one by one, ultimately discovering that Qing Long had taken a video. Chapter 57. All preparations were in place. Interestingly, Qing Long had been thoroughly frightened. After losing a finger that evening, rather than confessing or seeking out Nie Jiming, he did precisely as Ho Yaozong had predicted and fled. Lin Yun would undoubtedly seek out Qing Long to retrieve the video, but upon investigation, she would find that Qing Long was merely a lackey for Nie Jiming. And by that time, Qing Long's associates would have vanished. Thus, Lin Yun would conclude that Nie Jiming was behind this, orchestrating Qing Long's disappearance after retrieving the video. At this juncture, Lin Yun would no longer seek evidence. She would directly launch a reprisal against Nie Jiming. As for how to let Lin Yun go without leaving a trace, Chen Luo had already devised a comprehensive strategy. At that moment, a sharp wail of police sirens pierced the air. Upon hearing it, Lin Yun was initially taken aback, only to subsequently display a glimmer of hope, shouting, "Help! Help!" Chen Luo's expression changed dramatically. In a flurry of panic, he seized the tape from the table, silencing Lin Yun's cries. He dashed to the window to gaze below. A police car had arrived, from which several uniformed officers disembarked, two of whom began to search the parking lot, swiftly locating the Audi. They then made their way into the hotel. In a state of disarray, Chen Luo returned to the room, brandishing a dagger as though to sever Lin Yun's throat once more. Lin Yun, terrified, shrieked and struggled violently. The sound of the sirens had made her acutely aware that the police were indeed coming, igniting a flicker of hope. It was clear that this assassin intended to eliminate her before their arrival. Just as Chen Luo was poised to strike, the sound of the door opening resonated through the room. Chen Luo froze, sheathing his knife and advancing to the door, peering through the crack into the living area. The presidential suite boasted 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, sprawling nearly 200 square meters. A group of men, armed with iron rods and masts, stormed in, scouring the suite with a singular purpose, heading directly for the 3 bedrooms. As they dispersed, Zhang Xiaohu entered, his countenance sinister, followed closely by a trembling waiter. As Chen Luo beheld the scene before him, a silent smile graced his lips. He was acutely aware that all arrangements had been meticulously put in place. He retrieved a mask from his pocket, donning a hat that obscured a significant portion of his face, before abruptly flinging open the door and striding purposefully into the corridor. A group of thugs momentarily froze, only to swiftly realize that he was the individual Zhang Xiaohu had been searching for. They promptly raised their iron rods and charged at Chen Luo. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chen Luo's eyes as he swiftly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the first assailant. His long legs allowed him to strike before the iron rod could descend. landing a blow that sent the thug staggering backward, colliding with his companions and causing the iron rod to slip from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo snatched the rod and swept it horizontally towards the remaining attackers. The thugs, momentarily disoriented by their comrades' fall, were caught off guard by Chen Luo's strike, resulting in cries of pain as they clutched their heads and retreated. However, the narrow corridor soon became a chaotic tangle as they collided with one another. Chen Luo stepped upon the chest of the first thug to fall, leveraging the momentum to vault over their heads and leap towards the living room. As his light form descended onto the ground, he hurled the iron rod towards the astonished Zhang Xiaohu. Startled, Zhang Xiaohu hastily dodged to the side, just as Chen Luo seized the moment to dash out of the presidential suite, escaping before the other thugs could catch up. The moment he burst through the door, Zhang Xiaohu's enraged voice echoed behind him, bellowing for his men to pursue. Chen Luo chuckled to himself, glancing back to see a throng of thugs brandishing iron rods, fervently chasing after him. With a hearty laugh, he accelerated towards the elevator. Just as he reached it, the doors chimed open, revealing 3 individuals, a hotel staff member and 2 uniformed police officers. Upon spotting the officers, Chen Luo immediately halted and pivoted towards the staircase. The 2 police officers, noticing Chen Luo's masked face and panicked demeanor, quickly recognized the precarious situation as they observed the group of thugs closing in with their weapons. "Stop right there," one of the female officers shouted, sprinting after him. "Danqin," the other officer exclaimed, witnessing her impulsively pursue Chen Luo. He felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, but hesitated as he noticed the thugs, undeterred by the presence of law enforcement, continuing their aggressive pursuit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly retrieved his radio to call for backup. "What do you think you're doing? Stand down." Despite his commands, the thugs disregarded the male officer entirely and charged toward the stairwell. Alone and outnumbered, he refrained from intervening, aware that confronting them unarmed would lead to disaster. And he continued to call for assistance in desperation. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had dashed out of the stairwell, leaping downwards without regard for the individual steps, taking leaps of 7 or 8 stairs at a time. As he neared the wall, he deftly pushed off against the left wall of the staircase, cushioning his descent before lightly landing on the landing below. He then promptly leaped down to the next level. The pursuing officer, Tang Qin, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's fluid and agile movements, which spoke of extensive training. By the time she reached the stairwell, Chen Luo had already bounded down to the second set of stairs, akin to a parkour artist. Acknowledging the futility of her pursuit, Tang Qin huffed in frustration but pressed on. As expected, by the time she reached the second level, Chen Luo had already descended 3 flights of stairs. Sensing that she was trailing him, he paused, glancing back and waving mockingly. This audacious act was a blatant provocation, igniting Tang Qin's fury. Her anger surged as she noticed his nonchalant demeanor. "You scoundrel! Stop right there," she shouted, charging after him. With a hearty laugh, Chen Luo leaped down once more. In Chapter 58, the narrative unfolds, revealing Chen Luo's background in extreme sports, and intriguingly, even while battling cancer. Parkour was merely child's play for him. He had engaged in rock climbing, sky surfing, and extreme off-roading. Whatever was most exhilarating, he sought it out. For Chen Luo, only thrilling experiences could stave off the madness. Until eventually, even those lost their thrill. Having descended rapidly from the 15th floor of the presidential suite, Chen Luo soon left Tang Qin far behind, reaching the 6th floor of the stairwell. However, fatigue began to set in. Though his awareness and experience remained intact, his physical stamina was waning. The rapid descent had taken its toll, and he paused in the stairwell to catch his breath, inhaling deeply to steady his racing heart. He removed his coat, flipping it inside out to wear it anew. Its reversible design allowed him to shift from black to gray. After donning the garment in its alternate form, he swiftly removed his mask and hat, stowing them inside the jacket while adjusting his hair. With a composed demeanor, Chen Luo pushed open the fire door and made his way toward the hotel elevator. He pressed the button for the elevator, waiting nonchalantly until it arrived. Upon the door's opening, he encountered several guests and the male officer who had accompanied Tang Qin. Maintaining an unperturbed expression, he entered the elevator with a smile, offering a polite nod to the officer stationed at the door. The male officer, preoccupied with the elevator door, hastily pressed the close button upon Chen Luo's entrance, seemingly in a rush and failing to scrutinize Chen Luo closely. When the elevator reached the ground floor, the male officer bolted out, joining the reinforcements arriving below to intercept the fugitive. Chen Luo allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he leisurely exited the elevator, making his way out of the hotel and hailing a taxi on the street. For safety's sake, he refrained from directing the taxi to the Shuyuan Mingjia community, opting instead to disembark a short distance away and walk back. As he passed over Stonebridge, he retrieved 2 mobile phones, one a new purchase from earlier that day, the other belonging to Zhang Xiao. He extracted the SIM card, snapping it in half before discarding both the card and the phone into the river below. Chen Luo reflected on the events of the evening while standing on the bridge, and having found no flaws in his scheme, he proceeded to return with a sense of relief. The occurrences of that night, including the arrival of the police and Zhang Xiaohu, were orchestrated entirely by Chen Luo himself. On the way to the hotel with Lin Yun, he deliberately drove recklessly, speeding and running red lights, not out of bravado, but to provoke the police into pursuing him. Even if the police did not catch on immediately, there were surely witnesses among the other drivers who would not hesitate to report his reckless behavior. However, this did not guarantee that the police would come knocking at his door, prompting Chen Luo to prepare a contingency plan. He would report himself to the authorities. Yet, during the altercation with Zhang Xiaohu at the bar, he altered his strategy and decided to utilize Zhang Xiaohu as his backup plan. In the bar, upon observing the head of security addressing Zhang Eryi with extreme deference, and noting the man's demeanor and the dagger he carried, Chen Luo surmised that he was likely involved in the underworld. Such individuals, driven by pride, often seek revenge for perceived slights. Chen Luo could easily predict that after he left with Lin Yun, Zhang Xiaohu would frantically seek him out to exact retribution. Therefore, he took the initiative to send an anonymous text to Zhang Xiaohu from a newly acquired phone number, informing him that he and Lin Yun were in a hotel room and even divulging the room number. To further provoke Zhang Xiaohu, Chen Luo staged a provocative pose for the unconscious Lin Yun and captured a photograph to send along with the message. Upon receiving the image, Zhang Xiaohu would undoubtedly interpret it as a humiliating affront. Having suffered public humiliation in the bar, he would be unable to tolerate this second slight. Although Chen Luo did not know Zhang Xiaohu personally, acquiring his phone number was not a difficult task. Zhang Xiaohu's distinctive characteristics made it easy to inquire about him through Ho Yaozong. With Zhang Xiaohu's temper, he would be consumed by rage upon receiving the message, oblivious to how Chen Luo had obtained his number. The call Chen Luo received was timed perfectly for Ho Yaozong to make, but as soon as it connected, he hung up, performing his act alone. By the time the police and Zhang Xiaohu arrived, Chen Luo had already discreetly taken Zhang Xiaohu's phone, leaving no trace of evidence behind. Chen Luo's meticulous planning was designed to render the kidnapping and murder plausible and devoid of flaws. The narrative he crafted was that a hitman lured Lin Yun from the bar to the hotel with the intention of killing her, only to be interrupted by the police due to his reckless driving. Additionally, in a fit of jealousy, he had unwittingly offended someone from the underworld, who then pursued him, inadvertently saving Lin Yun. As for the many witnesses in the bar, Chen Luo cared little, for he was not concerned with maintaining his true identity. In fact, the police might not even seek him out, as Lin Yun was likely to avoid involving the authorities and instead take matters into her own hands. Lin Yun understood that the hitman had escaped, leaving no evidence to incriminate Nie Jiming. Even if Chen Luo, the hitman, were apprehended, the charges of attempted murder would result in a mere few years of imprisonment, failing to assuage Lin Yun's desire for vengeance. Chen Luo had chosen Lin Yun as his target after thorough research. She was akin to Nie Jiming in her vengeful and petty nature. Anyone who crossed her path could expect tenfold retribution, even during the bar altercation. Regardless of the fact that neither Chen Luo nor Zhang Xiaohu had any personal vendetta against her, she would instigate both parties for her own amusement, reveling in the perilous game. Thus, Chen Luo remarked that they were not of the same ilk and should not share the same space. Given Lin Yun's vindictive character, this affair could not simply be swept under the rug. Moreover, Chen Luo had sent her an ally in the form of Zhang Xiao, whose role as Lin Yun's savior was not without purpose. Zhang Xiaohu had long coveted Lin Yun's beauty, and having recently saved her life, albeit by chance, she would undoubtedly feel an inexplicable gratitude towards him. Their entanglement was merely a matter of time. A man of the underworld, coupled with the financial backing of the Lin family, would undoubtedly make Nie Jiming's life increasingly difficult. Chen Luo could even foresee the methods Lin Yun would employ to manipulate Zhang Xiaohu, likely plotting to eliminate Nie Jiming and utilize her son, Nie Wei, to seize control of the family assets. With the Lin family support, Lin Yun could marry Zhang Xiao, thereby acquiring the Nie family fortune and potentially exonerating herself in the process. Chen Luo had anticipated this scenario from the moment he discerned Zhang Xiaohu's identity and had made the necessary arrangements. His confidence was not blind, but rather rooted in his understanding of their personalities and how they would react to the situation. Now, it was as if Chen Luo had set the stage for them. All they needed to do was perform according to their natures. Even if they deviated from Chen Luo's scripted roles, it mattered little, as his ultimate goal was to incite conflict between the Nye and Lin families, leading to their eventual downfall. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo leisurely strolled towards Shuyuan Mingjia. He intended to meet Gu Qinghuan, but he understood that his frequent presence would only serve to irritate her. Chen Luo also needed to investigate certain matters in preparation for his meeting with Jiang Junyan. At that moment, Lin Yun had likely already freed herself from her restraints at the hotel and perhaps had not even visited the police station. Once she returned home, causing a ruckus, Chen Luo would provide her with yet another gift. The miniature camera he had installed in the hotel room was not without purpose. It had recorded the moments leading up to Lin Yun's intended murder, as well as evidence of Nie Jiming's involvement. This footage would serve as invaluable proof. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the commencement of their dramatic unraveling, and once the conflict had reached its zenith, Chen Luo would deliver the final blow. In truth, if Chen Luo so desired, he could eliminate Nie Jiming without a trace, crafting the scene to appear as an unfortunate accident, leaving no room for investigation. However, the swift act of killing did not align with Chen Luo's notion of revenge. He excelled in gradually cornering his adversary, ensuring that their survival was more torturous than death itself, and that they could not escape their fate. As he contemplated the video, a sly smile crept across Chen Luo's lips. He held the footage pilfered from Lin Yun's paramour. Should he send it to Nie Wei for his amusement? A mischievous grin formed on his face. Chen Luo bore no moral burden. That man had driven without a license, causing a fatal accident and fleeing the scene. Such a life was a waste of resources. Chen Luo sauntered into the rented house and promptly dialed Ho Yaozong. Have you found anything? Young Master Chen, we have indeed found something. Jiang Mingsheng is currently hospitalized at the First People's Hospital. It is said he is nearing his end. Every time he is on the brink of death, he seems to recover, but it is unlikely he can hold on much longer. My contacts have inquired with the doctors. He has at most 3 days, or a week at the very least. Understood. Keep a close watch on those 2 neighborhoods and deploy more personnel. We must not miss this opportunity. I understand. How could I possibly be careless with the matters you entrusted to me? Ho Yaozong replied with reverence. Young Master Chen, there is another matter I wish to report. I invested a total of 10 million in those 3 stocks, all purchased with the previously laundered legal income. Your foresight is truly remarkable. I bought them this morning, and by the afternoon's close, they had already doubled. Ho Yaozong's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. In just one day, the value had surged, equating to an instantaneous gain of 10 million. This was swifter than robbing a bank. If, as Chen Luo predicted, the stock were to appreciate tenfold, that 10 million would transform into a staggering 1 billion. Had he known that stocks could be so lucrative, he would not have risked his life smuggling contraband. Young Master Chen, I wish to invest even more. No, Chen Luo interjected calmly, decisively rejecting the proposition. Your current investment of 10 million is already substantial. Any further capital infusion would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Although Ho Yaozong felt a twinge of regret, he revered Chen Luo as if he were a celestial being and dared not defy his words. He could only smile apologetically. You are right. I've been too greedy. Remember my words. Once the stocks reach tenfold, sell everything without hesitation. Do not be reluctant. Yes, I understand. Ho Yaozong was acutely aware that by the time the stocks appreciated to such heights, it would likely coincide with their inevitable descent, a time when the major players would reap their rewards. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo fell into a moment of contemplation, strategizing for the day ahead. Shortly thereafter, he devised a plan and promptly prepared for bed. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Chen Luo rose, first running 5 kilometers on the treadmill, followed by a rigorous 2-hour full-body workout. After a refreshing shower, he meticulously reapplied his makeup to assume the guise of young Master Chen, the persona he would present to Ho Yaozong. He hailed a taxi and made his way directly to the People's Hospital. In his previous life, Jiang Mingsheng had tragically perished in this very hospital, and shortly after his death, Jiang Junyan began to encounter misfortunes. While he could not recall the exact timeline, Chen Luo knew he must meet Jiang Junyan before these events transpired to offer him some forewarnings. Upon arriving at the hospital, it was already past 9 in the morning, the busiest time of the day. Chen Luo inquired about the location of the inpatient department and made his way there without delay. The inpatient department spanned 29 floors, with Jiang Mingsheng residing in the VIP area on the topmost floor. As Chen Luo stepped into the elevator and ascended to the 29th floor, the doors opened, and before he could step out, a small girl on crutches rushed in, flustered. Chen Luo was taken aback. The girl appeared to be just over 10 years old, her right foot bandaged as she precariously balanced on one foot, desperately trying to maneuver inside. However, in her haste, her crutch slipped, wedging into the gap between the elevator floors, and she stumbled, losing her balance. She cried out, her injured foot unable to support her. Chen Luo reacted swiftly, stepping forward to steady her back, preventing her from falling. The girl, initially bracing for a painful tumble, was surprised by the sudden rescue. Regaining her composure, she looked up at Chen Luo, her face lighting up with a broad smile. "Thank you, uncle. Are you trying to evade your injections or avoid taking medicine?" Chen Luo inquired with a playful smile, having quickly assessed her condition. The girl giggled, sticking out her tongue. "I don't want either. Uncle, please let me go." Yet, Chen Luo playfully blocked her way, only allowing her to proceed once the elevator door closed and they descended. "Your leg is about to undergo surgery. I senti it?" he remarked. Upon hearing this, the girl's face fell, and she shot an annoyed glance at Chen Luo. "Uncle, you're so annoying." Chen Luo chuckled. "Where's your hospital room? I'll escort you back." The girl huffed, ignoring him, and began pressing the elevator buttons furiously, glaring at him as if the buttons were somehow his fault. Chen Luo found her spirited nature amusing, recognizing that she was likely spoiled by her family. He decided not to rush to find Jiang Junyan, as the girl's situation appeared more precarious and could become life-threatening if mishandled. Thus, he chose to wait. Moments later, another elevator arrived, and the girl eagerly attempted to enter again. Chen Luo swiftly scooped her up, crutches and all, and headed toward the nurse's station. "Let me go." "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, flailing her arms in protest. Chen Luo deftly evaded her grasp, aware that her short arms and significant height difference rendered her attempts futile. However, her movements inadvertently aggravated her leg injury, causing her to wince in pain. What are you doing? Let her go." At that moment, a middle-aged couple rushed toward them, alarmed and furious at the sight of Chen Luo carrying their daughter. Following closely behind was a doctor clad in a white coat. Chen Luo assessed the couple, deducing from their expressions and appearances that they were indeed Yi-'s parents. Yi-'s father, dressed in an expensive suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of affluence, clearly not an ordinary individual. Her mother, in her 40s, was elegantly attired, radiating a sense of sophistication. However, Chen Luo's gaze soon fixated on the doctor trailing behind them, a smile creeping across his face. She appeared to be in her late 20s, her long hair elegantly styled, exuding a classic charm. Beneath her white coat, she wore a fitted black dress paired with stockings, embodying an alluring blend of maturity and intellect. The doctor noticed Chen Luo's gaze and frowned, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Though accustomed to such attention, Chen Luo's stare felt overly intrusive and unsettling. "Daddy, Mommy, he is bullying me." While Chen Luo admired the doctor, Yi had already turned to her parents, voicing her grievances. Her parents' expressions shifted dramatically. Her mother rushed forward, attempting to pry Chen Luo's hands away. "Rong'an, call the police." Yi's father, Lu Rong'an, declared coldly, pulling out his phone to dial. Chen Luo could only chuckle softly, releasing Yi into her mother's arms. "Your daughter tried to sneak away. I assumed you want to find her before her surgery, so I brought her back." The couple, Lu Rong'an and his wife, were momentarily taken aback. Their actions to call the police halted. Even a female doctor, Yi Shixia, wore an expression of astonishment. It was indeed at the moment when Lu Yi was about to undergo surgery that they discovered her absence. Yet, how did this peculiar man, Chen Luo, come to know of it? Did Yi confide in him? Suddenly, Lu Yi exclaimed, "I didn't tell this strange uncle anything. If it weren't for him, I would have escaped long ago." As soon as the words left her lips, her expression changed abruptly, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip. The demeanor of Lu Rong'an and his wife shifted to one of mild embarrassment. They were well aware of their daughter's mischievous nature, and her utterance indicated that she was deliberately causing trouble again. "How do you know she was going to have surgery?" Yi Shixia suddenly fixed her gaze on Chen Luo and inquired. Her toes were somewhat twisted, the nails unevenly worn, and a small patch of dark red bruising beneath her left big toe indicated her frequent engagement in vigorous physical activities. "If I am not mistaken, this young girl must have a penchant for playing football, judging by the extent of wear on her toes. Is she perhaps a member of the school football team?" Both Yi Shixia and the Lu couple were momentarily stunned, not anticipating Chen Luo's keen observational skills. "Wow, how did you know, strange uncle?" Lu Yi looked at Chen Luo in astonishment, inadvertently confirming his deduction. Chen Luo smiled and pointed to Lu Yi's feet, continuing, "The skin on this young lady's ankle and the top of her foot exhibits varying shades, still carrying the scent of plaster, suggesting a severe ligament injury that has just had its cast removed. I have treated numerous professional football players, and I am well aware that this indicates an injury to the anterior cruciate ligament, necessitating surgical repair. You're a doctor? Yishikia responded. Her surprise evident as she turned her attention to Chen Luo. Sort of, he replied. Yet, this was an understatement. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that. Not only in 2008, but even in 2019, no doctor in the world could surpass Chen Luo. He had once dedicated himself to mastering all medical disciplines, internal medicine, surgery, even traditional Chinese medicine, solely to cure his own liver cancer, garnering an unfathomable number of accolades, including several Nobel Prizes in medicine. Chen Luo was unlike any ordinary physician. He had infinite time to learn and practice. The surgeries that ordinary doctors could perform, Chen Luo executed at the pinnacle of perfection. And those high-risk operations that others dared not attempt, he undertook even in his frail state during the late stages of cancer. He had even conducted experiments that were legally prohibited, such as vivisection and live dissections. However, Chen Luo did maintain certain ethical boundaries, conducting experiments primarily on himself or on the most nefarious of criminals. The medical experiences he garnered were incomparable to those of conventionally trained physicians. Ultimately, when the realm of medicine could not advance further, he resorted to researching cancer-fighting drugs, developing numerous medications that could delay the onset of cancer and enhance physical strength in its terminal stages. I hope what you say is correct. You are the surgeon who will perform her ligament repair surgery, correct? Chen Luo, having finished his explanation, posed another question. Yishikia nodded in confusion, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Luo before addressing Lu Rongyin and his wife, saying, Mr. Lu, let's take you back to prepare for surgery. Upon hearing Chen Luo identify himself as a doctor, Lu Rongyin finally grasped the unfolding events and realized that Chen Luo was not to blame. I apologize, doctor. Our Yi has always been a bit mischievous. Please do not take offense, he said, offering Chen Luo an apologetic smile as he turned to lead Lu Yi away. Dad, how am I being mischievous? I am clever, resourceful, and brave. Lu Yi retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Her mother gently tapped her forehead, affectionately responding, Yes, yes. You are clever and resourceful, brave enough to land yourself in the hospital. Lu Yi huffed. If it weren't for my crucial goal, our school would have lost. Wait, Chen Luo called out as they began to leave. The young lady has endocarditis. If she undergoes this ligament repair surgery, it could be fatal. The expressions of Lu Rongyin and his wife shifted abruptly. Had this been any other moment when Chen Luo made such a claim, they would have dismissed it outright. However, his earlier demonstration of keen insight and medical knowledge had validated his credibility. The gravity of Chen Luo's statement, that the surgery could result in Lu Yi's death, prompted them to direct their attention to Yishixia. In contrast to the still unfamiliar Chen Luo, they placed greater trust in Yishixia. After all, she was the most outstanding and youngest surgeon at the First People's Hospital. They had exerted considerable effort to secure her for the surgery. Yet, Yishixia furrowed her brow, casting a cold gaze at Chen Luo. Please do not question my professionalism as a physician. I have conducted a preoperative examination and assessed Yi's heart. There are no murmurs, nor is there any family history of congenital heart defects. So, you merely used a stethoscope for a rudimentary examination without conducting a standard endocarditis test. Am I correct? You believe this is sufficient for a diagnosis? Chen Luo's barrage of questions left Yishixia momentarily speechless, although she had relied solely on her stethoscope. Her confidence stemmed from years of practice and experience. In most cases, Chen Luo interjected, do not think of most cases. This concerns a child's life. If you do not perform a standard endocarditis test and rely solely on a stethoscope for a diagnosis, it seems rather dismissive of the patient's life, does it not? A flash of anger crossed Yishixia's face, her countenance reddening with ire. May I ask, esteemed doctor, are you a specialist in cardiology? On what grounds do you assert that Yi has endocarditis? The presence of a fissured blood blister at the tip of the girl's toenail serves as the most direct evidence of endocarditis infection. This fissured formation is exceedingly subtle. Many physicians would misinterpret it as an injury from playing football, neglecting to investigate further. Chen Luo continued, I understand your skepticism, but I recommend that before the surgery, you conduct another echocardiogram on the young girl. Yishixia was again taken aback, for Chen Luo had indeed deduced correctly. She had noticed the bleeding condition of Lu Yi's toenail, but, considering she was a player on the school football team, had assumed it was merely an injury from playing. Seeing Yishixia suddenly fall silent, Lu Rongyin and his wife felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Doctorier, perhaps we should proceed with the examination that this doctor suggested? Lu Rongyin cautiously proposed, glancing at Yishixia's expression. Yishixia looked back at Chen Luo, noting his calm demeanor and the air of exceptional confidence surrounding him, which did not suggest that he was merely speaking without basis. Moreover, the examination was not particularly complicated and would yield results quickly. I did indeed notice the bleeding on Yi's toenail, but I failed to examine it thoroughly. That was my oversight. Let us proceed with the examination. I hope you are correct, Yi Shixiao remarked, casting a deep glance at Chen Luo before leading Lu Rongyin and his family away. Chen Luo smiled, finding Yi Shixiao rather intriguing. Typically, a physician confronted with public skepticism would likely respond with indignation, perhaps resorting to various justifications in defense. However, Yi Shixiao's immediate acknowledgement of her oversight indicated that she prioritized the patient's well-being over her own pride. Thus, Chen Luo deemed it unnecessary to follow them for the examination. He pivoted on his heel and made his way towards Jiang Mingqing's hospital room. Upon arriving at the door, he did not knock, but rather unceremoniously pushed it open and entered. The hospital room was spacious, boasting an area of over 100 square meters, furnished with a sofa, television, and staffed with a dedicated nurse. Inside, several individuals were present, both men and women of various ages. Chen Luo's gaze quickly fell upon Jiang Zhenyan, for he recognized him among the gathered company. In this moment, Jiang Zhenyan appeared to be merely 32 years of age. A decade younger than Chen Luo had previously known him, embodying the vigor of youth. In stark contrast to the later years when Jiang Zhenyan would be confined to a wheelchair, his prematurely gray hair a testament to his struggles. This youthful visage was almost unrecognizable to Chen Luo. Who are you? The occupants of the room regarded Chen Luo with expressions of bewilderment, none recognizing him. Mr. Jiang Zhenyan, I wish to discuss matters pertaining to Chairman Jiang Mingqing's will. At these words, an immediate hush fell over the room, all eyes turning to Chen Luo in astonishment as they began to scrutinize him. The individuals present were among Jiang Mingqing's closest relatives, including Jiang Zhenyan and his spouse, as well as Jiang Juan's wife and the family of Jiang Mingqing's brother. They were all acutely aware of Jiang Mingqing's battle with brain cancer, anticipating his imminent demise, and thus were primarily concerned with the details of his will. However, prior to his unconsciousness, Jiang Mingqing had mentioned that his will would be revealed by a designated lawyer posthumously, leaving those present in the dark regarding its contents. Are you a lawyer from the Zhongwei law firm? Jiang Zhenyan initially hesitated but quickly regained his composure, his expression morphing into one of confusion. Chen Luo refrained from answering directly, instead stating, "Please step outside with me. This matter is too sensitive to discuss in front of so many people." Chapter 62. Only I can save you. Jiang Zhenyan glanced at the varied expressions of those in the room, hesitating momentarily before following Chen Luo into the corridor. My father is not yet deceased. Why has your firm sent someone? As they exited the room, Jiang Zhenyan appraised Chen Luo, noting his imposing presence and the air of formidable confidence that surrounded him, which suggested he was not an ordinary individual. At first glance, Jiang Zhenyan perceived Chen Luo less as a lawyer and more akin to the head of a law firm. Upon your father's passing, the police will come for you, charging you with the murder of his two illegitimate children. Jiang Zhenyan was momentarily taken aback, his mind reeling as he struggled to process the gravity of Chen Luo's words. The implications were staggering. It seemed Chen Luo not only possessed foreknowledge of his father's impending death, but also spoke of police involvement. Without the latter assertion concerning the murder of the illegitimate children, Jiang Zhenyan would have dismissed Chen Luo as a madman. The existence of those two children had been a closely guarded secret, shared only between him and his twin brother, Jiang Juanze. After Jiang Mingqing's diagnosis, there had been a period of lucidity wherein he confided in his sons about a long-buried truth. In his youth, Jiang Mingqing had been quite the libertine, fathering two children out of wedlock with different women. Though he had lost contact with them over the years, he felt a profound sense of guilt as death approached, prompting him to consider bequeathing a portion of his estate to them. Upon learning of this revelation, the brothers had been taken aback, their emotions a tumultuous blend of shock and anger. Yet, recognizing their father's mortality, they refrained from casting blame. However, they struggled to comprehend Jiang Mingqing's desire to allocate part of his inheritance to these children, which included real estate and several million in cash, a significant sum even in 2008. Once Jiang Zhenyan regained his composure, he recognized this as his father's final wish and graciously consented. In stark contrast, Jiang Juanze vehemently opposed the idea, storming out in a fit of rage. To Jiang Zhenyan's dismay, the following day, his brother, in a state of distress over the matter, fell down a staircase, suffering a severe head injury that left him in a deep coma, also hospitalized at the First People's Hospital, with no signs of awakening. How do you know about this? Jiang Zhenyan stared at Chen Luo in disbelief, realizing that such confidential information could not possibly have been divulged by his father. A sudden realization struck him. Are you the private investigator my father hired? Jiang Mingqiang had indeed mentioned employing a private detective to assess the circumstances of his illegitimate children, which had influenced his decision to allocate part of his inheritance to them. Chen Luo replied coolly, "Mr. Jiang, you seem to be missing the crux of the matter. Did you not hear what I said? You will be taken away as a suspect in the murder of your half-siblings. Of course, you're being framed. The true perpetrator is." Chen Luo surveyed the area to ensure their privacy before leaning in closer to whisper in Jiang Junyan's ear. "The murderer is your brother, Jiang Juanza." Jiang Junyan's eyes widened in shock, his face flushing with anger as he forcefully shoved Chen Luo away, exclaiming, "You're insane." It was hardly surprising that Jiang Junyan lost his composure. He and Jiang Juanza were twins, having been inseparable since childhood, with their father nearing death and his brother gravely injured and unconscious in the adjacent room. Jiang Junyan's emotional state was perilously fragile. The sudden appearance of this apparent lunatic, making outrageous claims about his father's death and impending police arrest, coupled with the accusation against his brother, was more than any rational person could bear. At that moment, Jiang Junyan's pent-up frustration erupted, his fists clenched, ready to unleash his wrath upon Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Remember, should the day come when you find yourself unable to stand, regardless of the efforts of every doctor in this world, come find me. For it is I alone who can save you. My number is already in your pocket. Farewell." Jiang Junyan's fury intensified, not only at the accusation against his brother, but also at the curse cast upon him, igniting a fierce desire to strike Chen Luo. Yet just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a woman rushed in, calling out urgently, "Junyan, it's bad. Dad is failing. You must come quickly." Jiang Junyan's countenance paled, and without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded Chen Luo, rushing back into the room. Chen Luo's gaze flickered. He recalled that upon their first meeting, he had been taken away by the police while Jiang Mingqiang lay dying, never even able to attend the funeral, a haunting regret. Now, as Jiang Mingqiang's demise loomed imminent, it signified that the police would soon arrive. Chen Luo suddenly furrowed his brow. Ho Yaozong had distinctly inquired with Dr. Jiang Mingqiang, who had stated that there were at least 3 days remaining in his life. How could he have suddenly passed away? Although the unpredictability of cancer is well known, the doctor's assertion of such a time frame must have been grounded in reason. As Chen Luo pondered this, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to see Yi Shixia striding towards him with an air of haughty confidence. Upon noticing Chen Luo's gaze, she quickened her pace, seemingly eager to confront him. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He could already surmise what Yi Shixia was up to, given her expression. Had the echocardiogram failed to reveal anything? Before Yi Shixia could speak, Chen Luo preemptively asked. Yi Shixia's countenance faltered. She had intended to present her test results as proof of her correctness and Chen Luo's error. But the fact that he had anticipated the outcome left her feeling frustrated, as if she had struck a blow against a wall of cotton. Chen Luo had long suspected Yi Shixia's intentions. This woman had come specifically to slap him in the face with her findings, and he was not about to let her have the satisfaction. "Here are the images. Let us consult a leading expert to determine if this is indeed endocarditis." Yi Shixia scoffed, tossing the film she held towards Chen Luo with little regard. As he received the film and scrutinized it, he couldn't help but frown, for it indeed showed no signs of endocarditis. Chen Luo quickly dismissed the possibility of error. His instincts, coupled with experience, suggested the likelihood was exceedingly low. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "Let's conduct a transesophageal echocardiogram. I can assert with certainty that she has endocarditis." Chapter 63. Who are you really? Yi Shixia was momentarily taken aback, then let out a derisive laugh. So what if she had made a misjudgment? What was there to be embarrassed about? The evidence was right before them, and yet he remained obstinate. Did pride hold such importance? "Ah, I see. Is it because I am a woman?" She sneered, addressing the men around her. Chen Luo gazed at Yi Shixia, a tinge of amusement flickering across his features as he observed the ambitious female doctor. Judging by her expression and tone, it was evident that she had faced considerable unfair treatment due to her gender, perhaps from condescension or even discrimination from male colleagues. Such attitudes likely began in medical school and persisted even within this hospital. Yi Shixia's mocking smile vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment as she regarded Chen Luo, bewildered by how he had gleaned this insight about her. "Do you know me?" she asked incredulously. Chen Luo chuckled softly, opting not to respond directly. Instead, he continued, "It is highly probable that you hail from a traditional household that favors males over females. Even though you have striven to become a doctor, excelling as the finest surgeon in this hospital, you still fail to receive the recognition and respect you deserve. Thus, You perceive the injustice directed at you as stemming from your gender, believing that the men who admire you are drawn not by your esteemed medical skills, but rather by your appearance. Yi Shixia's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively took a step back, her shock rendering her momentarily speechless. Who are you? She stammered, unable to fathom how this stranger, through mere casual conversation, could seemingly unravel the intricacies of her life. My identity is inconsequential. I am merely a passerby attempting to prevent you from causing a fatal mistake, Chen Luo replied with a smile. Impossible. Yi Shixia struggled to accept Chen Luo's words, for his deductive abilities were nothing short of formidable, far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary individual. Wait, you couldn't possibly be the person Xiaofan introduced to me. Could you? She suddenly recalled, her eyes widening in astonishment as she regarded Chen Luo. Since her graduation and subsequent employment at the First People's Hospital, Yi Shixia had been perpetually busy, leaving no time for even a romantic relationship. Thus, her friend Wu Xiaofan had offered to introduce her to a potential suitor, an accomplished young executive, merely 32 years old, for years her senior. Knowing Yi Shixia's demanding schedule, Xiaofan arranged for him to visit her at the hospital. Chen Luo bore a striking resemblance to the individual Xiaofan had described, and thus, despite grappling with disbelief regarding Chen Luo's uncanny deductive prowess, Yi Shixia instinctively assumed that her friend had divulged personal information to him. Chen Luo laughed heartily, fully aware of Yi Shixia's thoughts. She was evidently struggling to accept the notion of someone seeing through her facade and had sought an explanation that seemed plausible to herself. The person Xiaofan spoke of was likely a matchmaker-esque choice, a potential romantic interest introduced by friends or family. Impressive indeed. To think you could guess that, truly commendable for a medical professional. Chen Luo teased, a playful glint in his eye. Yi Shixia ehalit, seemingly relieved. As she accepted this explanation without a trace of suspicion, it appeared reasonable to her. However, her expression quickly shifted again as she regarded Chen Luo with curiosity. But Xiaofan mentioned you were from an investment company. When did you become a doctor? Oh, I attended medical school initially, but later found it too challenging, so I pivoted to studying investment management. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, his face betraying no hint of deceit. With Chen Luo's actor-like skill, Yi Shixia perceived no signs of abnormality in his demeanor. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder you referred to yourself as a doctor earlier. Yi Shixia musit, her expression shifting to one of realization as she began to rationalize the peculiarities. Dr. Yi, regarding Yi's surgery, I still insist on performing a transesophageal echocardiogram, she stated, suddenly jolted back to the present, recalling her impending surgical responsibilities. Yet, her face displayed a peculiar expression. What kind of bizarre matchmaker had recommended this individual, arriving at the hospital without contacting her, only to act as though they were strangers, launching a preliminary test of her capabilities? What audacity! As per Chen Luo's description, he was at best a medical student. What right did he have to instruct her? Though Yi Shixia felt a twinge of indignation, he was, after all, the acquaintance her friend had introduced. It would be ungracious to dismiss him entirely. Besides, undergoing another examination would not be a burden. Results could be obtained in a mere 20 minutes. Very well, she conceded, glancing at Chen Luo. However, if the results are satisfactory, I will proceed with the surgery. But it won't be until later this afternoon. That's rather delayed. Perhaps we should schedule a time for another meeting? Chen Luo smiled gently. No need. I happen to have no pressing engagements today. You carry on with your work, and just remember to inform me once you're done. Then I shall undergo the examination again. Please wait for me in the resting area, Yi Shixia replied succinctly, turning promptly to depart. As she exited, 3 uniformed police officers, escorted by a nurse, passed by her, approaching the patient rooms. Yi Shixia paused, puzzled by the presence of police in the VIP ward, and instinctively turned to observe them. Simultaneously, Chen Luo regarded the officers with a peculiar expression, his curiosity piqued. As anticipated, the police arrived, signifying that events destined to unfold were indeed set in motion. However, Chen Luo's astonishment did not stem from this occurrence, but rather from the fact that the trio of officers comprised 2 men and 1 woman, the latter being the striking Tang Qin, whom Chen Luo had encountered the previous night, notable for her impressive 30-60 figure. The coincidence was unexpected, yet Chen Luo remained unfazed. Concealed behind a mask the night before, Tang Qin had not witnessed his true visage. As the trio approached the doorway of Jiang Mingqing's hospital room, she merely cast a calm glance at Chen Luo before following the nurse inside. Chen Luo's gaze shifted, and he promptly stepped in after her. Meanwhile, Yi Shixia, observing this scene, wore a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Chen Luo had abruptly intruded into another's hospital room. He was meant to be on a blind date. If he recognized someone within, why had he not informed her earlier? Could it be that upon seeing the police, he felt drawn to the commotion, rushing over to indulge in the spectacle like a mere onlooker? Yi Shixia felt a surge of frustration, increasingly convinced of this possibility. She hurriedly approached, intending to retrieve this unreliable individual. Chapter 64. He was murdered. What sort of person had that wretched Xiaofan introduced? Yi Shixia silently jursit. Her initial impression of Chen Luo never having been favorable. Although he appeared to possess character, his actions thus far had been rather childish, akin to a child drawn to the allure of drama. Yet, upon entering the room, Yi Shixia was struck dumb. Prior to the police's arrival, the room was filled with the sounds of sorrow, as Jiang Junyan knelt by the bedside, weeping profusely while clutching the hand of an elderly man. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Mingsheng had uttered scarcely a complete sentence, merely grasping Jiang Junyan's hand and muttering a few indistinct words before succumbing to silence. In the midst of their anguished cries, a nurse ushered in the 3 police officers, taken aback by the scene before them. The officers quickly deduced the gravity of the situation upon noticing the lifelessness of the breathing machine. Nevertheless, understanding the circumstances did not preclude them from fulfilling their duty. One male officer produced a hand-drawn likeness, swiftly identifying their target. Mr. Jiang Junyan, you are hereby detained on suspicion of involvement in 2 homicides. Please accompany us for questioning. The relatives of the Jiang family, still enveloped in grief, were momentarily stunned into silence, unsure of the police's intentions. When the officer accused Jiang Junyan of murder, disbelief washed over the room. None could fathom the unfolding events. The officer, undeterred by their reactions, advanced to seize the still kneeling Jiang Junyan and began to escort him from the room. Jiang Junyan, struck as if by lightning, had just been immersed in the sorrow of losing his father when the police's abrupt accusation left him utterly bewildered. Wait, I did not kill anyone. Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent man. Mr. Jiang Junyan, we do not apprehend individuals without evidence, the officer replied coldly, seemingly unfazed by the typical protestations of a suspect, and continued to lead Jiang Junyan away. Overwhelmed by grief from his father's death and now branded a murderer, Jiang Junyan's emotional state began to unravel. I will go with you, but please allow me one last glimpse of my father. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to return to the bedside, only to be forcibly escorted out by the officers. Junyan, his wife, Zhao Wen, looked alarmed, attempting to pursue him only to be obstructed by Tang Qin. As Jiang Junyan reached the threshold of the hospital room, he unexpectedly spotted Chen Luo, also within, causing his entire body to tremble with realization. He recalled Chen Luo's ominous words. After Jiang Mingsheng's death, the police would come to arrest him, accusing him of murdering his 2 illegitimate siblings. Jiang Junyan, momentarily at a loss for words, could only stare wide-eyed at Chen Luo, stammering incoherently. Why, after a prolonged struggle, he could not articulate a single complete thought. His mind was a tempest of shock, sorrow, rage, and profound confusion, leaving him utterly speechless. The police, however, exhibited no patience for his turmoil, continuing to drag Jiang Junyan away. Chen Luo maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding Jiang Junyan entirely as he approached the bedside. He was confident in his ability to exonerate Jiang Junyan and prevent him from losing his legs, yet this man did not trust him. Without allowing Jiang Junyan to endure a modicum of hardship to realize that he was his only salvation, Chen Luo felt powerless to influence him. At that moment, the room remained steeped in shock, and as Chen Luo moved forward, no one dared to question his presence. As they presumed him to be the lawyer tasked with reading the will, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, suddenly interjected, "Esteemed lawyer, have you brought the will with you?" His words rang harshly in the somber atmosphere, for Jiang Mingsheng had just passed. Jiang Junyan had been taken away, and Jiang Junzi lay unconscious. Yet this man immediately shifted the focus to the matter of inheritance. "Uncle, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Wen's expression darkened as she glared at Jiang Mingyi, her demeanor fierce enough to incite alarm. Jiang Mingyi, regretting his words the moment they escaped his lips, recognized the inappropriateness of his inquiry given the circumstances. However, confronted by Zhao Wen's indignation, he remained resolute, retorting coldly, "What do you mean? The company is in turmoil, and with my brother gone, neither Junyan nor his siblings can manage affairs. We must prioritize stability." "You," Zhao Wen trembled with rage, unable to articulate her fury as she pointed accusingly at Jiang Mingyi. Jiang Mingyi cast a chilling glance at Zhao Wen. "What of it? You should seek a lawyer to ascertain what has transpired with Junyan." The atmosphere in the room grew tense, dispelling the earlier sorrow. The Jiang family had long coveted Mingsheng pharmaceuticals, Yet the company had been built from the ground up by Jiang Mingqing, although Jiang Mingyi held a minor stake. It paled in comparison to the shares held by Jiang Junyan and his brothers. With Jiang Mingqing's presence now absent, the landscape was ripe for opportunism. As Tang Xin approached the door, she shook her head in disapproval upon hearing the quarrel, feeling a chill at their mercenary behavior. Yet, it was of no concern to her, and she had no interest in witnessing the sordid drama of the wealthy squabbling over inheritance. Just as she prepared to exit, a voice called out from behind her, "Officer, please hold on." Chen Luo had been standing by the bedside, meticulously examining Jiang Mingqing's lifeless body. Having scrutinized his hands and wrists for some time, in a mere moment, an unusual glint flickered in his eyes. For he now understood why the doctor had claimed Jiang Mingqing had at least 3 days left to live, yet he had inexplicably passed at this moment. Dankin Hatet. Turning to face Chen Luo's direction, the other individuals in the ward were momentarily stunned, their gazes converging upon Chen Luo. The esteemed Mr. Jiang Mingqing had not succumbed to natural causes. Rather, he had been the victim of foul play. As Chen Luo uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with all present staring at him in disbelief. However, it was not long before, aside from Tang Xin and the recently arrived Yixixia, every face in the room displayed an expression of utter incredulity. They all knew that Jiang Mingqing had a mere week, if not less, left to live. Who would be so foolish as to go to the lengths of murdering him? Chapter 65. Do not speak nonsense. Yixixia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and hurried over to pull Chen Luo away. She was both furious and anxious. Chen Luo had inexplicably entered the ward to gawk at the scene and, upon merely glancing at another S remains, had the audacity to inform the police that it was a murder. Was this man mad? Or had he watched too many episodes of Detective Conan? With a smile, Chen Luo remarked, "You've arrived just in time. You can ascertain the cause of death, can't you?" At that moment, Yixixia had no inclination to engage with Chen Luo's statements. After all, he was her blind date, and his erratic behavior in this setting could lead to her own embarrassment. "I'm sorry." He a bit. Yixixia momentarily struggled to find the right words to describe Chen Luo. To label him as insane would only exacerbate the awkwardness. Tang Xin furrowed her brow, glancing between Chen Luo and Yixixia, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity about the nature of their relationship. Yet, rather than departing immediately, she turned to Chen Luo and inquired, "How do you know he was murdered?" Tang Xin was genuinely interested in Chen Luo's reasoning. If he lacked any credible justification, she would certainly not waste her time. "Dr. Yi, might you kindly elucidate the cause of Mr. Jiang Mingqing's death?" Yixixia felt a headache coming on. She simply wished to distance herself from the situation, but Chen Luo appeared resolute in his refusal to leave, compelling her to steal a glance at Jiang Mingqing's remains. Upon inspection, she noted a small blue dot beneath his hairline, a marker used for chemotherapy, indicating that the deceased had suffered from brain cancer. Blood clots were present on his body. Yet these were common complications of cancer, leading to pulmonary embolism and ultimately resulting in heart failure. This was a natural death, not murder. As Yixixia spoke, the other individuals in the ward cast peculiar looks towards Chen Luo. While she, as a doctor, had rendered a verdict of natural death, Chen Luo, a stranger, insisted it was murder, prompting discontent and even anger among the Jiang family members. Jiang Mingyi directly challenged him, bluntly asking, "Are you even a lawyer from Zhongwei law firm?" Chen Luo, however, ignored him entirely, approaching the bedside and grasping Jiang Mingqing's fingers, presenting them to Yixixia. "Examine this area more closely." Yixixia poset, lianing inclusive, only to discover a blood clot occupying half of the finger. Heart failure was merely a superficial cause. The true culprit was adrenaline. As Chen Luo elaborated, Yixixia furrowed her brow in contemplation, noting that cardiovascular complications from cancer treatment were not uncommon. Some patients who overcame cancer ultimately succumbed to heart disease. The elderly gentleman had likely developed cardiovascular complications during treatment, and adrenaline was a standard medication for heart conditions. What was the issue here? True, there is nothing amiss there, but the blood spot on his finger raises a concern. Yixixia's frown deepened, recognizing that this localized blood loss resulted from vascular constriction at the elbow joint, leading to tissue death potentially caused by an injection of adrenaline into his arm. The crux of the matter lay in a crucial detail that had been overlooked. Adrenaline is typically administered during an acute episode. If the hormone were injected only during cardiac arrest, it would not induce localized ischemia after the heart had stopped. Yixixia's expression shifted abruptly as realization dawned upon her. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately injected this elderly gentleman with adrenaline while his heart was still functioning? The exchange between Yi Shixia and Chen Luo was straightforward enough for even the medically unversed onlookers to grasp. The blood spot on Jiang Mingqing's finger indicated that he had been injected with adrenaline, resulting in heart failure while he was not experiencing a medical episode. The Jiang family members displayed a spectrum of reactions. Some appeared skeptical, others bewildered, and a few wore in different expressions, seemingly unconcerned about the circumstances surrounding Jiang Mingqing's demise. Nonetheless, no one interrupted. Even Jiang Mingyi, who had previously confronted Chen Luo, fell silent in astonishment. Upon hearing their conversation and observing Yi Shixia's demeanor, Tang Qin sensed something was amiss. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Yi Shixia interjected once more. Wait, adrenaline acts rapidly. It takes effect immediately after injection. Did someone administer medication to this elderly gentleman just now? Yi Shixia directed her question towards the Jiang family members, who all looked taken aback, but quickly shook their heads in unison. No, we were all here for the last 10 minutes before our elder brother passed. No one administered any medication. Jiang Mingyi shot a cold glance at Chen Luo and suddenly spoke up. This time, including Tang Qin, everyone's attention returned to Chen Luo, eager to see how he would explain himself. With 10 members of the Jiang family present, each harboring their own grievances, it was improbable that they would collude to fabricate an alibi for one another. Chen Luo smiled faintly. So, you were all present just a few minutes ago, correct? The Jiang family members were initially taken aback, but soon a peculiar expression spread across their faces. Approximately 20 minutes ago, a masked cleaner entered to disinfect the ward and asked us to step outside for a moment. Zhao, when suddenly exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. The Jiang family members' expressions shifted dramatically as they recalled the earlier events. All these connections led to the unsettling possibility that Jiang Mingqing might indeed have been murdered. With a calm demeanor, Chen Luo pointed to the 4 lines still attached to Jiang Mingqing's wrist. The assailant must have mixed adrenaline into the intravenous infusion, then reduced the pump rate. This would have given them at least several minutes to escape before the patient's death. Yi Shixia's expression changed once more, prompting Tang Qin to join her in examining the pump's displayed rate. The infusion pump was set to 40 milliliters per hour, merely administering basic nutrients, glucose, and water, with no justification for adjusting the rate to below 100 milliliters. Yi Shixia was momentarily stunned by the figures displayed on the pump, while Tang Qin quickly grasped the implications of Yi Shixia's explanation. Combining the analyses from both individuals and the previous statements from the Jiang family, it became increasingly evident that Jiang Mingqing had indeed been murdered. Chapter 66. What kind of person are you? Of course, if this female officer remains unconvinced, a post-mortem examination can be conducted. After finishing his statement, Chen Luo suddenly grasped Yi Shixia's wrist, leaving her momentarily stunned and bewildered as to his intentions. At that moment, Yi Shixia was still reeling from Chen Luo's deductive prowess, speechless and unaware of the grip he had on her. Chen Luo rolled up the sleeve of her wrist, glancing at the time on her watch. However, 10 minutes had already elapsed, and the perpetrator had likely fled far beyond their reach, making capture improbable. At this juncture, Chen Luo abruptly shifted his tone, regarding Yi Shixia with a cheerful smile. Well, don't you still have examinations and procedures to attend to? Let's be on our way. He paid no mind to the astonished individuals within the ward, casually taking Yi Shixia's hand and leading her toward the exit. Yi Shixia felt momentarily dazed, and it was not until they had exited the ward that she regained her senses, abruptly flushing and wrenching her hand away from Chen Luo's grip. You, what kind of person are you? Her mind was a whirlwind of astonishment, confusion, and a hint of embarrassment. It was clear to her that Chen Luo had acted deliberately, seizing the opportunity to hold her hand. Heavens, what kind of man would directly take a girl's hand on their first date? Yi Shixia's emotions were in turmoil. Yet inexplicably, she felt no aversion, only an intensified curiosity towards the man before her. Chen Luo laughed heartily, entirely unfazed, revealing not an ounce of embarrassment. He even took a step closer, causing Yi Shixia to retreat several steps until her back met the wall. This is just how I am. Does it catch you off guard? Has it stirred your curiosity? Are you eager to discover how I accomplish such feats? Yi Shixia's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly reaching the brink of exasperation. She had been on dates before and had been pursued, yet every suitor had been courteous, striving to showcase their virtues, fearful of leaving a negative impression. However, she had never encountered anyone like Chen Luo, who so brazenly expressed such sentiments upon their first meeting. What was even more intolerable was Chen Luo's overt demeanor in the hospital corridor, as if he were about to push her against the wall. In a fluster, Yi Shixia hastily sidestepped Chen Luo, her voice urgent. I need to go check on goodbye. Watching Yi Shixia's flustered state, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, finding the female doctor utterly charming. Although she appeared proud and tenacious on the surface, he sensed a fragile and shy woman beneath, cloaked in a facade to shield herself from harm. Chen Luo easily discerned her pretense and felt an urge to tease her, finding her bashfulness and panic quite amusing. As Xixia dashed away, the door to the ward swung open. Tang Qin emerged, her gaze shifting curiously to Chen Luo. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Chen Luo maintained a tranquil expression. "This officer is remarkably beautiful. Had we met, I would surely remember." He quickly reviewed the events of the previous night in his mind, assuring himself that he had left no trace. Firstly, his appearance was altered from last night, and even when he removed his mask in the elevator, he had positioned himself strategically to be out of the surveillance camera's view. Furthermore, when speaking last night, he had also altered his voice, not employing his natural tone. He had long anticipated the voice issue. For instance, in his current persona as Chun Xiao, he adopted a mature and composed voice. When he had teased Tang Qin the previous night, he had used a youthful and playful tone, markedly different from his current speech. While such a feat would be tremendously challenging for an ordinary person, it posed no difficulty for Chen Luo. Not only had he honed his acting skills to an award-winning level, but he had also worked as a voice actor, reaching a pinnacle in his craft, adept at perfectly mimicking a myriad of voices. Chen Luo had even replicated the content from a middle school textbook on vocal techniques, where a performer recreated a series of rhythmic and continuous life scenes through various sounds. After pondering briefly, Chen Luo realized where the issue lay. Although Tang Qin could not recognize him by appearance or voice, a person's gaze seldom changes. They had locked eyes at that moment, and this woman likely retained some impression of him, which explained her familiarity. It seemed he would need to adjust his gaze in the future. Understanding the problem and possessing a solution, Chen Luo reflected that while eyes are said to be the windows to the soul, skilled actors can portray any character with remarkable authenticity, intuitively grasping the character's inner world to bring it to life. At such a level, both gaze and demeanor would naturally adapt. Achieving this for Chen Luo was not particularly arduous. Over the millennia, he had cultivated a bold and carefree disposition, reluctant to modify himself to play another role. Tang Qin scrutinized Chen Luo, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had met. However, she did not press further and simply inquired, "What is your relationship with the Jiang family? How did you come to be there? Why did they assume you were a lawyer?" Facing Tang Qin's barrage of questions, Chen Luo merely smiled. "I am but a passerby seeking the spectacle," coincidentally uncovering a few clues. "This officer," he continued, "rather than casting suspicion upon me, it would be prudent to examine the hospital surveillance footage. You may very well uncover the perpetrator's likeness." Before Tang Qin could respond, Chen Luo had already taken his leave. She watched his retreating figure, her mouth opening as if to call him back, but found no justification to do so. Chen Luo's logic was sound. The murderer had just departed, and if captured on camera, knowing his whereabouts might lead to an arrest. Despite the numerous ambiguities surrounding Chen Luo, she had previously inquired with the Jiang family, confirming that his appearance had been after that of the janitor. Moreover, Tang Qin had yet to see the murderer. No one would voluntarily expose their involvement in a murder case. As she hastened towards the hospital surveillance room, she dialed the bureau to report the unfolding events, requesting the coroner to conduct an autopsy. At that moment, Tang Qin realized this could very well be a significant case. Jiang Mingqing's son had just been taken away on 2 murder charges, and now Jiang Mingqing himself had been suddenly murdered, all while he was suffering from terminal brain cancer. Why would the murderer be so impatient as to not wait just a few days, so desperate to end his life? Chapter 67, Despair. Chen Luo settled into a seat in the waiting area, leisurely awaiting the results of Yi Shixia's examination. He was well aware of the identity of the murderer and understood their urgency in wanting Jiang Mingqing dead. However, Chen Luo required the perpetrator to execute their subsequent plans fully, thus he was in no rush to unearth their identity. A smile graced Chen Luo's lips. If all went according to his expectations, Jiang Zhenyan would soon reach out to him. At that very moment, in the interrogation room of the Hualong Sub-Bureau, an officer was questioning Jiang Zhenyan. "Were you on the night of September 5th? At this moment, Jiang Zhenyan's emotions had settled, and upon hearing the officer's question, he pondered carefully. However, as too much time had elapsed, he found it difficult to recall. The officer interrogating him sneered, suggesting that it was not forgetfulness, but rather an act of feigned ignorance. Jiang Zhenyan furrowed his brow and calmly responded, "May I inquire, officer, what did you do on September 5th? Do you remember?" The officer, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and coldly retorted, "You need to grasp the current situation. It is we who are questioning you, not the other way around. I have already informed you that too much time has passed for me to remember." Does this officer lack even such a brief recollection? Jiang Junyan was acutely aware that he had never committed murder. After the initial panic, he had regained his composure and was unperturbed by the officer's demeanor. With his experience, he easily discerned the tactics employed by the police, merely the familiar act of good cop, bad cop, aimed at eliciting a display of guilt from him. The officer nearly choked in disbelief. Here was Jiang Junyan, in this situation, appearing utterly unfazed. The officer slammed the table and pressed further. If you cannot recall the events of the 5th, then where were you on the night of September 20th, 5 days ago? Surely you must remember that. Jiang Junyan hesitated for a moment, but quickly replied, in the past week, I have been dealing with matters at the company during the day, visiting the hospital in the afternoons, and returning home to rest at night. Very well. Then where were you at 10 p.m. on September 20th? Without hesitation, Jiang Junyan promptly responded, after leaving the hospital, I felt extremely depressed due to my father's and brother's circumstances, so I sat for a while in a nearby park. And I believe I left around 11 p.m. Was anyone there to see you? Jiang Junyan shook his head. No, it was quite late, and there were hardly any people left in the park. So, there's no one to attest to your presence in the park. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junyan realized where the problem lay. The officer's questions had focused on 2 distinct time points, both at night, and the inquiry about witnesses indicated that these 2 points must align with the times of the alleged murders. After the officer spoke, he produced 2 photographs and placed them before Jiang Junyan, asking, Do you recognize these individuals? Jiang Junyan's gaze sharpened, and his expression shifted in an instant. The officer had been observing Jiang Junyan's reaction closely, and upon witnessing the change in his countenance, he immediately broke into a smile, evidently pleased that he recognized them. Jiang Junyan not only recognized them, these 2 were indeed the illegitimate children of Jiang Mingsheng, his half-brother and half-sister. Jiang Mingsheng had provided Jiang Junyan with their information when he informed him about their existence. However, Jiang Junyan's shock stemmed not from this recognition, but from recalling Chen Luo's ominous words, that he would be implicated due to the murder of these 2 half-siblings. Initially, Jiang Junyan had harbored a glimmer of hope that Chen Luo was merely speaking nonsense. Yet, upon seeing the photographs of these individuals, he comprehended, even if dimly, that they truly were dead. How had Chen Luo known in advance? Could it be that Chen Luo had orchestrated this frame-up against him? Yet, Jiang Junyan quickly dismissed this notion as illogical. If the intent was to frame him, why go to the trouble of informing him? Moreover, Chen Luo's predictions were remarkably precise, coinciding perfectly with the moment his father had passed, just as the police had arrived. How could Chen Luo have known the exact time of his father's death, and that the police would come at that moment? It bordered on the prescient. Who was that mysterious figure? Jiang Junyan found himself momentarily dazed, even forgetting to respond to the officer's inquiries. What's the matter? Lost your voice. The officer's voice jolted Jiang Junyan back to reality. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, I recognize them. They're my half-brother and half-sister. The officer suddenly scrutinized Jiang Junyan intently. So, are you aware of their deaths? Although Jiang Junyan had anticipated this revelation, hearing it from the officer still sent a chill through him, and his expression darkened. This is a surveillance image from near your half-brother's home. Can you identify this individual? The officer pushed another photograph in front of Jiang Junyan, pointing to a figure in the image. The moment Jiang Junyan grasped the photograph, a jolt coursed through him. The person in the picture was partially obscured by a hat, casting shadows over half of their face, and the dim lighting made it difficult to discern their features. Yet, Jiang Junyan recognized at once that the individual was indeed himself. However, he knew well that it was not he but rather his brother, Jiang Juanza. Upon noticing the timestamp on the photograph, which read September 5th, 2008, at 12:07 a.m., he was struck with disbelief. How could this be? His brother, Jiang Juanza, was clearly in a deep coma, having lain immobile in a hospital bed for a month. This is my brother, Jiang Juanza. Huh, I suspected you would say that. The officer responded with a cold laugh. Your brother has been in a deep coma for a month following an accident. We have confirmed with Jiang Juanza's attending physician that he could not have awakened during this time. Furthermore, we found your fingerprints on both deceased individuals, and eyewitnesses saw you exiting the victim's residence, helping us produce this sketch. Otherwise, do you think we would have located you? The evidence was indeed overwhelming. Yet we still wish to offer you an opportunity for voluntary confession. If you come clean now, we will consider it as a mitigating factor. Jiang Junyan's countenance paled. No wonder the police had brought him in directly. These pieces of evidence were virtually irrefutable, and any defense he could muster would be futile. His heart sank to the depths of despair, and in his near hopelessness, he suddenly recalled Chen Luo's presence and the words spoken to him. The murderer is your brother, Jiang Juanza. Could it truly be that his brother had committed the crime and framed him for it? As this thought flickered through Jiang Junyan's mind, he felt on the brink of collapse, unable to comprehend why his brother would undertake such an act. Chapter 68. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Jiang Junyan and his brother were twins, having shared an exceptionally close bond from childhood. Moreover, the unique connection between twins sometimes allowed them to sense each other's thoughts. However, everything changed when Jiang Junzi was sent to D country for studies during their university years. When he returned 4 years later, the closeness they once shared had diminished, and they could no longer perceive each other's thoughts. Jiang Junyan even sensed a certain distance growing between them. Gradually, he recognized the root of the problem. During Jiang Junzi's time abroad, Jiang Junyan had remained at Jiang Mingqing's side, learning management, and was being groomed as the successor. Initially, Jiang Junyan did not pay much attention to this, believing that his father favored Jiang Junzi more. Otherwise, he would not have sent him abroad for further education while keeping Jiang Junyan at home. Even Jiang Junzi held this belief. However, upon Jiang Junzi's return, although Jiang Mingqing allowed him to join the company, he was not entrusted with significant responsibilities and was instead made to start from the ground up. In contrast, Jiang Junyan became Jiang Mingqing's right-hand man, tasked with overseeing many crucial operations at Mingqing Pharmaceuticals. It seemed that from that moment on, the distance between the two brothers only widened. However, Jiang Junyan could hardly fathom that his younger brother, Jiang Junzi, would resort to murdering two half-siblings and frame him for the heinous act. Jiang Junyan could speculate that perhaps his brother's motives were rooted in the inheritance. Yet this notion was utterly incomprehensible and unacceptable to him. At this very moment, all indicators suggested that it was indeed plausible that his brother had committed the crime. In this world, who else could be so eerily similar to him, capable of effortlessly acquiring his fingerprints to implicate him? Yet, what baffled Jiang Junyan the most was how Jiang Junzi had managed to do it. He was unequivocally ensnared in a profound coma, completely incapable of movement. This was not merely the judgment of a physician from the First People's Hospital. After Jiang Junzi fell into unconsciousness, Jiang Junyan spared no expense in hiring renowned neurology experts from both domestic and international spheres to examine him in Pengsheng. The results were remarkably consistent. A state of deep coma, as the human brain is an exceedingly intricate organ, and current research in this domain is scant, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether recovery was feasible. Jiang Junzi had indeed killed two individuals consecutively. How could he have stealthily slipped out of the hospital, committed murder, and returned to feigned coma without the doctors and nurses being any the wiser? Yet, Jiang Junzi had accomplished just that, which implied that this had morphed into a flawlessly executed murder and framing, leaving him with virtually no chance of redemption. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Junyan, prompting him to rummage through his pockets with urgency, and soon he discovered a note nestled within the inner pocket of his suit. I need to contact my lawyer. Meanwhile, in the People's Hospital, Chen Luo lounged with his arms stretched out on the backrest of a long sofa in the rest area, crossing his legs in a manner that exuded a nearly domineering and arrogant demeanor, occupying the entire sofa. The rest area was filled with other individuals, yet his spot remained unoccupied, rendering the scene exceedingly peculiar. When Yi Shixiao approached and beheld this spectacle, she could not help but roll her eyes. Yi Shixiao was at a loss for words. This fellow seemed to emit an aura of superiority wherever he went, even making her want to give him a good thrashing. She could hardly comprehend how he had managed to survive this long without being met with violence. However, at this moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Chen Luo, intertwined with a growing curiosity. The results of the second round of tests had emerged, confirming that Lu Yi truly suffered from endocarditis. Endocarditis could lead to embolisms in the lower limbs and cerebral arteries. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose significant issues. Yet, if a ligament repair surgery were to proceed without acknowledging the ramifications of endocarditis, it could result in deep vein thrombosis or pulmonary embolism post-surgery with a high fatality rate, and the response time would be alarmingly swift, leaving little room for rescue. If Yi Shixiao were to disregard Chen Luo's counsel and insist on proceeding with the ligament repair surgery, Lu Yi's chance of survival would plummet to an alarming 99%. Should Lu Yi succumb, not only would Yi Shixiao's career be irrevocably shattered, but the Lu family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, the thought of a 10-year-old girl losing her life due to her negligence would haunt Yi Shixia for eternity. Thus, at this moment, it was evident how profoundly grateful she felt towards Chen Luo. Her curiosity was heightened to an extreme. If Chen Luo had indeed abandoned medical school, how could he so effortlessly discern Lu Yi's endocarditis? Moreover, the events that had transpired in Jiang Mingqing's ward certainly did not reflect the judgment capabilities of someone who had long forsaken the medical field. Such experience and discernment necessitated extensive practice and repetition. Moreover, advancements in medical knowledge occur daily. Without continual learning of cutting-edge information, one risks falling behind. As noon approached, Yi Shixia resolved to treat Chen Luo to lunch as a means of expressing her gratitude, while simultaneously quenching her curiosity. "All right, where's the most expensive place around here?" Chen Luo inquired with a hearty laugh. Yi Shixia regarded him with exasperation. She had never encountered such a peculiar suitor. When she offered to treat him, he did not even bother with pleasantries, instead directly asking where the priciest option was. However, she did not feel anger towards him. Rather, she found Chen Luo's enigmatic demeanor intriguing, only fueling her desire to delve deeper. There was indeed a Western restaurant nearby that could be considered the most expensive option. Chen Luo smiled and leaned closer to Yi Shixia, saying, "Then let us proceed." Yi Shixia assumed he intended to take her hand, causing her to instinctively step back in alarm. "What's wrong? Am I that terrifying?" Upon noticing Chen Luo's teasing expression, Yi Shixia quickly realized that this rascal was deliberately toying with her. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him an indignant glare, sternly stating, "Indeed. You are more frightening than a rogue. Keep your distance." Chen Luo chuckled heartily. "That won't do. I haven't had steak in ages, and today I intend to indulge." Yi Shixia sighed in resignation, promptly following Chen Luo into the elevator and down to the parking lot, where they drove towards their destination. Upon entering the Western restaurant named Jijun, Chen Luo was immediately struck by its favorable ambience. The French sycamores adorning the entrance lent an air of elegance to the establishment, while the interior boasted a cozy and inviting decor, infused with a touch of foreign charm. Every corner of the restaurant was meticulously arranged, with beautiful lighting and warm cushions, ensuring that diners felt entirely at ease, devoid of the usual constraints associated with Western dining. Consequently, the restaurant thrived, and at this hour, it was nearly full. Just as Chen Luo and Yi Shixia entered, the last remaining table became available, sparing them the hassle of waiting in line. After settling in, Chen Luo surveyed the surroundings, and, as the waitress approached with the menu, he boldly declared, "No need for that. Bring us your most expensive steak." His voice rang out, drawing the attention of those around them. Yi Shixia was taken aback by Chen Luo's ostentatious demeanor. As she noticed the astonished gazes directed towards them, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing to distance herself from this rogue, she raised a hand to shield her face, eager to evade those peculiar stares. However, she soon realized that Chen Luo was regarding her with an amused expression, his eyes sparkling with mirth, and in that instant, she comprehended his intent. This rascal was doing it on purpose. He sought to witness her humiliation. A mix of shame and anger surged within her, and she longed to strike him. Yet surrounded by so many onlookers, she refrained. Unable to suppress her frustration, she suddenly lifted her foot and stomped down on Chen Luo's foot beneath the table. Predictably, he deftly withdrew his foot, leaving Yi Shixia to overexert herself and nearly twist her own ankle. A smile danced upon Chen Luo's lips as he ignored her and turned to the waitress, saying, "Bring us another bottle of liqueur." The waitress hesitated. "Sir, we have several different vintages of liqueur. The 1990 vintage, the most expensive one," Chen Luo replied without a second thought. The waitress nearly suppressed a laugh, clearing her throat before saying, "Very well, sir, please hold on a moment." At that instant, Yi Shixia felt a pang of despair. Upon hearing Chen Luo order another bottle of the 1990 Chateau Latour, her heart sank. Chateau Latour is renowned as one of the 5 prestigious estates of Bordeaux's left bank, producing wines that are robust, vigorous, and particularly well-suited for aging. Few wines can rival its grandeur, earning it the title of the King of Bordeaux. Naturally, such exquisite wine comes at a steep price. Today, a bottle of the 1990 vintage is estimated to cost over 10,000 yuan. In 2008, that sum was roughly equivalent to 25,000 yuan in 2019. Yi Shixia's monthly salary barely exceeds 10,000, a figure she painstakingly earns through relentless overtime. When Chen Luo arrived, he had mentioned a lavish feast, and she assumed it was a jest. Little did she know that this scoundrel genuinely intended to treat her like a lamb to be slaughtered. Sensing the murderous glare in Yi Shixia's eyes, Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Look at you. I've resolved a tremendous hazard for you, and you can't even part with a little money." "Of course I can part with it," Yi Shixia retorted coldly, her expression devoid of emotion, though her heart simmered with resentment. Had it been any other man, she would have long since found an excuse to take her leave. Yet, inexplicably, despite her strong aversion to him, she found herself reluctant to walk away. "Do you always speak so recklessly, showing no regard for others' feelings?" Chen Luo chuckled. "Life is short. If I were to constantly concern myself with how others feel, It would be utterly exhausting. Yi Shixia regarded Chen Luo, recognizing that he was the antithesis of her own nature. While she was overly competitive and acutely aware of others' perceptions, striving to prove herself, he exuded a peculiar charm that irresistibly drew people near. As Yi Shixia remained silent, the waitress returned, presenting a bottle of red wine for their inspection. "Sir, does this meet your approval?" Chen Luo, having tasted countless wines and trained as a sommelier, could discern its authenticity merely by glancing at the exterior packaging and label. Many upscale restaurants resort to passing off inferior wines as premium to maximize profits, particularly in this day and age. However, to Chen Luo's surprise, this wine was indeed genuine. He nodded affirmatively and gestured toward a nearby table, instructing the waitress to deliver it there. Yi Shixia and the waitress exchanged bewildered glances, following Chen Luo's direction. At that table, a couple was dining closely together, their faces radiating joy, clearly a couple in love. "Are you out of your mind? You ordered the most expensive red wine just to give it away?" Yi Shixia exclaimed, "Displeased." This scoundrel had already taken advantage of her. Now he intended to gift the wine to someone else? "It's a momentous occasion. Of course, I want to witness it." Chen Luo replied with a slight smile, signaling for the waitress to proceed. "Wait, how do you know he is proposing?" the waitress inquired, intrigued by Chen Luo's insight into the couple's intentions. She had hesitated to deliver the wine when Yi Shixia had expressed her discontent, but now her curiosity was piqued. The young man's suit showed signs of wear from dry cleaning, suggesting it was his sole formal attire, clearly prepared for such a significant occasion. When I sat down, I noticed his anxious demeanor. He kept checking his inner pocket, as if ensuring a valuable item was still there. He must be proposing. Hence I wish to present this fine bottle of wine as a gesture of celebration or perhaps commiseration. Both Yi Shixia and the waitress were taken aback. How could Chen Luo, having just arrived and sitting several meters away, deduce so much? The waitress instinctively doubted his assessment, but Yi Shixia, having witnessed Chen Luo's remarkable deductive skills, chose not to dismiss it outright and regarded the scene thoughtfully. After a moment, Yi Shixia seemed to grasp the situation and nodded at the waitress. "Go ahead and deliver it. When you do, don't mention that it's from us or its price. Simply state that it's a congratulatory gift from the restaurant." The waitress, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and, driven by wonder and curiosity, approached the couple with the bottle. As the waitress neared, the young man suddenly pulled out a ring box from his pocket and knelt before his girlfriend, much to her astonishment. "Ting Ting, will you marry me?" The surrounding patrons quickly took notice of the scene, understanding what was unfolding. Smiles spread across their faces, filled with goodwill and blessings, while some began to cheer. "Say yes. Say yes." The girl, Ting Ting, was overwhelmed with surprise and excitement, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded vigorously. "I will." Chapter 70. Then let us make a wager. The waitress stood there, dumbfounded, holding the bottle of wine as she processed what had just occurred. She glanced back at Chen Luo, her eyes reflecting astonishment, before adjusting her expression and approaching the couple. Fortunately, she remembered Chen Luo's instructions, smiling as she presented the wine as a congratulatory gift from the restaurant. The couple expressed their heartfelt thanks, their faces beaming with joy. Other patrons were equally taken aback, impressed by the restaurant's thoughtfulness, some even contemplating whether to propose there themselves. Don't you always disregard others' feelings? Why not let the waitress mention the price or that it was from us? Chen Luo looked at Yi Shixia with a grin. Not considering others' feelings depends on the person and the context. That young man, as financial situation, is evidently constrained. He chose this expensive restaurant for his proposal, clearly placing great importance on his girlfriend. Oh, wait, no. He evidently regards his fiancée as incredibly significant. If a stranger were to send an expensive bottle of wine, it might create unnecessary complications, potentially undermining the courage he gathered to propose. Yi Shixia scrutinized Chen Luo for a moment, utterly perplexed by the enigma he presented. His medical knowledge and remarkable deductive abilities astonished her, yet he possessed an audacious disregard for convention. "Did you truly not graduate from medical school?" After a moment of silence, Yi Shixia finally asked the question that had long intrigued her. "Indeed, I neither received a diploma nor possess a medical license," Chen Luo replied honestly. Though he had spent many years studying at a world-renowned medical institution, he had no need for a degree or certification. As for the medical license, he could effortlessly forge one that could easily deceive anyone, even leading to verifications within the system, rendering the examination process utterly unnecessary. "Impossible," she retorted. "If you haven't practiced medicine for such a long time, how could you possibly discern their symptoms at a glance?" Yi Shixia was thoroughly unconvinced. She even harbored suspicions about whether Chen Luo was illegally practicing medicine without a license. This was not outside the realm of possibility. as Yi Xiao was well aware of numerous individuals lacking medical qualifications who operated clinics or treated sensitive ailments for the elite that were inconvenient to address in hospitals, such as injuries resulting from domestic violence. Perhaps I am the legendary genius, a quick learner, and a deaf practitioner, Chen Luo chuckled, his demeanor radiating confidence. Observing Chen Luo's audacious attitude, Yi Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, retorting with irritation, "Are you really so brazen as to boast without any forethought?" A smirk danced on Chen Luo's lips as he proposed, "Since you doubt my abilities, why not wager? Name any knowledge or skill, and if I cannot master it or execute it, I shall strip and run naked to the hospital." Yi Xiao stared at him in astonishment, unsure whether to attribute his boldness to sheer confidence or reckless insanity. "You said it. Don't you dare renege if you lose." She shot back defiantly, fixing her gaze intensely on him. "I'm a man of my word, and I never go back on my promises," Chen Luo replied with a slight smile. "However, if I were to lose, what will my penalty entail?" With a haughty snort, Yi Xiao retorted, "You even dare to propose conditions? What if I win?" Chen Luo merely chuckled, continuing to tease her with a grin. Without much thought, Yi Xiao declared, "If you win, I shall do whatever you ask. It's a deal." Chen Luo clapped his hands in delight. Gazing at her, "I'll even grant you a favor. I want to demand anything else. If I accomplish any one of your requests, you must give me a kiss until you concede." Yi Xiao's face flushed crimson, and she spat, "You rogue. Indeed, I'm a rogue. So do you accept?" Chen Luo leaned forward, adopting a demeanor that exuded fearlessness. Yi Xiao, startled, hastily withdrew her hands from the table, instinctively distancing herself from him. "Fine, I agree. Not that I fear you. You're bound to lose anyway." Chen Luo turned to the waitress who had been eavesdropping. "Did you hear our little wager?" The waitress's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, caught off guard by his revelation of her clandestine listening. Ever since she delivered the red wine, she had been intentionally or unintentionally tuned in, mesmerized by Chen Luo's extraordinary ability to assess so much at a glance. I apologiza. I didn't mean to overhear your conversation," she stammered. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I bear you no ill will. I simply wish for you to serve as a witness, lest someone reneges on their word. Wouldn't you agree?" Although his words were directed at the waitress, his gaze was fixed on Yi Xiao, clearly insinuating his doubts about her integrity. Yi Xiao, now amused, retorted, "Well then, let us see who ends up breaking their promise." With a subtle smile, Chen Luo gestured, "Then let us commence." Yi Xiao hesitated, momentarily at a loss for a skill to propose. However, upon hearing the melodious strains of a piano emanating from the restaurant, her eyes lit up as she pointed to the grand piano in the center, exclaiming, "That one. Play a piece." Chen Luo chuckled silently, promptly responding. Yi Xiao was taken aback, recognizing from his composed expression that he was likely proficient at the piano. Regret washed over her. Given his demeanor, it was evident he came from a well-off background, and it wouldn't be surprising if he were skilled at the instrument. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao quickly regained her composure, for Chen Luo's arrogance had led him to allow her to choose the piece. Though she was not a pianist herself, she understood that not all compositions were within everyone's reach. Wait, she pulled out her phone, opened the browser, and typed the hardest piano piece in the world into the search engine. Soon, she found a result that made her smile as she taunted Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto. Chapter 71, Four-Handed Performance, a Stunning Display. Chen Luo regarded Yi Xiao with a bemused expression, inquiring, "Are you certain?" Yi Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety under his scrutinizing gaze, realizing that his expression suggested she might have made a poor choice. The third concerto comprised 3 movements and lasted nearly 40 minutes. She had no intention of wasting that much time. "How about I select something even more challenging?" Chen Luo suggested with a smile. "Have you seen The Pianist on the Ocean?" Yi Xiao paused, recognizing the film's immense popularity, which chronicled the tale of an abandoned infant named 1900 who forged a bond with the piano aboard a transatlantic liner, ultimately becoming a piano master. Released globally in 1998, despite not screening domestically, it had long been available for online viewing. Yi Xiao was well acquainted with the film and held a fondness for it, having watched it numerous times. While many might forget the plot over time, the climactic piano duel was a scene she knew she could recall even after several years. "Do you mean you can perform that four-handed piece?" Yi Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice somewhat stammering. The term four-handed refers to a duet performed on a single piano, requiring exceptional synchronization between the two players. The reason the piano duel in The Pianist on the Ocean left audiences in awe was that the protagonist 1900 executed a composition typically requiring 2 musicians, all while playing exclusively on the black keys, showcasing master-level technique. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Then let us proceed with that one. Yi Shixia was momentarily taken aback. Although she had limited knowledge of piano compositions, she could deduce that executing a four-handed piece solo was far more challenging than Rachmaninoff's third concerto. Without waiting for her response, Chen Luo stood up and turned to the waitress. Could you please fetch me a cigarette? The waitress, having been privy to the conversation, was again astonished at the prospect of Chen Luo performing the four-handed piece from The Pianist on the Ocean. However, unlike Yi Shixia, her prior experiences in the hospital had acquainted her with Chen Luo's capabilities. Though skeptical, she did not dismiss the possibility outright. Nevertheless, deep down, she was unconvinced. Having seen the film herself, and knowing that such piano skills were typically the domain of a master. Upon hearing Chen Luo's declaration, she felt a twinge of skepticism, even harboring a hint of amusement at the unfolding spectacle. All right, sir. Chen Luo approached the grand piano, settling himself down with an air of confidence. At this moment, the surrounding patrons remained oblivious to the unfolding spectacle. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's seating, they presumed the restaurant's pianist had commenced a performance, paying little heed to the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Shixia had already risen from her seat, drawn closer, intently observing Chen Luo's hands. Even the waitress, after procuring a cigarette from her male colleague, hastened over with remarkable speed. Consequently, the attention of the nearby guests involuntarily shifted towards them. Yi Shixia's breathtaking beauty and striking figure rendered her presence utterly captivating, making it almost impossible for anyone to ignore her. As they noticed both women fixated on Chen Luo, their expressions turned to astonishment, and they too sought to comprehend the unfolding scene. In the next instant, a flurry of rapid piano notes erupted. Chen Luo had once been enamored with replicating the extraordinary and visually stunning scenes from films, such as the exhilarating car stunts from the Fast and Furious series or the thrilling action sequences found in 007 and Mission Impossible. He could flawlessly recreate these cinematic moments, despite many being achieved through special effects. The iconic piano duel from The Pianist was a scene he could not overlook either. Initially, Yi Shixia and the restaurant's patrons could not discern the music's significance, but soon became clear to them. The melody fluctuated in intensity, reminiscent of wild bees buzzing in and out, quickening and slowing, rising and falling, imbued with a playful essence. Chen Luo's elongated fingers danced across the black keys with such swiftness that it left spectators momentarily dazed. Yi Shixia and the waitress could hardly believe their eyes. Chen Luo's fingers moved so rapidly it created an illusion of four hands gracefully gliding over the keys. Stunned, Yi Shixia fixated on his hands, unable to tear her gaze away. Just from the introduction, she recognized that this man could indeed achieve a four-hand performance. Moreover, she quickly identified the piece he was playing as Flight of the Bumblebee, the very composition performed by the protagonist in the film. At that moment, the cheerful melody transitioned into a more exalted crescendo. The piano produced a symphonic quality, with the vibrant notes crashing forth like surging waves, captivating all in attendance. Even those with no knowledge of piano music could easily perceive the dynamic momentum of the piece. The audience fell into a profound silence. Not a single individual dared to utter a sound. Only the increasingly fervent piano notes reverberated throughout the hall. Before long, patrons found themselves uncontrollably rising from their seats, gravitating toward Chen Luo. Not only them, but even the restaurant staff and newly arrived guests were irresistibly drawn to the enchanting piano performance. Flight of the Bumblebee embodies an infinite motion characteristic, defined by rapid notes that create a relentless rhythmic pulse throughout the piece. From the outset, the vigorous, staccato introduction heralded the intense energy and suspense of the entire composition. Chen Luo's interpretation brought this vigor and emotion to its zenith, under the powerful melody. Listeners felt their blood racing, yearning to shout out, yet fearing any disruption to the breathtaking performance. Bang! Just as everyone was immersed in this tempestuous rendition, struggling to catch their breath, Chen Luo's fingers landed heavily on the keys, concluding the final segment of the melody. The hall remained enveloped in silence. Not a single sound emerged, save for the creaking of chairs as he stood. Chen Luo took a moment to catch his breath. Such an intense performance had taken a significant toll on his stamina, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. When he turned to survey the room, he found countless eyes fixated on him, and unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered around him. The expressions on their faces were a vivid tapestry of admiration, astonishment, and disbelief. Who said I was going to play the third piano concerto? I certainly choose not to adhere to conventional norms, he thought with a slight smile, as he approached the astonished waitress, retrieving the cigarette from her. He then returned to the piano. The onlookers, still in a state of bewilderment, were unsure of Chen Luo's next intention. In the next moment, they watched as he lifted the piano lid, placing the cigarette upon the strings. Soon, a plume of smoke began to rise. In the midst of their astonishment, the cigarette ignited. The restaurant was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Some patrons gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. Anyone with a modicum of piano knowledge understood that to generate enough heat in the strings to ignite a cigarette required playing at an unimaginable speed, causing the wires connecting the keys to the bridge to heat up sufficiently. Achieving such a feat demanded a pinnacle of rhythm and velocity, maintaining the strings at a high temperature even after ceasing to play, thereby enabling the ignition of the cigarette. Unbelievable. My heavens, how did he accomplish that? Is there truly a piano maestro of such caliber in our country? Wait, I believe I have witnessed this before. Yes, this piece seems familiar. But where have I heard it? I remember now. It was the most iconic scene from the film The Pianist. Goodness, I too recall it. Can someone actually achieve such a feat? As realization dawned upon the gathered crowd, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted within the restaurant, their gazes toward Chen Luo akin to that of worshippers beholding a deity. Chen Luo, holding the lit cigarette, approached Yi Shixia, grinning as he inquired, "Care for a smoke?" Yi Shixia, still in a state of shock, could only instinctively shake her head, utterly at a loss for words. Internally, she was overwhelmed. She had never anticipated that Chen Luo's piano prowess could reach such cinematic heights. Was this man truly, as he claimed, capable of mastering any skill with effortless ease? Impossible. Such individuals could not possibly exist in this world. Dr. Yi, shall we now settle our wager? Chen Luo said, handing the cigarette to the waitress before leaning closer to Yi Shixia. Upon hearing his words, Yi Shixia froze momentarily, her face flushing crimson as she grasped the implication of his statement. An expression of conflict and regret washed over her. She had never imagined that Chen Luo would emerge victorious. Thus she had unthinkingly acquiesced to the wager without consideration. However, who would have known that Chen Luo truly succeeded, plunging her into a predicament of indecision. In the midst of a bustling crowd, with so many eyes upon her, Yi Shixia found herself devoid of the courage to kiss Chen Luo. Yet, should she disregard their agreement, this scoundrel would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Biting her crimson lip, she hesitantly stammered, "Is it possible to change the terms?" Chen Luo let out a hearty laugh, relishing the delightful embarrassment and shyness that enveloped Yi Shixia. And of course, he had no intention of altering the conditions at this juncture. Absolutely not. Upon hearing his initial two words, Yi Shixia's heart sank. She had hoped he might consider her current situation, much like a suitor contemplating a proposal to his beloved. Yet this rogue executed a complete 180, his face adorned with a mischievous grin, clearly teasing her, as Yi Shixia bit her lip to the point of near rupture. Realizing there was no escape, she reluctantly approached Chen Luo. At that moment, the onlookers had their eyes wide open, intrigued by the unfolding scene, having not overheard the wager between Chen Luo and Yi Shixia. When they witnessed Yi Shixia, as though her life depended on it, quickly closing her eyes and pressing her lips against Chen Luo's face, a chorus of cheers erupted among the guests. They applauded and shrieked, causing Yi Shixia's face to flush a deep crimson, wishing she could vanish far away. When Yi Shixia pressed her lips to Chen Luo, he refrained from forcing a passionate kiss, as he recognized that Yi Shixia was not akin to Xia Luyin. Xia Luyin was a woman of formidable strength, both in appearance and spirit. Even with her fear of men, she could transcend her psychological barriers for the greater good. Conversely, Yi Shixia cloaked her bashfulness with pride, revealing an essence that was profoundly shy, clearly inexperienced in romance. For a woman like her, kissing his face in front of so many onlookers was already a monumental feat. If it were to escalate into a more intimate kiss, she would be utterly unable to cope. "Shall we continue?" Chen Luo inquired with a playful smile, observing Yi Shixia's evident anxiety under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, leaving her eager to escape their attention. Just as she prepared to decline, her phone suddenly rang. Yi Shixia felt a wave of relief. This call could not have come at a more opportune moment. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," she said, clutching her phone as she made her way outside. The guests parted to allow her passage. Chen Luo chuckled softly, returning to their original table and signaling to a waitress. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" The waitress's demeanor had transformed entirely, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Chen Luo. He smiled and replied, "Let's settle the bill." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The waitress eagerly approached with the POS machine, processing his card and inputting the PIN. However, when she returned with the receipt, it bore a phone number. Chen Luo merely chuckled, tucking the receipt away. He admired her audacity in leaving her number despite knowing his companion was Yixixia. Moments later, the two steaks Chen Luo ordered arrived, just as Yixixia re-entered. Having finished her call, however, she stormed in, her face flushed with indignation, her heels clacking angrily against the floor. She approached Chen Luo, her voice laced with fury. "Who on earth are you?" Ignoring the ire etched across her face, Chen Luo chuckled heartily. "It seems I've been discovered. That call was from your friend, Xiaofun, wasn't it?" Yixixia, witnessing Chen Luo's carefree demeanor, felt her frustration boiling over. Indeed, he was correct. The call had indeed come from Wu Xiaofun. When her blind date, Luo Kai, arrived at the hospital and failed to locate Yixixia, he sought Wu Xiaofun as contact to arrange a meeting. However, upon hearing Wu Xiaofun relay this, Yixixia was taken aback. She had always assumed Chen Luo was Luo Kai, only to find another suitor emerging. As they exchanged the details, both quickly realized that Chen Luo was masquerading as the blind date. When Wu Xiaofun learned that Chen Luo had ordered the most expensive wine and steak, she immediately threatened to call the police. Yet, Yixixia stopped her, recognizing that regardless of whether Chen Luo was a genuine suitor, he had indeed assisted her. Yixixia was not concerned about the money, but she could not tolerate the way this rogue toyed with her feelings, relishing in her discomfort. Observing her wide-eyed fury, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh as he approached her. "From the very beginning, I stated that I was merely a passerby, yet you insisted on perceiving me as your blind date." Yixixia was left speechless, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Reflecting on the events at the hospital, she recognized that it was indeed her own misguided assumption that had led her to believe Chen Luo was her suitor, desperately hoping he would affirm her belief. This was a natural human inclination. Most individuals are reluctant to admit they have been seen through at first glance. Chen Luo's deductive prowess was astonishing, compelling Yixixia to concoct a plausible excuse to rationalize the situation. But you could have explained. Why didn't you say anything?" Yixixia's indignation momentarily faltered before she raised her voice in protest, striving to sound justified. The guests, who had initially been captivated by Chen Luo's stunning performance, turned their attention once more upon hearing Yixixia's outburst. Just moments ago, the two had been enamored with one another. How had they now devolved into a quarrel? With mirth dancing in his eyes, Chen Luo stepped closer, declaring, "Because I find you utterly charming and am quite taken with you." In an instant, Yixixia's fury froze, swiftly replaced by a blush that crept upon her cheeks. She had not anticipated Chen Luo to express such sentiments so candidly. Though Yixixia had received confessions before, never had she felt so flustered as in this moment, her mind a tangled mess, unsure of how to respond. You scoundrel! I refuse to believe your nonsense." As Chen Luo advanced towards her, she felt a surge of panic and swiftly turned, fleeing towards the restaurant's exit, abandoning her meal. "Hey, are you not going to settle the bill?" Chen Luo laughed heartily, calling after her retreating figure. As Yixixia grasped the doorknob, the realization struck her that she was indeed the one treating. She froze momentarily, then silently turned back towards the cashier, watching Yixixia, whose expression was a delightful mix of anxiety, embarrassment, and awkwardness as she returned like a chastised child. Chen Luo could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Without waiting for Yixixia to react, Chen Luo strode forward and took her hand, leading her outside. Yixixia, momentarily stunned, only realized what had transpired when they had exited the Western restaurant, hastily attempting to free herself from his grasp. "What are you doing? We haven't settled the bill yet." She feigned calmness, turning back toward the restaurant. "We didn't even eat. Why pay? Today, we're indulging in a complimentary meal." Chen Luo chuckled heartily, guiding her towards her car. "No, what if the restaurant calls the police on us? You may not care, but I cannot afford to lose face." Yixixia struggled once more, intent on returning. Observing her serious demeanor, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh again. "Silly girl, I've already settled the bill. Otherwise, why would the restaurant staff have chased after us?" Yixixia paused, pondering this logic. Yet, this scoundrel had deliberately called out for her to return and pay. Was it merely to enjoy her embarrassment? With this thought, she felt a surge of irritation and kicked at Chen Luo's leg. "So vicious. You're wearing high heels." "You know," Chen Luo effortlessly dodged, grinning as he winked at her. Having missed her target, Yixixia turned away, heading back towards the restaurant. "Hey, what are you going back for?" "To pack our food." Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter again. This woman was not only adorable, but also remarkably pragmatic. Embarrassed, Yixixia felt it was inappropriate to sit down for a meal again under the gazes of so many onlookers, so she opted to take the leftovers instead. Chen Luo didn't follow her, He waited until she returned with the takeout boxes before getting into the car and heading to the hospital. Inside the vehicle, Yi Shixia maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent until they were nearing the hospital, where she feigned indifference and asked, "What is your name, and what exactly do you do?" "I am Chen Luo, a reincarnator. To put it simply, I died in 2019 and was reborn in 2008. You understand that, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shixia rolled her eyes, glaring at Chen Luo with annoyance. If you're unwilling to share, then so be it. Who cares?" After a brief silence, she suddenly spoke again. "My name is Yi Shixia, 28 years old, a graduate of the nation's finest medical school, the Capital Union Medical College, and currently the best surgeon at the First People's Hospital," Chen Luo interjected. "How do you know that?" "Just a lucky guess," he replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the driving Yi Shixia. Yi Shixia felt a chill run down her spine. How could this scoundrel deduce such details? Chen Luo, noticing her expression, couldn't he suppress another laugh. "You're truly adorably naive. When you went to perform the second examination on that little girl, I inquired with the nurse," he explained. Yi Shixia nearly choked on her words, poised to retort, when her phone rang. Chen Luo glanced at his phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, the call had come. Chapter 74, Do Not Ask Why. This phone and number were newly acquired, disclosed to only Jiang Junyan. "Hello, Miss Zhao." Chen Luo answered directly upon connecting. Zhao went on the other end, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Chen Luo knew it was her calling. "Do you know me? How did you get my number?" "Jiang Junyan is currently unable to make calls from the station, so as his most trusted confidant. It's only natural for you to reach out," Chen Luo explained with a gentle smile. In truth, he was acquainted with Zhao Wan, though not in the present, but in 2019. After Jiang Junyan faced a series of misfortunes and lost his legs, Zhao Wan had steadfastly remained by his side. Even during the numerous crises that nearly led to Mingcheng Pharmaceutical's bankruptcy, she never wavered, helping him weather the storms. Jiang Junyan's success in developing Mingcheng Pharmaceutical was equally attributable to her unwavering support. She was indeed the woman behind the successful man. Upon recalling their conversation at the police station, Zhao Wan quickly regained her composure. "Perhaps only that person could save me. Contact him as soon as you leave." She inquired about Chen Luo's identity, but Jiang Junyan could only tell her that he was the individual who had visited him in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan instantly recognized who Jiang Junyan was referring to. Chen Luo had deduced at a glance that Jiang Mingcheng had been murdered, a fact later confirmed by the coroner's examination. Such a person naturally left a deep impression on Zhao Wan, making it difficult to forget. Yet, with Jiang Mingcheng recently deceased, one brother in custody and the other in a coma, the Jiang family was on edge. Both Mingcheng Pharmaceutical and the Jiang family were rife with anxiety, causing Zhao Wan to hesitate in trusting a mysterious stranger. However, Jiang Junyan's words dispelled her doubts. How much worse could it get? That was indeed the case. Should Jiang Junyan be convicted, he could very well face the death penalty. Money could be earned again, but once a life was lost, everything would be irrevocably gone. If Chen Luo could save Jiang Junyan, she would willingly exchange the entire Jiang family fortune. "Since you know who I am, you should be aware of the purpose of my call." Zhao Wan remained calm, refraining from displaying any urgency, knowing that the more desperate she appeared, the more the other party might inflate their demands. Chen Luo chuckled, appreciating her directness. "Excellent. I admire straightforward individuals. To save us both time, I shall state my conditions plainly. I can exonerate Jiang Junyan. Upon his release, I require access to the biological laboratory of Mingcheng Pharmaceutical at any time, and any necessary medications will be provided by you." Zhao Wan was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that Chen Luo would demand money or shares, but his request for access to the laboratory left her bewildered. However, a sudden thought struck Zhao Wan, making her gasp. "You're not a drug dealer, are you?" It was not surprising for her to harbor such suspicions, as some drug traffickers indeed establish biological laboratories for their illicit activities. Chen Luo chuckled softly. "Rest assured, Miss Zhao, I can guarantee that no illegal activities will take place in your laboratory, nor will any unlawful experiments be conducted. I simply wish to engage in some pharmaceutical research, and I will provide a list of the drugs for your review. You may consult with the researchers at Mingcheng Pharmaceutical or other experts for analysis." Zhao Wan exhaled in relief. Her greatest fear was that Chen Luo would embark on illegal endeavors. If such actions came to light, the Jiang family could hardly extricate themselves from a mess. "In that case, I accept on behalf of Junyan." "Excellent. Please take note of this address. 301, Building 36. Fuyu New Village, Datong Street, Tianfu District. The resident there is Su Xiangyang, a voyeur. While covertly tracking and photographing women, he inadvertently captured Jiang Junyan in the frame, and those photographs became crucial evidence for exonerating him. If they could locate him, Jiang Junyan would also be able to clear his name. Zhao Wen was momentarily taken aback. One of Jiang Junyan's most pressing dilemmas was his lack of an alibi, and the digital camera timestamps would reveal the time of the photographs. Since Chen Luo asserted that these images could absolve Jiang Junyan, it implied that Su Xiangyang's shooting time coincided precisely with the victim's time of death, thus providing Jiang Junyan with an alibi. However, what astounded Zhao Wen even more was how Chen Luo had come by this knowledge. This matter was likely unknown even to Su Xiangyang, who had no inkling it pertained to a matter of life and death. Remember, first, have someone keep an eye on him. Inform the police 3 days later, claiming you learned of this from an anonymous tip. Zhao Wen was momentarily stunned. She was eager to alert the authorities immediately to apprehend Su Xiangyang and clear Jiang Junyan's name. Yet, Chen Luo insisted she wait 3 days, which she found utterly incomprehensible. Why? Do not question my reasoning. When I say 3 days, it must be 3 days, neither more nor less. The consequences of any deviation fall squarely on you. Chen Luo offered no further explanation and continued in a detached manner. Thus, 3 days hence, Jiang Junyan will be released. Have him contact me. Without allowing Zhao Wen a moment to respond, Chen Luo abruptly ended the call. Hello? Zhao Wen stared at the disconnected phone, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She had no doubts about Chen Luo's assertions. Discovering whether Su Xiangyang had taken that photograph depended solely on locating him. However, why was Chen Luo insistent on delaying the police report for 3 days? Was there some hidden intricacy? After much hesitation, Zhao Wen ultimately chose to trust Chen Luo. Partly due to Chen Luo's demonstrated capabilities and the immense confidence he exuded while speaking, she felt compelled to believe him. Additionally, she was deeply fearful of any unforeseen complications that might prevent Jiang Junyan from clearing his name, and with only 3 days to wait, she felt it was a manageable risk. Meanwhile, in the car, Yi Shixia looked incredulously at Chen Luo, realizing that the person taken away by the police at the hospital was indeed Jiang Junyan. You were after him? Yi Shixia had been listening attentively. Chen Luo had not made a concerted effort to shield her from the conversation, although she had heard Zhao Wen's voice on the other end. Chen Luo's words were crystal clear. Yi Shixia was not foolish. Upon hearing Chen Luo's remarks and recalling the events at the hospital, she quickly deduced why he had come to the hospital. Chapter 75, I would rather not perish at your hands. Chen Luo flashed a smile at Yi Shixia and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive. How did you manage to guess that? Had she not known Chen Luo before, she might have taken this as a compliment. However, the phrase sounded eerily familiar, evoking a sense of discomfort. Yi Shixia reflected for a moment and suddenly recalled where she had heard it before. This was precisely the remark Chen Luo had made when she mistakenly believed he was a blind date. Yi Shixia felt like she might explode. This insufferable man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to provoke her with mere words, and he appeared to relish it. Stay calm, stay calm. Yi Shixia repeatedly chanted in her mind, taking a considerable time to restore her composure. How did you know the stalker had captured Jiang Junyan in his photos? Although Yi Shixia did not know the specifics of Jiang Junyan's predicament, it was clear that Chen Luo was already aware of his innocence, which was why he had arrived at the hospital in advance, seeking to broker a deal. Chen Luo smiled and replied, Did I not tell you? I am a reincarnate, possessing foreknowledge of future events. What is so peculiar about this? This incident, indeed, had been recounted by Jiang Junyan himself back in 2019. In his previous life, Jiang Junyan had been apprehended as a suspect, with overwhelming evidence against him, awaiting trial. Faced with such damning proof, even his lawyer had advised him to prepare for a life sentence. However, fate intervened 3 days after his incarceration. The Hualong Sub-Bureau received a report from a girl who claimed a stalker had been following and photographing her. The police responded, apprehending Su Xiangyang in the act of trailing and photographing his next victim, while searching his camera for evidence. They fortuitously discovered Jiang Junyan unexpectedly featured in one of the photos. Su Xiangyang confirmed that the photograph was captured in the park Jiang Junyan had mentioned. Cross-referencing the timestamps on the photographs revealed they coincided precisely with the time of the second victim's murder. Furthermore, the park was over an hour's drive from the crime scene. Unless Jiang Junyan had mastered the art of teleportation, it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. Even more coincidentally, Su Xiangyang's camera contained evidence of Jiang Junyan's alibi from the first case. Su Xiangyang typically stalks solitary women during the night, and coincidentally, he had followed Jiang Junyan's half-sister just before the first incident. At that time, Jiang Junyan was visiting this half-sister, eager to learn about her character, thus leading to his image being captured by Su Xiangyang. During his time at the police station, Jiang Junyan claimed he could not recall the timing. But it was not due to genuine forgetfulness. He understood that divulging this information would render him incapable of defending himself. The fact that he was photographed became a simple alibi for Jiang Junyan. Su Xianyang witnessed the two conversing for a while before they parted ways prior to the incident, trailing Jiang Junyan's sister home without seeing Jiang Junyan himself. Based on Su Xianyang's testimony, the police retrieved surveillance footage from near the meeting location of Jiang Junyan and his sister, confirming Jiang Junyan's movements and validating his alibi. Coupled with the unclear facial recognition from the surveillance and the differing attire Jiang Junyan wore at the time, his suspicions were entirely dispelled. Chen Luo's insistence on having Zhao Wen wait 3 days before reporting to the police was to ensure the original course of events remained intact. Should Jiang Junyan be released prematurely, Chen Luo was uncertain whether any unforeseen consequences might arise, altering the subsequent events. However, while Chen Luo possessed this knowledge, Yi Shixia remained oblivious. Upon hearing Chen Luo's explanation, she presumed he was merely spouting nonsense. Yi Shixia scoffed, "Since you claim to be a reincarnate, tell me, what are the lottery numbers for tomorrow?" Chen Luo chuckled, countering, "If you were transported back to 1998, would you know the lottery numbers for that year?" Yi Shixia paused for a moment, then retorted defiantly, "How can you prove you are from 2019? With a smile, Chen Luo suddenly inquired, "How much is left for your house down payment?" Yi Shixia was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in shock. "How do you know that?" Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Your method of proving your reincarnation theory was to mention the lottery without a second thought. This indicates that you have been financially strained recently, to the extent that you feel your only solution lies in winning the lottery. Otherwise, you wouldn't have instinctively thought of it. Moreover, this issue has evidently troubled you for quite some time, as the bloodshot in your eyes suggests your sleep quality has been poor for an extended period. With your income as a doctor, which ranges between $10,000 to $20,000 a month, the only reason you could be financially strained is likely due to high-value possessions. Since you have already purchased a car, the most probable explanation would be the need for a house." Yi Shixia was taken aback. She found herself hesitant to engage in conversation with Chen Luo. This rascal was truly terrifying, able to deduce so much information from her seemingly unconscious remarks. "How could you assume that I'm only in need of money for a house?" Yi Shixia retorted defiantly, fixing a glare on Chen Luo. Chen Luo pointed towards the backseat of her car, chuckling, "Oh, silly girl, you have several brochures for real estate project back there. Isn't that a clear indication? Your strong-willed personality makes it unlikely for you to borrow money from others, or even from your family. If I'm not mistaken, you must have endured quite a bit at home, right? Acquiring a house serves two purposes, to prove your capabilities and to achieve independence." Yi Shixia felt a jolt of surprise. She never anticipated that Chen Luo would understand her so well. In a mere half-day, he had completely unraveled her psyche. Hey, silly girl, pay attention to the road. I don't wish to meet my demise at your hands." Chen Luo noticed Yi Shixia lost in thought, and as she approached a turn without any sign of action, he hurriedly placed his hand on the steering wheel to adjust their direction. Yi Shixia snapped back to reality and regained control of the steering wheel. The brochures for the Yulong Huafu project suggested that in 5 years, a subway line would pass through, and by 2019, the property prices would at least multiply tenfold. Chen Luo smiled and continued, "I can't predict lottery numbers, but I can suggest 3 stocks. Invest as much as you can afford. However, remember this, once the price increases 5-fold, sell everything immediately. Do you understand?" Chapter 76, Trash Must Associate with Trash. Yi Shixia turned to him in astonishment. Chen Luo's tone and expression bore no semblance of jest, as if he were declaring an inevitable truth. "Are you serious?" she asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You wanted me to prove I'm a reborn individual, didn't you? Purchase those stocks I mentioned. Not only could you earn enough for your down payment, but you could also verify my claims, 2 birds with 1 stone. Wouldn't you agree? If you're skeptical, start with a small investment. Once you make a profit, you can always invest more." Chen Luo gazed at Yi Shixia with a genial expression, fully aware that even if she bought the stocks and they appreciated, she would remain unconvinced of his rebirth. After all, the market was thriving. The question merely revolved around which stocks would rise more than others. Even if Yi Shixia made a profit, she would likely believe he had insider information rather than credit his foresight. Yi Shixia, taken aback, adopted a dismissive demeanor and scoffed of, "I hardly have a spare cash to invest in stocks. What if I incur losses? Would I ever gather enough for a down payment? I'll jot down the names of the stocks for you. Whether you choose to invest is entirely your decision. But don't say I didn't warn you if you regret it later." After saying this, Chen Luo rummaged around the car for a pen and paper. Shortly, he found some in the compartment of the passenger seat, wrote down the 3 stocks beginning with ST for Ho Yaozong, and tucked the note into Yi Shixia's bag. This is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. Yi Shixia cast a glance at Chen Luo, torn between believing him and dismissing his words as another one of his tricks. Since his arrival, he had consistently irritated her and often engaged in playful physicality. Yet curiously, her anger would dissipate inexplicably shortly thereafter. What if his insistence on her investing in stocks was merely a prank? Perhaps I should try investing a small amount. If I lose money, I'll make sure to teach this rascal a lesson. As Yi Shixia wrestled with her complex thoughts, the car arrived at the hospital parking lot. Upon exiting the vehicle and reaching the hospital building, a man clad in a black suit approached them, a puzzled expression on his face. Are you Dr. Yi Shixia? Yi Shixia regarded the suited man with surprise, asking, And you are? Hello, I am Luo Kai, a friend of Xiaofan, he replied with a broad smile, extending his hand for a handshake with Yi Shixia. At that moment, Chen Luo unexpectedly interjected, taking Luo Kai's hand first. Hello, I'm her boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. The smile on Luo Kai's face froze instantaneously as he stared at Yi Shixia in bewilderment. Dr. Yi, what does this mean? Yi Shixia was equally perplexed, her eyes widening as she gazed at Chen Luo. She realized she had underestimated his audacity. After twice seizing the opportunity to hold her hand, he now had the audacity to declare himself her boyfriend right in front of a prospective match. Yi Shixia had never encountered anyone so shameless. Before she could respond, Chen Luo took Luo Kai's hand and deftly checked his pulse. Your pulse is rapid, and your breathing pattern is noticeably accelerated. In this brief moment, you've blinked repeatedly, and your gaze is unfocused, indicative of an inability to concentrate. Additionally, your suit appears oversized yet new, suggesting you've lost weight recently, but Haven T had the chance to purchase new clothing. Shixia, do you recognize these symptoms? Yi Shixia was on the verge of losing her mind. First, Chen Luo introduced himself as her boyfriend, and before she could clarify, he proceeded to diagnose Luo Kai right in front of her. She had no desire to analyze the symptoms and merely wished to escape this awkward situation. This is a euphoric reaction that occurs shortly after using methamphetamine, Chen Luo stated nonchalantly, withdrawing his hand and glancing at Luo Kai. Perhaps you have drugs concealed in your pocket? Both Yi Shixia and Luo Kai were momentarily stunned. Yi Shixia hadn't expected her prospective partner to be a drug user. She couldn't help but scrutinize him. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Luo Kai's reactions were indeed reminiscent of a drug addict. If not for her careful observation, she would have almost failed to discern the difference. What the hell are you babbling about? Luo Kai, who had been polite moments ago, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, why don't you pull out what's in your right pocket for us to see? Luo Kai's anger momentarily faltered, but quickly escalated as he shouted. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to? Without warning, Chen Luo seized Luo Kai's hand, twisting it forcefully until he yelped in pain. Chen Luo then reached into Luo Kai's right pocket, extracting a small bag containing a white powder in a transparent plastic wrap. Yi Shixia's expression shifted dramatically. Now there was tangible evidence. Seething with anger, she could not believe that Wu Xiaofan would introduce her to such a person. She glared at Luo Kai in fury before turning on her heel and striding into the hospital, ignoring even Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled, unperturbed. He casually discarded the bag and headed towards a trash bin. Give that back to me. Luo Kai, having freed himself, disregarded Yi Shixia's reaction and lunged at Chen Luo, intent on reclaiming the bag of drugs. Chen Luo cast a playful smile at Luo Kai, and before him, he opened the package of drugs, spilling its contents into the trash bin. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Kai was instantly consumed with rage, his fists swinging toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo frowned slightly, deftly seizing Luo Kai's hand and forcefully pushing him toward the trash bin. Garbage belongs with garbage. Thud! Luo Kai collided with the trash bin, producing a sharp sound before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Chen Luo did not spare him a glance, turning on his heel to stride into the hospital. At that moment, Yi Shixia had already entered, but upon hearing the sounds of the scuffle and the loud commotion outside, she was taken aback. Strangely, a flicker of concern for Chen Luo blossomed in her heart, prompting her to hastily turn back to see what was amiss. To her surprise, Chen Luo ambled in leisurely, flashing her a reassuring smile and a wave, indicating that everything was fine. Seeing him unscathed, Yi Shixia felt a slight sigh of relief. Yet she concealed her emotions, huffing softly before turning to leave. Yi Shixia's haughty demeanor elicited a chuckle from Chen Luo, who proceeded forward. However, he did not follow her, instead making his way toward the inpatient building, determined to confront the mastermind behind the current and subsequent series of conspiracies, Jiang Juanzi. Chapter 77. Unbelievably fortunate, noticing that Chen Luo had not followed her, but was instead heading toward the inpatient building, Yi Shixia momentarily froze. Chen Luo had previously exhibited a demeanor suggesting he intended to pursue her, leading her to instinctively believe he would continue to do so. Now, witnessing his sudden departure, she assumed he was upset. "Hey, aren't you coming for a meal?" Yi Shixia called out to him as he walked further away, glancing at the takeout box in her hand. Chen Luo waved his hand back at her, his tone languid as he replied, "No, I have a few matters to attend to." Yi Shixia was taken aback, seeing him not even glance back. She felt a surge of frustration and stormed off to her office. In truth, Yi Shixia had many tasks awaiting her attention. Louis's ligament repair surgery could not proceed until her endocarditis was treated first. However, she was not a cardiology expert and needed to engage in communication with the relevant departments at the hospital. It was already a challenge to carve out time for lunch with Chen Luo. Chen Luo leisurely strolled back to the VIP floor of the inpatient department. En route, he sent a text to Zhao Wen, requesting Jiang Jun's room number. Although Zhao Wen was unaware of Chen Luo's intentions, she had come to see him as her last lifeline, so she refrained from questioning him and promptly replied with the room number. Upon locating the room, Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings and suddenly chuckled, finding it rather intriguing. Jiang Jun's room was evidently arranged with intent. Turning right upon exiting would lead directly to the emergency exit, conveniently positioned within a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. As Chen Luo pushed open the door to the room, he found a nurse attending to Jiang Jun's, washing his body. "Who are you?" the nurse inquired, surprised by his entrance. "I am a friend of Jiang Jun's," Chen Luo replied with a smile, approaching the bedside to scrutinize Jiang Jun's. The latter appeared exceedingly pale and frail, likely due to prolonged bed rest. The nurse paused momentarily, then smiled. "Ah, so you're a friend of Mr. Jiang. It's quite rare for him to have visitors since his hospitalization. Is that so?" Chen Luo replied casually, adding, "I'm also a doctor. May I check on his condition?" The nurse looked at him in surprise. "You're a doctor?" Judging by his demeanor and attire, coupled with the calm confidence in his voice, she found herself believing him without hesitation. "Certainly, but Mr. Jiang's family has already enlisted numerous doctors from both domestic and international backgrounds to examine him. Yet they have been unable to determine the cause of his persistent coma." Chen Luo smiled, but remained silent, instead grasping Jiang Jun's right hand and lifting it. As he drew it up to the vicinity of his head, he suddenly released it. Smack! Jiang Jun's hand fell naturally, striking his own face with a crisp sound. The nurse's eyes widened in shock, staring at Chen Luo. "What are you doing?" Seemingly anticipating her reaction, Chen Luo promptly pried open Jiang Jun's eyelids and explained, "This is a pseudo-coma test. If his hand strikes his face upon falling, then he is genuinely in a coma. However, this can be easily feigned." After assessing Jiang Jun's pupils, a smile crept onto Chen Luo's lips as he confirmed his suspicions. The pseudo-coma test could be faked, yet one's breathing and pupil response could not be. Jiang Jun's was indeed in a true coma, albeit achieved with the assistance of professionals. Having solidified his conjecture, Chen Luo chuckled and turned to exit the room. Just as he was about to leave, a female doctor clad in a white coat pushed the door open and entered. "Who are you?" the doctor asked, looking at Chen Luo with a puzzled expression. Chen Luo regarded the doctor with a playful glint in his eye, countering her inquiry with a question of his own. "Are you Dr. Yu Yan?" Taken aback by his knowledge of her, Yan was momentarily flabbergasted. "Yes, and you are?" Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Oh, I heard that Dr. Yu is exceptionally beautiful, so I came specifically to see." With that, he departed, leaving Yu Yan and the nurse in a state of bewilderment. In the future, Jiang Junyan narrowly escaped a car accident just 3 days after being exonerated. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed while both the driver and a secretary perished. Yet, despite surviving, he was left with half paralysis due to a severed spinal cord compressing his nerves, confining him to a wheelchair. Meanwhile, Jiang Jun's, frustrated by his repeated failures to eliminate Jiang Junyan, plotted several more assassination attempts. Strangely, each endeavor inexplicably unraveled. Jiang Jun's had poisoned Jiang Junyan, but the latter was swiftly rushed to the hospital and saved. On the day the brakes of Jiang Junyan's car were sabotaged, the driver inexplicably decided to inspect the vehicle, leading to timely discovery. From that moment onward, Jiang Junyan became acutely aware that someone was intent on his demise, prompting him to exercise extreme caution and denying Jiang Jun's further opportunities. Initially, Jiang Junyan suspected his uncle, Jiang Mingyi, but the truth finally emerged when Jiang Jun's was arrested by the police. It was revealed that upon learning of Jiang Mingqing's intent to bequeath the inheritance to his 2 illegitimate children, Jiang Jun's harbored murderous intent, planning to eliminate all heirs, including Jiang Junyan, to monopolize the family fortune. Thus, he enlisted his mistress, Yu Yin, to feign an injury and administer barbiturate drugs that could induce a coma. Yu Yin, a physician at the People's Hospital, facilitated the substitution of a brain CT scan, and with the aid of medication, deceived all the doctors who came for consultation. Jiang Junzi had long arranged for someone to surveil Jiang Junyan. During his feigned coma, that observer maintained contact with Yu Yin. Upon learning that Jiang Junyan sought out his half-sister, Yu Yin immediately recognized this as a remarkable opportunity and promptly administered medication to awaken Jiang Junzi. After committing murder, Jiang Junzi left Jiang Junyan's fingerprints at the scene, intentionally allowing his appearance to be seen, and returned to the hospital to continue feigning unconsciousness. The second victim met a similar fate. When Yu Yin saw her chance, she awakened Jiang Junzi to frame Jiang Junyan. The subsequent events leading to their downfall are intriguing, as Jiang Junzi and Yu Yin eventually turned against each other. In Chapter 78, titled Choice, Yu Yin agreed to assist Jiang Junzi under the condition that he would divorce his legitimate wife upon acquiring the entire inheritance and marry her instead. However, despite his numerous attempts, Jiang Junzi failed to eliminate Jiang Junyan and only obtained a meager share of the shares. He intended to rely on his wife's family to secure his position at Mingxing Pharmaceuticals, causing the matter to drag on indefinitely. Yu Yin, unable to wait any longer, decisively filed for divorce. Yet, after 2 years of waiting, Jiang Junzi still refused to finalize the divorce, offering various excuses to placate her. The perilous nature of her involvement with Jiang Junzi left her living on edge, devoid of a sense of security. Thus, she felt an urgent need to marry him to attain some semblance of safety. As time passed, and Jiang Junzi continued to evade divorce, Yu Yin lost all patience and issued him an ultimatum. If he did not proceed with the divorce, she would sever ties entirely. Jiang Junzi, a man capable of turning against even his own father and siblings, viewed Yu Yin merely as a tool to be discarded when no longer useful. This threat from Yu Yin effectively sounded the death knell for herself. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of Jiang Junzi's character and had retained a contingency plan. She had gathered incriminating evidence against Jiang Junzi and recorded videos detailing their criminal activities, entrusting them to a trusted friend for safekeeping. Yu Yin instructed her friend to hand over the evidence to the authorities should anything happen to her. Shortly thereafter, Yu Yin met with an untimely demise, and the evidence fell into the hands of the police, leading to Jiang Junzi's arrest and finally bringing the ordeal to a close. Chen Luo's recent examination of Jiang Junzi's health was to ascertain whether he had indeed murdered Jiang Mingxing. Upon inspection, Chen Luo confirmed his suspicions. The effects of barbiturates vary with dosage, ranging from sedation to hypnosis, anticonvulsant effects, and central nervous system depression. However, it is well known that such substances carry side effects. Overdosage can lead to significant central nervous system suppression, adversely affecting respiratory, cardiovascular, and digestive systems. Jiang Junzi had feigned a coma for a month while consuming barbiturates, resulting in an overdose, even manifesting toxic reactions. If he continued his charade, his body would not withstand it any longer. With his half-siblings eliminated and Jiang Junyan successfully framed, Jiang Mingxing's death would expedite Jiang Junzi's awakening to inherit the estate. Since Jiang Mingxing's death was inevitable, the timing held little difference for Jiang Junzi, who could no longer afford to wait. Chen Luo had the opportunity to expose Jiang Junzi and Yu Yin, sending them to prison, but recognized their lingering utility. He awaited Jiang Junzi's next move against Jiang Junyan, intending to rescue Jiang Junyan at that moment and subsequently offer substantial benefits to ensure his control over him. Chen Luo possessed numerous drug formulas of his own invention, including a unique muscle-building drug devoid of side effects, a rarity in the market. He also developed various anti-cancer medications, with the potential to elevate Mingxing Pharmaceuticals to a global leader in biopharmaceuticals. Currently, Chen Luo deliberated whether to prevent the impending car accident or to wait until Jiang Junyan faced misfortune and then rescue him. The anticipated accident would result in partial paralysis, which, under current medical conditions, could only be treated surgically to restore the spinal canal's diameter, facilitating nerve recovery but not restoring nerve function. Chen Luo's surgical prowess was unparalleled, and he possessed the means to restore damaged nerves, instilling him with absolute confidence in his ability to help Jiang Junyan stand again. After weighing his options, Chen Luo resolved to prevent the car accident. Initially, he intended to let Jiang Junyan fall into despair before intervening, thereby garnering their gratitude and making them easier to control. However, he recalled that the Jiang couple held an excellent reputation in society, praised by both the public and entrepreneurs alike. following the public listing of Mingxing Pharmaceuticals. They gradually withdrew from the company, entrusting it to professional managers, choosing to dedicate their later years to charitable endeavors. Their efforts included building roads in impoverished areas, donating to schools, and aiding the elderly, all undertaken personally rather than delegated to others. Chen Luo admired this aspect of their character. Since a simple reminder could spare Jiang Junyan from hardship, he found it worthwhile to intervene. Although the effect might be diminished, it would still be beneficial. With his decision made, Chen Luo wasted no time. He swiftly left the hospital and returned to his rented apartment. After exercising for 2 hours and taking a brief rest, he began contemplating another matter: how to lawfully and reasonably provide financial support to his parents. It would not be long before the funds from Ho Yaozong's stock market dealings would become available. Calculating conservatively, that would amount to nearly 50 million. This sum would be astronomical for his parents, who would hardly believe he had acquired it through stock trading. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo swiftly conceived a preliminary plan. While he could not directly present the money, he could arrange for someone else to do so. Given Ho Yaozong's background, he was unsuitable for direct contact with his parents, but Jiang Junyan posed no such complications. Once Chen Luo rescued Jiang Junyan, he could facilitate the transfer of funds through him. Justifying this transfer would not be challenging. He could cite patent fees for drug formulas or claim that he acted heroically in saving Jiang Junyan's life. As long as he could obtain a portion of legitimate income, Chen Luo knew he could grow that sum exponentially, ensuring his parents would never again have to worry about financial matters. Chen Luo pondered several times and, after concluding that there was no issue, promptly took a shower to wash away the unpleasant odor of sweat before heading to Longqing High School. The 2-day absence from Gu Qinghuan had stirred an undeniable eagerness within Chen Luo to see her again. By the time he arrived at school, evening study hours had commenced. The teacher had yet to arrive, and most of the students were engrossed in their books. When they noticed Chen Luo's entrance, an uncanny silence enveloped the classroom, as if he possessed an innate ability to command attention while simultaneously cloaking the atmosphere in stillness. Unperturbed by this, Chen Luo leisurely made his way to his seat and turned to glance at Gu Qinghuan beside him. To his surprise, Gu Qinghuan was dozing on her desk, oblivious to his presence. In Chen Luo's memory, he had never witnessed her sleeping during class, nor even during lunch breaks. With her head resting on her arms, only half of her face visible, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. She seemed utterly exhausted, lost in a deep slumber, completely unaware that class had begun. The classroom lights cast a gentle glow upon Gu Qinghuan's flawless complexion, imbuing her with an ethereal radiance that, combined with her sweet sleeping visage, rendered her akin to a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. At that moment, Chen Luo felt an unexpected surge of emotion throughout countless cycles of rebirth. Only Xia Luyun had evoked such feelings within him. Yet, as time passed through these repeated lives, that sensation had gradually faded. Over the span of more than 2 millennia, Chen Luo had mastered the art of navigating through life without becoming emotionally entangled, remaining detached and unscathed. He understood all too well that no matter how profound one's affection for another, it would ultimately succumb to the ravages of time. However, witnessing Gu Qinghuan now stirred within him an uncontrollable excitement, and he could no longer recall the last time he felt such a rush. At this moment, Chen Luo was seized by an impulse to freeze time, to preserve this instant forever. As he gazed at Gu Qinghuan, he suddenly noticed her eyelids fluttering, as if she were about to awaken. Swiftly, he retrieved a textbook from his desk and placed it atop her head, shielding her from the harsh overhead light. Chen Luo discerned that the brightness of the classroom was likely causing her discomfort. Once he blocked the light, Gu Qinghuan's slightly opened eyes fell shut again, allowing her to sink back into her slumber. The surrounding classmates had already been stealing glances at this unfolding scene. Chen Luo's transformation over the past 2 days had been nothing short of astonishing, drawing their attention to his every move. After 2 days of unexplained absence, neither their homeroom teacher, Wang Aihua, nor any other faculty members had inquired about him, as if he were a mere phantom. Yet, upon his sudden appearance today, he executed this peculiar gesture, leaving them all in a state of shock. Those further away were oblivious to the details, but the students seated around Chen Luo quickly grasped the situation. One by one, they realized that he was helping Gu Qinghuan block the light so she could continue her rest. Just then, Wang Aihua entered with a textbook in hand, heading straight to the podium, entirely unaware of the classroom dynamics. Next week is the monthly exam, as Wang Aihua began to speak. He suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him, causing an uncomfortable sensation akin to being pricked by thorns. He turned, bewildered, to find Chen Luo holding a textbook and gazing at him with an air of indifference. Wang Aihua was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom what was transpiring. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture that unmistakably signified silence. Wang Aihua froze, unsure of what had provoked this unexpected reaction. The students in the classroom were equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the bizarre spectacle before them. It was clear that Chen Luo was audaciously commanding Wang Aihua to hush, while the teacher, akin to a chastised student, remained oblivious to his own misstep. The classmates felt their worldviews shatter into fragments, utterly unable to grasp the scene unfolding before them. As Wang Aihua fell silent, Chen Luo's gaze returned to Gu Qinghuan, as though the rest of the world had faded into insignificance. At this moment, every student in the classroom, regardless of gender, was on the cusp of exclaiming in astonishment. It was evident to all that Chen Luo's intent in silencing Wang Aihua was solely to preserve Gu Qinghuan's peaceful slumber. Wang Aihua stood there for a moment, feeling his face heat up with a sense of embarrassment. He sensed an instinctual trepidation towards Chen Luo, not merely because of the leverage Chen Luo held over him, but also due to the unnerving intensity of Chen Luo's gaze since that fateful night, an intensity that transcended that of an ordinary student. You all continue studying, Wang Aihua stammered, as though to salvage his dignity, before awkwardly turning and exiting the classroom in disarray. Even as he spoke, his tone was notably subdued, as if he feared inciting Chen Luo's ire. Throughout, Chen Luo did not cast another glance at the teacher. Instead, he remained quietly focused on Gu Qinghuan's profile, silently vowing, "In this life, I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Lost in his contemplation of Gu Qinghuan, he became oblivious to everything around him. After an indeterminate period, Chen Luo suddenly produced a blank sheet of draft paper and a pencil from his desk. With one hand shielding Gu Qinghuan from the light, he began to sketch with remarkable speed, the pencil gliding across the paper with a swift elegance. The classroom fell into an extraordinary silence, with only the soft sound of the pencil scratching against the paper breaking the stillness. Having witnessed how a mere gesture from Chen Luo had compelled Wang Aihua to retreat, the students were at a loss, hesitant to disrupt the tranquil atmosphere that had enveloped Chen Luo's artistic endeavor. However, one individual could no longer contain himself. Niawei abruptly stood up and strode purposefully towards Chen Luo. In recent days, Niawei had been itching to provoke Chen Luo, but upon discovering his unexpected absence from school, he had assumed that the Qinglong motorcycle gang had intimidated him. Yet, with Chen Luo's return, all eyes were drawn to him once more, fueling Niawei's pent-up frustration. As Chen Luo detected the heavy, hurried footsteps approaching from behind, he immediately recognized who it was without needing to turn. Calmly, he retrieved his phone, opened QQ, and sent a meticulously edited video to Niawei's account. "Here's a little gift for you. Check your phone before making your choice." Turning to glance at Niawei, a cold smirk played on his lips. Niawei, during Chen Luo's speech, had already slipped his hand into his pocket, where he concealed a palm-sized stun device. After being thoroughly bested by Chen Luo on 2 occasions, he had learned to come prepared. However, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, he faltered, momentarily halting his movements. In the past, he would have certainly thought that Chen Luo was merely bluffing. However, after suffering losses on 2 consecutive occasions, a shadow of doubt had begun to loom over him. Upon catching sight of Chen Luo's playful gaze, an ominous premonition surged within him, prompting him to hastily extract his phone from his pocket. As he glanced at the screen, Niawei's pupils dilated abruptly, and he felt as if he had turned to stone. The mobile QQ of 2008, while capable of transmitting video files, was still shackled by the limitations of the 2G era, characterized by alarmingly sluggish internet speeds and the constraints of mobile functionality, resulting in the reception of relatively small files. The brief video sent to Niawei had been meticulously compressed and edited by Chen Luo, shrinking to under 3 megabytes, inevitably diminishing its clarity and duration. Thus, what was more aptly described as a video was, in fact, more akin to an animated GIF. Yet, regardless of its size, there was no mistaking the identity of the female protagonist depicted within. The animated image vividly showcased Lin Yun's striking visage, her expression a portrait of ecstasy as she engaged in a vigorous activity. In an instant, a surge of heat rushed to Niawei's head, leaving him lightheaded and staggering, nearly on the brink of fainting. His mind was a tempest of fury, shock, humiliation, and profound dread as he grappled with the content of the GIF. Utterly confounded by how Chen Luo had come into possession of such material. It had to be a fabrication, a ruse. Niawei gripped his phone with such intensity that that it emitted an unpleasant sound from the pressure. His classmates, wide-eyed with curiosity, observed him intently. The gift Chen Luo had sent was silent, leaving them oblivious to the reason behind Nie Wei's trembling rage. "Shut your mouth," Chen Luo coldly uttered. "Utter another word, and I will disseminate this image to every single person in the class." At these words, Nie Wei shuddered, his face paling to an ashen hue, as he grasped the potential ramifications of Chen Luo's threat. Although Lin Yun had never set foot in the school, Nie Wei boasted a cadre of sycophants who had visited his home and, on several occasions, encountered Lin Yun. If this gif were to be circulated, coupled with Nie Wei's reaction, they would undoubtedly deduce the identity of the female lead. In such a scenario, Nie Wei would not only find it impossible to navigate school life, but would likely avoid his own home as well. When Nie Wei noticed his classmates peering at his phone with the inquisitiveness of children, he felt like a thief, swiftly tucking his phone away and leaving in a hurry, not daring to utter a single word. His mind was now consumed with thoughts of seeking his father, Nie Jiming, to resolve this predicament. Rushing out of the classroom, he found a secluded corner and opened his phone, desperate to reconfirm that the person in the video was indeed his mother, Lin Yun. However, upon reopening QQ and locating the image Chen Luo had sent, he was taken aback. The animated GIF had mysteriously transformed into an upright middle finger, accompanied by the words "fool." For a moment, Nie Wei was at a loss, questioning whether he had experienced a hallucination or if his eyes were deceiving him. Just as he was grappling with confusion, another message appeared in the chat. "You aren't imagining things. I can send it to you again anytime. Get as far away as you can. And don't let me see you today." Stunned into silence, Nie Wei was bewildered by the sudden change in the GIF's content and could not fathom how Chen Luo had anticipated his return to view it. Yet, he understood that this was a threat. If he did not vanish immediately, the GIF would surely become common knowledge throughout the school. His expression fluctuated as he weighed his options, ultimately deciding against returning to the classroom and opting to leave the school entirely. Well aware that Chen Luo was indeed capable of following through with his threat, how could Chen Luo not predict the actions of a petty brat like Nie Wei? Upon obtaining that GIF, Nie Wei would undoubtedly verify its authenticity before seeking assistance from Nie Jiming. The fact that Nie Wei was still present in school and seeking trouble suggested that Lin Yun had yet to confront him, likely biding her time for a significant strike. It was no wonder, given that only 2 days had elapsed. Lin Yun was likely concocting a grand plan, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Should the GIF be exposed, Nie Jiming would undoubtedly confront Chen Luo to demand clarification of its origin, leading to unnecessary complications. Moreover, Nie Jiming might even question Lin Yun, and should she learn that the video had fallen into other hands, she might preemptively strike against him. Thus, Chen Luo had cleverly integrated certain elements into the GIF, ensuring that once it was played through the first time, it would be obscured by the subsequent image, rendering it invisible upon a second viewing. With the image gone, so too was the evidence. Even if Nie Wei sought out Nie Jiming, the latter would be disinclined to believe him. Furthermore, Chen Luo was acutely aware that Nie Wei would find it nearly impossible to broach the subject of viewing his mother's scandalous image. Such a matter would be beyond the scope of any rational person's discourse. In a mere moment, Chen Luo had managed to send the once mighty bully of the classroom, Nie Wei, fleeing in terror, leaving all his classmates in a state of astonishment. Just days prior, Chen Luo had been prepared to take action. Now, mere words sufficed. The classroom fell into a hush, the atmosphere becoming tense with the desire not to disturb Gu Qinghuan, who was peacefully asleep. Chen Luo's attention shifted once more to Gu Qinghuan, who remained in a posture of holding a textbook, while his left hand continued to work on a sketch. With no interruptions, his pace quickened, and the image of Gu Qinghuan's sleeping form sprang to life on the paper. The students seated behind Chen Luo had been observing him intently as he sketched. While others were oblivious to his actions, they were acutely aware of his artistic endeavors. When they beheld Chen Luo's depiction of Gu Qinghuan, they were momentarily rendered speechless. The sketch was so meticulously crafted that anyone could easily recognize it as Gu Qinghuan, from her likeness to her attire, captured with astonishing precision. Had they not witnessed the process firsthand, they might have mistaken the artwork for a photograph. Even more astounding was Chen Luo's ability to switch hands while sketching, as he held the textbook to shield Gu Qinghuan from the glare of the light. He alternated between his left and right hands, maintaining an impressive speed without sacrificing the quality of his work, rendering the details even more exquisite. How could this be? The two students behind him stared in disbelief at the sketch, their faces a canvas of shock and incredulity. While Wang Aihua and Nie Wei might be expected to falter, how had Chen Luo's talents expanded beyond mere foreign languages to encompass such formidable artistic prowess? What on earth had transpired? Chen Luo gazed at the completed sketch in his hands, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. During the process of creation, he had entered a state of focused flow, achieving a remarkable level of completion. Although this was not his finest work due to the constraints of the paper and pencil, it was undoubtedly the piece he held in highest regard. Capturing this moment was akin to freezing time in a certain sense. After completing the sketch, Chen Luo tucked it away, choosing not to share it with Gu Qinghuan. Based on Chen Luo's understanding of Gu Qinghuan, upon seeing the sketch, she might express surprise or admiration, yet the most probable reaction would be to tear it apart. Chen Luo carefully stowed away the sketch, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Gu Qinghuan as he began to sense that something was amiss. Gu Qinghuan's condition was not merely one of ordinary slumber. She was ensnared in a profound sleep. Such a state typically arises only from physical or mental exhaustion, or a combination of both. Chen Luo scrutinized Gu Qinghuan's attire and noted her athletic shoes, suddenly leaning closer to inhale her scent. It was the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. From a mere whiff, he discerned the essence clinging to her. However, it was worth noting that Longchang High School did not cultivate night-blooming jasmine, for its intoxicating aroma is toxic if inhaled for prolonged periods, rendering it unsuitable for a school environment. The absence of such flora at the school suggested that Gu Qinghuan had encountered the scent elsewhere. Furthermore, the potency of the fragrance indicated that it had not been acquired today. It was highly likely that it had clung to her since the previous night. Chen Luo's deduction stemmed from the fact that night-blooming jasmine relies on nocturnal moth for pollination. Hence it emits a strong fragrance at night to attract them. In the absence of sunlight and with increased humidity at night, the stomata on the petals expand, allowing the volatile oils within to evaporate in abundance, resulting in an intensely rich aroma. Consequently, once one has come into contact with its pollen or scent, it typically takes a full day for the fragrance to dissipate. As Chen Luo observed the soil on Gu Qinghuan's sneakers, comprehension dawned upon him. Gu Qinghuan had not slept the previous night, but had ventured out somewhere, arriving at school directly after dawn, only to succumb to exhaustion by evening. A slight furrow formed on Chen Luo's brow as he pondered what could have compelled Gu Qinghuan to stay out all night instead of returning home. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that this girl sought out that perverse Edmund? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Night-blooming jasmine is typically planted in areas abundant with mosquitoes to repel them, or cultivated for medicinal purposes. It seemed more plausible that Gu Qinghuan had visited a plantation or a location where night-blooming jasmine was utilized for mosquito control. Yet, the dirt adhering to her shoes was of a common variety, not that typically found in a plantation, indicating she likely had not been to one. Despite piecing together numerous clues, Chen Luo remained in the dark about Gu Qinghuan's actual whereabouts and intentions. His attention was suddenly drawn to a black bag located beside her right foot. Prior to today, he had never seen Gu Qinghuan carry a backpack, and her sudden possession of one strongly suggested a connection to her activities from the previous night. If he could ascertain its contents, he might uncover her destination. At that moment, Chen Luo harbored a strong desire to open the bag, yet he refrained from doing so. He feared awakening Gu Qinghuan and was acutely aware that any such action would likely provoke her ire. With a faint sigh, Chen Luo concluded that Gu Qinghuan was far more complex than he had initially presumed. In his past life, he had been a timid soul, tormented and contemplating suicide, unable to discern the intricacies of those around him, least of all Gu Qinghuan's peculiarities. Regardless of the secrets she harbored or the reasons behind her despair, he vowed to uncover the truth. As Chen Luo maintained his position, holding up his arms until fatigue set in, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang out sharply. With the sound echoing through the classroom, students began to rise, preparing to head home. At this commotion, Chen Luo realized he could not halt the inevitable. He collected his textbooks without waiting for Gu Qinghuan to awaken and massaged his sore arms as he glanced over. The raucous noise stirred Gu Qinghuan from her slumber, her delicate brows knitting together in mild annoyance before she was swiftly roused. Blinking in confusion, she surveyed her surroundings. And upon noticing her classmates exiting the room, casting her astonished glances, she momentarily froze. After a while, she seemed to regain her senses and glanced at the time. Realizing it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, the typical end of evening study. Perplexed, she recalled feeling utterly fatigued during the study session, intending merely to rest briefly, only to succumb to sleep entirely. Yet, following the norm, she expected the teacher to awaken her if she dozed off. Had the teacher not come? Just as she pondered this, she suddenly felt a gaze fixated upon her. Turning her head, she discovered Chen Luo's intense stare directed at her. Gu Qinghuan's brows furrowed once more. though she chose not to speak. Instead, she rose, retrieved the black backpack from the floor, and made her way toward the classroom exit. Chen Luo chuckled softly, unperturbed, and promptly followed her. The two departed the school in silence, with Gu Qinghuan not uttering a word, nor did Chen Luo, though he remained silent. He observed Gu Qinghuan's expression closely. She appeared somewhat disdainful, seemingly indifferent to the presence of others, lost in her own thoughts. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shuyuan Mingjia community, Gu Qinghuan still did not utter a single word, simply walking inside. Chen Luo did not follow her, but instead turned and walked to the street corner, his figure vanishing from sight. However, at that moment, he casually leaned against the wall of a nearby building, seemingly waiting for something. As he counted down silently from 100 to 1, Chen Luo cautiously peeked toward the community entrance. Gu Qinghuan reemerged, scanning her surroundings as if searching for someone. Chen Luo quickly recoiled, aware that she was checking to see if he had left. Not spotting him, Gu Qinghuan proceeded down another street. Emerging from his hiding spot, Chen Luo followed her silently. Observing Gu Qinghuan's demeanor, he surmised that her previous night's endeavor had likely been unsuccessful, leaving her troubled upon waking, preoccupied with how to resolve the matter. If all went as he anticipated, Gu Qinghuan would not easily relent and would likely return to that place. As expected, Gu Qinghuan feigned returning home, but upon confirming his absence, she promptly ventured out again. Chapter 82, Shanglin Mountain Villa. Where could an 18-year-old girl be at such a late hour? Were she an ordinary girl, Chen Luo might speculate that she was meeting a boyfriend or engaging in some part-time work. However, Gu Qinghuan was clearly no ordinary girl. Her current pursuits likely had significant ties to the death of her cousin, Lu Yeji. Chen Luo followed Gu Qinghuan closely, noting that she hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading toward the outskirts of the city. The terms inside the barrier and outside the barrier in Pengcheng are remnants of historical nomenclature. During the establishment of the economic zone in Pengcheng, a mountain in the center of the city served as a boundary. The region to the east of the mountain was designated as the economic zone, while areas outside the mountain, still under Pengcheng's jurisdiction, did not fall within the economic zone. Moreover, a checkpoint was established at Shanglin Pass, complete with barbed wire and walls, to prevent citizens from outside the pass from entering at will. At that time, there existed a significant disparity in development between the inside and outside of the pass, in terms of urban appearance, prosperity, consumption, and income levels. The interior was evidently superior to the exterior. However, following the return of Hong Kong in 1997, the checkpoints between the inside and outside were dismantled, and the outside gradually began to flourish. Yet, this historical nomenclature has endured over time. It was only when the developmental levels of the exterior approached those of the interior that the term began to fade away. An hour later, Gu Qinghuan passed through Shanglin Pass and alighted from a taxi on a street in the Shanglin district, proceeding on foot. Upon noticing Gu Qinghuan exiting the vehicle, Chen Luo swiftly instructed the taxi driver to halt and followed suit. It wasn't long before Chen Luo realized he was veering off course. Having reached the foot of Shanglin Mountain, the very mountain that divides Peng City into interior and exterior, Chen Luo couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was intimately familiar with Peng City, and Shanglin Mountain harbored no attractions, its sole point of interest being Shanglin Villa, a luxurious estate developed by a real estate company named Yahe Properties, comprising only 36 villas, nestled at the mountain's base and surrounded by verdant hills and tranquil waters. The environment was serene and exquisite. Due to its limited availability, it was quickly snatched up by the affluent of Peng City upon release. In 2019, each unit fetched over 500 million, and even in the present year of 2008, prices wouldn't dip below 10 million. Thus, those capable of affording such a residence were indeed not of the ordinary class. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were either wealthy or noble. What then? Was Gu Qinghuan's intention in coming here? Chen Luo pondered, his pace slowing. The surroundings were desolate and devoid of people. Even the slightest sound of footsteps could resonate far and wide. However, this posed no challenge to Chen Luo, who, having spent countless lives on the run, had honed his tracking and evasion skills to perfection. Chen Luo was less than 10 meters from Gu Qinghuan, yet she remained oblivious to his presence, not even catching a whisper of his footsteps. Moreover, with the night cloaked in darkness and the absence of streetlights, Gu Qinghuan was completely unaware that someone was following her as she arrived at the entrance of Shanglin Villa. At this moment, Shanglin Villa was newly constructed. Although all the villas had been sold, they were still undergoing renovations, and no one had yet moved in. Nevertheless, being a high-end villa district, the materials stored within were of considerable value, ensuring a significant security presence at night. as Gu Qinghuan approached within 100 meters of the villa entrance. She rummaged through her bag, retrieving an item which she began to don. The darkness obscured Chen Luo's view, but he could surmise from her movements that she was putting on something. Gu Qinghuan was evidently donning a hat, tying her long hair back before placing it atop her head. Following this, it appeared she also pulled out a mask, concealing her face. Chen Luo could easily deduce that she was attempting to obscure her identity. What on earth? Chen Luo was momentarily baffled. Was Gu Qinghuan about to commit theft? Yet, with no one residing within Shanglin Villa, it was implausible that there would be anything of value for her to pilfer. As Chen Luo regained his composure, he observed Gu Qinghuan swiftly jogging toward a low wall adjacent to the villa. Chen Luo's gaze flickered. He realized she was evading the security at the entrance to enter through another route. Without hesitation, he followed suit, determined to ascertain her intentions. Upon reaching the low wall, Chen Luo watched as Gu Qinghuan tossed her bag over the barrier before stepping back a few paces and accelerating into a run. As she neared the wall, Gu Qinghuan leapt, grasping the nearly 3-meter edge effortlessly. She pushed off lightly against the wall, her agility akin to that of a cat, and in a single motion, she vaulted over the barrier, landing on the other side. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the sight before him. While he had anticipated her actions during her run-up, witnessing her scale the wall with such ease left him incredulous. That wall stood at least 3 meters high, a feat that most could not accomplish with such grace. The ability to scale walls hinges significantly on one's jumping prowess, accounting for at least 50% of the challenge, followed closely by the need to convert horizontal speed into vertical ascent, making factors such as run-up distance, velocity, and rhythm crucial. Yet, both the leaping ability and the technique required to climb walls are not skills developed overnight. Gu Qinghuan's proficiency was clearly the result of extensive training. Chen Luo found himself perplexed. What purpose did Gu Qinghuan have for honing such skills? With a sigh, he recognized that the more he interacted with Gu Qinghuan, the more enigmatic she appeared, shrouded in a mist of secrets that refused to unravel. However, witnessing her leap over the wall left him no time for contemplation, and he sprinted after her. As he closed in on the wall, a mere 7 or 8 meters away, Chen Luo began to accelerate, increasing his speed. Just before reaching the wall, he leapt upward, grasping the edge with ease, and, using his momentum, positioned himself atop the barrier. For someone who had once excelled in parkour, scaling walls was child's play. His record stood at nearly 6 meters without assistance. Upon reaching the top, he was met with the intoxicating scent of night-blooming jasmine wafting from the other side, where the wall was adorned with lush plants, the fragrance overwhelming. At this point, Gu Qinghuan had already landed on the ground and was sprinting towards a distant villa, oblivious to any sounds behind her. Chen Luo, wary of making too much noise upon his descent, lingered atop the wall until Gu Qinghuan had distanced herself before jumping down. Chapter 83. What are you staring at? As Chen Luo landed, he made only the faintest sound. Once he regained his footing, he set off in pursuit of Gu Qinghuan. Her destination was clear. She ran less than 300 meters along a winding mountain road before halting in front of a villa situated on the second tier of the slope. Shanglin Villa was ingeniously designed, ascending along the mountain path. At the base were 18 villas encircling an artificial lake, with paths branching off periodically leading to each residence. This pattern continued upward for 3 tiers, with each villa constructed around the valley at the mountain's foot. Each fork in the road, aside from the opulent villas, boasted expansive gardens and meticulously tended greenery, exuding a sense of secluded beauty. The exterior of this particular villa was still undergoing renovations, yet Gu Qinghuan walked straight inside. Upon reaching the entrance, she retrieved tools from her bag and began manipulating the lock. Although Chen Luo could not see her actions from a distance, the sound of clicking and prying led him to surmise her intentions. A whirlwind of confusion enveloped Chen Luo. Was Gu Qinghuan truly here to commit theft? Chen Luo wore an expression of utter disbelief as he observed Gu Qinghuan for a moment, only to realize that she had been futilely attempting to pry open the door for quite some time. Nearly half an hour had passed, and she still had not gained entry. Chen Luo's initial astonishment had transformed into barely suppressed laughter. Had Gu Qinghuan truly spent the entire night trying to unlock this door, only to return today with an unwavering determination? After waiting a little longer, Chen Luo, losing his patience, stealthily approached the villa's entrance, lowering his footsteps. As he drew closer, it became evident to Chen Luo why Gu Qinghuan had not utilized tools to ascend to the second floor. The villa had been thoroughly fortified. It boasted 4 levels, each adorned with security bars on the balconies, and all windows were secured with steel grills, rendering any attempt to climb inside utterly impossible. Upon realizing this, Chen Luo felt a sense of unease. It was uncommon for a villa, even one with security measures, to be fortified to such an extent. What treasures could possibly lie within? Lost in thought, he continued to edge closer to the entrance. When he was less than 3 meters away from Gu Qinghuan, her movements faltered for a brief moment before she resumed her efforts with a guise of nonchalance. I am Chen Luo. There is no need for you to resort to the weapons in your bag. Chen Luo recognized that she had noticed him. Yet, she feigned ignorance while her other hand stealthily reached for the backpack on the ground. Not wishing to engage in conflict with Gu Qinghuan, Chen Luo immediately declared his identity. Her demeanor stiffened noticeably, and she pivoted to face him, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and confusion. After a brief silence, Gu Qinghuan suddenly swung her right hand, and with a whoosh, a retractable baton sprang forth. Without uttering a word, she swiftly aimed a strike at Chen Luo. Startled, Chen Luo had not anticipated that Gu Qinghuan would act so decisively. Gu Qinghuan, I know it's you. Moreover, if you continue this assault, I will call for security. He warned, deftly sidestepping her fierce blow. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace. Gu Qinghuan's body tensed, unsure if it was due to his words or the sudden closeness. Yet in an instant, her right elbow drove forcefully into Chen Luo's abdomen, while her left foot shot upwards, targeting his head. Chen Luo was astonished. Her movements were exceptionally fierce, and the coordination in her strikes indicated a level of combat training that surpassed the ordinary. This was not merely the result of casual practice. She had evidently honed her skills to an advanced degree. He narrowly dodged her kick, shifting his head aside, while simultaneously using his right hand to block her elbow. With a surge of strength, he pulled her into a firm embrace, securely restraining her. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered with a smile, I can open that door. Gu Qinghuan paused, momentarily forgetting to struggle as she seemed to ponder the veracity of his claim. Chen Luo, believing she was reconsidering, was caught off guard when a sudden jolt of pain struck his abdomen. He could not suppress a muffled groan as he instinctively released her and stumbled back several steps. In that fleeting moment of relaxed vigilance, he had underestimated her. Gu Qinghuan had been feigning vulnerability, and with a swift motion, her left elbow struck him sharply. Her physical prowess was remarkable, even surpassing his own at present. The blow caused him considerable pain, nearly eliciting a cry. Seeing Gu Qinghuan raise her retractable baton once more, Chen Luo could not help but chuckle wryly. Wait, I truly can help you unlock that door. Her movements hesitated slightly upon his sudden appearance. She had been momentarily caught off guard, unsure of how he had managed to follow her without detection. However, after a brief contemplation, her instinct was to subdue him first and interrogate him about his presence. What she did not expect was that Chen Luo's skills were surprisingly adept, rendering her efforts to apprehend him ineffective. Gu Qinghuan scrutinized him for a moment, uncertain whether to trust his words. Judging by his displayed abilities and his earnest expression, he did not seem to be lying. Can you really open it? She asked, lowering her voice after a moment of hesitation. Chen Luo, clutching his aching abdomen, shook his head with a pained smile. He raised a finger. 1 minute. If I cannot open it within that time, you may do as you please. Gu Qinghuan, with remarkable decisiveness, retracted her baton and pointed to the scattered tools on the ground. Those are right there. You want to strike me from behind while I unlock the door, will you? Gu Qinghuan paused, having indeed considered such an action. However, her intention was to strike him down a minute later, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed in unlocking the door. Now that her plan had been inadvertently revealed, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Can I stand beside you? Gu Qinghuan cast him a disdainful glance and walked over to stand beside Chen Luo. He smiled and promptly picked up the tools she had used, examining them. Quite professional. These are custom lock-picking tools. Recognizing their purpose, he crouched before the lock. Glancing up at Gu Qinghuan, what are you staring at? Shine the light here. Gu Qinghuan blinked in surprise, shooting him an irritated glare before retrieving a flashlight from her backpack and directing it at the lock. Chapter 84. Come here, stand behind me. Upon inspecting the keyhole, Chen Luo picked up the 2 tools and inserted them into the lock, beginning to manipulate them. However, after a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, interesting. This door's deadbolt has been reinforced. No wonder you couldn't open it. Typically, one could unlock a door simply by manipulating the deadbolt with tools. Yet this door was clearly different. The deadbolt had been fortified from within, making brute force ineffective. Only finesse would suffice. Gu Qinghuan paused, realizing from his words that he must have experience with lock-picking, as he instantly discerned why she had been unable to unlock the door. While her failure posed little challenge for Chen Luo, he deftly maneuvered the tools once again, his fingers agilely twisting and turning. Moments later, with a decisive flick of the sharp tool, he heard a satisfying click as the door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Joy flickered in Gu Qinghuan's eyes as she raised her foot to step inside. Wait! Chen Luo seized her arm, pulling her back and gesturing towards the upper corridor. You should check above first. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. She immediately raised her head to follow Chen Luo's gaze, only to discover a black, circular object affixed to the ceiling of the corridor. It was a motion sensor. The moment one stepped within its vicinity, it would trigger the sensor and set off an alarm. Chen Luo suddenly reached out and seized the flashlight from Gu Qinghuan's hand, cautioning her that there were also light sensors on the walls, and illuminating them with the flashlight would likewise activate the alarm. Chen Luo was astonished. This was merely the entrance, yet there were already 2 security devices, highlighting the owner's apparent value placed on the contents within the villa. Rising to his feet, Chen Luo abruptly turned to inspect the garden outside the villa, where remnants of construction materials had yet to be cleared away. He wielded the flashlight to search through the debris and soon fixed his gaze upon a pile of cardboard boxes. Without hesitation, he approached, extracting one of the boxes from the refuse, folding it deftly, and then returned to the front door. Do you have tape or anything else that can obscure it? Gu Qinghuan was still uncertain of Chen Luo's intentions, but suspected he likely had a plan to neutralize the 2 security devices. There is black tape, she replied. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at her, not expecting her to be so well prepared. In truth, the mask Gu Qinghuan wore would suffice, but tape was preferable. Hence his inquiry. As Gu Qinghuan retrieved the black tape from her backpack, Chen Luo tore off several strips and adhered them to his hand before lifting the cardboard box. Come here, stand behind me, he beckoned to Gu Qinghuan. She regarded him quizzically, hesitating for a moment before complying. The motion sensor was a type of pyroelectric sensor capable of detecting the infrared radiation emitted by the human body. As a person passed by, the sensor would register a change in the intensity of the infrared radiation, thus determining if an intrusion occurred. The cardboard box could obstruct its detection. If we both support the box with our hands and walk underneath it, we can avoid detection. Chen Luo seemed to perceive Gu Qinghuan's skepticism and offered an explanation before turning off the flashlight. Gu Qinghuan was taken aback. Motion sensors were among the more advanced security devices in the country. She had only heard of such things and was unaware of their operational principles. However, Chen Luo not only understood, but knew how to circumvent them. Reflecting on her own struggles to pick a lock for an entire night, she found it bewildering that Chen Luo could resolve it in under a minute. What was this guy's deal? How could he know so much? It's quite dark in the room. You'll need to hold onto my shirt with one hand and follow closely behind me. Wait until I cover the light sensor before you move, he instructed. But how will you cover the light sensor if you can't see? Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, uncertain of Chen Luo's confidence. It was nearly 11 at night, and the room was pitch black. Without a flashlight, it was impossible to see anything inside. Chen Luo merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Before practicing blind throws and shooting, he had lived as a blind person for 3 months. Darkness posed an obstacle for the average individual, but for Chen Luo, it was hardly a significant issue, especially since he had already noted the location of the light sensor. In that instant, he calculated the steps required to reach beneath the sensor and the height needed to cover it. Moreover, he calibrated his movements to match Gu Qinghuan's stride, knowing it would be far easier for him to adapt to her pace than vice versa. Now, do you have any other choice but to trust me? Chen Luo said, lifting the cardboard box and casting a cheerful glance back at Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan found herself at a loss for words. He was right. She had no alternative but to place her trust in him. Resolving to cooperate, she stepped behind Chen Luo, raising the folded cardboard box above her head with one hand while gripping his shirt with the other. I'm ready. However, Chen Luo suddenly grabbed her hand with his left, casually stating, holding hands helps gauge distance. The box is small, and if any part of us sticks out. Without a moment's thought, Gu Qinghuan swatted his hand away, coldly retorting, I saw there are more boxes outside. Chen Luo, unperturbed by being caught, merely cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, all right, then stick close. He raised the cardboard box, and when he sensed that Gu Qinghuan was also supporting it from behind, he continued, I will count according to your steps. We will walk forward 10 steps and then stop. You may only move once I say it's okay. Understood? Understood. All right, let us begin. 1. As Chen Luo counted 1, he stepped into the house. Gu Qinghuan gripped his shirt and followed suit. 9, 10, stop. Chen Luo's pacing was effortlessly in sync with Gu Qinghuan's, allowing them to traverse the motion sensor above with ease. Upon reaching 10, he swiftly tore a strip of the black tape from his palm and, on tiptoes, pressed it against the wall. Though Chen Luo could not see, the tape adhered precisely to the light sensor. He continued to tear off strips of tape, applying them meticulously until the sensor was thoroughly covered. Chapter 85. What I fear more is your safety. After securing the light sensor, Chen Luo retrieved the flashlight from his pocket initially directing it toward the ground. Noting no disturbances, he proceeded a few steps further. You can move now. I'll check for any other light sensors. He discarded the cardboard box overhead and began surveying the walls. Gu Qinghuan, her eyes filled with astonishment, watched Chen Luo, incredulous that he could effectively disable the light sensor without sight. However, she quickly realized that now was not the time for marvel. She swiftly produced another flashlight from her backpack and began searching the villa's living room. Although the living room was furnished, most items remained unopened and haphazardly arranged, indicating that cleanup had yet to take place. These were not Gu Qinghuan's objectives. Her gaze swiftly scanned the entire room, suddenly resting upon a tightly closed door. There were 4 rooms in the living area. The other 3 doors stood ajar, while only the innermost one was locked. Gu Qinghuan's eyes flickered, and she lifted her foot, preparing to approach. Don't rush, Chen Luo cautioned, grasping her arm and shone the flashlight at the ceiling of the living room. Although the light sensor is gone, there's a thermal sensor up there. Its detection range is broader than that of the motion sensor, and it senses heat, blocking it with cardboard 1T help. If you walk over there, it will trigger the alarm. Gu Qinghuan halted her movements, following Chen Luo's gaze, and indeed discovered a circular device affixed to the ceiling. Although she had long anticipated the presence of numerous security measures, she had not expected them to come in a relentless succession, necessitating an approach of utmost caution. How to resolve this? Chen Luo smiled faintly, stating that this was an exceedingly antiquated model, with a sensing radius of approximately 7 meters. As long as they circumvented that radius, they could proceed unhindered. Gu Qinghuan frowned upon hearing this. An antiquated model? How could they possibly employ such an outdated version here? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. To me, this is an exceptionally old model. However, in this era, it remains relatively advanced. Gu Qinghuan shot Chen Luo a speechless glance, but her gaze quickly returned to the tightly locked room. For her, the immediate priority was to locate the desired item as swiftly as possible. Her brow furrowed further. The locked door was accessible only via a solitary corridor, which fell squarely within the sensing radius of the thermal sensor. Unlike Chen Luo, who possessed remarkable thieving skills, Gu Qinghuan found herself fixated on the door, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. You need not stare at that door any longer. It is merely a diversion. The item you seek should be within that room. Chen Luo suddenly raised his flashlight, directing it towards the leftmost room. How do you know? Gu Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Do you see that painting? Chen Luo shifted the flashlight once more, illuminating a framed landscape painting on the wall. Embedded within it was an electronic clock, its red digits glowing with the current time. Gu Qinghuan scrutinized the painting for a moment, her mind racing. The spark in her eyes intensified as she exclaimed, "The furniture in the living room remains unassembled and in disarray, yet this painting has been hung in advance, indicating its significance. They must be using it to conceal something." As Gu Qinghuan mused aloud, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize the electronic clock, realizing that its light was somewhat off. It likely housed a night vision camera, camouflaging the camera's emitted light with that of the clock. Chen Luo smiled slightly, complimenting her, astute, rather than feeling elated by Chen Luo's praise. Gu Qinghuan felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that she had overlooked such details despite having stared at them for a considerable time. Yet, Chen Luo had discerned at a glance, a fact that left her both astonished and somewhat resentful. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. No one in this world has yet been born who can surpass me. The fact that you were able to deduce these details so swiftly is already quite an accomplishment. Chen Luo seemed to anticipate Gu Qinghuan's thoughts, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance. Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, huffing in response, disinterested in further engaging with this self-important individual, and turned her attention back to the room. In an instant, she understood why Chen Luo had asserted that the item she sought was indeed there. The orientation of the night vision camera was directly aimed at that room. If the item were truly within the locked chamber, the camera would undoubtedly be pointing in that direction. The adversary had intentionally secured the door and utilized the thermal sensor to block the soul passage, creating an illusion that led one to believe the item must be concealed within. Should a thief enter and manage to neutralize the thermal sensor, they might find themselves not only empty-handed, but potentially trapped inside. Contemplating this, Gu Qinghuan felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for this individual, she might have fallen into the same trap today. Glancing at Chen Luo, she found him gazing intently back at her, their eyes meeting momentarily. Don't mention it. If you had informed me yesterday, you would have entered then. Chen Luo, seeming to possess an uncanny ability to read minds, spoke with a grin. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. You knew I was here yesterday? Chen Luo chuckled. Of course, otherwise, why would I have followed you here? Gu Qinghuan's beautiful eyes scrutinized Chen Luo, as if attempting to pierce through his facade. Do you realize that in doing so, you may be courting danger? Chen Luo laughed heartily. I've engaged in far too many perilous endeavors in this world. What I fear more than danger is your potential harm. Gu Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat, for Chen Luo's gaze was filled with sincerity and fervent emotion, rendering her unable to meet his eyes. Flustered, she averted her gaze and resumed her task. She retrieved some black tape from her bag, tore off several strips, and crouched down to apply them over the area of the painting that displayed the electronic time. Having completed this, Gu Qinghuan disregarded Chen Luo and directly approached the open room. Chapter 86. I can speak every language in the world. Chen Luo chuckled and promptly followed her. The thermal sensor's detection radius did not encompass that room. Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan stayed close to the wall, successfully avoiding the thermal sensor. As Gu Qinghuan reached the doorway, she paused momentarily, shining her flashlight onto the floor. Her eyes began to survey the entire room. After encountering so many security devices, she was hesitant to step inside carelessly. There are no other devices, just go in. Chen Luo, having observed for a moment, stepped inside without a second thought. Gu Qinghuan found it difficult to comprehend Chen Luo's unwavering confidence, which bordered on arrogance. Yet, as he entered without triggering any alarms, she had no choice but to follow suit. Now, tell me what you're looking for. Chen Luo swept the flashlight around the room, discovering it to be a study elegantly decorated in a Western style. The furniture was already arranged neatly and well kept. The entire room spanned approximately 80 square meters, featuring a large desk and an executive chair at its center, with a row of bookshelves filled with volumes behind the desk, and 3 sofas arranged in front with a coffee table. Gu Qinghuan did not respond, but instead rushed to the bookshelf, feeling around as if searching for some hidden mechanism. Don't waste your effort. There are no mechanisms there. Chen Luo headed straight for the desk, sitting in the executive chair, and began rummaging through the items on the desk. Gu Qinghuan halted her actions, glancing at Chen Luo, unable to resist asking, how do you know there are no mechanisms here? The furniture style is distinctly Western, from the sofas and desk to the bookshelves. And it's not just any ordinary Western style. It is crafted in the likeness of the Enlightenment era. Thus, you can perceive an essence of the bygone Western era in this room. This indicates that the owner of the room has an affinity for Western culture, specifically that of the Enlightenment period. The Enlightenment was an era rich with new ideas, constituting a lengthy cultural movement alongside rationalism and others. It was a time when outstanding thinkers emerged, such as Rousseau, Voltaire, and Kant, which is why you see their works filling the shelves. Gu Qinghuan's gaze inevitably wandered towards the books nestled within the bookshelf, and indeed, she discovered that the shelves were adorned with esteemed works such as Leviathan, The Social Contract, and The Age of Louis XIV, all of which are representative masterpieces of Enlightenment thinkers. For a brief moment, Gu Qinghuan was taken aback, once again astonished by Chen Luo's remarkable deductive abilities. In the mere span of a minute since his arrival, he had discerned the preferences of the villa's owners solely from the arrangement of the rooms, furnishings, and the selection of books. What further baffled Gu Qinghuan was how Chen Luo could ascertain that the room's furniture was styled from the Enlightenment era. As Chen Luo rummaged through the desk, he continued, since the Enlightenment, the secret compartments of desks have been integral to carpentry craftsmanship. The owner of this room is evidently enamored with the culture of the Enlightenment, desiring consistency from books to furniture. If there are any mechanisms here, they're undoubtedly concealed within this desk. He urged, so it would be prudent for you to disclose what you seek, thus I may assist you more effectively. After a thorough examination of the desk surface and a futile search through the drawers, during which he found nothing out of the ordinary, Chen Luo knelt beneath the desk, lying on the ground to inspect its underside. He frowned. There were still no signs of any mechanisms or hidden compartments. Intriguingly, a smile suddenly spread across Chen Luo's face as he emerged from beneath the desk, reopening the drawer and extracting it entirely. At that moment, Gu Qinghuan approached, yet she remained silent about what she was actually searching for. She also removed another drawer beside it, placing it atop the desk for inspection. However, both Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan discovered only trivial items within the drawers: papers, pens, books, and scissors, none of which bore any significance. Even after removing the drawers, the vacant spaces revealed no mechanisms. Chen Luo's gaze suddenly sharpened as he reached for a book nestled within Gu Qinghuan's drawer, Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Upon hearing Chen Luo articulate the title, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Qinghuan's eyes. You speak German? Now, it was Chen Luo's turn to be astonished. He regarded Gu Qinghuan thoughtfully. It was evident she possessed at least a modicum of understanding of the language. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance, chuckling softly as he continued. What if I claimed to speak every language in the world? Would you believe me? Gu Qinghuan scoffed, her expression unmistakably skeptical. The revelation that Chen Luo could converse in both Latin and German had already caught her off guard. The notion of him mastering every language seemed utterly implausible. This is one of Kant's masterpieces, the original German edition, he mused after a moment, weighing the book in his hands. A spark ignited in his eyes as he suddenly directed his flashlight towards the bookshelf against the wall, exclaiming, "We need to find the Chinese version of Critique of Pure Reason." Gu Qinghuan paused momentarily, but swiftly recovered, following Chen Luo's lead as they began to search the shelves. "Found it, over here." After a short while, Gu Qinghuan called softly from the far right corner. Chen Luo promptly approached her, guided by her direction, and upon locating the Chinese edition of Critique of Pure Reason, he swiftly retrieved it, returning the German version to its rightful place. With a crisp click, a sound resonated from the bookshelf, and then they witnessed the shelf shift slightly inward, revealing a narrow crevice. Chen Luo smiled faintly, pushing against the shelf, which then recessed further to unveil a hidden chamber within. Armed with his flashlight, he stepped inside, discovering a space of merely 20 square meters, furnished solely with a desk, a chair, and a computer. Nothing more. Upon spotting the computer, Gu Qinghuan dashed forward and powered it on. Before the system fully booted, she retrieved a USB drive from her backpack and inserted it into the machine. Chen Luo understood immediately. The computer likely housed the very information Gu Qinghuan sought. However, when the computer finally turned on, she was left dumbfounded. For the startup screen displayed nothing. "Impossible," Gu Qinghuan exclaimed, maneuvering the mouse in a frantic search of the empty interface, revealing that the computer was devoid of folders or icons, as though it were entirely blank. Chen Luo was not at all surprised by Gu Qinghuan's inability to find anything. The villa's security measures and the method of accessing the hidden chamber indicated that its owner was not a mere ordinary individual. The intricacy of the mechanism alone suggested significant thought had been invested. The German edition of Critique of Pure Reason would be imperceptible to anyone unfamiliar with the language, making the connection to the bookshelf nearly impossible to detect. Were it not for Chen Luo's awareness of the book's weight, distinctly heavier than an ordinary volume, he too might have overlooked the necessity of placing the book in its correct position to activate the mechanism. Given the owner's cunning, it was highly improbable they would simply store vital items within that computer. Rather than assisting Gu Qinghuan with the computer, Chen Luo began to survey the room. He glanced at the moving bookshelf door, only to find the reverse side was also a shelf laden with numerous books. With a flash of insight, he approached the rear of the bookshelf, illuminating it with his flashlight. In less than 20 seconds, he had scanned all the titles. Simultaneously, he realized that the Chinese edition of Critique of Pure Reason still held significance, likely serving to unlock a mechanism within the hidden chamber. Even Chen Luo had to admire the villa owner's meticulousness. Even within the hidden chamber, further mechanisms lay concealed. Typically, upon entering such a secret space, one would likely discard the book they had replaced, failing to recognize its continued importance. Chen Luo chuckled softly, refocusing his attention on the bookshelf. Before him, several slots on the shelf were vacant. Activating the mechanism would be straightforward. One simply needed to place the book in the correct position. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly identified a few clues. The dust accumulating in certain empty slots indicated they had not been disturbed, thus ruling them out as potential placements. Rapidly, he eliminated the majority of positions, leaving only 3 remaining. These slots were arranged vertically. The uppermost required him to stand on tiptoe, the middle was just right for easy access, and the lowest necessitated a crouch. After a brief consideration, Chen Luo decided to insert the book into the central slot. Human beings are inherently prone to cognitive laziness. After navigating through numerous obstacles, upon entering the hidden chamber, the villa owner would naturally assume that no one could decipher these traps and would opt for the simplest and quickest method to activate the mechanism. The middle position, easily accessible upon entering, will be the most convenient choice. Indeed, the moment Chen Luo inserted the book, a small compartment sprang forth from the underside of Gu Qinghuan's desk. This diminutive box, no larger than a palm, was seamlessly integrated with the desk itself, rendering its existence imperceptible without the activation of its mechanism. Upon glimpsing the hidden compartment, Gu Qinghuan momentarily froze, her gaze instinctively shifting toward Chen Luo. She was acutely aware that she had not triggered this mechanism herself. The sole possibility lay with Chen Luo. Curiosity piqued. She watched as Chen Luo approached the desk with a smile. Regaining her composure, her eyes darted back to the compartment. Inside lay an object, entirely silver and roughly the size of a USB drive. Gu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly retrieved the USB-like item, promptly disconnecting her own USB from the computer and replacing it with the silver one. The instant the silver USB was inserted, the computer screen transformed, revealing a login prompt. Gu Qinghuan's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the unexpected requirement for a username and password. At a loss, her gaze instinctively returned to Chen Luo. However, upon doing so, she noticed that his countenance had also altered, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare to astonish Chen Luo. Yet the emergence of that login interface caught him completely off guard. The backdrop of the login screen was a drop of blood, not red, but a golden hue. Intricate, arcane patterns wove through the blood, forming the entirety of the login interface. Chen Luo's surprise stemmed from the realization that this interface belonged to the members of Blood of Blood. The silver USB served as a wireless connector, granting access to an entirely private network, one that only members of Blood could enter. In his countless reincarnations, Chen Luo had devoted nearly a century to tracking this enigmatic organization, having once been a member himself, even ascending to the rank of Duke, second only to the Seven Giants. Yet, just as he was poised to vie for the position of Augustus, one of the Seven Giants, Blood of Blood inexplicably discovered his status as an undercover agent, resulting in a meticulous trap that led to his demise. Thus, Chen Luo's understanding of Blood surpassed that of outsiders, and even eclipsed that of many internal members. In that fleeting moment when he beheld the login screen, he comprehended that the owner of the villa was indeed a member of Blood. It became clear why the study's decor was distinctly Western and why an abundance of security measures and intricate mechanisms adorned the space. Few could execute such meticulousness outside of Blood members. Chen Luo's gaze involuntarily shifted back to Gu Qinghuan. She must have been aware of the villa owner's affiliation, or else she wouldn't have warned him of potential danger in following her. A profound realization struck him as he recalled the various inconsistencies associated with Gu Qinghuan. Her proficiency in Latin and German, alongside her extraordinary physical capabilities and mastery in combat, were incongruous traits for an ordinary girl, but made perfect sense for a member of Blood. Prior to World War I, Blood of Blood exclusively recruited individuals of Caucasian descent, viewing other races as inferior, even refusing to accept anyone outside Europe. However, following the war, the Seven Giants unexpectedly altered their policy, embracing individuals of all races, nationalities, genders, and ages, provided they possessed talent and could contribute to Blood. These chosen individuals were termed blood seeds, signifying the seeds of Blood. Blood of Blood nurtured these blood seeds in various disciplines, including languages, combat, knowledge, and more, culminating in a final assessment after a designated period. Although the assessments varied, the outcome remained consistent. Only one individual would emerge alive. This bore a striking resemblance to ancient practices of breeding poisonous creatures, where the strongest among them would ultimately prevail. Chapter 88, I Promise You. While Chen Luo had swiftly deduced numerous implications, he understood the necessity of refraining from voicing them outright, particularly inquiring with Gu Qinghuan. He was acutely aware that directly mentioning Blood might lead her to suspect him as a blood seed or a member of the organization, which would only incite wariness and hinder his quest to uncover the truth behind her tragic demise. Even as of 2019, Blood remained shrouded in secrecy. Only prominent families like the Xie clan possessed knowledge of their existence and the means to hire their assassins. The identities of their core members were often obscured, even to those who had been affiliated with Blood for an extended period. Chen Luo's apparent abilities might have already raised Gu Qinghuan's suspicions, possibly prompting her to investigate his background. However, the extent of his transformation was so profound that even a blood seed would find it difficult to rationalize. If, at this juncture, Chen Luo merely inferred the villa owner's affiliation with Blood through the login interface and began to suspect her as a blood seed, it would be astonishing if Gu Qinghuan still chose to trust him. Had he misjudged? Was it possible that the final assessment precipitated Gu Qinghuan's tragic act? A sudden thought struck Chen Luo, growing increasingly plausible with each passing moment. Although Gu Qinghuan had jumped from the upper floor, the surveillance footage had not captured her face, leaving her emotional state a mystery. It was conceivable that she had been coerced into jumping from the rooftop, perhaps her parents had been captured, or she had been subjected to hypnosis. Chen Luo was aware of several methods to induce deep hypnosis, compelling individuals to act according to another's will upon awakening. Moreover, Blood had a penchant for orchestrating the accidental deaths of failed blood seeds, ensuring that evidence was obscured and suspicion could not be directed toward them. All these factors compelled Chen Luo to question his earlier assumptions. He was uncertain about the timing of Blood's assessments. But Gu Qinghuan's presence in the home of a member might very well be a component of her own evaluation. Sighing inwardly, Chen Luo felt as though he had ventured too far into speculation without confirming whether Gu Qinghuan was indeed a blood seed. Regardless, he resolved to assist her. Despite the multitude of deductions he had made, the entirety of his reasoning had transpired within a mere moment. Noticing Gu Qinghuan's puzzled gaze upon him, he quickly masked his thoughts with a smile and said, "That is a wireless connector, linking to a private internal network that can only be accessed with the correct username and password. It is crucial not to input incorrect information. Doing so would trigger the USB to self-destruct and alert the server's backend." A flicker of frustration crossed Gu Qinghuan's eyes, for she was unaware of the credentials required, which meant that the very object she sought remained tantalizingly out of reach. Yet, Chen Luo suddenly interjected with a grin, "However, I have a way to help you log in." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuan immediately lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "However, I have a condition," she stated. Gu Qinghuan paused momentarily, then slowly inquired, "What condition?" "You must tell me what transpired a year ago." Gu Qinghuan regarded Chen Luo, removing the mask she had long worn, and coolly replied, "Did you not already know?" Chen Luo stared at Gu Qinghuan in astonishment, and after a brief contemplation, he discerned where the confusion lay. Did that basketball coach visit Longqing High School? Chen Luo had learned about Gu Qinghuan solely from that coach. The other students were utterly unaware. Hence, it was impossible for Gu Qinghuan to have gleaned this information from her peers at the school, leaving only the basketball coach as the source. That individual merely knew that Chen Luo was from Longqing High School and a classmate of Gu Qinghuan. So he must have sought her out to inquire about Chen Luo's identity. The aura and gaze of Chen Luo were too distinctive to be misidentified. Once the coach spoke, Gu Qinghuan would undoubtedly recognize him. Even if the coach refrained from mentioning Chen Luo's inquiries about her, Gu Qinghuan's keen intellect would easily deduce his intentions. "I am aware of your ulterior motives," Gu Qinghuan stated coldly. "You wish for me to recount the emotional turmoil I harbor to bridge the gap between us, and then to weep in your embrace?" Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, for indeed, that was precisely what he envisioned. Regardless of the reasons behind Gu Qinghuan's suicide, one thing was certain to Chen Luo. The anguish and guilt she felt regarding Liu Yeji had festered within her for far too long, never having been shared with anyone else, and had reached a critical point. Thus, when Chen Luo saw through her facade that day, her emotions spiraled out of control. Chen Luo's intention was to alleviate Gu Qinghuan's distress, allowing her to vent her feelings. But he had not anticipated that this girl was well-versed in psychology and would see through his intentions so effortlessly. "I advise you not to waste your time on me. I have no interest in you and will never develop feelings for you," Gu Qinghuan declared icily. Chen Luo chuckled softly. "There are no absolutes in this world. Even if there were, it matters not, for my favorite pastime is turning impossibilities into possibilities. For instance, if you do not acquiesce to my condition, you will find yourself unable to access this interface. Moreover, I can assure you that you will find no other individual capable of logging in without an account and password while remaining undetected by the administrators." Gu Qinghuan was momentarily rendered speechless, glaring at Chen Luo in frustration, yet she found herself powerless against him. She recognized the truth in his words. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Bloodline organization, and their system was not something an ordinary person could breach. Even if she could locate another capable of hacking this login interface, time was of the essence. The villa was still under renovation, and its owner had been somewhat careless, believing that no one would notice the ongoing work. Furthermore, the villa was equipped with numerous advanced security devices and mechanisms that would react swiftly to any intruders. Once the renovations were complete, security personnel would undoubtedly be present, making future access far more challenging. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghuan bit her lip, nearly grinding her teeth as she reluctantly uttered, "I agree." "Deal," Chen Luo exclaimed with laughter, promptly taking a seat at the desk. Chapter 89. Agree to one more condition. Sitting before the computer, Chen Luo placed his fingers upon the keyboard. In the next moment, Gu Qinghuan beheld his fingers flying across the keys. His speed was astonishing. Initially, the sound of his typing resembled a gentle drizzle, but it soon escalated into a torrential downpour, reminiscent of a sudden storm. Chen Luo's fingers moved so swiftly that Gu Qinghuan could only hear the rapid clattering and could not discern their motions. In an instant, the computer screen displayed a cascade of information, a torrent of unfamiliar code streaming downward. Chen Luo had previously possessed this login system in his past life and had delved deeply into its workings. This system, known as the blood source system, was developed collaboratively by the Bloodline organization's computer experts and hackers, employing a unique programming language that differed entirely from those in common use. Moreover, as time progressed and technology advanced, features such as voice, fingerprint, and retinal recognition were integrated, resulting in an astronomical level of security. Thus, even in 2019, no one had managed to breach it. No hacker had succeeded in infiltrating their system. However, this posed little challenge for Chen Luo. He had initially infiltrated the organization, acquired this system, and then spent several days mastering the language it utilized, subsequently cracking the entire system with ease. Furthermore, it was still 2008, a mere few years since the blood source system's inception. Its security was far less robust than it would become in the future. Utilizing several backdoors he had mastered at the time, he logged into the blood source system as an administrator in under 5 minutes. Done. Chen Luo pressed the Enter key decisively, and the computer interface transformed, revealing an operational screen entirely in Latin. The necessity for Bloodline members to learn Latin stemmed from this, as without proficiency in the language, one could not even access the blood source system. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. She had not harbored much hope for Chen Luo. Fully aware of the Bloodline organization's strength and having heard of the formidable nature of the blood source system. Yet, this supposedly impenetrable system had been breached by Chen Luo in a mere 5 minutes. Casting a look of astonishment at Chen Luo, she found herself increasingly perplexed by him. She could not fathom how a person could undergo such a drastic transformation in just a few days. Could it be that he had been pretending all along? However, having shared a desk with him for a month, if he had truly been able to masquerade as that timid and incapable individual, then no actor could rival him in deception. Moreover, given Chen Luo's recent brazen demeanor, he could not possibly have endured such indignities. A bizarre thought surfaced in Gu Qinghuan's mind. Could it be that he was indeed the reincarnated individual he claimed to be? She quickly dismissed this strange notion. There were more pressing matters at hand. Without wasting time, Gu Qinghuan took the seat Chen Luo had vacated and swiftly began searching through the computer. Chen Luo stood beside her, also examining the computer interface, which displayed a string of code in the upper right corner, F653. Chen Luo understood the significance of this number. The first letter represented the individual's rank within the organization, while the number denoted the member's identification. The 7 leaders jointly governed the Bloodline organization, and beneath them, members were classified according to the ancient European noble titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Each individual's code in the blood source system varied according to their status, with the leaders designated by its prefix, totaling only 7 codes. The remaining members were categorized into 5 ranks, A through E, based on their noble titles. For instance, Chen Luo had attained the title of Duke in less than 3 months, his codename being A29. As for the lowest-ranking ordinary member, that would be F, followed by the blood offspring and peripheral members, who, naturally, lacked the qualifications to access the blood source system. F653 signifies that the owner of this villa, while formal member, belongs merely to the lowest tier of the hierarchy. At that moment, Gu Qinghuan rummaged through the computer for quite some time before suddenly opening a folder. The screen abruptly darkened, splitting into 9 distinct regions, each revealing a different camera feed. Both Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward screens. Chen Luo immediately recognized that these were 9 hidden cameras, capturing surreptitious glimpses from various locations. Soon, a peculiar expression crossed Chen Luo's face, for one of the feeds displayed a couple engaged in intimate activities on a bed. To his bemusement, out of the 9 feeds, depicted either such acts or preparations for them. Chen Luo held little interest in these scenes and couldn't help but glance towards Gu Qinghuan, only to find her expression as calm as a still lake, her eyes serene, as if she had anticipated such occurrences all along. Furrowing his brow, Chen Luo wondered if Gu Qinghuan had come specifically to seek this material. His gaze flickered as he began to scrutinize the individuals captured by the cameras. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to recognize several of them. One individual was a powerful figure he had previously identified, though he had since crossed off the name from his list as it was no longer pertinent. After observing for a moment, he noted that the women featured were all strikingly beautiful, one even being a current popular actress. In a flash, Chen Luo realized that this member of Blood of Blood was likely facilitating illicit transactions for those influential figures. However, the individual had not intended any goodwill. They had installed hidden cameras at the transaction site. The purpose was all too evident, to prepare for a day when they could leverage this information to blackmail these individuals. It seemed that the scandal of explicit photos had inspired many. Chen Luo chuckled softly, unable to suppress a sigh of amazement. Gu Qinghuan appeared oblivious to his musings. Her expression remained impassive as she swiftly shut down the surveillance feed and quickly located the folder containing the videos. Each video in the folder was meticulously labeled, and Gu Qinghuan soon identified the one she sought, promptly retrieving a USB drive to copy it. However, at that moment, she abruptly discovered a problem. The computer case had only one USB port. To replace it with her own USB drive, the wireless connector for Blood of Blood would have to be removed, causing the system to exit and rendering it impossible to copy the videos. Gu Qinghuan inspected the back of the case, but found no additional ports. Instantaneously, she realized that this member of Blood had likely foreseen this scenario, leaving only a single port on the case. Without prior preparation, it was utterly impossible to copy the videos contained within. With no alternative, Gu Qinghuan reluctantly shifted her gaze back to Chen Luo. "You must agree to one more condition," Chen Luo said with a smile, looking at Gu Qinghuan.